of before, and they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car too. It's going to be a better product. I know that they have been behind me, right? They knew for this.
I didn't mean that
25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union week got tremendous votes.
I just the study design itself had flaws in it.
Okay. They like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th.
And
because they see the results
studies
now.
have been
They're all
done
happening.
and published, correct?
Yeah, and they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah. Oh, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it. I think he's a guy he's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train. The train is the most. I've seen stupid people with crossover runs for years.
Recently released a study in
something would
October
cost twice as much
regarding Corpus Christi Bay and said there's just no way this project can work.
20
dumping the
times.
brine
It's the most
chemicals back
incredible
into this bay.
disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have the situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole. They couldn't have done it. Now today the guy had to change his tune. He said, "Oh, I think we could have handled it." So sad. He was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place, and they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground, just like the house is burning.
Spying on parents at school board meetings.
It's so
no
sad
more pre-dawn raids on pro-life Catholics.
Think of it.
No more
They had a fire
retaliation
that should have
against
never happened because
whistleblowers.
they
And he's
listened to
given
me
us
in the water.
information that Chris
Eventually,
Ray
we broke in
didn't.
and we had the water come
Focused
down
on
from the
national security
Pacific Northwest.
cases.
I could show you
He also
pictures
works as a
now
public defender
with the
in the
half
state of
pipes, the
Florida.
big
We
half
welcome our
pipes coming
witness,
all the way
appreciate his
down
work, and thank him
California.
for appearing here today.
Water,
We
so much
begin by
water.
swearing you in.
They don't
Director,
have
would you
any
please stand?
routes. They don't have anything.
Raise
They
your
have
right
so much
hand.
water. They sent it all out to the
Use-
Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. But what they do and what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals. In this country. And most of the voters don't want politicians like them for whatever reason. I think the politicians are wrong. That's why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 70 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts as opposed to 505. That's why when you look at the map, it's almost all red. It's got two little blue stripes on each side of it. It's almost all red.
I thought that would be a good investment.
But now you
so
have
the reason why I asked, right, because you had divested in other
Gavin.
companies,
Liked him,
and I
always.
presume
He said
that
I
wasn't
never
because there
called
were
him.
actual conflicts.
You know,
it's just
they
that
asked
you
him a
wanted to
question
avoid an appearance of impropriety.
Fox,
It
I
was
guess.
both. But
I never spoke
not
to
all
him.
of the companies.
He doesn't remember.
They make
invested.
invested. I don't
make the call. They make the call.
Sure. Yeah. I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask is, why I said it's not a gotcha
said, well,
question.
here's the call.
I
It
have for
lasted
years
16 minutes
led an
and
effort here in
4
Congress.
seconds.
Food Bank also
And it was at
received a sizable
12:30 in the
donation
evening.
from,
I
but we
actually
wanted
made a
to
call,
make sure
didn't
that we
pick up. I
include some
called
of
him
our
the
most
second time, and he
vulnerable
picked up. And I
citizens
told
of our
him, I said, "You have
communities,
to get your
probably
ass
some
in
that
gear,
hold very
'cause you're
dear
gonna
and
have a
true to
problem
your
there."
hearts every day,
And
and
he
those are
would've-
our
if we didn't bring
seniors.
the military in,
And so
he
we're
would have
really
had- you
excited
would have
today
right
to
now
present
something.
$75,000
And I
to
went
you,
through it
Peter,
because
and
I
your
followed
Parks
the
and
rules
Recreation
100%.
team. We're
And I
honored to
watched-
work with them on
in
multiple
Minnesota, we
fronts.
had the man
And if I
who
can
ran
just tout
for
too, we have
vice
Feast of
president
Sharing
of the
coming
United
up
States.
on December
He
the
was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard, and I eventually called in the National Guard, but it was seven days late. I said, I'll never do that again. I'm never going to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks. Because that city, Minneapolis, burned down. Do you remember the CNN anchor? He was standing there saying, yes, this is a peaceful rally, and behind him, the entire city was on fire. It looked like World War II. And I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Has the medics arrived at the hospital yet? Determined by an alpha tech believed to be on some medication.
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you look at this. So that, we saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty. There was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history. Second.
Giving them a blood kit. I called him back for a location. He said his unit's at CDC right now. Did you want to just have one of the Delta swing
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%. And I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We have the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole withdrawal, the way it was very embarrassing. But we rebuilt the military. We have the greatest, strongest military. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. With, by the way, headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So we have a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, and these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're troublemakers, they're all of those things. But I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people, just as who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really, I think what they're doing is unbelievably, just one thing, so they took the bricks away from people. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. They hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw what the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry any bricks. He's a strong guy, couldn't carry them. And they saw that, and they took them away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers, and I saw them pounding the curb and kept pounding the sidewalk, and it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots, and it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs, and the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up, and there was lines of people standing there. And they're handing them, and then they stopped handing them. They just went down and picked them up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people like this guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this here? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. They go to the bridges and they drop the concrete at the top of the bridge with a car coming along at 70 miles an hour, and the person dies. We had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. Now, these are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Successful. I want them to be from that. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. I stopped a war between India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit. Eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. I know that. And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war. If you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around.
4111
And I
Manhattan
said it
Drive.
to both of them. They were both
4111 Manhattan.
unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week.
10-4?
And
RP is
I'm very
requesting a
proud
call
of that.
back
Nobody
once
died.
y'all have cleared
Nobody,
the
the nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. You know, the whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please. Yes, ma'am. What? Look, I've always been in favor of students coming in from other countries. That includes China. And we're fighting
between the legal tires and the
students coming in. I've always been in favor of it.
Copy secretary, Lincoln X-ray John 1381.
That you have to,
1498 for the
yeah. It's good for our schools. I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of letting them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay. Educated for 4 years, willing to get educated for 4 years. I like people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. You have some, these are Republicans clapping. You know, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. And you know, getting your, just buying your way in in a very legitimate way. And you know, you have stories where Apple wants to hire somebody and they can't hire him because he can't stay. He went to a great school, finished first in his class. They made him a big offer. And everything's done, but he has no idea whether or not he's going to be able to stay. And I'm all for making sure that people like that can go to work for all of our great companies. And you know what they do? They go back to their country, and there are stories that are all over the place. They go back to their company, and they start the company just like they were going to start it. They end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees that make it great. This is happening all the time because they're not allowed to stay. And I think we'll probably end up doing something about that. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue.
Thank you. And we agree that location. Yes, there's no one that has 20 years old, which will be for Turkey.
I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also. And you know, we're losing 5,000 to 6,000 people. Also, people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. It must be horrible to live like that. But we'll get it. But it's. I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, you know, they like to forget things. But, you know, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich. $300 billion they have right now. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, Chris.
For example, you know, a lot of these
it was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything
car
else.
washes that have inundated our
close to
city. I would
$100
like
a
to
barrel.
see us have a say as to how many
and
more
that also
car
kept the war
washes
going with
we're
Putin
going to be
because
allowing. I know that this is
$100 a
probably out
barrel,
of this,
that was a
you know,
big
discussion,
money-making
but I would like to
experience.
see
But
that
now
in the
it's
future.
down to where
Some
it's not
kind
so
of
good
either
for
water
them
commission
anymore.
or a water
No, it's very
board where
important
it
to get that
actually
solved. That's a
has
bloodbath. That's a
residents as
terrible
part of that
bloodbath that's
commission.
going
So
on.
hopefully
Yeah,
you
For certain that Laura is wrong.
that way.
Excuse me, Councilman Barrera is wrong. How's that? Okay.
You know, I want to say that I think Ardura with Dan Linedecker and Greg Reyes from Raytech are outstanding individual people, and they run good companies. I can't say enough about, I can go on and on about it.
For example, enhancing the treatment that we have to condition the water before it goes into the membrane. That can be done, reducing costs there, if you have enough expertise to know what levels you need what conditions the plant should be operating, and balancing that when the water is needed. For example, if you have heavy rainfalls, your water quality gets degraded, you get more turbidity in the water, so you have to work harder to clean it. In those situations, you have enough water.
Will the far-field study be available to the public to after it's done?
The inside of an apartment currently is something that I go and say you permit. It's unknown if anyone
Well, we're
would
not
like.
targeting. In fact,
Public, okay.
Yeah,
if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers.
Now the white
Our farmers are being hurt badly by
Can we do more than 30 MGDs in that location? I don't remember. We can?
They're not
We
citizens,
can. It
but they
depends on the
turned out to be,
technology and how
great.
much recovery you're getting.
And
But
we're
the
gonna have to do
permits,
something about
when
that.
they allow more, yes.
Farmers and take all their people
much
and
more?
send them
More or
back
less?
because they don't have
Food.
maybe what they're supposed
They
to
have
have,
a need
maybe
for their
not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They
They
get rid
have
of some of the people. 'Cause,
problem with
you know,
their
you go
rent.
into a farm and you look and
Okay.
people don't, they've been there
We
for
have
20,
many
25 years.
Mm,
And they work great and the owner of the farm loves them. and everything. You're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people to come and murder them and murder them from So we're going to have an order that
But
to
it
our
is by
farmers
far
and leisure
the most
too,
expensive way to
hotels.
make water. You should try everything
we're
else
gonna
before you do this.
Have to use a lot
We've
of
not
common
done that.
sense on that.
Currently, right now, the Mary Roads pipeline is running at what, 73% capacity? Until 15 months ago, it ran at 45% capacity. That's just atrocious. This is a huge asset that we paid for, the public paid for.
For a gray Honda Pilot, last seen headed towards City Hall, making the vehicles driving erratically.
It says
No
60.
driver description.
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement.
So it passes
with
as
Iran.
amended.
What was the first one?
We're fairly
Ma'am,
close to an agreement.
was the
We are
first one?
fairly
The
close
amendment?
to a pretty good agreement.
It was different than this,
It's got to be
wasn't it?
better than pretty good,
7-2.
though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in.
Against the location of it.
Blow it. Might help it.
Thank you,
actually,
Mr.
but it
Hernandez.
Also
Laramie
could blow it.
Fain?
But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd prefer the more friendly path.
What the Israelis told men and women who are stationed in the
They
Middle
didn't tell
East.
me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive conflict. We
Soon.
For approval. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Approval.
Thank you.
The next step.
For things that do not actually improve our quality of life or collective well-being, both of which would be irreparably harmed if you knuckle down on this facility. Hillcrest is not a side do not care. Greg Abbott offered to pay for every penny of this facility. It's bad governance. Say no.
Thank you.
And how strong
Melissa
our
Zamora?
military is. We have the strongest military in the world.
By end of year 2030. It just won't. It took us 8 years to build a bridge. And how long has Everhart?
End of World War II. And I called France and Macron was a good man. I said, what are you doing? He goes, we're celebrating World War II, our victory. I said, your victory? Your victory? Tell me about that. And then I called and I happened to speak to President Putin at the time. Now, in all fairness to him, he lost 51 million people and he did fight.
And we can do what's
Russia
best
fought.
for our
Sort of
city,
interesting.
one
He
life
fought
at a
with us in
time.
World War
Thank
II,
you.
and everybody hates
Thank
him.
you.
In Germany and Japan, they're fine. You know. Someday somebody will explain that, but I like Germany and Japan too. But Putin is a little confused by that. You know? He said, we lost 51 million people and we were your ally. And now everybody hates Russia, and they love Germany and Japan.
Women are concerned, I do. So whenever the brownie needs to go, because it's got to blend with the function eventually.
I want them to go
part of the effort includes an evaluation of exactly what type of...
And I was making all these calls. For some reason, I said about 4 different places. Celebrate. And I said, you know, we won World War I, right? We won them. And yet we're the only country that doesn't celebrate. Everybody celebrates except us. And I said we should celebrate too.
Several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they go? No Kings?
No Kings.
I don't
For a boy right now, he says it's even in front of Miller earlier. Let me contact him. He didn't say it. He's going to be 20 graphics.
He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, we got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king at all. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Go ahead.
For all
Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, Chuck?
For kings and all in authority.
I like him.
We may live peacefully and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. We bow our heads, we pray. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, your Son, to ask your guidance in the city council meeting this morning.
Item number 4 was pulled for public comment. I'm sorry.
How great this bill is.
What council member? Was that yours? Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
No tax on Social Security payments. It's unbelievable. No tax on overtime. No more tax. Those are big, but they're minor compared to the big things. Taxes reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in. But it's a 68% tax increase, and many other bad things. I don't know. Some of them are so bad. Don't even want to talk about them. I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country, and I think that Peter Thune, this gentleman right here, what
I'll go over it.
I'll go over it. Started off with a majority of 1. Now I guess we have 7, so it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right? And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you. I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed, it's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense.
Further states,
it's
my folks aren't fully comfortable. Treat me well wishes and thank me for my service.
Donald
Trump, on the other hand, took the Truth Social to call me a, quote, psychopathic nutjob,
they're all good. There's nothing
among other things.
tricky about it.
Yesterday, I received a threatening note filled with anti-Semitic comments and hateful attacks that mimic some of the same language used by the president.
Mike, not one.
I'm sure many of us on this committee face similar threats every day.
I don't know how they can run for office.
We have seen political assaults on both the left and the right. The attack on Charlie Kirk, the attempted assassination of the president.
For
being here today,
I
want to
they're using fake
first,
narrative.
talk about the
they're going to be strengthened. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Senate, the House, the whole thing. It's incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot.
Our nation's greatest security threat.
The one good thing with this, number one, it holds up forever, and number 2, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that. And
China is America's
it's just so much better. Huh? Very proud of you.
I can tell you, generally speaking, the rates of
we're joined today by
detrimental.
Great speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great speaker. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows?
Authorized anyone to be anonymous.
I think he is.
News reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation.
And he's doing something. The only thing I would say is more important than this one. And I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today.
Keep up that good fight you have it in you.
For Antifa and violent transgender
beautiful,
activists.
I added the word great, you know.
There have been essentially no incidents of violence by Catholics, pro-lifers, or parents at school board meetings, but there have unfortunately been multiple shootings motivated by leftist and transgender ideology, including recent attacks in Nashville, Colorado Springs, Denver, and Amarillo. Worse, the targeted violence reached a boiling point this past month. A few weeks ago, an anti-Christian, transgender, terrorist murdered 2 children
and terrorist organizations.
That's not just a paper transaction. I believe the list has been expanded since those first actions.
Secretary Chris
in
Wright,
terms of
everybody said
America's
he'd never be
military
able to get him. He's the
engagement
most talented.
with the cartels
man, they say
abroad,
in
in
the oil
terms of
and
our
gas
intelligence
industry. I'll let you
engagement
know
with
in
them
about 2
abroad,
years if
that
that's true.
designation has had real meaning and has affected some of the thinking and approaches of our military and our intelligence community. Can you talk a bit about how that designation might be affecting or should be affecting the FBI's approach to dealing with the domestic activity?
There's one person who's
Further
much
states,
better
my
than
folks
me.
aren't fully
I said, who?
comfortable
They
with this
said
guy.
Chris Wright. I said,
We
who
would
the hell
never
is
have known
Chris
this
Wright?
information.
I had
The
no
good
idea.
people of this
Now
great
everyone
country
knows
would
Chris
not have
Wright.
known
He's gonna be more
what took
famous than me.
place 8 years
But,
ago when they
he
were
said
trying
there's
to
a guy named
undermine
Chris Wright,
the guy elected
and if
by
we
we the
could get
people.
him, he'd be
I want
better
to
than
thank
I am, sir.
Attorney General
And
Bondi.
if you know Doug,
She set up
Doug's
a
not here,
special
is he?
strike force, a
If you knew
special
Doug,
team
he's
to
always
look into
working
this and see if
someplace,
there's
but if
any
you knew
criminal
Doug, you'd know
liability
that he doesn't
that
say
existed
that
what took
often.
place.
And he did.
Now,
And Chris, you're doing great.
in addition to getting
But
the truth to the
don't like
people,
the oil
Director
prices have
Patel
gone
is
up
getting the
just a
bad
little
guys
bit
off
over
the
last
street.
few days. I was going
He's
to call
moving
him just
for
really
reported
start
crimes
screaming
in
at
the
you.
nation, statistics, these are FBI
Are we okay? Nothing wrong,
statistics
right?
published
It's going to keep going
on
down a little
August
bit, right?
5th, 2025,
Because we have inflation
which
under control perfectly. You
details
probably saw the
decreases
records
in
of
murder-related
television saying,
assault
what's
and
going
robbery
on here?
in
Trump has proven to be
2024.
right. You know, all of these things.
Without
We've taken
objection.
in $88 billion in tariffs.
Gentleman from Kentucky is
in 2
recognized for
months.
unanimous consent.
$88 billion.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous
with no
consent
inflation.
to submit 2 sets
And
of
it was
documents.
smart,
The
they
first
won't
is
be.
a series of emails
Now, I
from
would
your
like to get this guy to lower
Kind of in
interest
this
rates.
matter, there's still a lot
Because, you know, if he
of
doesn't, we have to
public
pay.
questions that need to be
We have a
asked.
lot of short-term debt.
Let me shift to
Obama
another topic very
gave it to
quickly.
us
On
originally,
July
and
31st,
Biden
2025, the
carried it on. They
DOJ
like
and the
short-term.
CIA declassified
long-term
the annex
cheap debt.
to Special Counsel
But a
John
lot of the
Durham's
debt comes
2023
through. Is
report on
Biden-
Operation
that's what- oh, he didn't
Crossfire
know it. I'm sure he didn't know
Hurricane.
anything about it.
The 29-page Durham
But
Annex
somebody
contains
approved
previously classified information about,
short-term debt.
among
It's all
other
over
things,
the
the
place. And it
investigative
comes due starting
referral.
very soon.
You for your service.
And
Keep
if
up
we
the
would
good
lower
fight,
the
brother.
interest rates by
Don't
1
let him tear
point,
you down. Keep up that
we'd
good
pay
fight.
about
You have
1
it in
point
you.
less.
continuing that investigation.
That's
Among the
$300
declassified documents are the
billion
Durham
dollars
Report
a year.
Annex,
Can
the
you go
Crossfire
1 point?
Binder, and the
If you
Nellie
lower
Orr
it by 2
criminal
points,
referral. Could you
pay
summarize
$600
for
billion
those
a
watching
year. That's for
what we
years,
know
10
about the
years,
Russia
12 years,
collusion hoax so
whatever we
far?
make it.
From my memory, as the head of the
But we can't get
FBI,
this guy
he
to
was
do it.
charged
And the fake news
under
is saying,
then
if you fired
Director
him, it would
Brennan
be so bad.
and Director Clapper
It would be
and the
so
other
bad.
IC
I don't know why it
elements
would
to
be
come
so
in with the
bad, but
NSA,
I'm not gonna
CIA,
fire him.
FBI,
I just
and
want him
ODNI,
to, you know, we
and
call
put
him
together
Too-Late.
a collection of
Too-Late is
information
just Nick,
on
like Too Tall
how,
Jones. He was Too Tall,
the
T-O-O.
information sort of surrounding
And I
Russia
just say
came
this
together,
because
so he represented the FBI.
we want to get rid of
Former
inflation.
Director of CIA, John Brennan,
And we have.
he's denied that the Steele
But we're gonna be
dossier
paying
was
more
used
for
in
debt.
creating the ICA. Is that true?
Clear
And
for
all he
everyone
has to do is lower
is
it.
that, number one,
Europe's done
Director
10
Christopher
lowerings,
Wray,
Ron.
when he was appointed to be the head of the
And
FBI, was appointed
nobody
by
understands it.
Donald
Actually, today
Trump.
when the
now,
numbers came out,
I
they were
will
so
agree
good.
that
You saw
I
yesterday's
definitely
numbers,
take issue
incredible.
with a number
No
of
inflation.
decisions that Donald
Today's
Trump
numbers-
makes, especially when it comes to the people that he decides to appoint to very important positions, including
just
this one,
came out,
because
same
I
thing,
did
no
have to
inflation.
make
You're all
sure that I
shocked.
wasn't
All
going
these guys are
crazy.
watching for,
But when I say that you are the
business,
least qualified
For that, and we appreciate your
And,
service.
all
We
of these
appreciate
different
the results
networks.
speak for themselves,
Maria
I think, pretty
Bartiromo
plainly,
actually
and your
got it
commitment
right.
not only
She's
to
been getting
results,
it
but
right
to
for a long time. That one,
transparency.
she's
So we
appreciated.
do appreciate that.
And Joe Kieran's
Director,
been
who
very
was
good at
John Durham?
CNBC, I must tell you, but other people
He was
aren't so good.
a former federal
But I will
prosecutor,
say that,
United States attorney, and ultimately
they are
appointed
just- they can't believe what's
special
happening,
counsel
but
in the
if I
first
could-
Trump administration.
Correct.
Because
And
we
what
can
was
discuss
there was
all the press. We've got
a
a lot of
document that he released in
cameras
his
rolling
findings
right now.
called the
Not that I
Durham
like doing it,
Report.
'cause I don't.
What was the Durham
But
Report?
if we take,
Wishing
if we
to
cut
harm
our
our
interest
children.
by
The
1
FBI
point,
and the men and
for
women are
years,
getting after that
we
problem
saved
set more than ever
300
because
billion.
I've unleashed them
If
to
we cut
do
it by
so.
2
And any
points, we saved-
situation that
because
these
it's
tragic
pretty
occurrences
equivalent.
across the country are somehow singularly my fault or disgusting because that watershed goes down to the men and women at the FBI, and they are not responsible for it. I'm happy to work with you to get them what they need.
Gentle lady controls the time. Unanimous consent request.
The problem
Thank you
very much. Into the record.
Thank you for your service. And I've got to say, one of the most disheartening components of the previous administration,
no inflation.
when I was working with local law enforcement all over the state of North Carolina, all over the country, people rightfully did not really care about the inner workings of Washington, D.C. The FBI had previously been the paramount, the sterling, the top of the top law enforcement agency. They wanted their FBI to fight crime, whatever small town, city, whatever it may be.
For a video
In May, Attorney General Bondi reportedly told Trump that his name had indeed appeared multiple times throughout the Epstein files. And not long thereafter, in July, you and the Attorney General released a memo claiming that, quote, no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. In a few short months, how did you go from being transparency for the Epstein files to being a part of the conspiracy and cover-up? The answer is simple.
The assassin and culprits. At approximately 5 p.m. local time, I arrived on the ground and walked the crime scene myself. And we flew multiple FBI assets in and out to process DNA simultaneously while bringing in evidence response technicians, hostage rescue teams, and other experts to assist state and local law enforcement with investigation. At 8 p.m. local on September 11th, the FBI collected and populated and promulgated at a press conference a video on the ground. We also released enhanced
short-term for a year.
Tax purposes,
let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves
Charlie Zeus,
7, 8, maybe even $900 billion
in the company
a year.
that owns Sheehan.
What is he doing? Why doesn't he?
Which I disclosed during my confirmation process.
You certainly
and
did.
With that, we'll get into the California standard, which is a disaster.
You still hold that stock
so
in
Chris
that
Wright, you
Chinese
can get the
company?
numbers down. Thank you very much.
Pursuant to the
Lee Zeldin, one of the most important
Justice
men in
review
this
of
room.
my
He's the
material
man.
that was submitted
I
during
get
the
nervous when I
Justice,
talk.
Partnership for Safety and Justice, the Beer
He's doing
Institute
a
of
great
Justice.
job.
The amount of dollars flowing from George Soros through and to these organizations and to the various prosecutors
you can take 2
that
weeks
have
for that
resulted in
approval.
increased crime on our
It
streets,
used to take 20
including
years,
the
then they
brutal
wouldn't approve
murder
it.
of the Ukrainian refugee
Now
in
I say,
Charlotte.
Lee,
I bring that up
nuclear,
because
I'll give
that
you
is
2 weeks
one
for
component
approval.
of the problem.
A coal-fired plant.
In addition, we have
You
an
only get a
organized
couple of
effort
days.
targeting
And
our
oil
border.
and gas will give you a
The
week,
NGOs,
okay?
the
Something like
nonprofits,
that.
and the deep
But he's
pockets.
doing it so
a
fast,
false
and we have
claim
so
that
many
Russia
plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see.
More to be done to
Because we
uncover
have
debts
to
and
produce
origins of
tremendous,
Russian
especially the AI.
There is, and we're doing it.
Beyond believable.
Why should
amounts
Americans
of
still care about
electricity?
that, Director Patel?
And they're doing. I said to
Everybody
them,
wants
I
to
think
talk
this was
about a
more or less my
weaponized
idea. They
bureaucracy.
didn't have the idea only because they
When we
didn't
put
think
out
a
the
thing like
facts
this
about a
was
weaponized
possible.
bureaucracy,
I
not
said,
because
as
I
you
said
build
so,
your plant,
because we
you're going
found
to
the
become a
FISA
utility.
documents, because we found the
And you're going to build
302s
a
and
separate plant right
1023s.
alongside of it. You're
Then
going
it
to build
becomes a
it. You're going to
political
build
focus for the
a plant
president.
that
The president
produces
speaks for himself.
electricity.
You agree with the
And you'll
president?
produce it through
On what matter?
natural gas.
The question that
coal,
I just asked, do you agree with
nuclear.
his statement
We don't want to
about the
produce it
radical
through wind
left?
because
That
we don't
there's
feel like ruining 15 hours
Ideology
of
that's
beautiful
driving
plains
violence on
and
both
beautiful
sides, yes,
vistas.
that's what he acknowledged.
No,
And,
he didn't. He
but we
didn't. But
want to
I'm glad
produce
that
it. You know,
you're saying
interesting,
that
the
and
Chinese
actually
opening
creating
up
some separation
a,
between
coal
you and
plant
the
every
president. And I'm
single
glad that
week.
you
That's literally
are
not what
happening.
acknowledging
It might be
that
2
there is
plants
violent
every single
extremism
week.
on both sides.
And, you know,
What's
usually that's a good
interesting
gauge
is
of
that
they're
for
using coal. I guess we're
information
supposed to use coal. And, you know, we
from
went to
the
a coal
administration. Is
standard.
that correct?
That's right.
Is it go beyond the administration?
And we're going to go beyond it. We're already getting the documents from the admin. We've moved way past, because that discharge petition was filed 6 weeks ago. We've already deposed, again, the former Attorney General. We've got dates set for others to come in. We're down for others to come in. We're downloading 34,000 pages of documents. We met with the victims today and got more names that they said in front of the minority, and we're going to press forward. We're way ahead of this discharge petition. I don't think it's necessary at all.
I endorse your son. He's running in
You are going to be in a very unique position of being the
I think much
arbitrator.
more so than you. I explained it. They didn't care. You were his largest impediment. No, Mulligan. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big. Because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid press. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority. But I said to this big truck, Scalise, who's a brave man. He's a rough guy, smart guy. Steve went through. He said, I got thousands. And we have a lot of other people here that I've been buying them for 50 years. Your name down, and I'm looking, and I see people's names. I do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator.
This announcement today is about consumer choice and affordability for American families. It's also about making our country,
in a lot of ways, and he's a great
auto industry more competitive, Mr. President, and you said that very eloquently. As you know, Mr. President, one size is like those adopted in California.
Who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. We're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than what we signed. John Houston. Had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening. Moving along in Ohio. John, good luck. You're going to do well. But to further defend our auto workers,
John Curtis,
I impose this
terrifically.
25% tariff
Good job.
on all
They all
foreign
say excellent.
automobiles
What can
and
I-
investment in American
Good job.
manufacturing and
And
auto
Bernie Moreno,
manufacturing.
who
All
won a race that was
manufacturing
not
is
winnable.
surging.
They all said it's
And,
not winnable.
I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant
He
future.
won in Ohio. They said you can't win that race.
20% less
It's a
money.
waste of time. You just
And I
wasted
want to
your
thank
time,
you,
right,
man.
Bernie?
You have done some
Wasn't
job.
a
Thank you,
waste of
Mike.
time, was
Thank
it?
you. And they won by like 5
You guys
points,
wanna
too.
come up
Won
and
by a lot.
along with Representatives Kevin Kiley, Vince Fong,
4
Jay
seconds.
Obernolte,
And it was at
Doug
12:30 in the evening.
Lamaffa.
I actually made a call,
Daryl
didn't pick
Issa
up.
was
I
there.
called
I
him a
haven't seen
second
him in
time,
such a long time.
and he
Look
picked
at
up.
you.
And I
How
told him,
good
I
you
said,
look,
you have to
huh?
get your ass in gear because you're going to have a
Good
problem
when you have those
there.
big margins.
And he
It's
would
easier.
have, if we didn't bring the military in, he would have had, you would
John
have right
Joyce,
now
great
something.
guy.
And I went
John,
through it
thank you.
because I
Thank you,
follow the
John.
rules 100%.
Dusty
and I watched
Johnson,
in Minnesota,
Morgan
where you have the
Griffin,
man who ran
Troy
for
Balderson,
vice president
Troy
of the
from,
United States for the. They said we explained
a
it. They
place
didn't
called
care.
Ohio.
They said we're
And
going
he
all electric.
played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, I tell you, he's become a good politician.
They
Where
can't
is
be
Troy
stupid
now?
because anybody
Where
that
I
can
haven't
cheat
seen
on
him
elections
for
like
years.
them
I
is not a
endorsed you
stupid
early when he
person.
was early and younger.
But they must hate our country.
But you still look
But I
young,
said to
and
this
you've done
big truck, I said,
fantastically good work.
Sir, I've
Really
been
good
buying
work.
trucks my whole damn life. He's a rough guy, smart
Claudia
guy.
Tenney.
He
New
said, I
York.
got
Claudia.
thousands of
Thank
them.
you, Claudia.
I've been buying them for 50
John
years.
James.
Years.
John
We
James.
saved 300 billion.
I
If we
don't
cut it by 2
know.
points, we saved.
You know, he's running for
Because it's
governor,
pretty
but I'm not sure I'm
equivalent.
happy about that, John.
We're going to say.
Do we have somebody good to take your seat?
600
Because otherwise
billion
we're not
a year.
letting him run for governor.
600 billion. Because of
You have
one
somebody good,
numbskull
right? Okay.
that
as long
sits
as
here.
you like him,
I don't
they'll
see
win.
enough reason
Tracy
to
Mann.
cut the
Tracy,
rates,
thank you
no.
very much.
And the
Thank you
problem
very
is
much.
that is
Appreciate
that,
it.
and look,
Michael
for
Baumgartner.
new power plants, they
Michael.
want to block the approvals. They want you
Thank
to
you, Michael. Good.
have
Good
a car
job.
with electric, but they
David
block
Rouser.
the
Rouser.
production of
Thank you.
the juice that runs the cars. Of
Thank
course.
you very
It's just
much,
the craziest thing.
Brett
We're in a different
Guthrie.
sphere now. We're in a whole
Brett,
different planet.
thank you, Brett.
Right now, the result would be rolling
Rudy Yakum.
blackouts and a collapse
Thank
of
you.
our power systems.
Thank
We'd have
you,
a
Rudy.
total collapse. You couldn't
And I
do
want to
it.
thank
Couldn't
you all.
even
There's
do
some
it.
additional people
Think
in
of
the
it, they're
room, but
forcing you to
we
do
have to get
something. And
For
this is
American
like
families
big.
and
This is a big
businesses,
one.
we need
Under the
realistic
previous administration,
national
the previous
standards.
administration. I
With the
could go
signing
point after
of this
point, everything they
resolution,
did,
Mr.
open
President,
borders, men playing
you
in women's
have
sports,
delivered the
transgender
leadership
for everybody,
that
everybody.
trucking
Let's go
industries
transgender.
need.
What a group of
Promises
people you had
made,
over there. They must have
promises
hated our
kept.
country. Under the
On
previous
behalf of the
administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers for
to
new
control
power
the
plants.
future of the
They
entire
want to block
car
the
industry all
approvals.
over
They
the
want you
country,
to
all over the world,
have a
actually.
car with electric, but they block.
They have to build a car.
The
They can't
production
build
of the
19 different
juice that
cars
runs the
called the
cars.
same thing.
All of them, all
And
forms of
really,
cars.
it was all
Just
over the
craziest
world
thing.
what was happening.
We're in a different
approved
sphere now. We're in a whole different
Governor
planet.
Gavin
Right now, the
Newsom's
result would be
ridiculous
rolling
plan to impose
blackouts
a
and a
100%
collapse of our
ban
power
on all
systems.
new
We'd have a total
gas-powered
collapse. You
cars.
couldn't do it. You couldn't even
Within
do
a
it.
very short period
Think
of
of it.
time.
They're
Think of
forcing
this.
you to do something. You couldn't
For
buy
years,
any other car.
we
except
saved
an electric
300 billion.
powered car.
If we cut
And
it
in
by 2
California,
points,
they
we
have
save
blackouts and brownouts.
because
They
it's
don't have
pretty
enough
equivalent.
electricity right now to do
We're
the
going to
job.
say we're going to spend
And countrywide,
600
you have to
billion a
spend
year,
$4
$600
trillion
billion because
to
of
build
one
the
numbskull
firing plants
that
to build,
sits
to
here.
be able to.
I don't
they go
see
to firing-
enough
they go to a
reason
lot of
to
things. Charging
cut the
plants,
rates
firing
now.
plants.
And the problem
$4
he's
trillion
got is
you
that,
have to spend.
and I explained to him, look,
In the
for
Midwest, 20% less
They built
money.
9
And I
of
want to
them.
thank you, man. You have done some
9
job. Thank you, Mike.
individuals, like a pump.
Thank you, everybody.
Just like a pump.
You guys
Except
wanna
instead
come
of
up
gas,
here?
electricity comes out. They spent, actually, they built 8 of them.
For the most part, it's not that hard to get a
$9
study published
billion
somewhere.
dollars.
I mean, there are thousands
For 8.
of vaccine studies.
8 little
Those were ones
hoses,
that we
$9
originated.
billion. Now I'm sure
None
None of them had anything to do with inciting violence. He made a statement earlier.
They
I
approved
advocated
Governor
violence against science.
Gavin's ridiculous.
I objected.
So ridiculous. By the way, you
I
would
have
bring
advocated
the military
violence for anybody.
Like from even
in?
asking
Houses
a
would be
question.
burning down right now.
Much less finding the
His
answer.
damn houses burned down because you didn't
The purpose
have
of
the
these
water
hearings
that
is to
you should
force
have.
the
They have so much
acknowledgement
water. They have so much
of reality.
water.
For maternal and
We had to send
fetal
in the
milk,
to free up the water.
despite the fact that
And we
early
did that
evidence
right after the fires. We
indicated
told him to
quite
do it
the
the first
opposite.
term. But just like
Pregnancy
that
itself was
ridiculous plan,
protective
this is a
against COVID-19 maternal
plan to
mortality.
think of it, a
Dr.
plan
Jay
to
Winston
ban
an initiative
100
director
and they call
at
it the
Harvard School of
100%
Public
ban
Health, described
on
the
all new
government's
gas-powered
vaccine marketing
cars
approach in a 2020
and
CBS
abolish
News interview.
75%
He
of the
explained
gas-powered
that the
trucks.
strategy was to,
75%.
quote, go for
The
the
trucking
low-hanging
industry saw me,
fruit.
they said,
For those
"Sir, it
people.
doesn't work."
There are
Number one,
people
the
in
trucks
this
are so
room
heavy,
that have
they're
gotten that
2.5 times
suicide
heavier
note.
than a diesel.
And they're still not
powered
acknowledged. They're still being gaslit. They're still being
one of the
vilified.
big truckers.
So that's the reality
28,000
situation.
Trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, I said, did you explain these things to the government officials? Like
because of what
the
you
truck weighs 2.5
and Donald
times
Trump
more.
have done
2.5
over
times
the
more
last
than
8
a
months
regular truck, a
protect the
gasoline-powered
American
diesel.
people. The American
And he
people
said,
couldn't count on their government to protect
based on that, we have to rebuild
Crime
every
is
bridge in
rampant.
the United States.
And now
of
we have a
America,
president
because it
and an
wasn't
admin-
whole cars
that
and
puts the
trucks
American people
that
and their
heavy
safety
because the
first.
batteries
Forced
are
a
very
vote
heavy.
to release and get the subpoena out. We will continue to take those actions. But any action that promotes transparency, we're going to support.
And
if there's going to be a resolution, of course, it's going to come in front of the Congress to support additional transparency and openness in the Epstein files. We are going to support that. And any other committee that brings forward any other resolutions, we will support.
Buses and
but that does not somehow
they want to abolish
to actually engage
certain
in
categories
safety,
of truck,
recognizing that Congress,
but they
in its
want to
wisdom,
go
at least in that
75%
part, was wise. It made
of all of these trucks have
HHS
to be
responsible for vaccine
abolished.
safety.
Almost
And of course, if
immediately. I mean,
HHS
the
is not
time
doing the
is
simple parts of the
crazy.
mandate for safer childhood vaccine, which
And
underpins all
they
of
don't
vaccine
go
safety in this
far.
country, of putting
With a little
biannual reports to
problem.
Congress,
With a tank
of having
of
a
diesel,
task
you
force.
can
You
go
think they're
from
doing
New
the
York
hard part? And part one, of course.
to
you're
Los
right.
Angeles if you want to go to Los Angeles right now.
Foreign terrorist organizations
But New York
overseas
to
in places
Los
like
Angeles,
Afghanistan
and you
and
can
Iraq.
go
The
back a little
FBI
bit.
received certain authorities
With
to go out
the,
there and
electric truck,
dedicate
you'll
a
stop
mission to go after
approximately
them
6
both
times.
lawfully and investigatorily and collect
Enjoy your-
evidence and provide it to
enjoy
our
your
interagency
stop.
partners. Once the foreign
And the
terrorist
truckers saw
organization
me, and I said,
designation
"Did you
was
just
labeled
explain
over
this?
to the
Because this
Mexican
is
drug
like-
cartels, we can now
You know,
do
if
that
you
here.
explained it, if a person's
and in
reasonable
Mexico,
for the-
and in
so we
Colombia,
explained
and in
it, they didn't
Venezuela, and
care.
anywhere else they are.
They said,
And
"We're
so
going
that's the
all
best
electric."
analogy I have. What we're able to do is take our
Yeah.
counterterrorism platform.
It can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But I said
Informed
to this big
consent
trucker, said,
requires true
"Sir,
and
I've been buying
transparent
trucks
data.
my whole
And we
damn
can sit here
life."
and hear
He's a rough
the
guy,
mantra,
smart guy.
the typical
He
narrative
said, "I got
of safe,
thousands of 'em.
effective,
I've been
save
buying
millions
them
of
for 50
lives."
years. And
But in
every
reality,
single year they got
that's
better.
not
They got
true.
more
Bender,
efficient, they
former
got bigger,
prosecutor,
they got
top
stronger.
staffer on the House Intelligence Committee,
I
Deputy
build
Director of
apartments in
National
my
Intelligence
trucks now
with the
for the
National Security
drivers.
Council, Chief of
So
Staff
what's
of
an
the Department of
apartment? That's
Defense,
on the
and
cab,
FBI
but
Director.
it's-
I think that's
And sir, I know you like
pretty good
luxury,
resume
but
for the guy
you
who's now
wouldn't mind living in one
one of
of
the top
these. I
law
said,
enforcement
maybe
agency
I
in our
would, maybe
country,
I wouldn't.
and we've seen all the stats that he's
I mean,
given
it
to the
doesn't
committee
sound too
on how
appealing,
much
but-
better they're doing at getting the bad guys.
But-
With that, I recognize the
So
gentleman
what's
from
the
South
problem?
Carolina.
He said, so.
Thank you, Mr.
noticed
Chairman.
one thing.
Director Patel,
50
I
years,
think you're
every
witnessing
single
some.
year, one thing
Former Prime
happened.
Minister of Israel and
They got
head
better.
of military intelligence
They got
for
stronger,
Israel.
they got
Without
more
objection.
It may have held that title when he
faster.
met Epstein.
They could carry
and
any
then,
load.
Yes.
Without objection,
If we
gentleman will
went
hold
to
for a
this
second.
standard,
Gentleman from
we'd
Maryland
go
recognized.
back
Thank you, Mr.
beyond
Chairman. Just
50
one UC
years.
request. This is Judge
wouldn't
Engelmeyer's
go as
decision
far
from
as a truck
August in U.S.
50
versus
years ago.
Epstein stating the
It would be
government's
too heavy and have all
100,000
the
pages of
other
Epstein
problems.
files
He said, we're
dwarfs
going
the
backwards.
70-odd pages of
Taking a
Epstein
truck
grand
and
jury
we'd be
materials.
starting all over, but actually it would be worse because it
Ford
was
has
better
just
50
announced
years
it's
ago
going to
than-
invest $500
So
million.
I said, what are you going to do if I don't
Some
win
of the
this
things
election? This was
involved in
before
what we
the
just did.
election.
General Motors is
He
going to
said, "You don't
spend
win the
$4 billion.
election, I'm gonna
They
close
just
up my
announced that
business 'cause I'm
yesterday.
not gonna lose
Stellantis
He said,
announced that it's
"I'm not
going to
gonna lose
reopen
my
its
ass."
Belvedere assembly
I know
plant. That's
exactly
good.
what's going to happen.
I know the plant very well. Had a lot of
The
problems.
craziest thing I've ever
We're
had.
going to spend $5 billion.
It's no
And
good.
Hyundai announced that it will
It
invest
doesn't work. And
$21
I'm
billion
all for electric.
in
If you
America.
want to buy electric, you can buy electric cars. Are great.
Fortunately, some have become violent, some have even
buy the
committed
right
mass
ones,
ones.
shootings,
Cars are
and the
great.
partner of one of them
And
assassinated
you
Charlie
should be
Kirk.
given the option, buy the
Director
electric
Patel,
car, buy a
is the
gasoline
FBI
powered
looking
car, buy a
into the
hybrid.
role that these
Probably
gender
not hydrogen,
clinics may
because
have
hydrogen
in
has a
recent attacks
tendency
in
that when it blows
in-
up your
in-
gunzo,
in-
it's
in
over.
making these mentally ill.
They find you 75 yards down
We're
the road.
looking at the
you know.
entire spider
Where
web
is he? Well, I think
for
that's
any
him,
of these
but
attacks, be it Denver,
I'm not sure.
or Charlie,
So,
or
you know,
where have you.
they said, we think we
And
can solve the
that's
problem. I said, that's not good enough. No, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over. it'll make your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty bad. But some people like it. I don't know.
Forward,
Let's see what
and
happens.
we can do what's best
I
for
would
our
say it's off
city,
to a bad
one
start.
life at a time. Thank you.
But because of the size of California's population,
forward with more evidence and we will look at it. And the evidence that we had was the same evidence that the Biden and Obama Justice Departments had. And they determined, not me, they determined that that information was not credible.
He's not letting me even ask my
questions. This is
You ask him questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says, but that
I'm
doesn't mean you get to interrupt
answering
him.
my question.
Mr. Chairman, can we restore the gentlelady 45 seconds so she can
We will give her
complete her question?
additional 30 seconds, which is what I said
I'm
earlier.
going to keep taking my time.
No, you'll
Because
take the time that you get.
you
get
are
30
not
seconds.
answering
internal combustion engine, which
Found vaccinated
most people
children were
prefer,
healthier.
like so far,
and
I'd say
no
about
doubt
90%. In fact,
would have been
General
published
Motors
immediately.
announced
But
yesterday
because it
they're
found
going to
the
spend about
opposite,
$6 billion
shoved
on
in a drawer.
because of tariffs, and maybe because of my election on November 5th, but because of tariffs, I thought coming back. They're coming back from other countries. We have now almost $15 billion. We had almost nothing last year, and the year before that, very little. Nobody wanted to do that. Nobody wanted to do that because we were like stupid people. We look like stupid people. But they wanted to share our domestic supply chains and literally
Mind the public's access to information, my oversight work. I immediately issued a subpoena to HHS when I became chairman of this committee. The subpoena records I am releasing today, which are discussed in the interim report, do not contain FOIA redactions and will finally provide the public a more complete understanding of the Biden administration's awareness of the risks of myocarditis following COVID-19 injection. So now here's a brief timeline.
Lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers.
First name Jennifer.
And now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got in the Teamsters too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters guys. They like Trump.
Block 14 requesting an individual,
Everybody
please.
knew that the auto workers knew better than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto breakers.
Ranking Member
But he
Garcia,
didn't like me at
that
all. Now he's going
he
around
has
saying,
now been
"It's
treated
unbelievable."
favorably by the
He was
Trump
very nice to me
administration
the last few months.
after saying some
During the
things they
campaign,
like.
no, but
And what we haven't
I've-
heard
I've
from you, Chair
proven, yeah, I've
Comer,
proven it.
is a
I've
commitment
done what I
not
said
to
I was
say,
gonna
well,
do.
it's
We
going to be in the
brought back tremendous
subpoenas,
measures.
but to have a hearing
And
on
you're having
why.
auto plants built
Will you
all
commit to
over the
having a
country.
hearing to
All over
determine
the-
why it's moved to
leaving from
a more
Mexico, they're
favorable
leaving
conditions
from
after that
Canada, they're
interview?
leaving from
We'll
other parts
frankly
of the
is
world.
extremely
If they want a
expensive and
Mercedes
doesn't
Benz,
give
you're
you
gonna
any
have it made
return.
here. It's okay to have a
So
Mercedes,
this
but you don't
allows
make it
us,
here,
it's going to
otherwise
free me up and
they're
our
gonna pay a very
companies
big
up
tariff.
to
They already
invest
are.
in
That's one of the
what
reasons
people
we have
want,
$88 billion.
in the cars they want.
It's a lot of money,
And
but that's peanuts compared to what
it's a
we're
great
gonna be
day.
making
So,
in another few
Mr.
months.
President,
They haven't
Congress,
even
thank you,
kicked in yet.
Steve. Everybody,
But we're not
thank
going
you so much.
to
Thank you.
let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people either
And a
corrupt
friend of
or
mine for a
really
long-
dumb. And they're supposed to be economists. Cindy, campaign, I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majorities in Congress have delivered, and I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious, it's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get one, two? Military to free up the water. And we did that right
35.
after the fires. We
I
told
think
them to
that's
do it in
great.
the first term.
You know, I think that's
But just
great.
like
You
that
got 35
ridiculous plan,
Democrats.
this is a
I think that's great.
plan to
That,
ban,
as far
think
as
of
I'm
it, a
concerned-
plan to ban 100, and they
Senate.
call it the 100% ban
On something that's so good.
on all new
Who is the one?
gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry saw me, they said, sir, it doesn't work. I shouldn't have asked.
Prince Inverse.
I congratulate her. I don't-
message.
I think it's,
Clear
I think it's
frequency for
great.
emergency message.
It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith? But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill totally killed. Can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. Signed 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever. And they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people was showing me that to save like a half a glass of fuel cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to say, this much fuel that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, small one, a very small one. But think of it, your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. And I like others too, but I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. It was nice. We won by like so much. Nobody even talked about anything else. But that was a great victory. But it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to watch my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech. And the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars,
from
and they don't
the
work
church,
in coal.
the pastors.
I said, I didn't know that.
Honestly, I don't
And
believe I'll be supporting this. So,
other than that, they're wonderful. But
Councilman,
no, but if you're in a cold, how do you do that? But
You
they're
said it's
electric
14 feet,
cars, and I noticed
right?
that, and then
Correct.
I didn't pay much
14 feet
attention
short.
because we won
That's
by like
like from here
65
to
points.
the mayor,
So I was more interested
more or less.
in that. But
Whereas
I do
I
remember
would say
that
just
scene.
over
I said,
an
what the hell
NBA
is
basket,
going on
that's
over
that's
here?
exactly 10 feet. So
This
just a
historic
hair over
action
it.
will
I know
also
the
help us
area.
reduce
I travel
inflation
that
and
area
bring
all
down
the
the
time,
price
and
of
from the ill effects of
automobiles
SWIFT
and electricity
bond
very, very
defeasance,
substantially.
which
You know, we're
is,
building
an
massive
important
electricity
consideration.
right now. It's already started because of that guy right
A
there, Lee
September
Zeldin.
poll
By far
conducted
the
by my
most
town,
important
Our Future,
man
this
in the
was
room, Mr. Speaker.
brought up earlier.
Stand up.
Conducted by DeVille Associates and performed 3% of Corpus Christi voters who
He
responded
blows
to the
you
poll,
guys away, John.
Support
He blows
restarting the Inner Harbor
politicians
Desal
away. I'm
Project.
sorry right
From
now.
District 1,
He actually had a great hand. That was another race that was not
City Order
winnable.
032-969-23
I think what you're doing now is even bigger if you want to know the truth. I
The
think
first
it's
page I
actually more
brought in my
important if
packet
you
is
can see that.
the memo that was given
Under
to
the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of
from
the
the fire
mandates.
department.
Nonsense that they had to do. And there's so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wells is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman. Most powerful woman in the world, they say.
I was one of those cagapalos for those at home.
She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wells. One phone call. And she could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls. And she's doing a great job. More importantly, right? Doing a great job. Nobody like her. Energy prices would likewise serve as a radical left force more electric vehicles onto the grid while they want to block your approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars. All of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're in a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power
from
systems.
the church, the pastors, but honestly, I don't.
Think of it, they're forcing you to do something. They want you to
From the church, the pastors, but honestly, I don't believe I'll be supporting this. So.
And in one of our smallest high schools.
Councilman Kentu.
Point that you get to the point
have a
where
lot of
you
fun
know every
talking about
child's
that
name.
You said it's 14
because
feet,
on the two
right?
sometimes
Correct.
in an at-risk,
14 feet short.
neighborhood.
I said, what would
That's
happen
like
if
from
we
here
don't
to
send it? We went
But
the
then there's
mayor.
also the loss
North
of
Carolina,
loss
South
more.
Whereas I would say just over an NBA basket, that's exactly 10 feet, so just a hair over
One
it.
problem. They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat will not float, sir. it's so heavy, and it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle was a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question is, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember? And I used to be
in the Office of the President. The FBI may be abandoning its commitment to investigating public corruption.
Jumping 5 or 6
Since its creation in the wake of the Watergate scandal, the Public Integrity Section has been one of the crown jewels of the Department of Justice, investigating and prosecuting corruption among the nation's public officials and acting as a key safeguard against politicized prosecutions. This section's work has been supported by
pulled from their day jobs to address a Trump priority. It states morale is the worst I've seen, said one law enforcement source. The Bureau is becoming unrecognizable. Lots of people are weighing really difficult decisions right now.
And we're saving our entire country from a disaster.
From that prosecution and from that evidence and prohibiting the collection of further material. That is the original sin. We are working with Congress to produce more than any administration ever has material on Epstein. And I welcome the challenge to tell us that we are not being as transparent as the law allows. We even went to court and asked the judges to lift those prosecutorial agreements and to lift those court order seals, and they denied us 3 times. Congress is welcome to do the same and join the fight.
The American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all.
That are not critical.
You know, we just call them just workers.
I'd like to
we
play
fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. That's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people.
Anti-terrorism.
I just saw with TikTok. I was number 1 on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that?
I'd like to play the video.
I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? And we probably will save TikTok.
From our interagency, so.
But in my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it.
You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases uncovered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel.
Which he does.
I'm just saying.
From a foreign intelligence asset information, which was demonstrably false, turned over to the FBI, who walked into a federal FISA secret court and asked for a secret surveillance court order and lied to the federal court, and we know that because someone was convicted of it, and only to surveil a political opponent. So that is a massive scandal. We helped expose it. And in terms of the pages of productions, I provided 1,400 pages of production related to Crossfire Hurricane, and my predecessors have provided zero.
Happening to everybody, I'll be able to compete. It's a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you.
American public.
I talked about it. It's incredible. You know, you would have thought he would have been
using the
from day
FBI
one.
to
You
serve
got to
as a
make sure you don't do the EV mandate,
at times have appeared
the abolishing.
unequivocal.
It's very honest in that sense.
Gentlelady yields
And
back.
he did say, I actually asked him because it was
simply put
really
from another colleague who now is leaving Congress because they said that they were calling his wife anonymously and threatening her life to the extent that she ended up sleeping with a firearm.
You can make them, but it'll be by the market,
very
judged by the
elaborate
market.
and theatric.
And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as
government service,
do good, we make a better
I don't give a
product.
damn what they say about me.
That's very
as long as I'm succeeding in the mission.
That was my answer.
We're succeeding in the mission because the men and women of the FBI have never been empowered to do more work
I don't know
and to
why,
hit the
over
streets
much
harder
smaller
than by
things
President
than
Trump's
that.
authorities and
As
resources
part
he's
of
given
the
us.
one big,
And so all I
beautiful
care
bill
about is
will
that we are
also
capturing
further
more child
slash
predators
the
than ever
funding
before,
for the
taking more
Green New
drugs off the
Scam, as
streets
you
than
know,
ever
it's the greatest
before,
scam in
that we are
history.
capturing murderers.
Saving American taxpayers hundreds of
Thank
billions
you,
of dollars.
Mr. Director. Just to be clear, how many of
the
the
windmills are
Epstein
killing our
files were
country,
released
by
in
the
the
way.
4 years of the Biden
The
administration?
fields are littered with that
And how many have you released?
I don't have the
And they
number,
get
but
older and
it's
they
got to
get
be
rusty
thousands
and
of
they
pages.
get bad. And
I was going to ask you
this is other
to
countries also.
begin
It's the greatest
whether
scam in
Americans
history.
are safer
Most
today
expensive energy
than
you
they
can
were
buy.
9 months ago, but you
They're
cited
ugly. A friend of
dramatic
mine,
increases in criminal arrests
comes from
since you've
Minnesota.
taken
He's
office,
been in New York.
dramatic
He hit it big. He's a
decrease
very
in
successful
crime
guy,
that's
actually.
resulted
From 2006, 7,
And
and
he
8,
wanted to
and
go
the
back
search
to
warrants
his
from
mother who's not
2006, 7, and
well,
8.
and he went back
That's
to
what we're
Minnesota.
working
Hasn't
with.
been
Wait,
back
have
there
you
20
released
years.
all of the stuff that the
And he said,
FBI
"It's
has seized
unbelievable
from
what
Epstein's
happened." He said, "I'm
house?
driving
The computers, the
down
emails, the file
highway
cabinets,
and
the documents?
up a
What
Every
about the
road
financial
and those
records? Have you
beautiful
released all of
fields.
that?
I remember
Everything
them
the
so
court
well.
has allowed us to
Which
release.
court are you
And I was so
talking
looking
about?
Three
forward to
separate
seeing
federal
him again,
courts
and I looked
have
at him
come
about
in and
windmills
said,
all
We're
over.
talking about the evidence you've got. It's got
Horrible
nothing to do
structures.
with what those
Very smart
courts
guy.
have.
Do you have any
We're talking
idea
about the
how the
evidence.
law
He
works?
said
Do
these
you want me
ugly, these ugly, horrible things.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
he
Chairman,
said it
for
was
holding
so
this hearing.
bad, I
Thank
actually
you,
drove back
Director
to
Patel,
see it
for being
because
here
I couldn't
today.
believe it.
I
Before I even got
have
to
a
my
couple of
mother, I
questions
drove back.
regarding
how
a
much do you like
terrible
your mother?
shooting that occurred in Colorado.
But no,
a state
it hurt him
that
to
you
see
may
it.
know
He
that I
said, I
represent.
looked at this
You've
field.
testified
It was one of the most
previously.
beautiful in my
I think
own
what you would describe as your
mind and
efforts to provide
imagination
more information
that I've ever
regarding the
seen. And I
investigation
said, it's
with
littered
respect to
with
the horrific
this
assassination of Mr.
garbage.
Kirk. And so, in that
It
same
looked like a
vein, I'm
junkyard, he
hoping
said.
doing that, and that's
and
my focus.
some,
What was
get
Comey's
different
role in
manufacturers,
creating the
and
ICA?
they don't look alike.
Speaking from my
And,
memory,
uh,
as the head of the
different
FBI,
colors,
he
yeah.
was charged
Even if they're white, one's
under
a beigey
then,
white, one's a
Director
darker white,
Brennan,
one's a lighter white.
Director Clapper,
And then they
the
start
other
to rush
IC
after
elements
4
to
or
come in
5
with the
years.
NSA, CIA, FBI,
And then they start to wear
and
out.
ODNI, and
And
put
if
out
you're not allowed to
information
bury
on
the
how
propellers, the props, right?
the information
Can't
sort of
bury the
surrounding
props for
Russia
some reason.
came
I don't know
together.
why,
So
but
he
they say that you
represented
can't
From
bury a
domestic
certain type
terrorism,
of fiber,
we
and
have
if it
sent
goes in the
FBI
ground,
agents
we're
to
all going to
conduct traffic
die.
stops and round up
It's
hardworking
what
immigrants who
bullshit
pose
this is,
no
okay?
danger
They
to public
can't buy.
safety.
So what they
People
do is
even
they leave them
President
up.
Trump referred to as good,
If you go to
long-time
Palm Springs,
workers.
California,
Your
take
job
a
is to
look.
protect
You
and
go into
serve the
this
American
beautiful
public.
community before
I'm
you get.
vigilant.
It's like you're
Your time
riding through a
protecting heinous
junkyard.
individuals
Windmills
using the
all over the
FBI to
place.
serve as a
Tall
political
ones,
circus.
short ones.
You at times have appeared
Dead
unequipped
ones,
with the
they're all
time to
dead.
deserve
Some are
and I
hanging over
yield.
by a thread.
lady yields
May I
back.
respond?
They never take them
can.
down. They just leave them
From
there
them?
and they start
I'm
to
sorry?
rust.
You said
It's one of the greatest scams.
Epstein
and it's also
estate
the
is
most
going to start
expensive
producing
energy.
September 8th.
And the
September
environmental
8th, they're going to
show,
produce the documents from the estate. I believe September the 16th or 19th one, Alex Acosta's coming in for a deposition. And I know that during our discussion, Ms. Crockett and Raj Krishnamurti, I believe, asked questions about what we should ask Acosta. So everybody, both sides are going to get equal time.
From these women who are incredibly brave and the courage that they showed to be here to share stories of sexual abuse. Some of them when they were girls, young girls, I think has shaken a lot of us on this committee and affirmed our commitment to the truth and transparency. Now, the Oversight Committee, particularly Democrats, are going to continue to investigate the Epstein files and bring justice to the victims of these heinous crimes. After meeting with the
from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people in the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, auto workers. That's the number.
25% tariff on all foreign automobiles.
We can talk to each other anytime. I am the one that prompted this release. I told, once I found out, well, if you don't release it, if they don't release it,
why didn't he tell you about it?
I'm going to release it.
Why didn't he come forward?
And this could have been done long before Trump.
Because he felt sympathy for the authors about losing their jobs. I'm sorry, I feel the same sympathy, but this is too important to protect their jobs.
I actually asked
this is
the question.
information the public should have had.
From Senator
Do we have any Chinese guys? No, why?
and from Governor Green, Dr. Green. But they're wishful. They wish the vaccines would have saved lives. They wish the vaccines would have reduced severity.
Coming here, but they are going
I can
to
tell
Europe
you
all
because
over the
you
place.
know this.
But
I was
love
one of the
China. I
few
just made a
doctors
deal, and I
who
respect
was on the
President
real
Xi.
front lines of
And
treating
we made a deal
acutely
that's
sick
good for
patients
both
at
countries.
home. That's how we reduce risk of death, not via a vaccine. The marathon runner, he passed away.
Ultimate thing. We're working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. And that's going to be good for China. It's going to be good for us. We're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than the.
They'll write something on Twitter that maybe they regret later on when it.
Had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening.
Bandied out in a Senate hearing. It's just that pent up frustration of we've been ignored, we've been gaslit, we've been vilified. That's the problem. So again,
manufacturing and auto manufacturing, all manufacturing is surging.
Obviously you're outnumbered,
and I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is to build a plant. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million.
98% on room air.
Some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis.
Epstein files, including the names of people who were involved in the sex ring that you promised to do before you became FBI director.
I just told you I'm not going to release downloaded porn.
I'm not asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me.
have invested 10 cents
Tell
if
me.
we didn't
You're
have tariffs.
that's what I'm asking.
Tell me.
You're saying there are no
For
videos
manufacturing
that would be
American steel, which
relevant
is
to
doing
anyone
great.
else involved in the
American
Jeffrey
steel
Epstein
is
sex ring.
Pursuant to
great
Mr.
now.
Acosta.
Full compliance with the subpoena.
You wouldn't have, if I
And the
didn't
Attorney
put
General,
tariffs
who
on
once
steel,
said that
they
the
would
files
dump
were on her
steel
desk,
in a lot of other
should release
countries.
all
They're
the
dumping steel
files
in our country.
immediately.
Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structural.
There cannot
sound
be
steel.
additional
No garbage, but
failures
it was
or additional
still
cover-ups
lots of it.
by this government
And if I didn't put
that has
tariffs, I put
already
25
failed these
and 50%
victims now for
tariffs on
decades.
steel, right?
That cannot
John
continue.
James, we put
We've got to follow the
tariffs on
facts.
steel, and
We've got to get all the files out to the public,
Now we're really
and we've got
doing
to
big
ensure that there's full
investments
compliance with the
being made in
subpoena.
Pennsylvania.
And the
you
Attorney
can
General, who
really
once
spend $17
said that the
billion
files were on her
US
desk,
steel.
should release
And,
all the files
all the
immediately.
steel- And we have a
There
golden
cannot be
stock,
additional
we have a
failures
golden
or
share,
additional cover-ups
which I
by this
control, or
government that
President
has already failed these victims now for decades. That cannot continue.
Gives you total control.
We've got to follow the facts.
51%
We've got to get all the files out to the public, and we've got to ensure that there's
Four of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. Four. Just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4
What happens
all
if it
4
doesn't work
years.
out? I said,
You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 and 10.
You can't put it
This
on a
includes a lady
trailer
who
and
murdered her
drive it to
6-year-old
Japan.
handicapped
This is
child.
still- you know, some businesses
We
you
got
can
her
move, you move your
This
office, and
includes
that's what
the
it
narco
is.
trafficker. This includes the sex trafficker. This
They're
includes
spending
another
17
first-degree
think of
murder
that,
and
17
gang
billion,
These
they're gonna
people
have
were
them all
on the
over.
run because of the prior
I want to
administration's reckless
introduce several of the
policies
great
that destroyed our
Americans
communities.
representing the
You came
millions
in
of people
Bond if
whose
he would like.
livelihoods
And the answer was
we're
no, as I
saving
heard.
with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible
The gentleman
this
from
action is, 'cause
Wisconsin. The
nobody
gentleman yields back. The
thought-
gentleman
this
from
was one
Wisconsin.
that I wasn't so.
Thank you, Chairman.
I would have
Thank you,
rather had it
Director
than almost
Patel, for
anything
being
what I
here
was told
today.
by everybody, except that guy right there. that
Further
you
stated that
couldn't,
the project
you
had not
couldn't
been
get it.
active for some time.
Bill
that the
Kent
FBI
runs
relies
a
on
chain of
court-authorized
family-owned
process to obtain
convenience
location
stores
data
that
from
opened
companies.
in
Does
West
the
Texas
FBI
in
purchase location data
1957,
or
known
any
as
other data
Kent
of
Quick.
Americans from data brokers?
And Bill,
I
if
don't
you could
believe
come
so.
up and say a
I'll
few
get back to
words
you.
about
Further conversation to have
what the signing means.
national concealed carry applied to actual DC. Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long
why I
time.
called you all here
It's an
today,
interesting
right?
question. A lot of people feel strongly both
what a
ways,
great
but
day.
we are
From
talking
my
about that.
perspective,
Thank
I'm in
you.
the convenience store,
Mr. President, I'm Dennis
Petroleum
Whaley
market.
Boats. I want to ask you, why
And
not
what this
have the
does
Coast Guard stop them, which is empowered by law to do it?
Consumers
This
can
way,
pick what kind of car they want. But more importantly for us,
$1.5 billion
it gives
in
us
suspicious
the ability to
transactions
plan going
connected to him
forward. Because with
suggested a
mandates,
massive
we were forced to have to
conspiracy
look
related to his
at
child
putting
sex
in
trafficking
infrastructure
activities. Director Patel,
that
has the
frankly
FBI
is
reviewed
extremely
the
expensive and doesn't give
$1.5
you
billion
any
in
return.
suspicious bank transactions
So this
flagged to
allows
the
us,
government
it's going to
relating
free
to
me up
Epstein
and our
and his
companies up to
co-conspirators?
invest
I know
in
the
what
I don't
in
know
the cars
the
they
totality
want.
of that number.
And it's a great day. So
You can just screw it over.
Congress, thank you, Steve. Everybody, thank you so
Do you happen to
much.
know where in the parking lot exactly?
And a friend of mine for a long time is John Hess. He's one of the top CEOs in the country. And he's now the CEO of HESS Corporation, one of the biggest oil producers, and he's a fantastic person. The subject matter. Can you say a few words, John? I see you in the audience. Come on, thanks.
Garbage and lies down. That
Hi, I'm
is
John
what was
Hess,
used to
CEO
change
of HESS
the
Corporation,
intelligence
a
community
proud
report.
producer of oil
Garbage
and gas
that gets
in North
worse and
Dakota
worse looking with
and the
time.
Gulf of America.
Starts when the rust
And,
comes. 4.5
so you all
years
know
it starts to rust. And it's very expensive to paint them. So they
I
don't
was
paint
born
them.
in New
And they're
Jersey, grew
horrible.
up in
What's
New
happened
York.
is horrible. So we're not going to
And
approve
my father started our
windmills
company
unless something
by
happens
driving
that's
a
an
secondhand
emergency.
oil
I
truck.
guess
So,
it
Mr.
could
President,
happen.
It's an honor to be
But we're not
before you
doing
today.
any of
Thank
them.
you
I
for
hope
that.
the Senate will
Mr.
soon pass a
President, during
bill.
your campaign,
House
you
can
made a
quickly
commitment
approve and get
to the American
to my
people
desk.
to repeal
Garcia
unworkable
from the Committee on
and
Oversight
costly
and
mandates for
Government
cars
Reform.
and trucks.
Your
and
full
let the
statement will
consumer
be submitted
choose
for the record.
what type
We
of
ask
vehicle
you
they
summarize
drive.
your statement
Today,
in
with
5
bipartisan
minutes.
support
Chairman Comer, I
of Congress,
welcome your
you're making
testimony.
good on that promise.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Cox, Mr. McGovern.
I'd like to recognize Speaker
Today, the
Johnson,
Oversight Committee met with
Thune,
survivors of the
other members
crimes of
Congress
Jeffrey Epstein
whose,
and Ghislaine
tireless
Maxwell.
efforts were critical
Their
to the outcome
stories
celebrated
are heartbreaking.
And a special
What
thank
they
you
have suffered
to
and
Senator
endured should
Capito
never have
for her
happened,
leadership.
and is
Gave you a little bit of a
This
rundown.
announcement today is about consumer choice.
But a diesel-powered
and affordability
semi-truck
for
can
American
drive
families.
from
It's
Reno,
also
Nevada.
about
I'll give you some
making
other
our country,
locations.
auto
Nevada
industry more
to
competitive.
Los
Mr.
Angeles,
President, you said
California,
that
and
very
back
eloquently.
on a single tank
As you
of
know, Mr. President,
diesel oil,
one-size-fits-all
diesel
policies
fuel,
like those
but
adopted
the same
in
exact
California
journey would
do not
require
work.
an electric truck driver to stop
America,
also
in every
6
state,
times
every American
at
should be
recharging
able
stations,
to
adding an
choose what they
estimated
want to
9
drive,
hours
not the government.
to the trip.
We as a country be basically leaning into our competitive advantage with this repeal on oil and gas.
General, that
Oil and
Donald
gas
Trump's
are
name is in the
strategic
Epstein files.
industry
Yes
for
or
our
no?
country.
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes
You're gonna
or
mock
no?
me.
Energy
Where's
dominance,
the alphabet?
Yes
economic
or no?
prosperity,
No, A, B, C.
and national
Director, did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
On behalf of
Why don't you try serving your
On behalf of
constituency
Oil
by
and Gas,
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General
violent
that
crime in
Donald
this
Trump
country
stands for
and the number of
Thank you for
pedophiles that are
Director,
legally
Director,
harbored
Director,
in sanctuary cities
Consumer
in
Director,
California.
Director,
I'll work with you on that.
Regular
You
order,
wanna
Mr.
work with us
Chairman.
on that.
Director,
I'm Lawson Gilman from California.
General, I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, a great speaker. But John Thune, the California all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 Nevada, I'll give you some
into
other
the administration. We're just about caught up.
Compliments to
California.
Generally
back
speaking,
on a
confidential
single
human
tank
sources
of
are always paid
diesel
by
oil,
the FBI. That's
diesel
how it
fuel,
works.
but
I can't speak to
the
the
same
specifics
exact
on each
journey
one
would
and how much they
require
make.
an
We
electric
appreciate it.
truck
We've
driver
reviewed
to
some of that
stop
material, and you've given us a lot of material that we
also
didn't get from
6
Director
times
Ray.
at
That specific
recharging
question, I think, is
stations,
important to the
adding
American
an
people.
estimated 9 hours
Were
to the trip.
people,
I don't know,
human
Commissioner,
sources
but this
of
is
the
not sounding
FBI, who
good.
broke the law. One
Here
was
to discuss
one was
a little bit about
recommended
the
for
trucking
prosecution.
industry.
My understanding is, by the information we
Gina
received from you,
Jones and Gina,
were they?
a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and
there
tell us
were
about
a number of
trucks.
other control groups used historically for various reasons, partly for ethical considerations and partly just because things have developed over time.
Mr. President. And thank you.
As far as this being an example of how
America's back.
aren't enough data
And
to
we are
support the
grateful
safety and efficacy
that
of vaccines, I
President
don't see
and the administration
the logic there.
Well, I think
that
Generations of
have our
people living
back
under the same
too.
roof with one provider.
Today, trucks
The challenge there
are
is if we suddenly
99%
can't
cleaner
vaccinate
than a generation
teenagers
ago.
or people who
We
are 28
need
years old and are the
great
breadwinners for the community and
and
have another
government to
pandemic,
continue
or we have
that
this
process.
outbreak worsen again,
We cannot allow
they will come home with the
one
disease
state's
and very likely spread it
regulations
to those who are vulnerable.
disrupt
And so
our
I'll pause there. I just
entire
say that
nation's
we should
supply
give people
chain.
choice and we should honor and respect them,
California to
but we
do
have to do
so
the research.
would have
Gentleman who happens to
negativity
be a senator and one that's very
the
respected.
hundreds and thousands of truck drivers
Chairwoman Shelley
who
Moore
deliver
Capito,
critical
and congratulations. I
goods
just
across the country each and
endorsed your
every
son.
day.
Did you know that?
In order to deliver
I endorsed your son.
for American families
I
and
endorsed your
businesses,
son,
we
who's running
need
in
realistic
West Virginia,
national
and he's great.
standards.
In fact, he's all Trump all the time. Much,
With the
I think much
signing
more so
of
than
this
you, actually.
resolution, Mr. President,
You were his largest impediment.
have
No, I'm only
delivered
kidding.
the
Gentleman who
leadership
happens to
that trucking
be a senator
industries
and
need.
one that's very respected.
Promises made,
Chairwoman
Promises
Shelley Moore
kept.
Capito, and congratulations. I
On
just
behalf of the
endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running
on
in
behalf
West
of the
Virginia.
8.5
and
million
he's great.
Americans.
In fact,
who
he's all
work
Trump all the
throughout
time.
trucking
I think much
industry,
more so than you,
I
actually.
thank you.
You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. So just to wrap it up, I say under the Trump administration, we will restore the full strength, might, and glory of the American auto and trucking industry. We'll protect our truck drivers, auto workers, small business people, and manufacturers all over our country, and actually all over the world, and that's okay too. They'll be doing a product that works, a product that's much more efficient, That's better. It's much better. Less expensive. And we'll put energy and affordable car ownership back on the center of the American dream as we make America great again. And that's what's happening.
Get equality in our water rates. And once we finally started to do that, instead of industries and saying, you know, you're right, for 20 years, you...
Countries that are very smart people, they said, you know, you've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. So how does that you're the only one.
Henry, 1412.
I said that it was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. We've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world. The numbers are reflecting it too. So I just think I'll do is sign
3141 Bravo, photos until February 9 progress, 714 West 3rd, 714 West 3rd, contact Travis, 81 114,
20% less money, and I want to thank you, man. You have done
You still have a lot of traffic up here. Nueces County Jail, starting line is 26137. South. Medic 13, Medic 91. Call for Medic 13, Medic 91, purple. 649 Airdome, 649 Airdome. ESC is 1307. Roger Walter. Engine 13 is on scene requesting a medic no code. Request EMS 129.
no auto pens allowed.
Melnick, MELNYK, first of Yaroslav. It's going to be a white male.
Give me a second. I'll give you a call for you in a second.
10/22/2000. Descriptors as black over brown, approximately 187 pounds. Trying to catch up to a vehicle on Highway 77. Right on top of the town. The dark phase. I use the vehicle to turn on. You have any?
Get to the other meeting where they have to vote. But for those members who do not have to go to the other meeting, I ask that you come back at about 7:20, and we will proceed. And then those of you who cannot be here will take your place when you get back. We will reserve your time for you. Okay? I think it'll take us to about where you want.
Get it released. They have been working on it most of August. Yes. A significant part of August. So I am confused as to why the Democrats are opposing this, because you are doing it in the way that it should be done, not some resolution added, like the Democrats attempted to in Rules Committee in the middle of, in the evening. But instead, this is a thoughtful...
Get any car you want, you can get elected. A lot of people love the elected. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla. And I like others too, but I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for a lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. Remember? That was nice. We won by so much, nobody even talked about anything else. But that was a great victory. But it was unbelievably cold. I get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, if we fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to, we call him Too Late. Right? Too Late is his nick, like Too Tall Jones. He was too tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. I know that they have been behind me, right? They knew it was right They've been asking for
Get
this
out of your own way.
25, 30 years. You know,
Now, do I think that
I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got
Mike Johnson,
tremendous
nice
votes.
guy,
But,
right? But do I think
they
that
like
Mike
me
Johnson
today even
has
better
any
than they did
interest
on election day on November 5th.
in actually
Because they see the results. now,
reining
they're
in?
happening. And, yeah, and they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question.
Getting our rating up to a B overall. Some of these campuses that we're talking about have strong ratings. They've made really big improvements.
Oh, he was killing the Auto Workers. I don't think he knew it.
Without getting into every single campus, can you talk about what your thought is on how that's going to affect the academic
I've seen people, stupid people with cost overruns for years. Where something would cost twice as much or 3 times. But this thing is
the 764 network of child predators was diverted to work on it to, and I quote him, walk away from investigations of a network of violent predators that targets and exploits
we could not have done this without the military.
Yes
they were
or no?
Over
were you aware that this happened?
Couldn't have done
and did you
now
sign
today
off
they
on
got
it?
him to change his
Premise is false. The 764 network in Baltimore was taken down. Getting into the finalization of the evidence, anything that's put in a burn bag
place that they got him to change, but he knows.
You find that interesting that the Durham Annex was
Los
placed in a burn
Angeles
bag,
would
that
be
you would
right
discover
now
that
burning
when
to
you
the
took
ground,
over
just like the house
as
is
the head of the
FBI? What's going on in Los Angeles? Think of it.
Well, we appreciate you finding that. We'd like to know a little bit more about that.
Listened to me in the water.
We look forward to that information.
We broke in and we
appreciate the
had
gentleman
the water
yielding.
come down
With
from
that, we
the
now
Pacific
recognize
Northwest.
the
I can
gentleman
change
from
pictures now
Colorado.
with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all
Thank you,
the
Mr.
way
Chairman.
down California.
Giant riot.
Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so
Girls
much water.
of
They
an
sent it all out
uncertain
to the
age
Pacific Ocean for
at
20
Epstein's
years.
Palm
So
Beach
ridiculous.
house, where all of the things that he would ultimately be accused of took place. And I remember very vividly 3 of them. There are 2 in which Trump is, the girls, topless girls are sitting on Trump's lap. And then a 3rd in which he has a stain on the front of his pants.
I think the politicians are wrong.
The girls are
drug dealing, terrorism, and fraud. You ordered the 25 largest field offices to divert thousands of agents away from chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters, and scammers to carry out the immigration crackdown. Director Patel, you treated the men and women at FBI with disrespect and paranoia. You've assembled a roving band of freelancing henchmen within your office and charged them with conducting unauthorized investigations.
Topless girls are sitting on Trump's lap.
And
then a 3rd in which he has a stain on the front of his pants.
It took me about 2 minutes.
And the girls are kind of pointing at it, sort of bent over, laughing.
And it was at 12:30 in the evening. Pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, "You have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there." And he would have, if we didn't bring the military in, he would have had. You would have right now something. And I went through it because I followed the rules 100%, and I watched. In Minnesota, where you have the man who ran for vice president of the United States, fortunately, he was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard, and I eventually called in the National Guard. There were 7 days, and I'm never going to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks. It was burned down. You remember the CNN anchor? He was standing there saying, "Yes, this is a peaceful rally," and behind him, the entire city was on fire. It looked like World War II. And I appreciate the question. Please. Thank you.
Given that he is bipolar type 2, I got a heart rate of 87, 9 on oxygen, blood pressure is 117.
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country, and they'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately.
I'm glad that you said this. So last week, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right.
That was a horrible.
He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president? I'm glad that you said this. So last week, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president?
Globally, what can you tell us about the counter-intelligence operations of the FBI's core function?
This is why the CIA mission is so important to the FBI. Because, as you said, no one else can do it. No one else has the authorities to do it. And even if they did, they don't have the capabilities to do it.
In the history of our country,
the CIA mission has to be
withdrawal the way they withdrew.
Headquartered in Washington, but have far-reaching capabilities because we have to face against our adversaries in the DPRK, in Russia, China, Iran, and elsewhere.
We defeated ISIS.
In order to do that,
globally, what can you tell us about the counter-intelligence operations of the FBI's core function?
This is why the CIA mission is so important to the FBI. Because, as you said, no one else can do it. No one else has the authorities to do it. And even if they did, they don't have the capabilities to do it. And the CIA mission has to be headquartered in Washington, but have far-reaching capabilities because we have to face against our adversaries in the DPRK, in Russia, China, Iran, and elsewhere.
When it comes to
in order to
Los
do
Angeles
that,
or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, and these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're troublemakers, they're all of those things. But I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people, just as who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are because they're really, I think what they're doing is unbelievable. Just one thing, so they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. They hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw them. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry many bricks. One guy couldn't carry him. And they saw that and they took them away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along. And so they found them two motorcycles heading northbound on 286, speeding between cars, left on 19th and Morgan, exiting 49 miles per hour. The granite curbs. It looks like there was going to be on the highway patrol 213. There was lines of people standing there, and they're handing them. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this here? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen.
Go there.
At all. And they have it. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the bridge with the car coming along at 70 miles an hour and the person dies. And we had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. Now, these are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be a disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police are great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to act. Thank you.
Go ahead and get some updates so I can go ahead and submit that for approval. Give me a call.
I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan.
Go ahead and get
I stopped it with trade. Nobody, I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. Pakistan was their turn to hit. Eventually, they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. I know them. And I spoke to them. And I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war. If you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around.
Hold on your...
I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week.
Miles.
And
the statement is boisterous. The statement is
nobody died.
It's not simply a factual statement. It's excessively
the nuclear weapons. They each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. The whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to actually, I've said what I need to say. We're good.
Yeah, I'm going to ask people to leave now, because if y'all cannot, again, well, Isabel.
Look, I've always been in favor of students coming in from other countries. That includes China.
To Mr. Trump
and
other prominent
we have
figures.
500,000
Details of the
Chinese
review were
students
based on
coming in.
accounts
I've
by
always
3
been in
former
favor of it.
FBI and Justice
Does it
Department
mean
officials
you
who spoke on your fears of
you have to watch
retaliation,
students, but you have
and
to watch
further
other
that the
people
FBI
also.
finished
I've always been strongly in
after they
favor.
finished
I think
its
it's a
review
good
of the
thing.
files.
It's
The
also
materials was sent
it's
to
good
a
for our
team
schools. It's
of
good
Justice
for I think it's
Department
good for our
lawyers who
country. I'm
double-checked
also in
the
favor of
FBI's
having them
redactions
stay. I've been in
To go
favor
quietly at the direction of
letting
President
them
Trump.
stay. If you
So
get
we are
educated
scattered
for
across
4
cities
years, you're
across this
willing to
country
get
doing
educated
just
for
that.
4 years.
But
I
we're going
like
to need more help to complete the
people
job.
being able to stay.
Yeah,
You know, they
in
have
too
some
many
great
places in this
students.
country,
You
crime
have
has
some-
just been treated as sort of the
that's-
norm, that this
these
is the
are
way things have to be.
Republicans,
What's happened in
You
D.C.
know,
shows that
a lot
is
of
not the
Republicans
case
don't like
if we have
that
the right
idea. I
policies and the right
happen to like it. I'm a
priorities.
real Republican.
Probably the
I
second
like
time
it. They
in
go
as many
4
years
years.
that we've had an
To
FBI
me,
director
that's
here
almost like,
following
you know,
either an assassination
getting
or
your-
an assassination
just buying your way
attempt.
in
And so
a very
since
legitimate
there's
way.
been some
theater from the other side, because you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
We want to know. I want to know. If you look at the roster of the committee, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Anna Paulina Luna, Nancy Mace, they want to know. I mean, they ask tough questions, and look, when Acosta is interviewed, there'll be some tough questions for him. He has a lot of questions that need to be answered with respect to certain things. So we've not go back. I mean, this is something that we're committed to doing, and we want to do. I want to be able to say the Oversight Committee, this was a big investigation. The American people are watching. I want everything out in the open. So, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to be bipartisan, and hopefully, my friends across the aisle, I think the majority of the oversight Democrats are sincere and want to do this in a bipartisan way. Hopefully, the Democrat leadership will let go back. I mean, this is something that we're committed to doing, and we want to do. I want to be able to say the Oversight Committee, this was a big investigation, the American people are watching. I want everything out in the open. So, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to be bipartisan, and hopefully,
a week.
My friends across the aisle, I think the majority of the oversight Democrats are sincere and want to do this in a bipartisan way. Hopefully, the Democrat leadership will let.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Very good with Israel. Look, October 7th was a disaster. Probably won't get people forget. But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough thing. He's always been a friend of mine. I endorsed him. Got him elected. I got him elected twice. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. There were big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rid of $300 billion. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was perfect. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, of course. The oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything else. The oil went so high, got close to $100 a barrel, and that also kept the war going with Putin, because $100 a barrel is a big money-making experience. But now it's down to where it's not good for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please go ahead. All right, Brian, yeah, please. Good. We're going to get those two getting together. Go ahead. Yeah, go.
Sir, Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the USA to get. Probably won't get him. But he's very tough vote. And he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. You know, I endorsed him. Got him elected. I got him elected twice. Go ahead.
Sir, Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
Peter? I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him. But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. Well, I endorsed him. In fact, got him elected. If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. You can go from New York. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you want to go great. Los Angeles, and we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take New York to farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. Stop approximately. And you know what's going to happen, and what is happening, people, because you go into a farm and you look, and people don't. They've been there for 20, 25 years, and they've worked great, and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else, and then you're supposed to throw them out, and you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're it's not acceptable. That we can do to make sure that everyone knows that this has to change.
I got there for him at 5:50 and I left at 5:53.
Now we're working on other ways to get into the schools through, actually Parks and Recreation has a life skills program where they're touching, hundreds, if not thousands of kids throughout the year. So,
goals, which are nattokinase, bromelain, and curcumin. You can buy them anywhere on the internet if you want them. So the company, I don't have the company's balance sheet with me, but I can tell you its overall valuation right now is about $50 million with an M. And that pales in comparison to the tens of billions of dollars that the government spent on vaccines that have caused great harm. But the wellness company, we are trying to help the country recover.
I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have 7 days going in or not going in. They can't have a nuclear weapon. If I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks.
What the Israelis told
3499. I'm in service.
Servicemen and women who are stationed in the Middle East.
They didn't tell me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like, you're going to save a lot of lives. If it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Thank you.
I was reaching out because you have a hold on your plate.
Going out and trying to find a solution to a problem that's going to be long-term.
From that day,
we're not looking at the
hope that they would remember. And also,
you've got that already in line. But I've had the privilege of being in a meeting with Mr. Leindecker, and he explained water the way no one has ever done. He lives here. He's part of this community. He's not going to do anything to hurt it.
And I called France, and
that's what I want you to know.
Macron was
he
a good
will
man.
not propose anything
said,
to
what
you
are you doing?
that would hurt.
We're celebrating World War II, our victory. I said, your victory.
Going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems,
and then I
telecom
called
systems, and
somebody
energy
else, and I happened to
combating
speak
salt
to
and vault
President
typhoons
Putin
are
at the
just a
time.
little
Now,
bit
in
of
all
the
fairness
examples
to
we're
him,
doing.
he
Maybe
lost
most
51
importantly under the
million people,
counterterrorism
and
and
he did
domestic
fight
terrorism umbrella.
Russia
Or
fought.
nihilist
Sort of
violent
interesting.
extremists
fought with us.
And those that label
and
themselves
everybody hates them.
764,
In Germany and
wish
Japan,
to go
they're fine,
online
you know.
and convince
Someday
children
somebody will
to
explain that,
maim
but I like
or
Germany
mutilate
and Japan too.
commit suicide.
But Putin
And we are
is a little
producing
confused by
record
that,
numbers of
you know.
arrests
We
under
lost
that
51
umbrella
million
organization.
people, and we were
Going and
ally.
manhunting them is step two.
And
that's what
now
we're committing
everybody
our
hates
resources
Russia.
to.
That's my
And they
next
love
question
Germany and
is
Japan.
what
I said,
progress
let's
the
explain that
administration made in
sometime, okay?
apprehending and
But
removing
it's
terrorist
a,
threats that came in
it's a
during
strange world.
I think you're talking
but
about if
I
you're
will
not
say
voting
this,
on notice to
I want them
suspect
to go
terrorists,
away
you can
saying how
count
great our
almost
country is and how
zero
great
at
our
the southern
military
border
is.
since the southern border has been
And I
sealed.
was making
But
all
the
these
problem
calls
that we
for
are
some
running
reason.
into
I
is our
spoke like
northern
4
border. It's largely
different places.
expansive,
Sir,
the
you
enemy is
celebrated.
adapted, and we
And I
need
said, you know,
more
we won
focus
World
on the
War
northern
II and
border
World
to
War
stop
I.
known or suspected terrorists from coming in
We
from
won
places
them.
like China.
And
Going
yet
to
we're the only
be
country
the
that doesn't
same.
celebrate.
And it is going to be
Everybody's
done with the
celebrating
same diligence.
except
And
us.
I'm wondering
And I
if
said
you will
we should
commit to me
celebrate
right
too.
now that you will be a voice right now,
Several
standing
No
up to
Kings
those
protests planned
voices
across
in the
the country on
administration
Saturday as
that
well.
are
What are your
adding,
thoughts on those?
adding to the violent
No
rhetoric
kings.
right
I
now.
don't feel
That's what
like
I'm
a king. I have
asking
to
you.
go
Will
to
you
hell
commit
to
to
get
this?
stuff approved. A king would say, I'm
My
not
voice
gonna
will be
get
through the
this. A king
investigations
would
that
have
the
never
FBI
had the
conducts, and we
California
will conduct
mandate
them
to
all
even be
lawfully.
talking to him. He
Can
wouldn't
we
have to
expect
call
in the
up Mike
future-
Johnson
Get onto
and
gaming-
Thune
to
and
get
say,
onto
fellas,
social
you
media
got to pull
companies,
this off, and
gaming
after years we
platforms
get
have
it
legal
done.
access and also
No,
have
no,
private
we're not a king.
partnerships
We're not a king
with
at
the
all. Thank you
FBI
very
of
much.
those companies, allow them to report into us on a daily basis.
Go ahead. Yeah, go
There is
ahead.
no
Sir, go
human
ahead.
being or AI system on Earth
You
that can go
made
out
a lengthy
there
posting
and
today on
cover
Truth
down
Social
on the
about Senator
threat
Rand
in
Paul.
those
Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight,
so
sir?
we need
I
the
do.
assistance,
I look
and we
forward
need
to
more
seeing him,
authorities.
actually. I
and we
like
need
him.
the
He's the
private
hardest
sector to
vote
back
in the
him down.
history of the U.S.
Well, thank you very much for all you're
Thank you,
doing,
Jeff.
all the men and women of the FBI are doing to keep
Probably
us
won't
safe, and I
get
yield
him.
back.
But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. You know, I
Exposed a
endorsed
lot.
him.
But
Got him
I'm
elected.
happy
I got
the
him
two of you are
elected
working
twice.
together. I'm going to vote for this
But,
resolution. I'll make my decision on.
I don't think
I will
he-
not be signing a discharge
Great
minority,
bill.
as you know. And
No tax on tips, no tax
It's not
on,
something
you
that I
know,
will do.
Social Security
Rules
payments.
committee,
It's
I will not sign the
unbelievable what
discharge
happens. No tax on
But I intend to
overtime.
support this
You
resolution.
work
I appreciate
overtime,
both
no
of
more
you working
tax.
in a
It's so-
bipartisan manner.
those are-
The victims
those are-
deserve it.
they're
And if I
minor
understood
compared
you,
to
Mr.
the-
Comer, how many
the big
years
things.
did you say some of those
Taxes reduced.
victims have been?
And let's look at the other
with
side. If
the
it's not-
advice
if it
for the
doesn't get
council
approved,
of the victims today, which we'd already planned on this, but we're definitely
68%,
moving in that
including
direction,
the fact that
is
the Trump
to
tax
go
cuts
after the
kick
bank
in.
records and the
But it's a
suspicious activity reports, much like we
68%
did in the
increase,
Biden
and
family
many
influence
other bad
penalty
things. I don't even
investigation.
want to- some of them are so bad,
Identify
don't even want to talk
accounts
about them.
and see what the
I think
usually
it's
the
one of the
banks
greatest
catch.
bills we'll ever pass
Ralph
in this
knows,
country, and I think that,
and Langworthy and Byron, everybody that's been
leaders
involved in
lead.
banking, they know
This
the
gentleman right
banks
here,
are usually.
It's gonna take time. You're not waiting on anything. We started off
You're
with a
moving
majority
forward.
of
We're
one,
moving
now I guess
forward.
we have
And like,
seven, so
Chairman
it's
Fox
like
said,
easier. But it's
everything's
really
going to get
sort of
released.
three.
Now, let me ask you this, all the
Seven,
flight
but it really
logs,
equates to three,
public
right?
information, who
And
flew on
we
the
have great
planes?
support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially.
Some are, but the estate subpoena should cover more of that.
It's pretty amazing.
We all know,
And I think
anybody
it's
that's,
gonna
how far
haunt the
back with the flight
Democrats
logs?
because
You can alter a flight
most
log.
of the bill
so
is
far back.
common sense.
It's hard to
It's
believe,
tax
actually.
cuts.
Hard to
It's
believe when you
border
don't have
wall
enough
funding.
electricity to
It's military
give a
funding
person a little air
properly
conditioning
spent.
in the summer,
It's
and now they
all
want you
things
to
that are
take
like common sense.
electricity and
They're all
fire
there's
up all
nothing
these cars.
tricky about it. It's basic
but-
stuff, and we don't intend on getting one.
Meanwhile, all
Think
of the
Not
auto
one
jobs would
Democrat
be
vote
shipped
in the
to
House.
China
Mike,
because
not
they're
one.
very strong on electric.
Maybe somebody will come along.
And it
I don't know how they
lives
can
off
run
an
for
estimated
office.
200,000
So many-
American auto workers.
Thank
Would be
them.
going to be a great
Not
day.
hurt.
What would
You know,
like
they're
folks
using
to take
fake
away
narrative.
from
Oh,
that
we're
day?
gonna-
What
No,
would you
they're
hope
gonna
that they
be
would remember?
strengthened.
And
We're gonna
also,
strengthen them.
Mr.
They're
President,
going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. It's incredible. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, executive order. It was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II. This number one, it holds up and I called France, unless somebody votes it out, Macron was a good man. And just so much better. We're celebrating. It's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Very proud of you. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. We're joined today by Secretary Sean Duffy, the great Speaker of the House. And they had a problem in India today. I may be wrong. Who the hell knows? Sean's doing a tremendous job. I think he is. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented I would say is more man they say in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years of that big business. But is going to do. And we've brought back tremendous beautify it the word great. I use the word. And you're having auto plants built big, all beautiful over the country. It's going to be all over. One of the most. I said it this morning like that. They're leaving from Mexico. They're leaving from Canada. They're leaving from legislation. Other parts of the world. Ever signed. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, Speaker of the House, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. And they had a problem. That's peanuts compared to what we're going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon's still endorsed me job because very Chris right. Everybody said you'd never be able to. And I used to say I'm amazed that he's endorsing me because they say in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. I'm abolishing the EV mandate. And I once asked him about it. You never talked to me about that. He said, "Well, as long as it's happening to everybody, I want to be able to compete." It's very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And I talked about it that it's going to be a great better than me.
What would you like folks to take away from that day? What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr. President,
that's Chris Wright. He's going to be famous than me. And how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. And if we it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, than I am, sir. It was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II. He's always working someplace. And I called France and know that he doesn't say that often. Macron, who's a good man, and Chris, you're doing great. I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "We're celebrating a lot of money made over the last few days. It's going to ultimately open up China, which is the really ultimate thing. I'm going to be working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. Nothing wrong, and that's going to be good for China. It's going to be good for us. But we're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than we have inflation under control perfectly. I think you probably saw the records. Had we not signed it, that television saying, "What's going on? It's going to happen." Trump has proven to be fairly soon. All of these things we've taken it. But to further defend our auto workers in 2 months, I imposed this 25% with no inflation on all. Going to do with the surge. We're smart. They won't. We're going to have a surge of. Now, we'd like to get this guy strong, to lower interest rates. Good people. Patriots, if he does, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So we have a lot of short-term debt. A lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. Didn't know anything about it. But again, D.C. speaks for itself. Chicago is going to short-term debt. It's all over the place. It's starting very soon.
Thank you.
If we would lower the interest rates by 1 point.
As governors, we rely on funding to do so many things from the federal government.
300
cuts to research will be devastating. You can't just simply pause research and wait until different ideology resumes
that's for years, 10 years,
or until we get through these hearings and we restart.
But we can't get this guy
critical research projects.
And the fake
we will lose.
If you fire him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to really call him too late. Right? Too late is just look like too tall Jones. He's too tall, too low. And we just say this because
no, that's not the one. That's the one that you come through that alley and come into the lane to your right.
But we're going to be paying this again.
I wasn't sure that was her. The other one, I think it's probably there.
And nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers. Today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from CNBC and all of these different networks. Yeah, right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could.
Good evening, guys. Open Dairy Seeds. Open Dairy Seeds.
Camera's rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point for years, we save 300 points. We save.
For the 7th weapon,
600 because of one number skull. It's 600. We don't see enough reason to. The problem he's got is that look, if inflation went up, cut your rates down. There's no inflation. Got it down. You got prices down. You got gasoline down. and you'll keep it going down. The gasoline's down. We're it's drill baby drill. That's why it's going down. But we all had, but think of it. I said to him, he was in my office a couple of days ago, I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down. Oil, energy, so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there is inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Rates, I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing.
Good job, Beth. Yeah.
And I may have to force something. Somebody said,
Okay.
who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. He could sleep on the beach. He could sleep on the beach with Carol, and I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it. They said, this is really, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come and cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves 7, 8, maybe even $900 billion a year. Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important Israel, I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. I get nervous when I talk. People forget, they like to forget. He's doing a great job. It was a horrible thing. But, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have 2 weeks for that. Israel problem. Iran was broke. Had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich. $300 billion they have right now. I'll give you 2 weeks. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. They only get a couple of days. We wouldn't have had gas. We give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful. And one of the things unbelievable. Electricity. And I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because
focus
we
off
don't feel like
politics
50 miles
here in D.C. and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. 21,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period in the previous administration. Rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators who he's arrested.
We've got more coming. On top of that, in 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the CIA, we collected and captured one of the individuals responsible for the horrific Abbey Gate bombing that led to the murder of 13 service members. We did that in 2 weeks. They didn't do it in the 4 years of the entire prior administration. Nationwide, we've been executing our Operation Summer Heat, the FBI's national focus on targeting violent crime based on intelligence-driven operations. Ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis.
Not all, but some Republicans to join all Democrats to subpoena the Epstein files. And had Democrats not taken that action, we'd have no subpoena, and we'd still be...
And there were 2 Democrats who voted against that subpoena.
Did you know that?
All Democrats.
So 2 Republicans, all Democrats. Democrats forced the vote. Oversight had not done anything with regards to this until Democrats forced the vote.
I think much more so than you, actually. You were his largest impediment. No, Mulligan. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win.
Actually, Parks and Recreation has the life skills program where we're touching hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year. Incorporating it into good programs in states that are that's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So, again, any kind of input from programs, new jobs, businesses, all this stuff is interesting. Is a good way to get that message out. We just need as a society to demonize this government.
We as a country would
don't fight
him.
basically
He's a
leaning
serious
into our
fighter in a lot of
competitive
ways, and he's a
advantage
great
with this
guy, too.
repeal on
Thank
oil
you,
and
Mark.
gas. Industry
Thank you,
for our
Dad.
country, underpinning energy dominance, economic
Pete Ricketts, who's
prosperity,
gonna do very
and
well in the
national
upcoming
security.
election.
We are
Thank you.
truly
Thank you,
energy
Pete.
independent. So, Mr. President, on behalf of Head
John
Corporation,
Husted,
on behalf of the
really
oil and gas
moving
industry,
along in
and
Ohio.
Governor
John,
Josh
good
Shapiro's
luck. You're
residence
gonna do
on
well.
fire. And of course, last week
All
we saw the
endorsed
horrific,
people.
cold-blooded
John Curtis, who's
assassination
doing
of Charlie
terrifically.
Kirk
John,
in
thank you.
Utah
Good
that has
job.
shaken the nation.
They all say
1 minute
excellent.
after
What
Charlie
can I
Kirk
tell
was
you?
shot in the neck,
Good job.
a
And Bernie
16-year-old
Moreno, who
shooter
won
in
a race
Evergreen,
that was not
Colorado,
winnable.
radicalized by
They
white
all said it's not
supremacist
winnable.
ideology online, opened fire
He
and
won in
critically
Ohio. They
wounded
said
two
you
other
can't win that
students
race. It's
at
a waste of
Evergreen
time.
High
You're just
School.
wasting your time,
We've seen
right,
lethal
Bernie?
anti-Semitic
Wasn't a
violence,
waste of time,
including
was it?
the murder
He
of
won
two
by
young
like
Israeli
5
embassy
points
staff.
to
Governor
won by a lot.
Gavin Newsom's
Along with
ridiculous plan
Representatives
to impose
Kevin
a 100%
Kiley,
ban
Vince
on all
Fong,
new gas-powered
Jay
cars
Obernolte,
within a very short period
Doug
of time. Think of this.
LaMaffa,
Governor Gavin
Darrell
Newsom's
Issa, where's Darrell? I haven't
ridiculous
seen you in
plan
such a
to
long
impose
time.
a
Look at you.
100%
How good
ban
you look,
on
huh?
all new gas-powered cars
Good when you
within
have
a
those
very
big
short period of
margins.
time. Newsom's ridiculous plan to
John
impose
Joyce,
a 100%
great guy.
ban
John,
on
thank
all
you.
new gas-powered
Thank you,
cars
John.
within a
Dusty
very short
Johnson,
period of time. Think of this.
Morgan Griffith, Troy Balderson. Troy
Governor, I guess
from,
I just would like to stay with you here for a second, because
place called
I think you have an
Ohio,
interesting
and he
perspective.
played very
Someone
cute at
who's
one time, but then he got
both
bored out there. He's
a doctor
become a
as
good
well as
politician.
a
Where is
elected
Troy
public
now?
official in an
Where
executive
I haven't
position.
seen him
And
used for years. I endorsed you
I'm trying
early when
to
he was
digest the
early and
information that I'm
younger.
hearing here and thinking about
But you
how
still
to
look
talk
young,
about it to
and
my
you've done
constituents back in New
fantastically.
Jersey. And if
Good
they're
work.
watching this,
Really good work.
I think that a lot of this is beyond what the average person
Claudia
understands.
Tenney.
It's beyond what I understand.
Claudia?
GPS was
Thank you,
preparing
Claudia.
open source opposition research
John James.
regarding
John
reported
James.
ties between Trump and Russians.
I
The research
don't know.
was paid by
You know,
the
he's
Clinton's
running for
campaign and the
governor, but I'm
DNC.
not
Isn't
sure I'm
that
happy about
open
that,
source
John.
and also in the
Do we
Durham
have somebody
Annex?
good to take your seat?
Because
Because otherwise, we're not letting him run for governor. We can't. You have somebody good, right?
Correct.
Okay, as long as you like them, they'll win.
And for telling 30
Tracy Mann, Tracy,
additional
thank you
call from
very
a
much.
observer.
Thank you
Original
very
caller,
much.
she
Appreciate
thinks
it.
she's on the suspect vehicle
Michael
going downstairs,
Baumgartner.
and they got a license plate
Michael.
on it.
Thank you, Michael. Good job. David Rouser. Thank you. Glenn Grothman. Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett, thank you, Brett.
Great people. Justice, who
Rudy
they are.
Yakum.
And Mike, I think you're
Thank
doing
you.
some investigations
Thank
in
you,
that in
Rudy.
Congress, but we're
And I
going to
want to
find
thank
out
you all. There's some
who they
racial
are,
people in the
because
room, but
they're really,
we have to get back to this.
I think what they're doing is unbelievably
This is a
illegal.
big one.
Just one thing. So
Under the
they took
previous
the bricks away from
administration,
people. They're
the
walking in with
previous
satchels of bricks. Now,
I
why
could
do you
go
have bricks?
point after
You have bricks
point,
because
everything
you
they
throw
did.
bricks. They're
Open
very
borders,
potent.
men
They hit
playing
you, they
in
kill
women's
you.
sports, transgender
And they took them
for
away. The
everybody,
military took them
everybody.
away.
Let's go
You saw 'em. What the
transgender.
hell is this? The guy could hardly.
What a group of people you
If
had
you
over there. They
buy
must
the
have
right
hated our
ones.
country.
Cars are great.
Under the previous
And
administration, the
you
federal
should be given
government
the
gave
option by
left-wing
the electric
radicals
car,
in
by a
California
gasoline-powered
dictatorial
car, by a
powers
hybrid.
to control the future of
Probably
the
not
entire car
hydrogen because
industry
they
all over the
see
world.
that
Actually,
when it blows up, you're gonzo. It's over.
they have to build a car. They can't.
They
build
find you 75
19
yards
different
down the
cars
road.
called
you
the
know?
same thing.
Where is he? Well, I think
And
that's him.
really,
but
it was all over the world. What
I'm
was
not
happening.
sure. So,
They
you know,
approved
they said, we think we can
Governor
solve the
Gavin
parade.
Newsom's
And
ridiculous
you
plan
should be
to
given the
impose
option
a
by the electric
100%
car,
ban
by a
on all new
gasoline-powered car,
gas-powered
by a
cars
hybrid.
within a very short
Probably
period
not
of time. Think of
hydrogen,
this.
because hydrogen has a tendency
You couldn't
that
buy
when it
any
blows
other
up, you're
car except
gonzo.
an
It's
electric
over.
powered car.
They find
In
you
California,
75
they have
yards down the
blackouts and
road, you
brownouts.
know.
There's
I say, well, I
electricity
think
right
that's
now
him,
to
but
do the job.
I'm not sure.
And
so, you know,
countrywide, you'd have to
they said,
spend
we think we can solve the problem. I said, that's not good enough when they
$4
think. No, it
to build
sounds
the
like it's quite severe.
firing plans
If
to
to build, to be able to, they go to firing, they go to a lot of things. Charging plans,
grounded
firing plans.
basis in law and fact
$4 trillion.
to open up
You'd
a
have to
criminal
spend
investigation, and if there's
in
not,
the
the
Midwest,
investigation isn't even opened.
they built
and I've also gone back
9 of them.
and reviewed other cases that
9
were opened
individual
in
at the
prior
pump,
administrations
just like a pump,
related to public
except instead of
officials.
gas,
And we've
electricity
closed a
comes
number
out.
of them because we felt
They
that
spent-
some of these actions
actually,
were
they built 8
weaponized on
of
either
them.
side of the aisle. I felt it wholly
$9
inappropriate for the
billion
FBI to
they
be
spent.
playing umpire and referee amongst these decision
8 little
makers
hoses,
when there was no
$9
factual or legal
billion.
basis to continue those
Now, I'm
investigations.
sure they could have done it for
the
about,
vaccine
you know,
injured,
one
that was their only
thousandth of
lifeline
that,
because
but
they
even
could
if
not
they
get
did,
help.
it's unaffordable.
They weren't
They approved Governor
believed. They only had each other.
Gavin,
and so they had these Facebook groups, and Facebook shut them down, and people lost contact, and people committed suicide because of it.
Right now.
Yeah, so this is now in earlier in 2021.
They have so much water.
There was just a couple of
we had to send
isolated
in the military to free up
people
the water.
across the country early on, for
right
example.
after the first. We told them to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban. Think of it, a plan to ban.
I didn't ask you about the FBI. I said the administration.
And they call it the 100% ban.
I would like to enter the record an article from today's New York Times titled "Trump invokes curse killing and justifying measures to silence opponents." The way that Charlie Kirk's killing, President Trump and his allies laid out a broad plan to target liberal groups, monitor speech, revoke visas, and designate certain groups as domestic terrorists.
One of the big truckers, 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, he said, did you explain these things?
I had conducted 278,000 improper searches of the FISA database. Do you remain concerned about governmental abuse of FISA in Section 702?
I'm always concerned, but what we've done since I became FBI director is implement new audit systems. We are nearing 100% review of the series system that you are specifically referring to. And we've also eliminated anyone that has ever touched that database that has in any way made a mistake, whether intentional or not, and we have also identified a system in which those going
had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr. Patel. You just testified to Mr. Swalwell that you did not speak to the president about the Epstein files. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi that there was nothing more to see? Your July memo says you uncovered more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, but that you had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr.
Had the authority to do so for weeks. And you could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us what, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the rule for its consideration when it was well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers they give really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time. And I think had the authority to do so for weeks. You could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us what, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the rule for its consideration when it was well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers you give really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time. And I think had the authority to do so for weeks.
It doesn't sound too appealing, but
you could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Maybe Mr. Norman can explain to us why his Epstein resolution never made it to the floor. Maybe Mr. Scott can tell us what, would like to share with us why he decided not to call up the rule for its consideration when it was well within his power to do so. But honestly, the answers they give really don't matter because the resolution was nothing more than a distraction to buy time.
50 years never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I can show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. It was better. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business. We got him to take it now. He said, but what they do and what they're at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours to the trip. I don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good. Here to industry. If you want to buy electric, Gina Jones and Gina If you're a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. Cars are going to come up and tell us about trucks. You should be given the option, buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because no money for anything. Has a tendency. It was that when it blows up, we wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil. They find you 75 the oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything else. The oil went from so high. Got close to $100 a barrel. We think we can solve the problem. And that cost, and that also kept the war going with Putin, because if it doesn't work, $100 a barrel, it'll work most of the time. But if it doesn't, money-making experience. But now it's down to where it's not so good for them. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you. No, it's pretty bad. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
I'm sorry.
I would say it's
in your mind, you made an interpretation about that.
The bulk of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem.
On the morning,
17 other states follow
hours
California.
before gunmen fired
They have the
200
most
rounds
ridiculous
at the
laws I've
CDC.
ever seen. A lot of things. This is just cars. But and trucks.
You
and,
put up a post.
They have a lot of them for other
with
things.
a gun.
But we have the California war standards. And this horrible scheme would effectively abolish the internal
they wouldn't
combustion
report on.
engine.
They lied to us. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Like
they
so far,
lied to us, just like they lied and said, this thing's going to stay in your arm,
spend about $6
when they knew it wouldn't, and we know conclusively it does not. They talked about the mRNA. This can just, it's going to go in there, stay in the arm, it's going to dissolve, in hours, a couple days, whatever.
Coming back from other countries.
But they knew it wasn't mRNA, it was modified RNA, and it stayed in the body.
We have now almost
together with the spike protein, and we have studies of that. They're not talking about that as they continue to
very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore. Because we were like stupid people. We looked like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore. I've been told that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains. Everything I said goes into effect. Lower prices, better cars. To a halt. And so far about choice. You can say choice. We have choice for education. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to common sense. Give a person a little air conditioning in the summer. Now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Okay, now meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric. And it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers.
And elsewhere, and invited them into
and now
my
I'm really
office
doing
and
well with
headquarters
them.
to see them
phenomenally
because I need
with them. No
engagement with
Republican
tribal
ever
leadership,
got any
and I need our
numbers
police
like
and
that. I got
FBI
the
agents to be
Teamsters
engaging
too.
with tribal
Sean
leadership.
O'Brien, that
Otherwise,
is
we're not going to break through. We have
They like Trump
1,900
because I
Indian
produce
country
jobs.
cases
They know
open
that.
right now. We've got
Everybody knew that, and the auto workers knew better than anybody.
and they have plants
how good the
moving in,
tariffs
Brian.
were. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. I don't know him at all. But he didn't like me at all. Now he can go around saying, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it during the campaign. No, but I think he's a guy I've proven who done what I said. It's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train. The train is the most. I've seen people, stupid people with happens. I would say it's off to a bad start. Never seen anything like that. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem. You're going to have it made here. 17 other states follow it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They have the most ridiculous laws. That's one of the reasons. This is just cars, a lot of money, but that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in. They have a lot of them for other things. They haven't even kicked in. But we have. It's called the California car standards. Let any of these bad things happen. These stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people either corrupt or really dumb.
Happy talk? But those were terrible decisions. And what COVID highlighted more than anything else. By the way, it's why here. I ran for the United States Senate, not because I had this deep desire to be but because I was so incensed by the arrogance, by the ignorance, by the lack of common sense among our elected officials that we needed different kinds of people here in Washington, D.C. and other places.
I think that's good. You got 35 Democrats.
Should I answer those questions, Chairman?
I think that's great. That, as far as I'm
but no
concerned.
driver's license.
Clifford Lincoln,
One in
Mary
the Senate.
King, 6422.
Will in a white short with big sunny cat.
Here's the one.
Just have to have any jam. I'll advise you what intersection they were going to shut down if they come through.
85, and you said 2 East City at 50-50. So 9220, I'm not going to do that. Call back in. And then 30 traffic clock.
I congratulate her. I think it's great.
For 8152.
She said she was looking out the glass
What did I
doors.
ask that question?
That's why she didn't see you. But I told her to.
But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever. And they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive.
Carjackings and murders
They
and
were
rapes,
showing me,
but
most respectable
what has the crime
save a little, like a
picture
half a
in
glass
Washington,
of
D.C.
fuel
looked like since the
cost them
so-called federal
thousands of
takeover?
dollars.
2,100 arrests,
The engine has
37%
to stop,
decrease in
and then
violent
turn on,
crime,
and
same
blah,
time
blah, blah.
last year,
And I said,
60%
does it work as well?
decrease
No,
in
it's
gun
terrible.
crime, 74%
It's
decrease in
terrible. And that's to
carjacking,
save a little bit of fuel. This
53%
much fuel
reduction in homicides
that
in
Chris Wright
Washington,
can
D.C.
produce with
in the
one
last month alone.
extra
Very
little
good.
oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it. Your car's going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less. And you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla. And I like others too. But I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for
Has a ton listed
a
with
lot of
Kirby
things. Iowa, we had
9105
an unbelievable
and Kirby 30
victory, if you remember.
310048.
It was nice to remember, like so much, nobody even talked about anything else. That was a great victory, but it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to
Has a ton listed with Kirby bars 29105 and Kirby 310048.
What happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold.
Pastor Robert signs with
And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars. And I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points.
Terminate anyone based on case assignments alone.
But I do remember that scene.
Has the FBI ever been sued by somebody who felt that they were terminated based on case assignments?
In the entire history of the FBI, I'm sure they have.
No, since your tenure.
I'm sure there's ongoing litigation.
Because of that guy right there, Lee.
Yes. In fact, there is ongoing litigation. And in fact, people have been asked who they voted for. And in fact, you are running an FBI.
He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now.
Never been.
He actually is a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just
has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere.
And that was another race that was not winnable, but you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger if you want to know the truth. I think it's
really was
actually more
involved
important
in
if
the
you can
Epstein
believe
files,
that.
the Epstein cover-up.
Under the previous regime,
The
drug price rocketed. It was a direct result of the mandates.
I do want to seek
These
unanimous
mandates,
consent
this
to enter into the
nonsense
record
that you had to do. And
New
there's so
York
many
Times,
other
September
rules
8th,
and regulations that the
2025
car
article,
companies
How
who are
JP
here
Morgan
today
enabled the crimes
appreciate
of
that.
Jeffrey Epstein.
And Susie Wells is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman.
This FBI than ever before
Most
in US
powerful
history.
woman in the world, they say.
Stats on that going back about 30 years, sir.
I was thinking back.
She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wells. One phone call and a nation is destroyed.
Secondly, you mentioned
She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls.
Any of the women that were victims,
and she's doing a great job.
They came up here and had a press conference and all.
Doing a
Did
great
any of them
job.
contact your office and ask to give information?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
If they did,
energy prices would likewise
is there a statute of limitations on
radical left
sex
forced
crimes like
more
that?
electric vehicles
Secondly,
onto
there's
the
never
grid
been
while
more people want
blocking
to work at
approvals
this
for
FBI
new
than
power
ever
plants.
before in US history.
They want to block the approvals. They want you to
I'm sure that's because
have a
of
car
you.
with
And you're
electric,
kind of
but they
anticipating my
block
next question.
the
I talked to
production of
retired
the
FBI
juice
agents
that
in my
runs the
area
cars,
who sometimes
all of them,
retired
all
in
forms of
part
cars,
because
just
they
the
hated
craziest
the
they were.
woke,
We're in a different sphere
anti-conservative
now. We're
culture
in a
of
whole
the
different
FBI.
planet.
And they are
Right now, the result
concerned,
would be
the retiring
rolling
agents,
blackouts and a
about
collapse
new
of our
agents,
power
not on
systems.
your
We'd
watch,
have a
but
total
before
collapse.
this,
You couldn't do it. Couldn't even do
being
it.
corrupt.
Has not
Think of
already
it, they're
been
forcing
turned
you
over
to
to the
do
FBI. The
something, and
FBI
they
will
want you
look
to
at any new
boats
investigative
also. I
leads.
assume boats have been covered by this.
Have you made any progress on
Boats, they
the
want you to go all
pipe
electric.
bomb
and
investigation January
the batteries
6th?
are
And
so
have you
heavy,
made
the
any
damn boat
progress on the motive
practically
of the Las
doesn't,
Vegas
float.
shooter?
I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on the
It's an ongoing
on the
investigation, and
tours.
we have
Talk
made
about
progress.
it.
As to the second, sir,
I said, what would happen if the boat sank?
All
I
right,
said, we
thank
went
you. I
to
yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have
North
a unanimous
Carolina,
consent.
South Carolina, we
Unanimous consent
visited
request
boat
from the gentleman from
factories.
New York.
Unbelievable
I ask unanimous
guys.
consent to introduce and
Administration has been complying with subpoenas and providing information to the Oversight Committee. Republican Oversight Committee has been putting forward information. We now have 34,000 more records out for the public to be able to look at. In addition to the reality that the people charged with prosecuting crimes have to be able to look at information that isn't necessarily going to be made public and shouldn't be. Correct?
Correct.
Like, we don't just say, oh, here's the mob boss files. Here, America, go forward and find out with.
Has been strong. And I used to be I think it's a great thing. It's also back here. It's good for our schools. It's good for. I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay. If you get educated for 4 years, you're willing to get educated for 4 years. I like. And I used to say, people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. Loved it, but you have some. Yeah, these are Republicans clapping. You know, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I
Hess, and
what do I
CEO
do?
of Hess Corporation,
You know what I said?
a proud producer
I'd rather
of
be
oil and
electrocuted.
gas
I said,
in North Dakota.
I'll take
and the
electrocution
Gulf of
every
America.
single day.
And
But actually, he said,
so you
nobody's
all
ever
know
asked me that question, sir. He makes folks, nobody ever asked me that question. This is really an unusual question.
I was born
He said,
in New
and
Jersey,
honestly,
grew
I
up
don't
in New
have
York.
the answer. He wasn't able.
And my father
I said,
started
don't
our
worry
company
about it. If I win, you won't
by
have to
driving
worry
a
about
second-hand
it.
oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's
But
an honor to be
today
before you
we're
today. And thank
saving
you for that.
California, and we're saving
Mr.
our
President,
entire
during your
country
campaign,
from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money.
production process.
And even the ones that buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money, time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody. Make the car worse
Medical
and make
textbooks
it
and
much more
curricula are
expensive.
influenced by financially
Over the past 5 months,
academics,
our administration,
universities and department
Republicans
chairs
in Congress
hold
have fought
substantial
for
pharmaceutical
the American
ties.
auto worker.
Most
and
clinical
for
trials are
Teamsters and
conducted
for-
by for-profit
By the way, the right to work
has consequences.
We have them all.
And the failure to respect
You know,
real
we just call them
science
just workers.
will deprive
We fought for
all
workers
Americans
like
of
no one has
treatments
ever
and
fought
cures.
before.
And
I
before my
understand
time is
that.
up,
It's
Mr. Chairman,
why we
I
won.
want to
We won
acknowledge
with workers. We won with young
the
people.
study that will be
I just saw
discussed
with
by the
TikTok.
majority
I
at
was
this
number one
hearing.
on TikTok in its history. Can you
Citing
believe
the
that?
fact
So,
that
I
one
guess
deeply
I like
flawed
TikTok.
study
That's
was
why they
not
say, you
published
say
as
it,
evidence
we
of a
probably will say
cover-up
TikTok, actually.
ignores the
But on my first
thousands
day in
of
office,
others
I ended the Green New Scam.
contradicting its
As the large scale program, when we're touching, hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year, incorporating that into food parks and states there. That's a good idea to come up with. That's a great idea. Some folks are programs to reach out to businesses, all the stuff that you just heard is a good way to get that message out. We just need as a society to demonize this behavior. It's not acceptable.
Has changed in terms of me about that.
might be causing
And I used to
the
say, I'm
immune
amazed
system
that
of our
he's
children
endorsing me because
in mass
that
to
can't
go
be good
haywire.
for him. I'm abolishing the
maybe
EV
we should
mandate.
start by ruling out
And I once asked
the
him
fact
about
that
it.
we have
You
gone
never
from
talked to
3
me about that.
injections
He
on the
said,
CDC
well,
schedule
as
in
long as it's
1986,
happening to
the year
everybody, I'll
the
be
National
able to
Child
compete.
Vaccine
It's a
Draft
very
was passed.
interesting answer.
So
I thought it was a
currently,
very
if a
honest
child
answer,
gets
to be
the full
honest with
CDC
you.
schedule, follows it
I
today,
talked about it that
by 1 year of
incredible, you know,
age,
you would have thought he would have
gets
been
29 injections.
from day one.
including
You
your-
got to make sure
okay?
you don't do
3
the EV
to 29.
mandate.
And every
the
one of those.
Hasn't the
abolishing,
FBI
never did.
seized
You're
over
very honest in that
66,000
sense.
kilos of
And he
cocaine,
did say to me,
6,000
I
kilos of
actually asked
meth,
him because
and
it was,
1,500
really
kilos of
strange how
fentanyl?
I'm with him.
Not to be
He's
nitpicky,
very,
but it's
you know, friend of
89,000
mine,
kilos
and
of cocaine and
he makes
7,300
electric
kilograms of
cars,
meth.
and we're saying
And
you're not
isn't
gonna be
it
able to make
also true
electric
that the
cars, or you're
FBI
not gonna be
Tampa
forced to
Division's
make
Panama Express Strike
all of
Force
those cars. You can
specifically
make them, but
seized
it'll be
nearly
by the market.
67,000
You
of cocaine
And
valued at
that's
more
what
than
he said. He said,
$1.6
as long
billion
as I'm on the same
from
plane
illicit
as everybody
maritime
else,
vessels.
One of our best operations out of Port Tampa, and I was down there.
said, that's
Hasn't the
very cool.
FBI
That's
arrested
very cool. That was my
59
answer.
foreign intelligence operatives
that,
for
he got a little
spying
bit
or
strange,
smuggling
but I
dangerous material
I
into
don't
the
know
United
why,
States?
over much smaller things
Yes, we
than
have, and that's on track to
as part
be
of
more
the
than
one
25%
big beautiful bill will
And the
also
FBI has
further
also
slash
been
the
leading
funding
operations
for
against
the
major
Green New
cyber
Scam. As
threat
you know,
actors,
it's the greatest
including
scam in
those
history,
from Russia, China,
saving
Iran, and
American
North Korea.
taxpayers
Isn't that
hundreds of
right?
billions of dollars.
17% increase from year to date last
The
year.
windmills are killing our
Director
country,
Patel.
by the way.
The FBI's Child
The fields are
Exploitation
littered
Task
with
Forces
junk.
continue to
They're
investigate.
littered with it. And they get older, and they get rusty, and they get bad. And they get, this is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back see his mother, who's not well. He went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving down a highway and up a certain road and the most beautiful fields. I remember them so well. And I was so looking forward to seeing them again. And I looked at them, and they had windmills all over them. These horrible, horrible structures. Very smart guy. This guy. And he said these ugly, horrible things. And he said it was so bad I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, how much do you like your mother? But no, it hurt him to see this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination that I've ever seen. And I said, it's littered with
Engine 696, right on conscious call, 4037 Saratoga, 403 Saratoga, good day for Papa John's, Saratoga and Wilbur, 4 copy and 1 at 1846.
And they don't look alike, and they're not painted alike, different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a beigey white, one's a darker white, one's a lighter white, and then they start to rust after 4 or 5 years. They start to wear out, and nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the propellers, the props, right? You can't bury the props for some reason. I don't know why, but they say that you can't bury a certain type of fiber, and if it goes in the ground, we're all going to die.
Thank goodness that we have
it's what bullshit
a corporation or company that has given us some good
if you go to
ways
Palm
of
Springs, California, take a
making
look.
sure
You
that
go
all of
into this
us
beautiful
are
community
equal
before you get,
in our
it's like you're
water
riding
rates.
through a
So
junkyard.
again, I just want to make sure
Windmills all over the
that
place. Tall ones, short
this is the
ones.
first also that I've heard of
Both
being
dead,
on this,
some are
but I
hanging
know that
over
I
by
also
the
have
branch.
some individuals
They
that would
don't
be
just leave
great
them there
to
and they
serve
start
on that
to rust.
commission, and I know that there's
It's one of the
others.
greatest
So
scams, and it's also the most expensive energy. And the environmentalists say, oh, we love wind. It sounds so good, but it's a horrible thing. Environmentally, it's a horrible thing. I say that to you. It's wind energy. You're going to have virtually no one mandate we have. We're going to natural gas, nuclear. We just had a big signing with nuclear, making it easier,
complex and serious issue.
Really, I would say probably more than any other form of energy that's coming out.
It is in conformance
It's amazing
with
what's been done. It's very safe, very good, and very inexpensive. But we're not going to let windmills get built because we're not going to destroy our country any further than it's already been destroyed. You go and look at these beautiful plains and valleys, and they're loaded up with this garbage that gets worse and worse every year. It starts when the rust comes. 4 or 5 years, it starts to rust, and it's very expensive to paint it. So they don't paint
investigation
of the residential
heavy rain events, your water quality gets degraded. You get more turbidity in the water, so you have to work harder to clean it. In those situations, you have enough water.
Will the far field study be available to the public to after
The inside of an apartment, there currently is something that goes safety apartment. It's unknown if anyone will try.
It'll be public. It'll be public.
Yeah, it'd be during after, that would be available during the
My
process.
two shirts, now the white shirt, but riding for the freeway.
Can we do more than 30 NGDs in that location? I don't remember. We can.
Mercedes all over. They pay 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump. This could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it in my last term, I actually asked the question, I said, do we have any Chinese cars here? No, why? Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars, so they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe.
Or what our military has the
But I
capacity
love
to
China.
do
We
once
just made
the
a
threat
deal,
is
and I
domestic.
respect President Xi a lot.
It's critically
And
important.
we made a deal that's good for
both the FBI and
countries.
DHS
The
have
deal
those
we made with
capabilities.
China
I'll
is
speak
good
to
for
the
both
FBI, of
countries.
course,
It's going to
only.
be a lot of
And
money
you
made.
raised the
and
World Cup.
It's
That's
going to
exactly what we
ultimately
needed
open
for
up
the Club
China,
World
which
Cup,
is
which
the
just happened,
ultimate
was
thing. I'm going to
32
be working
games
with President Xi.
in at
We won't
least a
talk
dozen
about
different
it.
cities across the
And
country,
that's
the
going to be
largest
good for
sporting
China. It's going to be
events
good for us, but we're going to be
consecutively in
opening up
American
China. That's
history.
bigger than
And we used our
than what we
counter-drone
signed.
capabilities to not only
Had we not
have
signed
been
it, that wouldn't be
working
happening.
with
It's
you.
going to
Is that
happen. It's
accurate?
going to
Yes,
happen
sir.
fairly
So
soon.
I want to turn to a couple
to
cases
further
that are at the
defend our
University
auto
of
workers,
Michigan,
I
where
impose
Chinese
the
nationals, on behalf of the
25%
Chinese
tariff
government,
on all foreign
smuggled in
automobiles
illicit
and
biological
investment in American
materials,
manufacturing and auto manufacturing, all
stuff
manufacturing
that
surge.
can harm our agricultural industry.
And,
What
I might
actions
go
are
up with
you
that tariff
taking
in the not too
as
distant
we
future.
see
The higher you
repeated
go, the more
stories
likely
of
it is
Chinese
they'll build a
nationals
plant.
doing this?
Ford has just announced
So
it's
just
going
that's
to
already
invest
been turned
$500
over to the
million.
FBI. The FBI will look at any new
Some of the
investigative
things
leads.
involved in what we just did. General Motors
Have you made
is
any
gonna
progress
spend
on
$4
the
billion. They just
pipe
announced
bomb
that
investigation
yesterday.
January
Stellantis
6th? And have you made any
announced that it's
progress
gonna
on
reopen
the
its
motive of the
Belvedere
Las Vegas
assembly
shooter?
plant.
Have
That's good.
direct control
I know the
over.
plant
We have
very
gone
well.
to
Had a
court.
lot of
You haven't.
problems.
Complete your sentence. Everything you have direct control over, you said.
$5 billion.
Have gone to court and everything we have
And
direct
titanium
control
and
over.
Complete your sentence. You said
lawfully
everything.
release.
America.
They're releasing.
They wouldn't have
You'd like to
invested
complete
10
his
cents
answer.
if we
Have
didn't
you
have
seen
no-
everything?
It's all misdirected.
How do you know
Time
that?
of the gentleman has
Manufacturing
expired.
American
The
steel,
gentleman from
which is doing
California is
great.
recognized.
American steel.
Thank you,
is,
Mr. Director. Just to be
doing
clear,
great
how
now
many of the
because
Epstein
of what we
files were
did.
released in the 4
You
years
wouldn't
of
have
the Biden
if I didn't put
administration?
tariffs
Zero.
on steel.
And how many of you
They were
released?
dumping steel, China and
I don't
a
have
lot
the
of
number,
other
but
countries were
it's gotta be
dumping steel
thousands
in our
of cases,
country.
so.
Garbage
I was
steel,
going to
dirty
ask you
steel,
to
bad steel,
begin
not structurally
whether
sound
Americans
steel.
are safer
Real
today
garbage, but it
than
was
they
still
were 9
there,
months
lots
ago.
of it.
But you cited
And if I didn't put
dramatic
tariffs, I put
increases in
25 and
criminal
50%
arrests,
tariffs on steel, right?
and that effort is being
John
opposed
James
every step of the
would
way
put
by
tariffs on
Democratic
steel, and we were
leaders in
doing
our
great with
cities,
steel.
some of our states,
Now we're
and
really
right
doing
here in the
great.
Congress. Isn't that
A
true?
big investment.
We're just working where we can in every single city we can, and I welcome the opportunity to
$17
partner with
billion
Republicans or
on U.S.
Democrats
steel.
on filing crime
And
like we're doing.
Mr. Biggs
the
asked
steel
about
workers
Arctic
wanted it.
frost. What else can you tell us
And we
about
have
that
a
and
golden
what we need to do to assure
stock.
that it
We have a
never
golden
happens again?
share.
Continue
which
the
I control,
congressional oversight
the
work that you're
president
doing on
controls.
Arctic
Now, I'm a little
frost. Let me
concerned
provide you
whoever
with more.
Do you have any knowledge?
President might
Do you
be,
have any knowledge?
but that
I can't
gives
speak.
You are
total
refusing to
control.
answer the question, so let me
51%
tell you
ownership by
that the Wall
Americans.
Street Journal
And
reported
we
that
have a
in
company,
May,
a great
Bondi
company,
told
Nippon.
Trump
They're coming
that he
in
was
from
in the
Japan.
Epstein
They're gonna
files,
spend
and at the
$17
same
billion.
meeting
And somebody
said that
well,
the
what about-
DOJ did not plan
what
to
happens if it
release the
doesn't work out? I
files.
said they spent $17
Yesterday,
billion.
you testified to
We can't
Senator
put it on
Kennedy
a
that there
trailer
was,
and
quote,
drive
no
it to
credible
Japan. This is
information that
steel mill.
Epstein
some
trafficked
businesses
girls
you
to
can
anyone
move. You
else,
move your
and that
office, and
you
that's
have,
where the
quote,
business is.
continuously
With
and
this
publicly
business,
asked.
we're spending
have not been made
17
public
think
or
of that,
not fully
17
understood by
billion,
the
they're going
public. I
to
think
have
it's
them all
fairly
over the
consistent.
country.
Thank you.
I want to
Gentleman
introduce
yields
several
back
of the great
to Lay from
Americans
Texas,
representing the
I have to get
millions
back
of
to you on the
people
exact
whose
Gotaway numbers,
livelihoods
but
we're saving.
identifying that there are
with today's action.
gotaways
I
is
just
step
can't tell
one.
you how
Going and manhunting them
how
is step two.
incredible
And
this
that's what we're
action is,
committing our
because nobody
resources to.
thought this was
That's
one
my
that I
next
wasn't
question,
so.
is what progress his administration
I would
made
have
in
rather had it than
apprehending and
almost
removing
anything what I was
terrorist
told by
threats that came in
everybody.
during the Biden
No disrespect to
couldn't get
terrorists,
it.
and we've encountered
Bill Kent
almost
runs a chain
zero
of
on the southern
family-owned
borders.
convenience
The southern border's
stores
been
that
sealed.
opened in
But the problem
West
that we are
Texas
running
in
into is our northern border.
1957,
It's
known
largely
as
expansive.
Kent
The enemy has
Quick.
adapted, and we need
And
to have.
Bill, if you could
we
come
are
up and say a few
flexing
words
more
about
resources to the field. California
what the signing means
is
to you,
receiving
getting the largest FBI plus-up of any state in the union due to that plus-up. They're not getting a reduction. No state is getting a reduction. Every state is getting a plus-up.
You're probably wondering
so I'm utilizing
why
the
I've called
money that
you
we
all here
have to
today,
first
right?
plus it up. And the empty
What a great
vacancies
day.
that we have,
From my
those haven't been
perspective,
filled
I'm in
years,
the convenience
not
store
under
and
my leadership.
petroleum market
Here's my
business.
concern.
And
You're going to do
what
well,
this
you're
does
doing
is
more with less.
It gives us freedom.
What you're
It gives
already received from the
consumers
Trump
freedom to pick
administration
what kind of
after the
car they
subpoena
want.
for the records
But
was
more importantly
executed,
for us,
and how
it
quickly
gives us
the
the
committee
ability to
started
plan
receiving
going
the
forward.
information.
Yeah,
Because with mandates,
as soon as the subpoena
we
went
were
out,
forced to
we
have
heard
to
from the
look at
Department of
putting
Justice.
in,
Their attorneys started communicating with
that
our attorneys,
frankly
and
is
they
extremely
started
expensive and doesn't
gathering the
give you any
documents, and I
time.
think we got the documents
So
in record
this
time.
allows us
I
to
can't
free me
remember
up and our
a
companies
time time when we subpoenaed the Merrick Garland Department of Justice and never got any.
Not have to vote on a motion.
It's a great day.
To put on the floor of the House, the massive resolution to force the release of the Epstein files to the public, to pass a bill that would make it law.
And a friend of mine
that all
for a
of the
long
files
time
would
is,
have to be released.
John Hess. He's one
And
of
there
the
is
top
no reason why we
CEOs
cannot
in the
still
country.
have
And
that be a
he's now
rule.
CEO of Hess Corporation.
And
one
we
of the
can
biggest
do both,
oil
have
producers, and he's a
that
fantastic
be a rule.
person with great knowledge
And
of
we can do
the
both.
subject matter.
After point, everything they
Can you say a
did,
few
open
words, John? I
borders,
see in the audience.
men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country.
CEO of HES Corporation.
Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Have an order on that, farmers, and leisure too, hotels.
And my father
we're
started
gonna
our company.
have to use a lot of common
by driving a
sense on that.
secondhand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today, with the bipartisan
I've ever seen a story written about it. It was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their
I'd
turn
like
to
to
hit, and eventually
recognize
they're going to go.
Johnson, Leader
And I
Thune,
stopped it. I called you. I
members of
respect
Congress
each leader greatly.
whose tireless
And
efforts
I
were
spoke to
critical
them,
to the
and
outcome we're celebrating
I talked
today.
about trade.
And
I
a
said, but
special
you're not
thank you
trading with
to
us if you're going to
Senator
go to
Capito
war. If
for
you're going
her
to start
leadership.
throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They
This
stopped.
announcement today
I stopped that
is
war.
about consumer
We
choice
have a
and
nuclear weapon.
affordability for American families.
I'd
It's
prefer
also
the
about
more
making
friendly
our
path.
country
What the Israelis told
Mr. President,
a couple
you said that
survivors,
very
which is
eloquently.
just heard.
As you know, Mr.
But
President,
that was
one
a
size
horrible
fits all
crash.
policies
Nobody
those
has any
adopted
idea what it might
in
be.
California do
I gave
not
him a couple of
America,
pointers. I said, maybe you'll look at this. And,
in
we
every
saw the
state,
plane.
every
It
American
was
should be able to
flying pretty
choose
well.
what they
It didn't
want to
look like
drive,
there was an
not the government.
explosion.
We as
It
a
just looked
country
like the engine maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history.
Our
Wow.
competitive
Second,
advantage with this repeal on oil and gas. Oil and gas
have
are a
to watch
strategic
people.
industry for our country.
You have to watch students, but you have to watch other people
energy
also.
dominance,
I've always been
economic
strongly in
prosperity,
everything.
national
It's also
security. We
it's
are
good for our
truly
schools. It's good for.
energy
I think it's good for our
independent. So, Mr.
country.
President,
I'm also in
on
favor
behalf
of having
this
them stay.
corporation,
I've been in
on
favor
behalf of
of
the oil and gas
letting
industry,
them stay. If you
and
get
every
educated
family
for 4
across our
years, you're
country,
willing to
thank
get
you for your
educated for
courageous
4 years.
leadership
I like
and your commitment
people
to
being able
consumer
to say, they have some
and
great
energy
students.
affordability.
You have
Thank
some.
you very much.
Well, these are Republicans, clapping. Because a lot of Republicans they pick this up. And so I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these. I said, maybe I would, maybe I would. The California EV mandates
it doesn't sound too appealing, but
our nation's incredible truck drivers and the trucking
So what's the
industry.
problem? He said, so
gave you a little bit
I
of a
noticed one
rundown.
thing. For 50 years,
but a
every single year,
diesel-powered
one thing
semi-truck can
happened.
drive
They got better.
from Reno, Nevada. I'll give you some
They
other
got
locations.
stronger. They got more efficient.
Nevada
they got
to
faster.
Los Angeles, California,
They could
and back
carry
on a
any, not
single
have a
tank
nuclear
of
weapon. Other than
diesel
that,
oil,
I want them to be successful.
diesel
I want them to
fuel,
be
but
tremendous. We'll help them
the same
be
exact
successful.
journey
We'll
would
trade with
require
them with
electric
whatever is
truck drivers
necessary.
to stop.
You know, I stopped
Also, 6
a war
times
between
at recharging
India
stations,
and
adding an
Pakistan.
estimated 9 hours.
And I stopped it
to
with
the
trade.
trip.
Nobody, I
know
don't think
too
I've
much
ever
about
seen
the
a
trucking
story written
industry,
about
but
it.
this
It was
is not
pretty
sounding
cool.
good.
They were getting ready. Pakistan was now
here
was their
to
turn to hit. And
discuss
eventually,
a
they're going to
little
go
bit about
nuclear.
the trucking industry.
And I stopped it. I called
Gina
each. I respect
Jones
each
and
leader
Gina,
greatly. I know them.
A real expert on
Not have a
trucks, I
nuclear
can tell
weapon.
you that.
Other than that,
Gonna
I
come
want
up
them to
and
be
tell us about
successful. I
trucks.
want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India
Mr. President.
and Pakistan.
And thank you,
And I stopped it with
members
nobody.
in
I don't
Congress.
think I've ever seen a story written
trucking
about it, but it's pretty
industry
cool. They
has
were getting ready.
America's
Pakistan
back.
was their turn to hit, and
we
eventually
are
they're going to go
grateful
nuclear.
That a president
And I stopped it. I
and the
called each. I
administration
respect each leader greatly.
that
I know
have
them.
our back
Didn't have
to
tariffs,
Today,
including
trucks
for manufacturing
are
American steel, which is doing great.
cleaner
American
than a
steel
generation
is
ago.
doing great
We
now
need
because of what we
great
did.
partners
You wouldn't
in
have if I
government to
didn't put
continue
tariffs on
that
steel.
process.
They were dumping steel,
We cannot
China and
allow
a lot of other countries were dumping
one
steel in our
state's
country.
regulations
Garbage steel,
to
dirty
disrupt
steel,
our
bad steel, not
entire
structurally sound,
nation chain.
real garbage, but it was still there, lots
Allowing
of it.
California to do
And if I
so
didn't put tariffs, I
would
put 25 and
have
50% tariff.
have delivered the
Negativity
leadership that
impacted
trucking
the
industries
hundreds
need.
and thousands of truck drivers.
Promises
who
made,
deliver critical goods
promises kept.
across the country each and every day.
On behalf of the in order to deliver for American families and businesses, we need realistic national on behalf
standards.
of the 8.5 million Americans
With the signing
who work
of
throughout
this
the
resolution,
trucking industry.
Mr. President,
you have delivered the leadership
Will have
that
no financial
trucking
security, will not have
industries need.
national security. And the people that brought the
Promises made,
lawsuit are people that are
promises kept.
aligned with foreign nations
On behalf of
that
the
are now being treated fairly as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to
On
use
behalf
what other
of the
people use
8.5
against us,
million Americans
there's no
who
defense.
work throughout
It'll be a
the trucking
disaster for
industry.
America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that. And I had some pretty big cases that have been lost because of that. Well, not American lives. But if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives.
Under the Trump administration,
I've had
we will
8 wars.
restore the full strength.
Prime Minister
might,
of
and glory
Pakistan got
of
up the other day, said so
American
beautifully, says,
auto
you saved
and
millions
trucking
of lives. He
industry.
told
We'll
that to
protect
a
our
group of people
truck
right in this
drivers,
office.
auto
He said the
workers,
president
small business
saved
people, and
millions of lives. And I think what he's
manufacturers all
referring
over
to
our
is the
country,
fact
and
that that would have been with
all over
India
the
and
world,
nuclear
and that's
war.
okay, too.
That was getting very close. You know,
And
7
doing a
planes,
product
they don't
that
talk about
works,
it.
a product
But
that's
7
much
aircraft.
more
Press
efficient.
conferences.
That's better.
we do Hearings.
Much better.
This particular study
less
was
expensive.
done and completed in 2020.
And we'll put affordable energy and affordable car
now,
ownership back on the
apparently,
center
for the
of
first time,
the
it's
American
being
dream as we make
revealed.
America great again.
Has
And
it
that's what's
been
happening. We're
available
making
during this
America
last
great.
5
You know, when I went over
That's a
to
great
Saudi
question. I mean,
Arabia, Qatar,
there's
UAE,
preprints,
just a couple of weeks
Substacks,
ago,
obviously,
the leaders
a
of
number of
those
ways to get a
countries, and
to
they're
get a
very
study
smart
out there.
people, they said,
the
you
fact
know,
that it's been shelved
You've
for
made it
fun
a
and
short
having one or
period
more
of time.
conditions.
America, the
Secretary
hottest nation
Kennedy
in the
in
world.
the
The hottest. That you're the only one we
that
talk
was
about.
last week.
And 6
said
months
the
ago, it
greatest
was a
data from
laughing
the
stock.
CDC
That
that
those words, it was a
76%
laughing
of
stock, and it
Americans now have
was
one
an
or more
absolute
chronic
laughing
conditions.
stock.
And I
We've got
believe
the hottest
that
nation
lots of
right
these
now in
chronic
the whole
conditions
world,
stem from
and the numbers are
iatrogenic
reflecting it
injury.
too.
We have
So
3
I just think
million
it's great. And what I'll
children
do
with
is I'll sign
autism.
this, then
Back
we
in
can take a couple of
1970,
questions
the rate
if
was
you
so
want.
low that it
And
was essentially zero.
we will be finished, and
I'm
you're going to go
outraged
off,
by
and you're
that,
going to
and I think
build
these have been
the most
systematically
beautiful
suppressed
automobiles for
and ignored by the
20%
mainstream
less
media
money.
and the medical
And I want to thank you,
establishment.
man. You have done some job.
2
Thank you,
studies by
Mike.
Gallagher and
Thank you.
Goodman show that the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine significantly increases autism risk. 3 studies by Anthony Mawson confirm that vaccination increases the odds of developing autism by at least 4.2-fold.
Have been nurtured by the president's choices for key positions in this administration.
Having violence on both sides, yes, that's what he acknowledged.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you
That's literally
are
what happened. He said
acknowledging
both.
that there is violent extremism on both sides. What's interesting is that the research arm of the Department of Justice, the National Institute of Justice, do you know what that is?
I'm familiar with them.
Okay, great. It is the research arm of the Department of Justice, and it published an article in 2020.
Children from exploitation, fighting cybercrime, protecting us from acts of terrorism, foreign and domestic. And I know from my time as a federal prosecutor and a judge that this work by the Bureau doesn't make headlines, but it is happening every single day. At the top, accountability is necessary, transparency is critical, but today we've seen an effort not just to diminish, but to distort the work of Director Patel and the agents he leads. If we really
Letting them stay, I've been in favor of letting them stay. If you get educated for 4 years, you're willing to get educated for 4 years. I like people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. You have some, these are Republicans clapping, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. Just buying your way in and
Having to pay massive tariffs. The tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But A lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. And we have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that...
Senator, a couple of things.
35. 51 been advised it's going to be about a 30-minute ETA.
Upper Medic 7 for a sick call that Kaplan College for about 1520 SKIB and...
You advise it is a running call lock?
Hey,
this is 4170. You got a traffic stop and navigation in Agnes. Confirm Medic 1 for a seizure call. ESD 9010, 39 Lee Drive, 3910 Lee Drive. Brian,
he just texted me and says, have you seen any protests here? I haven't seen anything. I'm over here downtown at Watertown right now, so I haven't seen anything. EAB 4124 patrol.
Control for Sam, 34 for 40 for the suspicious person, 406 Eldon, location. She no longer has firearm.
It's hard. You know, being without water.
Yeah,
he
they're
brings
going to do
in water
better than
from
ever
out of
before.
town,
They're going to sell
2
cars in
tanks
America
every 5
at
days
levels that
for
they've
himself,
never
his
even thought of
wife,
before.
and his brother-in-law.
And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going
$200
to be
a month in
good.
gas,
It's going to be a better
all on a
product.
fixed income.
Well, we have to
I know,
go to town
I know that. They
and
have
the
been
water.
behind me, right? They knew it was right.
And
They've been asking
sometimes
for
the
this
vehicle
for 25,
breaks
30
down.
years. In all
And he's
fairness.
not
No,
alone.
They're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But they like me today even better than they did on Election Day, November 5th, because they see the results now. They're all happening. And yeah, the plants are moving. A lot of plants are moving. And thank you very much for that question. Yeah.
We're in the area. He is not.
I think he's a guy who he's just got a faulty thought process. If you look at that train, the train is the most I've seen stupid people which cost overruns for years have watched where something would cost twice as much or 3 times. But this that's one. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, he was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place, and they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground, just like the houses burned to the ground. It's so sad what's going on in Los Angeles. Think of it. They had a fire they should have never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I could show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California.
Counseled employee who was trying to save his job, bringing a project back that not only the community does not want, but neither do any of these organizations that know water. They know water and they know the impact that this is going to make. So
what they do,
I understand you guys are probably going to vote in favor of this to look at what is going to be presented. Open mind, I understand that. So do what you need to do. And also, Mayor, if you could please quit picking on me.
Politicians like them for whatever reason, but I think the politicians are wrong. That's why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts, as opposed to 505. The map, it's almost all. It's got 2 little stripes on each side. It's almost all red. But now you have to.
4170. He got a traffic stop and navigation in Agnes. Confirm Medic 1 for a seizure call. ESD 9010, 39 Lee Drive, 3910 Lee Drive.
I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at
Listen, he didn't even, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you have always been fair, but this is not fair. No, this is my time, and he said that the witnesses were not credible. I'm going to get an additional minute of time because that's how much time
You won't get a minute, you'll get some seconds. What we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how much time you get. That's not how it works.
Mr. Patel.
Vice President of the
He
United
said,
States,
quote, tell him we love him. Tell him we love him and all the brave warriors exposing the deep state. Wanted me, Andy Kane wanted me to tell you.
That again. I'm never going to.
He said, quote, tell him we love him.
They're not going to do the problem.
Tell him we love him and all the brave warriors exposing the deep state.
He responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true? That's what he initially said. And then when he was talking to this committee, he said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. In flaws, he responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true?
He was the former Prime Minister of Israel and head of military intelligence for Israel. It may have held that title when he met Epstein, and then, yes.
Without objection, the gentleman hold for a second.
Plane crash was terrible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one UC request. This is Judge Engelmeyer's decision from August in U.S. versus Epstein, stating the government's 100,000 pages of Epstein files dwarfs the 70-odd pages of Epstein grand jury materials.
Doesn't want to release all the files.
Just heard.
I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign, then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025 he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid Republicans.
Flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion.
That's his quote, verbatim.
It just looked like.
So you say all Republicans want this stuff released. I don't think that guy does.
It's one of the worst in aviation history.
And what you're telling us that you're going to release some of the files tonight?
The Israelis told.
He fought with us at World War II, and everybody hates him. And Germany and Japan, they're fine. You know, someday somebody will explain that, but I like Germany and Japan too. They're not willing to give us. But Putin was a little confused by that. He said we lost 51 million people, and we were defeated allies completely, 100%. And now everybody hates Russia. And they love Germany and Japan. I said, let's explain that sometime, okay? But it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. In the history of our country. And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is the greatest plan to think of it, a plan to ban. We defeated ISIS. 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. He said, "I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to 4 to 5 years. Play games." I mean, did you explain these things? By the way, headed by the general, the government officials, chief of staff. The truck weighs 2.5 times more. 4 weeks, 2.5 times more than a regular truck. Gasoline-powered diesel. He said, "We're going to keep it that way. Based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks." And these people are agitated because the batteries are very heavy. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems. He said, we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a truck in the industry, would be starting all over. But actually, it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago. Pam Bondi and her great staff. So I said, what are you going to do if I don't win this election? This was before the election. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigation. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose who they are. He said, I'm not going to lose my ass. I think what they're doing. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. They took the bricks away from people. They're making these ugly, horrible things. They're bricks because you throw bricks. And he said it was so bad, I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. And they took them away. The military. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. What the hell is this? I could hardly carry. How much do you like your mother? Strong guy. But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, I looked at this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination that I've ever seen. And I said, it's littered with hammers. This garbage. The curb and he said, we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a truck in the industry. We'd be starting all over. But actually, it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago than And it was breaking
So
up.
I said, what are you going to do
Curbs.
if I don't win this
And the
election?
granite
This
was
was
breaking
before
up
the
and the
election.
concrete was breaking
He
up.
said,
and
you don't
there was
win the
lines of
election, I'm
people
going to
standing
close up
there.
my business because I'm not going to
And they're
lose
handing
my...
him.
He
And
said,
then he stopped
I'm not going to
handing him.
lose
They just
my ass.
went down and picked him up. It was so
I know
professional.
exactly what's going to happen.
I
It's
said,
going to be
that's
a
a professional
catastrophe.
organization.
It's
This
the
is
craziest
not
thing
like
I've
people
ever
at
heard. They're
random.
making you buy stuff that doesn't
This guy's
work.
breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage, a lot of curbs were broken.
He blows you guys away,
I
John.
never saw that before.
He blows
That's
the
one I haven't seen. I
politicians
thought I saw
away.
it
I'm
all.
sorry right now.
And they have it on tape.
He's a great politician.
with
He
that,
almost won for
people get
governor in
killed.
New
You know,
York,
they
which
go
is
to the
just
bridges and they
missed
drop
by
the
a
concrete
few
off the top
points.
of the bridge with a car
And
coming
that
along
was another
70
race that
miles
was
an
not
hour,
winnable.
a person dies.
You almost got it.
We had a lot of
I think what you're doing now
problems.
is
You saw that.
even
They
bigger
were all
if you want to
over
know.
the road. They were
I
littered
think
all
it's
over the
actually
road.
more
The
important
cars
if you
got
can
stopped by
believe that.
concrete going through the front
He
windshield.
just
These are
garbage.
bad people.
It looked like a
If we didn't
junkyard, he
go-
said.
Los Angeles now would be
You know, so then you
on
get
fire.
different
It would be
manufacturers, and
a disaster.
they don't look alike.
And we stopped
And
it.
they're
And
not
last night
painted
was very
alike,
good.
different colors. You
Nobody
have,
showed up.
even if they're
You know why
white,
they didn't
one's
show
a
up? Because
beigey
we were
white,
there.
one's a darker white,
It was
one's a
just
lighter
because
white.
the police are great.
And then
I know
they
those
start to
police,
rust
they're
after
great,
4
but
or
they're
5
told not to
years.
do anything.
And then
They're
they
not
start
allowed
to
to
wear
thank
out.
you.
And nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the propeller. So he wasn't able to. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But
Well, I don't want to
today
say eminent,
we're
but it looks
saving
like it's something
California and we're saving
could
our
very well
entire
happen.
country from
Look,
a
it's very
disaster. Your
simple.
cars are going to be
Not
thousands of
complicated.
dollars less money.
Iran cannot have a nuclear
And even the
weapon.
ones
Other than
that,
I want
if
them
you
to
buy
be
electric, we're not
successful.
going to
I
make
want
you
them
do
to
certain
be
things that are
we'll help
just a
them be
waste of money
successful.
and
We'll trade
just,
with them. We'll do
time
whatever is
consuming
necessary.
waste of money. They make
You know,
you
I
do
stopped
things that
a
are no
war
good for
in
anybody. Make the car
India
worse and
and
make it much
Pakistan.
more expensive. He does actually.
And I stopped it
He
with
does.
trade. Nobody. I
And he
don't
never
think
had
I've
a
ever
problem.
seen
You know,
a
it's
story
very
written about
interesting.
it, but it's pretty-
This is not
pretty cool.
something
They were
new.
getting ready.
This has
Pakistan
been
was
there
now-
from day
was
one,
their
Speaker.
turn,
Right?
and
We're going to
eventually they're gonna go
abolish the
nuclear.
EV mandate.
And I stopped
And
it. I
Elon
called
still
each- I
endorsed me.
respect each leader
Because
greatly. and all that.
honestly, he never ever
And
spoke
I
to me
spoke to
about
them
that.
and
And I used to say, I'm
talked about
amazed that he's
trade. I said,
endorsing
but
me
you're not
because
trading with us if you're
that
gonna
can't
go
be
to
good
war.
for
You're
him.
gonna start
I'm
throwing
abolishing
nuclear
the
weapons
EV
around.
mandate.
And
And I
said it
once
to both
asked him
of them.
about it.
They
He
were
never
both
talked to me about that. He said, well,
unbelievable, actually.
as long as
Exactly,
elections,
they
sir.
stopped.
He makes boats.
I stopped that
Nobody
war.
ever asked me that
With
question.
phone
This is really an
calls and
unusual
trade.
question. He
And
said,
India's
and
here right
honestly,
now
I don't have the
negotiating
answer.
to
He wasn't able.
Pakistan's coming.
I said, don't
next
worry
week.
about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it.
Very proud of that. Nobody died.
But
Nobody,
today we're saving California
weapons,
and we're
they
saving
each have
our
very
entire
severe, very-
country from a
very
disaster.
substantial
Your
numbers
cars
of
are going to be
nuclear
thousands
weapons.
of dollars less money.
And I think we should get some credit for
And
that.
even
you
the
know,
ones
whole
that,
Republican
if you
Party
buy
should,
electric,
because
we're not
that's
going to
their
make you do
mindset.
certain things
Please.
that are just a waste of money. And just, you would have right now something.
ma'am.
And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota where you have the man who ran for vice
Look, I've
president
always
of
been
the
in
United
favor of
States. Fortunately,
students
he
coming
was a
in from other
disaster.
countries. That includes
But
China.
he wouldn't call in the
And,
National Guard. And I
we have
eventually called in the
500,000
National Guard. Seven days later, I said, I'll never do that again. I'm
Does
never
it
going
mean you,
to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not
that you
going to do
have
the
to
problem,
watch
I'm not going to
people?
wait
Yeah,
2 weeks.
you have to watch
He never
students,
had
but
a
you have to
smart
watch other
guy.
people also.
And I guess
I've
I
always
have a
been
little of
strongly
that.
in
My
favor
first
of it. I
question
think
was,
it's a
what would
great
happen
thing.
if the
It's
boat
also-
sank? Do you get
It's good for our
electrocuted?
schools.
Remember I
It's good
said
for,
that?
I think it's good for our
And I
country.
used to be
I'm also in favor
decimated
of
by these
having them
people
stay.
back
I've
here,
been in favor
right?
of
I used to be
letting them
decimated. They
stay.
say,
You get educated for
what
4 years.
kind
You're
of a
willing to
crazy
get
question
educated
is
for
that?
4 years.
I'm actually serious. What happens if you're an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, oh, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but
he didn't want to put it over the door because
because
But
they
like
really
the
beat
idea.
him
They
up
go
badly.
4 years.
That just happened.
To me,
right?
that's almost
wow.
like, you know,
that's terrible. I think the
your-
judge
just buying
should be
your way
ashamed
in
of
a very
himself.
legitimate way. And
That's a
you
big
have,
problem.
stories
You know, they
where
can do
Apple
their
wants to
job, and then they
hire
go into a court, and the
somebody
people are
they can't hire
protected by
because he
these.
can't
I don't know
stand.
where they come
Went
from. Where
to
do these
a
people
great
come
school,
from? Where
he
do
finished first in
the
his
judges
class,
come
they made
from?
him a big offer.
I want to compliment
And
on
everything's
behalf
done,
of
but
Pam
he
and
has
Todd
no
and
idea
all of
whether
us
or not he's
because
gonna be able to stay.
Cash, I think that
And I'm all
Janine
for
has done a
making
fantastic
sure
job. They had
that
one
can go to work for
deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend.
And you know what they said? They go
Yeah, but
back
it was
to
a
their
holiday
country.
weekend. They actually
And
told me that
there
was
are stories that are all
like it
over
was
the
okay
place. They go
because it
back
was
to
a
their
holiday. It
company
was
and they
Labor
start
Day.
a company just
These
like they
people
were
are the
start here.
worst.
They end
They
up
are-
starting
they
it in
really have
China
to-
or India or
better-
someplace
I
else.
tell
And
you
now
what,
they're
the people
among the
in
richest
Chicago
people in
and
the
the
world.
people in
They've got
places like
thousands
that
and
that can be
thousands
fixed.
of employees
At some
that make it
point,
great.
it gets
This is
to where you
happening all
can't
the
fix it
time.
anymore. It's too far gone.
Because they're not allowed
And we
to
have some
stay. And
cities like that.
I think
But
we'll
these are
probably
great
end up doing
cities that
something
could be
about
fixed.
that.
I'm going to
Right?
be strongly
Thank you.
recommending.
He's handled numerous high-profile cases involving challenges to medical mandates
restoring
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue,
agency
please.
transferring FDA to release the COVID-19 vaccine licensure documents and deposing immunologists, infectious disease doctors, and vaccinologists. Mr. Siri.
I'm very close to the situation.
Good afternoon.
I'm very
Thank you.
disappointed in Russia.
Yeah, our
But
vaccine
I'm
practice
disappointed in Ukraine
has
also,
reported professionals
because
that
I think deals
doesn't
could have been
represent
made.
pharmaceutical companies, I believe, is the
And, you know,
largest
we're
vaccine
losing
practice
5,000,
in the
6,000 people
Almost 2 weeks
a week.
before the CDC
Soldiers
decided
mostly,
to
but
issue
also
clinical
people living in
considerations.
towns because they're getting hit by
Rather than
missiles again.
a Han
How'd you like to
saying
live in a
vaccine-
building and you think the
vaccinations
missile
are
has a
not
good
available.
chance of hitting the building during the evening?
And
It's
Marathon
horrible.
runner died
Must be horrible
of a
to live
COVID
like that.
infection.
But
he was a
I mean,
prominent
we'll get it, but
writer,
but it's
an extraordinary human
I'm
being,
disappointed
but
that it's
utterly
not
healthy.
done.
And
We
that
did
may have
great
been,
with India,
of
and
course, more rare
Pakistan.
than
We
an
did very good
82-year-old
with
or a
Israel. I thought,
91-year-old
look, October
contracting
7th was
COVID
a
and dying.
disaster.
But
people
it does
forget,
happen.
you know, they like
He
to
is an
forget.
individual
It
that
was a
would have
horrible
been
thing, but,
vaccinated
you know,
immediately
none of
when
these
given the
things would have
opportunity.
happened if I
He
were president.
supports.
If
But
I were president,
when I
none
hear
of it would have happened. You
from
wouldn't have
colleagues, people who are
Israel
testifying
problem, Iran was
about
broke, they had no
immunity,
money,
they
said
have
immediately
issues
let them get
should
rid
be
of
walked
$300
away from.
billion
If anyone's
they have
going
right
to
now.
try to influence
But
you,
they had no money for
walk away
Hamas
from
or
your
Hezbollah.
interests,
They had
walk
no
away
money for
from
anything.
your vested
It was
positions.
perfect.
Be
We wouldn't have had
truth-tellers,
inflation that
perhaps.
was caused
Be
by
part
oil,
of the public health
because,
solution, but do
the
not
oil price
suggest
went
that
through
you
the
are not
roof. It was also
compromised,
caused by their
as you
spending, but it was
suggest
caused
others
more
are
by oil
compromised.
than anything
We
else.
should
The
fight
oil
for
went so
equality. We
high.
should fight for
Got
that
close
kind
to
of standard.
$100 a barrel. And that cost, and that also kept the war going with Putin, because at $100 a barrel, that was a big money-making experience. But now it's down to so good for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please go ahead.
That's when you get HIV to her left.
Aren't healthier than you. So it's kind of interesting to find out that the people that were on blood thinners had protection. So again, those were signals that were really downplayed. Unfortunately, after a lot of the treatment was codified by the CARES Act, it resulted in basically a protocol-based treatment for in-hospital care.
As long as you start, anybody describe remdesivir? Anybody want to speak to that?
Heard, of course, these horrific stories from these women who are incredibly brave and the courage that they showed. To be here to share stories of sexual abuse, some of them when they were girls, young girls, I think has shaken a lot of us on this committee and reaffirmed our commitment to the truth and transparency. Now, the Oversight Committee, particularly Democrats, are going to continue to investigate the Epstein files and bring justice to the victims of these heinous crimes.
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers have been hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen, and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people don't, they've been there for 20, 25 years, and they work great, and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else, and you're supposed to throw them out, and you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers, and leisure too. Hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on them.
You will be investigated. You will be looked at and referred to prosecution.
A whole entire hearing, not about the victims, not about a government cover-up, not about human trafficking, but about Maxwell, who you all were like begging to be deposed, and I did the subpoena. Now you want to, now you don't, now you're mad because she exonerated Trump. We brought in Bill Barr, who is no, you know, I don't think it's any secret that he and Trump aren't best of friends, and he
prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I want them
Mr. Chairman, I was going to
going in
direct
because I think
my
that would
first question actually
blow
to
it.
the
Might
ranking
help,
member, but
actually,
he's
but
not
it
here.
also
So I
to
just
grow.
want to
But we've had very good discussions
pause
with
for a second
Iran.
because there's a lot of things
Whether
that
or
I've
not
seen
we
in my
get there,
first
I
8
can't
months
tell you,
here.
but it'll
Elected
happen
office,
soon.
It happens. It's a little crazy.
I say this,
So I just
Peter,
wanted to
very
reflect
strongly. They can't
on
have,
something the
whether
ranking
it's
member said.
going
He
in or
said
not
that
going in, they can't have a
person should be
nuclear
fired
weapon.
for exercising their First Amendment rights.
I'd prefer
I think we
the more friendly
normalize
path.
bad behavior like that. We just
What the Israelis told hearing, okay? And I've been, mind you, I spent 14 years on your side of the, men and women who are stationed in the Middle East. 6 years on the other side as an executive.
There's a chance of massive conflict. We have
The
a lot of
truth is,
American
it's always
people
somewhere
this
in the
area,
middle.
And I said,
people have
we
their
gotta tell them
biases,
to get
and
out.
if
Something
it's
could happen
true that
soon.
the Biden administration,
And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any
encourage people
warning
to
and
not
missiles
share
are flying
information, that's
into
bad.
their
But there was
buildings.
another president also
Possible.
that
So I
was
had to do it.
encouraging the vaccinations. And so we had two
I had
presidents.
the choice. Do I do it or not?
One
Doing it has its
cartel
downside, but
and
it also
captured
has its
agencies.
upsides.
Yeah,
Like you're going to save a lot of
absolutely
lives.
exists.
If it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
You don't think so?
Peter Z twice
Thank you.
over the past 3 weeks, and I have not had. I'd kind of like to know who is responsible for it, who's paying for it.
gonna be a
Water
great
is
day.
being run off on the sidewalks.
To take
It's
away
not even
from
all
that
going
day,
on the-
what
on
would
the-
you hope that they
on
would
the
remember?
side.
And also,
You know,
Mr.
but why
President,
spend the money when it's going to go to seed?
Ms. Stockwell,
strong
the
our
city manager
military
can
is.
address
We have
that,
the strongest
or you can have
military in the world.
a staffer.
You know, it's
but
very
we'll have somebody
interesting.
meet
3
with you,
weeks
Mr.
ago,
Stockwell, from
No,
it
they're
was the end
coming.
of world anniversary,
held
end
in
of
Gaza,
World War II.
in Boulder, in June.
And I called
We've
France
seen continued
and
mass shootings at schools,
Macron
like the
was a good
domestic
man.
terror incident at a Catholic
said, "What are you
school
doing?" He
in
goes,
Minneapolis last month,
"We're
which
celebrating
killed
World
2
War
children
II,
and
our
wounded
victory." I
18
said, "Your
others.
victory."
And in August, a
Your
man
victory.
fired more than
Tell me about
500
that.
bullets
And
at
then
the
I
Centers
called
for Disease
somebody
Control
else,
and
and I
Prevention,
happened to speak
killing
to
a police
President Putin
officer
at the time.
who was
Now,
a
in all
Marine
fairness to
veteran
him,
and a father.
he lost
People
51
like
million
Melissa
people,
Hortman
and he did
and
fight.
Charlie Kirk should
Russia
be able to
fought.
participate in
Sort of
politics
interesting, he fought
as
with us
elected
in World War
officials
II,
or
and
active
everybody hates
citizens
him.
without being
held
Germany
accountable,
and
and I'm
Japan,
hopeful that
they're
in a
fine.
bipartisan way, this committee
Someday
will
somebody
do
will
that.
explain that, but
Now,
I
I
like Germany and
appreciate
Japan too.
that, of course,
But Putin is a little
close to
confused by
33,
that.
34,000 for the Department of Justice. That is complying with the subpoena, of course, that was put forward.
Japan. I said, let's explain that sometime, okay? But it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away saying how great our country is and how great our military
throughout
is.
today's hearing,
And I was making all these
for
calls,
all
and for
you've
some reason I
shared.
spoke
First of
like
all, let me
4
start by
different
saying that I
places.
was
Sir,
very
you
grateful and
celebrate.
glad to see that the
And I said,
FBI
we won
has joined the
World War II
investigation
and
of the
World War
tragic
I.
and brutal murder of
Right?
Irina
We won 'em.
Zarutska
And
in
yet we're the only
Charlotte, which
country
is
that
just
doesn't
right
everybody
history.
celebrate
This
it.
woman, as you know, fled the war in
And I said
Ukraine
we
only
should
to be killed
celebrate
in
too.
cold blood by a man who had no business being on the streets whatsoever.
Several
This man
No
who had been
Kings
seen
protests
stabbing
planned across
Irina
the
to
country
death.
on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they go?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get self-approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off. And after years, we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Go ahead.
You made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him. Actually, I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him. But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. You know, he's got him elected. I got him elected twice. But understands how great this bill is. This is a great bill. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security payments. It's unbelievable what happens. No tax on overtime. You work overtime, no more taxes. So those are big, but they're minor compared to the big things. Taxes reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in. But it's a 68%, and many other bad things. I don't even want to, some of them are so bad, I don't even want to talk about them.
Hello, this message is
I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country, and I think that
I was reaching out because we have a current
Leader Thune,
hold on your
this gentleman right here,
Hello,
what he's gone through on this with, we started off with a majority of 1, now I guess we have 7. So it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right? And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed. It's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense. It's tax cuts, it's border wall funding, it's military funding properly spent. It's all things that are like common sense. They're all good. There's nothing tricky about it. It's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one, think of it, not one Democrat, Mike, not one.
Hello, this message is for
maybe somebody will come along. I don't know how they can run for office.
I was reaching out
so many different things. We're gonna very important. Medicare and Medicaid are going to be strengthened, not hurt. You know, they're using fake narrative. Oh, we're going to.
I was reaching out
no,
because
they're going to be strengthened. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Senate, the House, the whole thing is incredible. I was going to sign a executive order and give it a shot.
Hold on your.
But with this, number one, it holds up forever, and number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that.
I was reaching out because
and it's just so much better. So much better. That's so great.
Hello,
very
this message is for affordable wind turbines. This is Richard Luan.
We're joined today by
I was reaching
the
out
great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great
hold
Speaker
on
of the House.
your-
I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is.
I was reaching out because we have a current.
And he's doing something. The only thing I would say is more important than this one. And I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But
I was reaching out because
the great,
we have a current.
big, beautiful. I
hold
did
on
the word
your-
great. You know, I used the word great. The great, big, beautiful bill. It's going to be. I said it this morning to a group. I think it's the most important, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Thank you. Secretary Shane. And Congressman Indian.
Please know him at 2000. He was underneath the house.
Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man they say in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, you know, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful. North Dakota, it's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who?
Autumn Hensick, District 2.
Who the hell is Chris Wright?
I don't have anything prepared.
Now
I am just getting back from out of town. A town where you can drink water from the tap without dry heaving from the smell of eggs. But I digress.
If you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he?
Don't have a lot to add to everything that was discussed throughout public comment and comment on agenda item 18 today.
And he did, and
a lot of folks, you know, talked about.
I don't like the
okay, it's so much better because we're doing this far field.
The last few days, I was going to call it just really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. You know, all of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. $88 billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, they won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because, you know, if he doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, well, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody approved short-term debt. It's all over the place. And it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay about 1 point less. That's $3 billion. David Ocean. 1 point. If he'd lower
Cumberland Airline and Vineyard area.
But we can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, it would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. We call him Too-Late, right? Too-Late is his nickname, like Too Tall Jones. He's Too Tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And Europe and Canada is nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers.
Hello, this message is for
No
affordable wind
inflation.
turbines. This is
Today's
Richard Alonso
numbers.
calling from the Better Business Bureau. I was reaching out because we have a current hold on
Today just came
your...
out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked.
Hello, this
All
message
these
is for
guys are
affordable wind
watching
turbines. This is Richard Alonso calling from the Better Business Bureau.
CNBC,
I was reaching out because we have a
and
current
all of these different
hold on
networks.
your...
Maria Bartiromo actually got it right.
Hello, this
She's
message
been
is for
getting it
affordable
right for a
wind
long
turbines.
time,
This is
that
Richard
one. I hope
Alonso
she's
calling from the Better
appreciated.
Business Bureau.
And
I was
Joe
reaching
Kieran
out
has been
because
very
we
good
have
at
a current...
CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can discuss a whole lot of press, we got a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing this. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, we save 300 billion.
Hello,
If we
Autumn
cut it by
Hensick,
2
District
points, we
2.
save-
I
because
don't
it's
have anything prepared.
equivalent.
I am just getting
We're
back
gonna say
from out of
we're gonna
town.
spend 600 billion a year, 600 billion, because of one web store that sits here. I don't see enough reason up the rich. And the problem is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates down. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you don't keep it going down. Put gasoline's down. We drill, yeah, it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But with all
Manny Whitmore is not here. I think that's Rosario Castillo. Manny Whitmore is not here. 740, 740.
But let's say there was inflation around
Now we're working at other ways to get into
You're supposed to be going to here.
if it's going to go up, you're raising, but sleeping there. He could sleep on the beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea.
Help or subsidize. But you know what else would help?
We'll go short term for a
If
year.
industry
Let
would
this
not
guy get out of
challenge the
office.
water
Somebody
rates.
will come and cut it a couple of points.
Because
and we'll
what
save ourselves
happens is that may be like a few
$7,
$1,000s
$8,
where you're
maybe
helping out the
$900
residents,
billion
but here we
a
are
year.
talking millions.
What is he
Millions.
doing?
Here
Why
we
doesn't he
are
lower these
trying
rates?
to get equality
And
in
with
our
that,
water
we'll get
rates,
on
and
to the
once we
California
finally
standard,
started to
which is
do
a
that,
disaster.
instead
Okay?
of industry
So, Chris,
working
you're
with
gonna get the
us
numbers
and
down.
saying,
Thank you very
you know,
much.
you're right, for 20
Lee
years,
Zeldin,
you
one of the most
all of us that are
important men in this
vaccine injured
room, he's
know.
the man.
helped investigate
I get
Trump's
nervous when I
ally,
talk to
Peter
him.
Navarro.
He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I
Evergreen
say,
High
Lee,
School shooters'
nuclear,
online
I'll give you
activity
2 weeks for
reveals
approval.
fascination with
A
mass
coal-fired
shootings.
plant, a
White
couple of days, and oil and gas will give you a week.
Murder
okay?
and
Something like that.
extremism in the
But he's doing
United
it so
States
fast,
in
and we have so many plants being
2024.
built
A
right now. It's so
report by the
beautiful to see.
Anti-Defamation
And one of
League.
the
I'd like to
reasons they're
introduce
coming
that.
here is because we
And the
have to
article,
produce
the
tremendous,
report that
especially
was
the AI.
scrubbed from the
They have to produce
DOJ just
beyond
recently.
believable amounts
National
of
Institute of Justice
electricity.
Journal focusing
And
on
they're doing-
domestic.
I said
Kennedy,
to them,
after
I
he
think this
fired
was more or less
all
my
of the
idea.
sitting
They didn't have the idea on it because they didn't think a thing like this
made
was possible.
multiple statements that
I
appeared
said,
to
as you
be
build your
violent
plant, you're going to become a
against
utility.
scientists and
And
public
you're going to build a
opinion.
separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that
And
produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas. And but we want to produce it. You know, interestingly, China's opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And you know, usually that's a good gauge if they're using coal. I guess we're supposed to use a coal standard. But not that you have to use coal. You can use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay. And he is a tremendous guy, tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used him, but I might have to. Maybe I'll do that. If it's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's tremendously talented gentleman. Be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. You're his largest impediment. No, I'm kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big. And so, congrats. He's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man. He went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down. And I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne. Thank you. Stand up, Mark Wayne. Don't fight him.
Yes, there he is, Mr.
He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways.
Manager, Peter Zerny, City Attorney Miles Wesley.
Thank you, Mark.
Mayor Council in form of the council and the required county officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Ruckman.
Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election.
Section 8.
Thank you.
Why don't we go around and that way we can be coming
John,
Mayor,
members of the council and the community.
Moving
We have
along
one
in
item
Ohio.
today.
Here that we'd be at least exploring
All
their
endorsed
options.
people. John Curtis,
As
who's doing
disappointing as it
terrific.
is, it's back on the
Good job.
agenda. I'm happy
They
to
all
join
say
my
excellent.
neighbors in
What can I
advocating
say?
for the vitality
Good
of this
job.
city.
And Bernie Marino,
Though we
who
may be
won a
able
race
to
that was
adjust the
not
monetary
winnable.
cost of this plan, we
They all
cannot
said
adjust
it's
the
not
environmental
winnable.
cost. We cannot adjust the
They
civil
won in
cost.
Ohio. They said you can't win that
the amount
race.
of
It's a
water
waste
that
of
this
time.
plant
You
may
just wasted your
produce
time,
could
right,
never
Bernie?
make up for that amount of
Wasn't
loss.
a waste of time, was it? Huh? And they won by
That being
like 5
said,
points.
I ask that
too.
you
Won
also
by a lot.
consider how the construction of
Along
such
with
a plant
Representatives
Here to serve your own
Kevin
self-interest.
Kiley,
I find
Vince
it fascinating that the cost that we were
Jay
given was over $1 billion.
Obernolte,
The community
Doug
comes together, gets the
Lamaffa,
project killed.
Daryl
And then
Issa
all of a
was there.
sudden,
I
we have
haven't
all
seen you in
these
such a long time. Look
desal
at you.
partners
How good
that
you
are saying,
look,
"Oh, we
huh?
can do it no cost to residents." Like, where
Good when you have those
were
big
they
margins.
when
It's
we were
easy.
footing the bill for over $1 billion?
John Joyce, great guy.
I find it
John,
fascinating
thank
that
you.
you have a sense that he's disappointed in you.
Dusty
That's
Johnson,
on the agenda.
Morgan Griffin,
Here
Troy
multiple
Bolger,
times of residents
from,
coming forward with their concerns
a place
on an
called
issue,
Ohio.
and those
And
concerns
he
are just
played
genuinely
very
not
cute
being
at one time, but
listened
then he
to.
got, boy, I'll tell
Not
you, he's
here at
become a
public
good
comment,
politician. Where is Troy?
not during the public
Where I
input
haven't
sessions
seen
that
him
you've
used for
held,
years. I
either on the
endorsed you
drought
early when he
contingency
was
plan or on
early
desalination
and
before,
younger.
or
But you
during the
still look
budget
young,
meetings.
and you've done fantastic.
These concerns
good
keep
work.
getting raised,
Really good work.
and then being completely ignored. And
Claudia Tenney,
I'm at a
New
place
York.
where I'm
Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. John James. John James. I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat?
Let me have Ryan Shabbat get that answer for us if he's not going to get it for you before we're done this item. But he would probably be with us to go to Austin that first week in December.
This is Neil Fowler. Do not have a link for him.
Reaching, has
So the phone number is
the department about something that answer.
752-1113. That's 903-752-1113.
Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett, thank you, Brett. Rudy Yackham. Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. And I want to thank you all. There's some additional people in the room, but we have to get back to this. Is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, the previous administration. I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders,
who
men playing in
the
women's
selected
sports,
operator is
transgender,
the facility,
everybody,
so that we can stay on track. We know time is of the essence, and if we throw out this whole bid process, then you're talking another whole year before we even come to this type of meeting.
The federal government gave
I don't recommend that, given our water situation. So there's ways to...
Tomorrow, so I just wanted the world to know I'd support the vote today.
They can't build
also
19 different
support
cars
moving forward
called the
on the
same
Barfield
thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You can buy any other car except an electric powered car. In California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now to do that. And countrywide, you'd have to spend $4 trillion to build the firing plants, to be able to identify those individuals. We've taken down numerous individuals in numerous rings across this country to neutralize that terrorist threat, including places like New York City, Los Angeles, and I believe Dallas, Texas most recently.
How extensively did criminal cartels like Sinaloa, Jalisco, New Generation, MS-13, Nicaragua, and others infiltrate our country during the Biden administration?
They built 8 of them.
By the tens of thousands.
$9
even pursuant to a subpoena. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's just false.
Okay.
That's just false. You're the frickin' FBI. You can subpoena the information from the state, and you better do that.
That's literally not how it works.
I'm going to move on now and talk about Epstein's client.
They approved Governor
You confirmed that exists.
Gavin's
Attorney General Tambati confirmed earlier this year that exists. I just want to ask you a simple question. Is Prince Andrew on Epstein's client list?
Burning down right now.
The material related to Prince Andrew has been made public.
Is Prince Andrew right here in the capital city? They have so much
Save Americans' money. Save the taxpayers' money.
In
8 months.
Mr. Governor, you've been
right after the fight. We told him to do it
very critical of everything that's been going on here.
That ridiculous plan.
And about you need answers, and some of it we do need answers on.
Think of it, a plan to ban.
But the biggest, and you said things were outrageous and whatnot. You're confused. What I'm confused about,
75%.
You were elected to Congress in 1997.
The trucking industry told me, they said,
you were chairman of this committee. The Rules Committee.
Number one, the trucks are so heavy; they're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel powered truck.
Speaking.
One of the big trucks. 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, "I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games." I mean, so did you explain these things to the government officials? Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more. 2.5 times more than a regular diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead. There are a lot of things in those.
These are weeks, maybe 6 months of safety review.
But it's 2.5 times. It's simple. If you want to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge.
940, 941.
And the big rig
742.
Certain categories of have to be abolished almost immediately. I mean, the time is just crazy.
He's coming down Rockford right now, passing a light.
They don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles. If if you want to go to Los Angeles right now. But New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times.
Complex. I don't know what the number, but it's apartment B.
Enjoy your stop.
So let me go check it out.
And the trucker showed me, and I said, can you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explained it, if a person's reasonable for that, he said, we explained it, they didn't care.
He's walking
on we're going all electric.
Greenwood towards Baldwin right now. He's wearing a black shirt, blue shorts, and black shoes.
You can't be stupid, because anybody that can cheat on a stupid person.
He's waiting on 23.
But they must hate our country. But I said to this big trucker, I said,
He's part of the air side.
sir, I've been buying trucks my whole day in life.
I
got thousands of them. I've been buying for 50 years, and every single year they got better. They got more efficient, they got bigger, they got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers. So what's an apartment? That's on the cab. They put this in. Luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these. I said, maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't.
He's trying to go to Congress.
I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, so what's the problem? He said, so I noticed one thing, for 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better.
I'm sure it's going to be
stronger. They got
They
can carry any load. They grew to this standard. We go back beyond 50 years. They wouldn't go as far as a truck 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems. So we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a truck in the industry, would be starting all over. But actually, it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago. So before the election. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose my I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right one, cars are great.
And they're just concerned due to the fire from yesterday in that area.
Buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up, you're done, Joe. It's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, you know. Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but
he's moved agents out of Washington.
So, you
got
know,
the focus off politics here in D.C. and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. 21,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period of the previous administration. He's rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators he's arrested.
He's targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
But because of the size of California's population and the
is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
That's the problem.
No one at the FBI has asked their
17 other
Is the FBI still labeling the Betsy Ross flag,
they have the most
flag of the American
laws
Revolution, a
I've ever
hate
seen
symbol?
for a lot of things.
It's necessary, but we're happy to support it moving forward. But it that should not preclude the Massey resolution with Connor to move forward.
Fair enough. And I'll tell you, I mean, I think the signatures will be there. I'm just talking about my opinion. I think the signatures probably are there on the discharge petition.
Internal combustion engine, which
and then obviously if the signature's there, probably it would I expect pass before the House. And then you would both agree with me. I would hope though that it'd be in a
he's found liable by a jury of his
because
peers
of tariffs. I
with
think
sexual
abuse. They're all coming back. They're
and
coming
defamation
back from other countries that took them
so
25, 30 years ago.
We're not going to be surprised when we find out that his name has been in these files, and we want to see what they are. Is that
very little? Nobody wanted to be back here.
I think we want to know what Attorney General Bondi told the president as it relates to his name being in the files, and has been widely reported. And I think the American public
wanted to he's tremendously talented gentleman who happens supply chains and be a senator and literally one that's very respected to a halt. We would have gone so far. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations! I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? Give a person a little I endorsed your son, and now they want you to take electricity. I endorsed your son, who's running West Virginia, and he's great. We're not going to let that happen. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. To China, Yours lot has really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority 200,000 leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man, went through hell. And now I'm really doing Steve went through hell. Phenomenally with that. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because I don't have your names down, and I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Everybody knew that Mark Wayne knew better than anybody. Steve Scalise, who's a brave man, went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because I don't have your name down, and I'm looking and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well. I've proven to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. I said I was going to do, and we've Mark Wayne. Tremendous numbers. Thank you. Stand up, Mark Wayne. And don't fight him. All over the country. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's represent us, not them. Leaving from Mexico, leaving from but Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about Mercedes. But I mean, they want to go offensive. They're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that. That's peanuts compared to. And we'll have to make a determination.
I have a question given by the FBI Director and Attorney General here today.
But we're not going to let any of these bad things happen. You mean deranged projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months? These people either corrupt or really dumb.
As a special counsel,
and there's a campaign. I promised to end this disaster, and today a Republican majority, and I don't know. I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrats? Did we get one?
It's embarrassing.
He's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you. If they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking about today with violent crime. Who is the one? But if anything, I think this Justice Department has been so respectful of the law, because the other Justice Department with Rita or Lisa and all of that scum, I congratulate her. Real scum. What they did to.
He's handled numerous high-profile cases involving challenges to medical mandates.
Why did I ask that question, Mr.
Transparency, including forcing FDA to release the COVID-19
but in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. Sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever, and they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy, because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people, were showing me that to save a little, like a half a glass of fuel, cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah.
Hey, go up to the chief's office when you're done there, please.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to save a little bit of fuel, this much fuel, that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little small one, very small one. But think of it. Your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get elected. I like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla, and I like combustion engines. And there are reasons.
These are all these four.
A lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory. That was nice. You won by like so much. Nobody even talked about anything else. But that was a great victory. But it was unbelievably cold that night. Watched my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech, and the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cars. I said, I didn't know that. And they don't either. Other than they're wonderful. They're electric cars. And I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will also help us reduce inflation and bring down the price of automobiles and electricity very, very substantially. You know, we're building massive electricity right now. It's already started because of that guy right there, Lee Zeldin. By far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee.
Hey, you want to do that too, Thomas?
Hey, I won't even talk about your run for
he
state
blows
rep
you
and how
guys
much you
away,
got there,
John.
so.
He blows the politicians away.
All right, let's move on. Okay,
Thank you.
If he actually was a politician, he almost won the governor.
Okay, Councilman Cantu.
Just missed by 2 points. And that was another
First of all, I was looking at my campaign reports. I didn't get any money from you guys.
But I think what you're doing now is even bigger. I think it's actually more important if you can believe that. Under the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that we have to do. There's so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wells is here today. Stand up, Susie. Go ahead, incredible woman. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wells. One phone call and a nation is destroyed. She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls. And she's doing a great job.
Way the
more
vaccines
importantly, right? She's doing a great
requiring
job. Nobody likes
placebo trials for vaccines that have been used previously.
Energy prices would
for
likewise soar as a
In other
radical
words,
left forced
the clinical
more electric
trials
vehicles
on
onto the
vaccines
grid
already
while
in use.
blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of all of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're on a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems. We'd have a total collapse.
Hi, Jennifer Espino, Corpus Christi, D4. Like many working class Corpus Christians, I didn't have the time to be here earlier, and I really don't have the time to be here now. So I'm going to read an excerpt from my public comment from September 2nd. I've watched for the better part of the past decade as residents across the political and ideological spectrum beg for city officials and staff to center the needs of the people over giant corporations who will survive with or without handouts from
North Carolina, South Carolina. We visited both factories. Unbelievable guys. And they said, sir, we have one problem. They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat? We're not floats, sir. It's so heavy. And it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle is a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy.
Hi, Maggie Peacock, District 2. This is just, it's just embarrassing. If I was sitting at either of these chairs right now, I don't know how I could show my face to the community. If I look at the community, I look at the people and not like corporate interest. I think it was the vote on the SWIFT loans. And I just think about
what do I do?
Right now, I just got to National and Soda Caballero is saying he does not go to National.
I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said, nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He said, honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't. He said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less. And that if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money, just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody, make the car worse, and make it much more expensive. Over the past 5 months, our administration and Republicans in Congress have fought for the American auto worker, for Teamsters, and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought for before. I understand that. That's why we won with workers. We won with young people.
Okay, July 2020, your statement.
I was
There are
number one on
69 days
TikTok in its
left
history.
of the
Can
Trump
you believe
administration.
that?
While he schemes
So,
to survive
I guess
politically,
I like
thousands of
TikTok.
Americans
That's
will
why
die.
they're
The number of
saying, are you
COVID deaths
saving? It was
yesterday.
probably worse on TikTok, actually.
Few highly biased
But in my
attack
first day
pieces,
in office,
the
I
legacy
ended the
meetings
Green
largely
New Scam
ignored
and
what I
abolished
consider to
the
be
EV
highly
mandate
informative
at the federal level. We abolished it.
Perhaps you're taking
Which is
advice from
basically
Senator
that
Blumenthal,
everybody
who
will be
hours
driving
before
an
our
electric
last
car
hearing,
in a very short period of
Voices of the
time.
Vaccine Injured held a press conference and was
Now we know
reported
why
to have
Elon
stated,
doesn't like me so
quote,
much.
I hope
Which he
nothing
does,
comes of this
actually.
hearing.
He does.
I hope
And he
people
never had
don't
a
pay
problem. You know, it's
attention
very
because it isn't
interesting.
deserving
This is not
of
something
credibility
new.
and
This has
attention.
been there from day one, Speaker. Right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate.
Political
And
ideology.
Elon still endorsed
Shooter
me.
attacked the CDC
Because,
headquarters,
honestly, he
firing
never,
hundreds of
ever spoke
rounds
to
and
me
killing a
about that.
police officer.
And I used to say I'm amazed that he's
Arsonistic
endorsing
fire to
me
the
because
Pennsylvania governor.
that can't be good
Josh
for him.
Shapiro's
I'm
residence,
abolishing
with the
the
governor
EV
and his
mandate.
family actually
And I
inside.
once asked him about
Minnesota
it. He
House
never
Speaker
talked to me
Melissa
about it. I
Portman
said, well,
and her husband were
as long as
assassinated
it's
earlier
happening
this
to
year.
everybody, I'll be able to
And
control
Charlie
it. Very
Kirk
interesting
was
answer. I
murdered
thought it was
last
a very
week.
honest answer,
Bomb
to be
threats
honest
have been
with you.
made
And
against
I talked about it, that incredible, you know, you would have thought he would have been, from day one, you got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing, he never did. Highway, and honest in that sense, certain road, and the most beautiful fields. Actually, I remember him so well. Really strange how. And I was so looking forward to seeing him again, and I looked at him, they had windmills all over him. Makes electric cars. Horrible structures. You're not going to be able to make electric cars, or you're not going to build these ugly, horrible. It'll be by the market, judged by the market. And he said it was so bad. I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, that's very
How much
cool.
do you like
Painted with one brush, the whole left.
After that, he got a little bit
No,
strange,
there are
but
extremes on the left.
I don't know
and
why.
there are
Much
extremes
smaller
on the right.
things than that.
And we
As part of
collectively
the one
should
big,
tackle
beautiful bill, will
But to come
also
here and
further
just
slash
look
the
at us
funding for the
and say
Green New
we
Scam,
all
as you know, it's the
support
greatest scam in
what's
history.
going on in the extremes
Saving American
is why
taxpayers
we can't
hundreds of
solve
billions of
anything
dollars.
in this building.
The windmills are killing our
Director,
country,
let me
by
say
the way.
first, thank you for being
The
here.
fields are
and,
littered with them.
my
junk.
condolences
They're
on the
littered
loss.
with them. Hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers. And leisure, too, hotels. They're ugly. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back, see his mother who's not well, and he went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving
his handpicked
down
FBI
a
director.
highway and up
And
a
frankly,
certain road, and the
when
most
people
beautiful
sit around and
fields,
say things
I
like,
remember him so
"Oh,
well.
you know, we're happy
And I'm
because
so
now we
looking
feel
forward to
safe,"
seeing
I
him
don't know
again,
who
and I
feels
looked
safe
at
in
him,
this
they had
country except for
windmills
the
all
white
over him, these
supremacists.
horrible, horrible
Because I
structures.
specifically,
Very
as a
smart
black
guy,
woman,
this guy.
definitely don't feel safe.
He said
And
these
frankly,
ugly
my
buil-
colleagues have
these
been real
ugly,
nice to
horrible
you today,
things.
and I applaud them,
And
but
he
I don't
said it
have
was
the
so
same
bad, I actually
demeanor.
drove back to see it
Because
I
his
couldn't believe
handpicked
it.
FBI
Before I
director.
even got to my mother, I drove
And
back.
frankly,
I said,
when
"How
people
much do
sit
you like
around
your
and say
mother?"
things like, "Oh,
But no,
you know,
it
we're
hurt him to
happy
see it.
because
He
now
said, "I
we
looked
feel
at this
safe," I don't know
field. It
who
was
feels
one of
safe
the
in
most
this country
beautiful
except for
places
the
in my
white
own
supremacists.
mind and
Because
imagination
I specifically, as
that
a
I've
black
ever
woman,
seen.
definitely
I
don't
said
feel
it's
safe.
littered with
And frankly, my colleagues have been
this
real nice
garbage.
to you today,
It looked
and
like a
I applaud
junkyard,
them,
he
but I don't
said.
have the same
And some-
demeanor. Because
Its own logic is put their lives at risk.
And they don't look alike.
About 2 weeks ago,
And they're
when I
not
announced
painted
my
alike,
decision
different
not to
colors.
seek
You have-
re-election,
even if they're white,
many people
one's
on
a
both sides of the
beigey
aisle,
white,
including the
one's a
chairman,
darker white,
offered
one's
me
a
well
lighter
wishes
white.
and thanked me for my service.
And then they start to
Donald
rust
Trump,
after
on the
4 or
other
5
hand,
years.
took the Truth Social to
And
call
then
me
they
a,
start
quote,
to wear out,
psychopathic nut
and
job,
nobody takes them because
among
you're not
other
allowed
things.
to bury the
Yesterday, I
propellers,
received
the
a
props,
threatening
right?
note filled with
Can't bury
anti-Semitic
the
comments
props
and
for some
hateful
reason.
attacks
I don't know why.
that
But they
mimics
say
some
that
of the
you
same
can't
language
certain
used
type
by the
of fiber,
president.
and if it goes in
I'm
the ground,
issuing
we're all
his
gonna
secrets.
die.
During your
It's what
confirmation, it was
bullshit
widely
this
noted
is,
on
okay?
all
They
sides
can't
that your
fire.
primary
So what they do is they
qualification
leave 'em
was
up.
your unwavering loyalty to
If you go to
Trump.
Palm Springs,
Unlike other
California,
directors, you
take
had
a
no
look, you
work
go into
experience
this
at the
beautiful
FBI,
community
but you
before
had
you
made
get- it's
over
like you're riding
1,000
through a
media
jungle.
in support of Trump's campaign. Your Senate confirmation vote was 51 to 49, the closest in history. With your opponent's warning, you were not qualified and had no interest in actually developing the qualifications for the job. I hope that they...
His tone has changed. I don't have any problem with this resolution that we're dealing with right now. I think it's unnecessary, and I do think we need to pass the massive counter resolution.
But fair enough. I just want to acknowledge that, as I understand it, and would welcome you correcting me later on, that this is the first time, as far as any of us know, that a committee has directed another standing committee to act in this manner, which I think is very important, and I think it shows the seriousness of this resolution. So I don't, view it.
Time has been committed against
it's been amazing.
Thousands of women, young girls.
Very good.
This transcends politics. That's why I don't understand. The fact that you're politicizing this is not right. This transcends. This is young girls getting
destroyed. You go and look at these beautiful plains and
the
valleys.
fact that the flight logs will be released. And then the public, I think that's the big thing. Crimes have been committed. Who did it?
Right.
We let them face.
The name has been redacted. It has not been. It's not something that's been anything. It's not any new information. So that has not been presented to the public.
So this just further illustrates this is just a hatred of a president who has got support of.
We'll see what else it
77 million people.
I mean, sir, it's the president that actually campaign on releasing the full files when he was running. I mean, he had made this the central issue of his, one of the central issues of his campaign.
Aside from that, you had 4 years under the Biden administration. He was chairman of a committee.
His damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fires. We told him to do it in the first term.
Okay, we're all set.
But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a
Go ahead.
plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban
I
on
assume
all
we're
new gas-powered
on and everybody
cars.
sees us. I see you.
And
great-looking
abolish
faces.
75.
Am I correct? Everybody's
by double
on, right?
digits.
If you
Those
are
are
wave,
results
if you're
not of
just-
mine.
you can
Those are
leave
results of
and
the men and women of
go
the
have turkey.
FBI. If you want to criticize me,
Good, I
bring it
think
on.
everyone's
But do
waving.
not
Thank you
attack the
very
brave
much.
leaders in the field.
And
We are also
honored
working
to speak with so many
24/7,
incredible members
365
of
on
the
the
U.S.
opioid
military,
epidemic
and
that is killing
wish all of you a very
more than
happy
hundreds of thousand
Thanksgiving.
people a year.
Before we begin,
We
I
have
want
seen
to express
1,600
the
kilograms
anguish
of
and the
fentanyl
horror
off the
of our
streets so far
entire
in
nation
7
at
months.
the terrorist
Year to
attack
date,
yesterday in our
25%
nation's
increase. To
capital,
put that in perspective, that's enough to
in
kill
which
a
a
third
savage
of the
monster
American
gunned down
population
2
history by
service
double
members of the
digits.
West
Those are
Virginia
results
National
not of
Guard
mine. Those are results of the men and women of the
part
FBI.
of the
If
DC
you want to
task
criticize
force,
me,
which has
bring it on.
done
But
such
do
an
not attack the
incredible
brave
job.
leaders in the
Until
field. We are also
yesterday, we
working
literally had no
24/7,
incidents for many
365 on
months.
the
It was the
opioid
safest
epidemic that is
place
killing
imaginable.
more
And
than
this is a
hundreds of
different
thousand
kind of
people a year.
crime.
We have
This
seen
is a really
1,600
bad
kilograms
crime.
of fentanyl off
Millions
the
of
streets so
Americans
far
are praying
in
for
7
those
months.
heroes
Year to
and their
date,
families,
25%
and
increase.
I
To
must
put that in
unfortunately tell
perspective,
you
that's
that
enough to
just
kill a third of
seconds
the American
before I went
population.
on,
of the civil rights movement
right
that
now,
opened up the
I heard
FBI and the
that
federal workforce
Sarah
to lots of people who
Beckstrom
never would have
of
been
West
hired in its
Virginia,
first decades.
one of
Alas,
God's men
you
that
share
we're
J. Edgar Hoover's
talking
dangerous
about, highly
obsession
respected
with
guy,
blind loyalty over professionalism and
person,
effective public policy.
started
For
service in
Hoover, it
June
was
of
blind loyalty to
2023.
him in keeping his
Outstanding
secrets.
in
For
every
you,
way.
it's
She's
blind
just
loyalty
passed
to
away.
Donald Trump in keeping
She's no
his
longer with
secrets.
us. She's
During your
looking down
confirmation,
on
it
us
was
right
widely
now.
noted on all sides that your
Her
primary
parents are with her.
qualification was your unwavering
Just
loyalty to
happened.
Trump.
History that
She was
are
savagely attacked. She's dead.
facts
Not with us.
that you cannot
Incredible
dispute.
person.
But you can come at me all
Outstanding
you
in
want. I
every
don't care.
single
Thank you, Director,
way
for
in
that,
every
and
department.
we appreciate your service. We appreciate
It's horrible.
the results speak for themselves,
As
I
you
think,
know,
pretty
the
plainly,
other
and your
young
commitment not
man
only to results, but
is fighting for his life.
to
He's in very bad
transparency, so
shape.
we
He's
do
fighting for his
appreciate
life,
that.
and hopefully
Director, who was John
we'll get better
Durham?
news with respect to him.
He was a former
And
federal prosecutor,
the
United States attorney,
monster
and ultimately
that
appointed
did this
special
is
counsel.
also in serious condition.
But
But we won't even talk about him. As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan
This
national
bill tells you a
flown
lot.
here by the previous
Right?
administration.
And why are Democrats worried?
such a bad
We are worried because
administration.
Trump
And
keeps
I have a picture
distracting
of
and lying about
a
things.
plane.
Right? Anytime he
This
doesn't
is
like
what it
something,
looked
he
like when they
distracts
came
and
in.
he
It was total
lies.
bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam.
Holds up forever.
People
And
crammed
number
onto the
two,
plane.
unless somebody votes it out, they'll never
the
do that.
toughest, meanest,
And
most
it's just so
capable
much better.
physically
Huh? It's so much
got on
better.
the plane. Not
That's
the
so
people
great.
that we were looking
Very
for.
proud of you.
or that they wanted to bring in. Here's a
We're joined
picture for
today
you.
by
Just take a look at that plane.
the great Speaker of the House. I think he's
Standing
going to
on
go
top
down
of
as a
each
great
other,
Speaker
sitting
of the
on
House.
top
too.
of
I may
each
be
other.
wrong.
This is what we had under the Biden
I may be wrong. Who knows?
That
Who
whole
the
thing
hell
should
knows?
have never, ever happened.
I think he is.
We should have left from a different base. They should have left
And
the
he's doing
bottom.
something, the only.
As you know,
homemade food, and so we still do that. Our city still each day cooks homemade meals. So there's a lot of high-quality nutrition that's served each day. So we're going to recognize these employees. They're going to come up with Beth, and we'll get a picture as well. So I'm going to name them one by one. There's about a dozen here. We'll have you come up to the microphone, please, at the podium. Houston, Brandis Eaton, Kimberly Ramirez.
Have a lot of problems.
Home on the weekends.
Their countries force them in
Plus,
because their
he
countries are
allowed
smart. They don't want
a
them.
non-prosecution agreement to be signed as part of that plea
They come
deal,
out of jails in many
prohibiting
cases,
future investigations
mental institutions,
from that
the
prosecution
gang members,
and from that
the
evidence,
drug
and
dealers.
prohibiting the collection
We don't
of
want
further
them.
material. That is the
Many
original
of the
sin.
service
We are
members
working
on
with
this
Congress
call
to produce more than
today
any
are
administration
engaged
ever
in
has
crucial
material on
aspects
stand.
of
And I
that
welcome the
mission.
challenge to tell us that we are
And to
not
each
being
and
as
every one
transparent
of
as the
you,
law
I just wanna
allows.
thank
We
you
even
so
went to
much.
court and asked the judges to
Incredible
lift
people.
those
You
prosecutorial
make this
agreements and to lift those court order seals, and they
sacrifice
didn't.
like few others understand. A lot of them
Food,
don't
and
even
so we still do
understand
that. Our
And
city
you're keeping
still
America
each day
safe and
cooks
free. Our
homemade
military
meals.
is strong. My
So there's a
first
lot of
term, I
high-quality
rebuilt our
nutrition
military, all aspects
that's
of our
served each
military.
day. So we're
And
going to
in
recognize these
Afghanistan, we
employees. They're
actually
going to
gave
come
up
up
a
with
big
Beth,
chunk,
and we'll
but
get a picture as well. So I'm going
relatively,
to
as
name
much
them
as it
one by
seemed
one.
like
There's
it's
about
small
a dozen
compared to
here.
what we
We'll have you
bought,
come up to the microphone,
what
please,
we
at the
have,
podium.
and to what
So
we're
Shelby
buying.
Houston,
We're spending over $1 trillion
Brandis
this year on our
Eaton,
military.
Kimberly
we have a military,
Ramirez,
the best in the world. We make the
Sandy
best
Chapa,
equipment in the world, and we have the best people in the world. So joining us this evening are 6 units deployed across our hemisphere, representing every branch of the United States Armed Forces. First, I want to thank the members of Army's legendary 101st since I was a little boy. Screaming Eagles rolling in from Wichita, Arizona, led by Major General David. General, appreciate it. The 101st has done an outstanding job leading details at our southern border. I mean, we have nobody coming in. They're not coming in under Biden. They were coming in by the millions. Now we have nobody coming in. We have a strong border.
Hopefully in the future, we will be able to have those kinds of discussions that whenever we, as a water provider, will be able to have a say as to who we're providing 1 million, 2 million, 12 million, 20 million, it goes on and on.
But when it comes to the different areas and different businesses, we can't just let them fail. They're too big to fail. Or pockets are being padded, right?
They literally are saying
you can provide this committee and my constituents in Colorado with some clarity.
Absolutely.
I think as my colleagues know, in Evergreen, Colorado, Jefferson County, that I proudly represent at Evergreen High School,
and if you
a
remember,
shooter
Biden said, I need new
ultimately injured 2
legislation.
students. We're praying for
You
their
didn't need
swift
legislation. I
recovery.
didn't get legislation.
There's
What
an
you
article
needed
here
was the new
from Colorado
president.
Public Radio. The title is,
So with
quote,
your help,
FBI
we
was already
now have
investigating
the
an
most
account
secure
that may have
border in
been linked to the
American
Evergreen
history.
shooter.
It's the
You're
single
familiar with
most
the
secure border in
circumstances.
American history. So I
Generally
just want to
Director,
thank you.
regarding this
And the
material.
101st, I want to thank you very much. The job you've done is amazing, working with all of our great people.
Deplorable. They are
We
not
also have the men and
irredeemable.
women of the
They
U.S.
are your
Navy
fellow
serving as part of
Americans
the
who have a
Iwo
different
Jima
perspective
Amphibious
on how
Navy Group
government should
under
run,
Captain
and
Christopher
what
Farragut.
government should look
And
like.
they're on board
Whether or
USS
not
Iwo
we
Jima
should have
in the
strong
Caribbean
sovereign
Sea,
borders,
working right by
whether
their
or not we
side
should
are
have
members
safe
of the
communities, whether or not we should have
22nd
places to
Marine
worship our
Expeditionary
God
Unit
and
led
not
by
worry
Colonel
about
Tom
being
Trimble.
shot,
Thank you very
whether
much.
or
I
not we
think
live in
you're waving
communities
at
and
me because I can
cities
see you
that are
there.
not
Let's see.
overwhelmed
Hey,
by
you are
drugs
handsome
and
people.
crime, whether or not we have to
horrific stories
Like Central
from these women who are incredibly brave and the courage that they showed to be here to share stories of sexual abuse. Some of them when they were girls, young girls, I think has shaken a lot of us on this committee and reaffirmed our commitment to the truth and transparency. Now, the Oversight Committee, particularly Democrats, are going to continue to investigate the Epstein files and bring justice
to the victims of these heinous crimes.
Horrified by the events and by everything surrounding this whole affair. Would you both gentlemen agree?
Yes.
And so I think for me, there's a fundamental question. I applaud the purpose of the Massey bill and Mr. Cobb.
Thank you for your amazing work
But
to quickly
would
deliver
the chairman elaborate to the extent he hasn't already? Aren't there concerns mechanic with the bill as it relates to the potential unmatched
Prosecutor criminal case developed organizational policies in dozens of America's largest cities and counties. This report finds these progressive district attorneys have outsourced core parts of the American criminal justice system to activists and political donors, taking direction and advice on everything from staffing decisions and communication strategy. Organizations, it's a complex web of donors going in through these organizations to put radical DAs and prosecutors out there, putting criminals in hostile.
And if the Biden administration targeted Catholics, could I have been targeted by the Ray FBI as well?
There aren't too many coming in by
I don't know, but I'm not going to target you. Well, I know that President Trump respects religious liberty and that his administration is seeking to right the wrongs of the Biden administration. Securing our freedoms and protecting faith leaders and communities requires a multi-pronged approach. What would you say in just the last few moments? What does the FBI under your leadership do?
And we'll be starting to
Ours murdered 11 Jewish worshippers in Pittsburgh in 2018. And it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that happened?
We also have the 18th Space Defense Squadron at Vandenberg Space Force
Patrick
base in
Cruces,
California,
who posted a manifesto about
Captain
a Hispanic
Ryan
invasion,
Weber.
walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 and began firing. He murdered 23 people that day, and the youngest was 15.
The guardians of one of the most important domains we have to protect, and you make us very, very proud of the job you do, Captain. Thank you. We have the great men the Coast Guard, and I have to tell you that
Engine 3, did y'all want to talk to Engine 3? I just want to advise, I do have a call there
United States
for a dog that has its head stuck in a oil pan in Notre Dame.
With Lieutenant Commander Alexis Wild.
4130 location. Medic 2 for mental eval.
Alexis Wild at the helm.
3322, it's 69 officer confirmed.
House Intelligence Committee and current United States Senator leaked classified information. We learned this because a whistleblower came forward. Whistleblower with 23 years experience in the intelligence community, Democrat staffer on the committee, said this: they were pressured to leak classified information.
It was a great job.
Which sort of raises the obvious question.
Thank you for defending
why would the head of the Intelligence Committee, the chair of that committee, is supposed to be guarding our secrets? Why would he be encouraging
the house is burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water.
West Virginia
we had to send in the military to free up the water.
I love West Virginia.
And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it in the first term.
Happy Thanksgiving.
But just like that ridiculous plan,
we
this
can be
is
very proud of. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia.
Plan to ban. Think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban
we thought it was dead.
On all new gas-powered cars,
anywhere in the world,
and abolish 75.
And we're going to be having close to $20 trillion invested. That's record-setting by 10 times. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We're building plants. We're building factories, auto factories, AI plants, everything with artificial intelligence. I don't know the word. I've never liked the word artificial. I don't know what artificial is. I think they ought to change the name. I've always said it's a lousy name to have artificial anything, but it's a big business. And we're building more. We're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody by a lot. We make the best military equipment in the world, and they're ordering it at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We're doing better than we've ever done before. We have the stock markets just hit for the 48th time an all-time high during the 9 months that I've been here, a little more than 9 months now. And so we have the hottest stock market ever. That's a big thing for 401ks and all of the millions of people with jobs and 401ks. Everybody participates in that. But it's 48 times.
His holiday stock arrived late due to production shutdowns in China earlier this year.
if a product becomes really hot,
when these
there's
factories
not a guarantee that it's going to get restocked in time.
For hot toys on a budget, Zahn has these recommendations: slime marts, baskets, and bags.
This one has the hamburger in it.
Our generation limited edition Christmas dolls. Tabletop game Cownado.
Oh, there it goes.
Counterball and for just $6.97 at Walmart. Fart.
And what it really goes for, and even better than the money we're taking in, is the fact that nobody's attacking our companies and taking them out, stealing them like they've been for many years. Because if they do that, they have to pay a tariff as they make products and sell them into our country. So we made deals with Japan, we made deals with South Korea, we made deals with the European Union.
How that works,
where they pay us hundreds of billions of dollars,
or in coordination
and
with CCPD.
they participate.
So I just want to state that they have been excellent partners
building
and always
plants.
Operated in good,
every car company
terms,
from all over the world virtually is building plants now in the United States.
A mutual agreement that we had
don't want to pay the tariffs.
a few weeks ago that we were able to
So
finalize,
there's never
which
been
came
anything
before
quite
you
like
here
it.
in this
It's been amazing.
agenda
So we're
item
taking
number
in,
11.
Think
Now,
of it,
on the
hundreds
other
of
issue, yes,
billions.
we are
Next year will
still
be $1 trillion
proceeding,
or more.
working ahead with
But we're
7
taking in all
Cs.
this money at the same time protecting our country, and we're respected again. They actually respect us, and they made the deal, so they respect us. But they pay us, as an example, Japan $650 billion, South Korea $350 billion, European Union $950 billion, and they are building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay tariffs. So this is one of the biggest things economically that's never happened. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And over the next couple of years, I think we'll substantially be cutting, and maybe cutting out completely. But we'll be cutting income tax. Could be almost completely because the money we're taking in is going to be so large. And yet, other countries who have been ripping us off for many, many years, and many years they've just been ripping us to shreds. China would take in $600, $700 billion a year, rebuild their military. And now we have a fair deal with China. We just met with President Xi. We have a great relationship. We have a fair deal. We're taking a lot of money in the form of tariffs. But there's so many
could provide at this point. But to me, it hasn't really changed.
Our friends, South Korea's our friends. They're now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're also paying tariffs to come in. We're not paying tariffs to go in. They're paying tariffs, but we're not. So that's a total reversal. But we are benefiting like they used to benefit against us, but we're benefiting even more. So I just want to thank everybody for making all of this possible. Without you, we don't have any defense, and boy, do we have defense. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We make, as I said, the best equipment, but we have, more importantly, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and you saw that with Iran, with those beautiful B-2 bombers. They totally obliterated the potential nuclear supply of Iran. And they did it in the dark of night, with no moon, no light, no nothing. Early in the morning, they attacked. You couldn't see a thing.
How predators doesn't make us safer. Using FBI resources to target parents, children, and other immigrants for low-level, non-criminal enforcement doesn't make us safer. Violent, lawless conduct by federal enforcement doesn't make us safer. As we saw last week when an ICE officer killed one of my constituents. And I know that the FBI has been involved in that.
How can we know that this won't happen again the moment you leave the FBI?
It's simple. What I'm doing through our leadership cadre is having FBI agents do what they were trained to do, not what they were not trained to do, not put them in situations that both harm them and the public. We're also utilizing our short networks and prioritizing the threat structure to go after the narco traffickers, the counterterrorism people, the counterintelligence. They flew 37 hours.
That's what they were trained to do,
and
that's what we're letting them do.
And there wasn't a sputter from an engine.
One major question I
have. The witness not to insult members. Gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman, just
committee will remember.
Quick point of order. Could the gentleman be extended an additional 20 seconds to complete his thoughts since the witness decided to interrupt him continuously.
And the witness will be able to respond if he wants.
Thank you.
Time to do that.
My question is, will you, Director, recuse yourself, yes or no, from investigating or making decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters? Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. Witness.
How will Director Comey be held accountable for his leaks and classified information concerning the Russian
I'm going to put him in that same category.
Doesn't matter what you did before or what seat you were in. If you leak classified information,
I will tell you that they said for 22 years,
investigated fully.
Sir, our predecessors and us wanted to make this attack. 22 years they wanted to make this attack, and they practiced it 3 times a year for 22 years, and no president gave them.
They literally have.
How do we work together to make sure that we never again have false walls, non-statutory walls that say the Department of Justice has a prohibition about giving, quote, you fill in the blank, that has led to the chairman not seeing anything until you took over.
I'm wedded to aggressive constitutional oversight. Having been a House congressional staffer, I know that is an important part of securing our democracy. And the way we make it an everlasting, enduring process is by showing the American people the results.
How are we restoring Catholics for Hindus, for Jews, for parents, for all the other, for just American people that were targeted by FISA because they had a different viewpoint? How are we restoring that trust in the FBI?
Multiple ways, sir. One, and maybe most importantly, is through transparency and providing the American public with the material so they can see, read it themselves as to what the abuses were in the past, whether it relates to the Catholic memo or the Hindu incident you talked about at the largest temple.
How significant is that threat today, and what results have you seen under your tenure in bringing these offenders to justice?
Dave Gardner, the commander of the 101st Airborne Division, and your Joint Task Force Southern Border.
Operating online, not just in the United States, but across
everyone cheered. I assume that means they agreed with you.
To do our children harm. We have taken into custody more suspects than ever before.
The service members with me today represent over 10,000 deployed along the 2,000 miles of our border from San Diego to the Gulf of America.
How is defunding the police around the country?
Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Border Patrol.
As long as I'm in this seat, we're not defunding any
illegal aliens entering our country is at a historic low thanks to our collective efforts.
Thank you.
On the front behind me, you may be able to see some of the images of us patrolling, reinforcing the border
Judiciary
wall.
Committee, we have a responsibility to conduct oversight of the FBI and assess whether or not you're doing a good job in a responsible and impartial manner, or how good a city it is.
We're able to have fantastic Thanksgiving meals and engage in traditional football games against each other. We're doing well.
Civil Rights
We all
Museum
appreciate you taking
might
some
say
time
something
from
about
your
slavery,
family
but
to speak with us today. And thank you for your support, Mr. President, and happy
Beale
Thanksgiving.
Street, right, barbecue.
Well, David, thank
And
you
people
very
should come.
much.
It's not a
And
troubled
one thing
city.
you
We've
said
got some
in
crime,
the
but it's not a
question
troubled city. We're
or
not
statement,
troubled.
probably, I like
We
the statement
love our
even
city.
better
We
than the
hope that the
question,
National
but I like
Guard
that because you
doesn't come
appreciate
in
what we're all
and cause
doing
people
together.
to
We're
have
partners.
questions about
But you said the Gulf of
How will
America.
Director Comey be held
And
accountable
there's a
for his
thing
leaks
that
and classified
for
information
actually 350
concerning the Russian
years, 100
collusion?
years older than us,
Anyone.
Mexico.
Doesn't matter what you did
It was called
before or
Gulf
what
of
seat you were
Mexico.
in. If you leak classified
And I would say to
information,
myself, why
that's
are we
illegal.
calling it
We will
Gulf
investigate it
of
fully.
Mexico when we have 92% of the frontage and they have a real estate person at heart?
Justice, we will. But as you know,
And
in
they have
leak
8%.
investigations, it's
And I
very
made that
difficult
change and it was
to produce
amazing.
the
It took
information
literally
necessary.
a matter of
We
hours.
know leaks happen. They literally
was
happen
done.
every week. It's one of the most
And nobody
destructive
even
things.
very rarely
How
did
well
they come back.
calibrated
We
those
beat
warnings were, and what is the status of that
Press
risk?
very badly in a lawsuit.
Since
You know, they
becoming
tried to
director,
get
there's
it
been a
stopped
sharp
because,
decrease
not
of
good
border
Americans.
crossings
I
for
mean,
known or
who would want
suspected
that
terrorists
stopped?
from the southern border.
But
But
we beat
unfortunately,
them,
there has
as
been
you
a
saw,
sharp
we beat them very
increase
badly in a
of known or
lawsuit.
suspected
But other
terrorists
than that,
entering
I mean,
through
we
our
had no
northern
complaints,
border.
and everybody's
So
happy
what I'm
with it
trying to
except
do is
Mexico.
work
I
with
wouldn't
our
say they're
northern
thrilled,
border states
but
and our
they'll get
interagency
over
to
it.
tackle that problem.
But we know
A
from
massive
America,
border,
David, the
that
Gulf
can't
of, isn't that
physically be
great?
sealed, so we're
And I'm
gonna
very
have to
proud
get,
of it every time I
creative
see it.
and
And
put
now
more
it's
How much
spoken
wealth
over
you
again. I
have,
saw it before.
or
There
how
was some
connected you
event
are. If
taking
you
place
cause harm
down
to
by
these women
Louisiana,
and these
they said,
girls, then
here
we're
in the
coming
Gulf
after
of
you,
America. They're
and
just
justice should be
talking about it
served.
like routinely
And with that, I
now.
yield back.
They're not saying like Gulf of
Thank you
America
very
and
much.
smiling. It's just
Are we
routine. It's
okay?
going around the Gulf
Nothing
of
wrong,
America.
right?
So
It's
I'm
gonna
actually very
keep
glad
going
you
down a
brought
little
it up.
bit,
That's
right?
another one of our many achievements.
Because we have inflation
So
under
thank you very
control
much.
perfectly. You
Appreciate
probably
it.
saw the records. Everyone's
Yes,
on
sir. Thank you, Mr.
television
President.
saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be
before we
right.
go
You
on,
know,
do you have
all
any
of these
questions
things.
for the
We've taken
President?
in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. $88 billion with no inflation.
This is Sergeant Major Anderson.
And we're smart, they won't pay. Now, would like to get this guy to lower interest rates
between the Army
because,
and Navy football game,
are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right?
That's a terrible question.
Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. You know, all of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months with no inflation. And if we're smart, they won't be.
And you're going to be watching.
Now, I would like to get this guy to lower interest rates.
That's a place where we get a lot of cheers.
Because, you know, if you think how great our country is.
How about Dennis
in the
Rancourt's
largest
study?
number ever gotten by a president, by far. Despite the lies that they said about me. You know, they make up stories of lies that disgust people. But we won the military by the biggest vote in the history of our election. So I like the military, but I like the Navy, and I like the Army a lot. And I'm going to be at the game, and results. I don't know if you're going to be there. You're pretty far away, but we'll be thinking about that wise guy question.
How many more?
Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. Thank you for this.
With that, we're going to go over to Major Ross Gilcrease,
Next witness is
United States
Dr.
Marine
Gordon
Corps.
Vaughn. Dr. Vaughn is a physician and clinical researcher in
Good evening,
Birmingham,
Mr. President. The ladies and sailors of this room
and
are the
CEO of
battalion
MedHealth Clinics. Dr. Vaughn has directed
ready,
this
capable,
organization to the
lethal,
leading
and
edge of
support,
early outpatient treatment
readiness
of
and lethality in
COVID-19
support of
for his
Operation
patients in
Southern
greater
Spirit.
Birmingham community.
We're here in Camp
Dr. Vaughn has treated
Santiago,
over
Puerto Rico,
4,000 long COVID and COVID
recently
vaccine
conducted a mobile training team.
Whatever. Make sure that everyone knows that this has to change.
The history of the Department of War. Represents a milestone combat with capability, space war, and joint service.
Somebody has a Maria.
Now we're working with other ways to get into the schools to actually parks and recreation.
Hey, how are this? To protect the homeland.
From the
Marines and sailors of DOT 36,
the
the Hellhounds, are ready, we're the first to fight, and at the tip of the spear as an expeditionary force in readiness. Thank you for your support, Mr. President. Semper Fidelis, happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you, Ross, and you people are just amazing. You do a fantastic. I knew every move and every single thing you said. I know exactly what you did and who did it, and I want to just thank you. You were amazing.
I know that it would affect the
Border Patrol and all of the people,
which is something that
here,
you all really don't
Border
talk
Patrol,
about.
every single one
So
of
let's see
these
how
are
much of
great
this I
people.
can get to read.
You know, ICE
Here we
are
are talking about the automation
unbelievable,
plan
tough,
after the
smart,
community and this council already expressed that we do
Ross,
not want this in our city.
You really
I
have
think
done a
it is
great
important
job.
to
We
reiterate that
appreciate it.
even though the cost of this plan is one huge reason why this project is a bad idea, it is not the only reason why we are fighting to stop this.
Good afternoon, sir. The only proper response to the Colonel from Fort Huachuca is go Navy, beat Army.
Wouldn't it be good for the FBI to
Okay, I got to remember that.
I'm not saying they
Thank you
haven't, I
very
just don't
much.
know.
You're going to have a great game. Thank you very
Has
much.
FBI subpoenaed the tapes
Yes, sir.
that Michael Wolff has conducted
Chris
of
Spiraker
I don't
from
know.
the United States Navy.
So if you could provide us an answer.
Yes,
that
sir.
would be terrific.
Sir, on board here, Iwo Jima.
Well, let me ask you this question
Proud
then.
commander of the Iwo
Human
Jima
trafficking
Amphibious
and
Readiness
sexual
Group, along with
crimes
the 22nd
is
New Expeditionary.
patently
You already
and
met my one brother
categorically
from
false.
Central Casting.
The work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they have requested to speak with you, because the victims have requested and you are not
a few of the men and women
responding to
comprise the 10,000 sailors and Marines of our Iwo
Director, yes or no, is the FBI still spying on parents at school board meetings?
Narcos in the Caribbean in defense of the homeland.
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Catholics?
know that we have also
Is the FBI still spying on President Trump?
And sexual crimes
We're getting engaged on a routine basis,
categorically
but
false.
receiving
The
fire.
work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they have requested to speak with you, because the victims have requested and you are not responding to them.
Conducting
Human
expeditionary
trafficking,
advanced-based operations at Roosevelt
murder.
Roads.
They all happen on tribal
Major
lands
Ross
as well.
Gilcrease and the team
And
are
I
currently
said since the
training.
beginning, it is a
We've also
priority, which is
done,
why
as
we
you
launched
mentioned,
Operation Not Forgotten
Mr. President,
on tribal lands.
humanitarian support.
And I'm the first FBI
to
director
Jamaica.
to meet with the
We're proud
staff
to be
and
part of
tribal
this Navy
leaders
Marine Corps
here in
team
Washington,
and, be
D.C.
part of the
and elsewhere,
defense
and
of the
invited them
homeland.
into my office and headquarters to see them,
Really great
because I
job.
need engagement
Would
with
anybody
tribal
like to
leadership,
take
and I need our
Yes, go ahead,
police and
please.
FBI agents to be engaging
the
with
First
tribal
Lady came
leadership,
down to
otherwise
North
we're not going to break
Carolina
through.
Hundreds and thousands of
and
studies.
visited the
And one thing I do want to enter into the record is,
Camp Lejeune, and my
Mr.
wife
Siri
and my daughter and my two sons were able to meet the First Lady and get a picture with her. She was really gracious, and we really appreciate the time that she spent with
did a
the
very
Marine sailors that meant a whole lot of people down
very
North Carolina.
effective
sir.
response.
Thank you very much. And she had enjoyed
Dr.
it, and she
Scott's
mentioned that,
testimony.
meeting your family.
I want to enter
And she
that
said
into
those
the record.
people are in good shape.
But
they're in very good shape. I don't know if she's referring to me when she says that, because I don't know. That could be a little slight, but she was very impressed with everything she said. Thank you very much.
I do have one selfish mention. My daughter's 9th birthday is here in 2 days, so I wonder if I could get a happy birthday cake for Catherine for me, sir.
And her first name is?
Catherine, sir.
He's a great hero and a great man and highly respected. Happy birthday and take good care of her.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Say hello to her. Anybody back there have a question?
Channel 421, sending back to that location.
I think that's it from us here, sir. Again, appreciate your time and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Thanksgiving, sir.
Thank you all very much. Great. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Sir, with that, we're going to go over to Colonel Seth Spanier from the United States Air Force.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. President. I'm Colonel Seth Spanier, 7th Bomb Wing Commander. And here with me I have Lieutenant Colonel Brian Guyette, our 28th Bomb Squadron Commander, and Major Joseph Spada, our 28th Bomber Generation Squadron Commander. And we're here representing the 4,000 men and women stationed at dhsCCPD Air Force Base in Texas, employing the mighty B-1.
Good evening, sir. The Bomb Wing hosts multiple B-1 squadrons that are responsible for everything from training the world's best combat aviators to operational tests, in addition to projecting strength and lethality across the globe. Recently, the Bomb Wing's combat squadron was forward to the Pacific, and the men and women that you see behind me were part of the 28th Bomb Squadron and fellow squadrons that executed operations in the Caribbean, and we're responsible for demonstrating the latent combat capability of the training squadron, in addition to projecting credibility into the Caribbean on behalf of the long-range strike platform, the B-1B. It's currently off station at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if you know, we have more planes on order in terms of dollars and planes itself, and they have a new one, the F-47, and I didn't name that. It was named F-47. They think I named it. I didn't. They surprised me, but I hear it's stage 6, and it's at a level that nobody's ever seen before. But we have more planes on order right now, things in the works than we've ever had. So from the Air Force's standpoint, I know you know exactly what's on order because we dealt with you, and what you, but we've never had so many planes being built at one time, and we're reinvigorating everything. I know the F-35 has been very good, and we're working on some maintenance issues to get some of them back sooner, as you know. Because some of them are out, and rather than having them sit there, we're getting them fixed. Should have happened a long time ago. But we've never been in the position where we've ordered so many, and I think the Air Force has to be very happy about that.
1, 3, and 4 clear. Can you show us fuel at
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And if you have any questions, please go ahead from your group.
7 southbound, right about Hart Road.
Good evening, Mr. President, and happy Thanksgiving. I'm Senior Airman Laurent. I'm an Intel Analyst at the 28th Bomb Squadron. My question for you today is, what is the most memorable obstacle or hardship that you've encountered in your life, and how did this shape you to be the leader you are today?
Well, that's an interesting question. But I'll tell you, in terms of obstacles, would be the weaponization of government by the previous administration. That was probably the biggest obstacle. I won by a lot. I ran a second time, I won by a lot. And I ran a third time, and it was too big to rig. But the biggest was that. They went after a lot of great Americans. I was one of them. And I would say weaponization by my opponent was a disgrace to our nation, and I would say it was the most difficult time. And we won. And now, today I'm in Florida, but generally I'm in the White House, I'm in the Oval Office, so I look around and I say, oh, well, couldn't have been that bad, but it was. It was a disgrace to our nation, and it should never be allowed to happen again. And it's being looked at very strongly. But it's a very interesting question. I don't know that anybody's ever asked me the question that way. But if you did, I would say it was the weaponization and illegal weaponization that they used where our government attacked the president and the former president of the United States of America. And I was fighting for you, not just for myself. I was fighting for you. I was fighting for everyone. And I'm looking at all of those incredible patriots that I'm looking at, but the millions of people that are listening right now, and the hundreds of millions of people in our country, and we fought and we won. But they're bad people. So thank you. That's a great question. Thank you very much.
Sir, one last one. If you could throw up a chop to the Mohawks. That's our squadron motto. Chop.
Oh, good. I love it. Chop. See, we're not allowed to do that anymore. You know, we're not allowed. You're not allowed to use the word Indian anymore. The only one that wants you to are the Indians. I don't think you should ever change it. It's great. And they're very proud of it, too, by the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Kevin Ryan. I'm the commander of 18th Space Defense Combat Squadron. Today with me, I have Delta Crew. They're working the holiday swing shift right now, led by Lieutenant Cunningham and Sergeant Jackson. We also have 5 local analysts with us today. Our mission here at the 18th is space domain awareness, tracking everything to and from space, whether that's launch, satellite reentry, or maintaining the catalog of 48,000 objects in space. It's been a historical year for 2025. We've had over 273 space launches to this year, 174 of those being from the U.S. And we're just grateful for our newly operational accepted system to lead the way for the world in space domain awareness.
Well, I know all about it because that was my baby, Space Force. So I can't say I have any favorites because I don't want to do that. But I'll tell you, I have a real love for Space Force. And as you know, I did that. We put some very good people in because we were losing to China and Russia substantially. And now we're leading China and Russia substantially. And as you know, Biden came in, he wanted to terminate Space Force. He thought it was funny. He thought it was so funny. The military didn't think it was funny, and he was met with a great force. And the force said, you know, but I think it's going to go down as one of our most important, you know, as technology goes. The things we're doing now in space are unbelievable, and I think it'll be one of the truly great things that this administration did. I did it in my last term, but we really had great people there, and we're dominating space now. We're dominating it. We were losing it to both China and Russia at the time. We had no Space Force. And so we created this incredible group of people that came together and they created something very special. And I'm very proud of all of you for being involved. It's going to be one of the most important things I think that I've ever done. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody from the team have a question for the President?
The one question I would have, sir, is what do you see for the future for the Space Force? How do you expect it to grow as we build out as a branch?
I just think it's unlimited. I think it's, you know, in terms of technology, in terms of, you know, we've been here for a long time. And Air Force has been, and I could have left it in the Air Force, but I really thought it should have its own identity. And it works closely with the Air Force, but you wouldn't have had your own identity, and I don't think it was working doing it that way. So we created, because of the importance, we created Space Force. And I think it's got unlimited growth potential. And maybe at a faster level than others because they have been here. You know, they've seeded and they're doing great. But you're a seedling. You're just at the beginning of your powers. It's going to be unlimited future. Really, I feel that. I think you agree with that. But it's going to be unlimited future. And thank you all for being involved. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the 18th, thank you for your support. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, you have my support totally. And you too. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
We're going to go over to Lieutenant Commander Alex Wild, United States Coast Guard.
Two different plate numbers.
Good evening, Mr. President. Lieutenant Commander Alex Wild, Commanding Officer, Coast Guard Cutter Force, Red Narrow. We're currently patrolling the southwest border off the coast of California as a part of Operation Border Trident to protect the maritime boundary boundary. For the crew of 25, our fast response cutter has contributed to mission success in securing the border, as you mentioned. Last month alone, we had 3 at-sea interdictions and apprehended 45 illegal aliens. I'd like to recognize to my right the boarding team and pursuit team from our most recent interdiction. To my right, Lieutenant Junior Grade Fuller, Bosun Mate First Class Garcia Cosby, Electrician Smith First Class Reza, Bosun Mate Third Class Gerhardt, Second Class Samano. Had a real nice day, as you said. It's been pretty quiet on the water, to be honest. Our 2 culinary specialists gave us a little treat today for Thanksgiving by smoking 2 turkeys. And this evening we'll be trying to have some trivia here on Wednesday. We're truly grateful for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I've loved the Coast Guard for a long time, and more than anything else, all the lives you saved in Texas and various places, all of these places that got hit by the hurricanes and all of the different, the storms, the big water storms, as they call them, but mostly hurricanes. The jobs you do, the way you go into those seas, I wouldn't want to do it. You want to do it, but I wouldn't want to do it. And I just want to thank you for that. As you know, we've ordered a lot of Coast Guard cutters, brand new, beautiful, the best machines in the world, the fastest, the best maneuverability. They tell me. I said, how's the speed and the maneuverability? I'm a looks person. I wanted the hull to be perfect. I sort of redesigned the hull a little bit, the hulls. But we ordered a lot, and we're ordering icebreakers, too, that you're going to be in charge of. We have 11 of them being built right now. We had none. We only have 1 in the whole country. Russia has 48, and we have 1. And that's just ridiculous. So we're doing them in conjunction with Finland and some other people, and they make the big, they're known as the people that do, I guess, 90% of the icebreakers, so they have a great expertise. But we're doing them also as a joint venture where they're going to be built in this country. Already started. So we've ordered 11. You were going to build 1, and the 1 was going to cost almost as much as the 11. And every one of the 11 is much better than the 1. So that didn't sound like a good deal. So you know exactly what you're getting. You're getting the best icebreakers in the world, the top of the line, and they're going to be delivered very soon, actually. They're moving along very quickly. They're building them. And you'll end up with 11, but before we even start that, we're going to end up doing another 11 pretty soon. So you're going to have a lot of icebreakers pretty soon, which is very important, I assume. Is that important for the Coast Guard? Because if it's not, I'll cancel the order immediately. Good, then I won't cancel the order. That's good. You're going to have the best icebreakers there are, so it's really great. Very important to us. Thank you. Any other questions?
Female on the ground should be seen
yes,
by
Mr.
medics.
President. Yes.
I don't know about
first question is, what is your true golf handicap?
Get one, I need one up here also up on the fireman.
Are you and President Biden
I'm in an unmarked.
that golf match?
I'd love to. I mean, I've invited him, but he doesn't want to show up.
6808. 6808.
I know a lot about golf. I've won 38 club championships, and I don't get to practice much. I won one last year. I won a club championship at a big club, beating a 27-year-old kid. I said, I'm decades older than you. But I said, the fairway doesn't know how old you are as you walk up the middle, and he's in the rough. And I've been a good golfer over the years. I won, when you win, club championships are our majors. You know that. Most people can't play in them. They won't. We're talking about no strokes or anything else. So I'm a very low handicap, and I've won 38 of them legitimately, everyone legitimately. It has to be legitimate because you have a lot of people following you doing club championships, as you know. So I guess I'm very, I got to be right around scratch or better. I beat a plus 3, that's 3 better, 3 below par. If you look at it for those that don't know. In the finals of the club championship last year, with all I was going through, and with no practice, so I'm a good golfer, yeah, I would have to say that. I want to be honest. I have to be honest. I played with Bryson DeChambeau on his show, the Breaking 50, and we had a good time. But a lot of people thought that was a great ratings hit. We had a lot of fun. But golf is great. It's sort of a microcosm of life. And you have a lot of people talk, but they can't play, like Biden. Biden can't hit a ball 30 yards, I'm telling you. I looked at his swing. He cannot hit a ball 30 yards. He said he was a 6 handicap. He said that was the only thing that made me angry during the debate with him. He said he was a 6. I said, you're not a 6. And he said, well, I'm an 8. I said, that was quick. I picked up 2. But he's not 100. He's not 100. So, but it's a great game, and I hope you guys get to play a little bit of it. But frankly, I'm more excited about the icebreakers, if you want to know the truth. So, I want to thank you all. Great job. Coast Guard, great job. We're proud of you. You're going to have the best equipment in the world, and it's coming rapidly. Thank you very much.
I have him here. 2.41 over that. He's okay right now.
I just want to advise closing remarks. That'll be it.
Well, I do have closing remarks. I just want to say how proud I am. You look at the people that we just dealt with. These are the top people in our country. These are just beautiful people inside and out. They're brave. They're smart. They're brilliant. And I just want to say it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be working with you. We have the strongest country we've ever had. We make the best equipment in the world. We have the best military in the world. Nobody can even come close. And everybody knows it. And they respect us now again. A year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, they didn't respect us at all. They laughed at us. Nobody's laughing anymore. So I just want to thank you all for you.
Well, I want to all units, please make sure that we're not parking by the trash cans because there really is this enforcement that they have to leave 2 minutes later. I don't know if it's a snappy.
Okay. We can cut that down.
I just have a small one.
We can cut
Based on the top of her head, no active bleeding at this
Hello.
time. Does have an issue of dementia?
Thank you.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, that happens, too. It happens too often with these people. You see him. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other. And that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens soon.
That there was thorough vetting by DHS and FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you believe that Biden...
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you just asked them questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there's a law passed that makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they weren't confident. We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this. Well, the family is devastated, as you can imagine. But we have spoken, my people have spoken with the family. We'll speak tonight, but tomorrow. You have to give them a little, they just let out about the can't just call 2 seconds later. It's a very, very tough situation. She was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
Can you just mention to our location?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought. It sounds like something I could do. It's very raw.
The intersection, I'm not seeing any sensitivity.
I don't live in Washington. Do you plan to
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation with family.
It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
I guess I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for many months. Record-setting low crime, and this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. Is this sort of different? This is a terrorism threat, and this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably wouldn't understand. This was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what his motivation was? But what he did was horrible.
You've made changes for
Tom Asher Williams,
ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man?
No, but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I'll show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these planes that are. Look at them. There was no checking. They just poured into the plane. Many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in, yeah, I know, this story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
Legally, though, what should they think in terms of their...
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy. Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. If you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many bad ones came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically, but whoever the strongest they got on the planes, they just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question? Sure.
And there's the border clear for Rockport.
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar. He does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. She comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace. And we took their people tremendously. We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out. There's nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
Of course, you just detailed that the suspect was flown in under the Biden administration. Yeah. But was he granted asylum under the order?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Here, take that picture if you want it. The fact that America's great again. We've made America great again. America was a dead country. We've made America great again. Here you go. Got it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
And it beeped at me, and then my bus didn't want to go past.
Northbound I-70, turn off your headlights. Level 215. Can you show signal for HP? I don't think I'm clear.
Batch for Medic 11. Signal, clear 5-8. X, anyone, shows on scene. Push it, Charlie. Number 551. Also expected to campus. Oh, Medic 2. 7 at 322 H69. 22856. 22856. I do clear.
I'll be done for the day.
4 30. Nobody clear 5-8 arrest. 507 on 10-8. ID. Greenwood and 1.
Call for Medic 10. Medic 10 for unknown injuries. ESD is 1009. 4101 Air Street. 0101 Air Street as a stripe. for call fire. Dispatch 0010.
Am I good to open up? Are we... Symbol 1 is, 20 has been made contact with the subject right there, see if they're done. 1060. 10-4. 04 to the lever. Temperature to over. 10-4. Right, correct. Ever in Bonner, Victor Henry Sean, 9272. That's 04 37, X-ray Boy King, 345. 19, good job.
Delta 470, Delta 360, and Delta 340 for an open door bravery, 899 Concrete Street. 899 Concrete.
Delta 320, we're defining as no visible injuries to the left arm. It's just declining medics.
Sir, I was trying to find out who I need to email about the video.
Person that for over. That's 10-4. They're both going to be Bob Johnson. IDs are in the call.
Delta 480 area. 480, obviously advised. Delta 470, Delta 480 for the lost music at 526. 41, 10.26 health people at Waldo Bar. RP flight contact. Adam 420, 10-4. Adam 410, Delta 410. The call takers are still on the line trying to get updates. It looks like it's going to be an active disturbance. As you can hear someone and people yelling in the background. RP advised her friend's husband is off the location. As you saw on camera that surface broke into the home and they had a gun. As they were hitting the husband.
Down the street and not approach the residence till we get there.
Over.
Yeah, I mean back to Wayland.
Okay, 14 for overdose. USD's 1408, 2022 trailer lane, 2022 trailer lane, is the trailer tears apartment. I haven't heard anything. I had the windows down, intentionally sitting out here to see if this is really happening or not, and it is not happening.
Hey, phone any yet on this email? I'll go for navigation clear and have me fill out the force.
Negative vehicle clear.
I heard the CDC, inner mileage 513. 182, show me the area of CSP.
Charlie 480 arriving, ending mileage 80.3.
Roger, flag 6.
Doesn't have port, keep showing it. They're making the male with the CCW is on the ground now, swapping around. It's going to be wearing a gray hoodie. Delta 4.
490, copy, sir.
Delta 490, go ahead.
I see.
Delta 480 and Delta 490 is going to be for a male that's under an EDW at the location. He's wearing blue scrubs. I think he's outside the emergency room lobby, refusing to come back inside.
An A for fuel. Adam 440, I'll take that call on the way.
The call is still updating. Major 80, 10.
Still out on your board? Have you assigned a group yet?
Sorry, you can close the bullet.
I was there for Gary, but it wouldn't let me arrive. I don't know. I restarted this tablet and...
Station 291 is available for us. Copy, sir. Let me see if I find it.
Make sure you're up there.
No, if he's down there, dropping him. I'll be calling on back. No, we're keeping her up.
307.
307. Yeah, I can be en route to that call 60.
One second. The vehicle is clear. It's unoccupied. There's no... 130 arriving. There's no ducks inside the...
130 arriving.
There's a male by the lake though, who's wearing an orange shirt, blue jeans.
I'm trying 170. It's going to be a black truck because it's the house. The last officer getting out. I need a ride. A black shirt. With white writing. Long pants.
140 area.
Okay, 140 area. Negative.
Airport 32, boy. Airport 32, Charles.
4926. Charlie 110, both units are ready. I think a white four-door car.
Further notes will advise on the rescue. Adam 115, clear for the
510 today. 511, 10-4. Charlie 150, clear with comments. Charlie 115, 10-4.
Okay, they can hold me there real quick.
720 Brookside. Every comment. I heard a male yelling in distress.
I'm sorry.
Adam, what's your route?
Young, 0732.
I don't think he's matching the description. Yes, actual medics, 91. 131, son of the mail, and been on a plate. Tom David, X-ray, 3695.
144, I can take that loud music off.
123.
92 received. I don't want 25 going info.
Wait, what? 1611 now.
Johnny 191, we just had light haze on the 10-4. We're still investigating. I want to look it up.
We're going to be code 180. I'm arriving. There's no fight. Colton Whitaker, negative 29 clear.
Delta 11.
Hello, 120.
ID 4116. Answer what time?
190 will be at unit 320. Alright, Doctor 30. Adam 140 clear.
339.
I 130 clear. Can you show me on the 7 at Whataburger and Violet?
I don't know. I won't tell you clearly. He should be on the ceiling. I have a lot of burger in my life.
Sounds too good. I just want me to send a regular B unit out there.
180 arrive.
North America and is facing my heart of tan, or I don't want to buy 62 players.
Call for Medic 3. Medic 3. State call at 500 South Tronquola. 500 South Tronquola at South Bluff Park. ESV 3313. Working off by
I guess 707 left. There's nobody in front of Miller or
Go there!
Yeah, I'm calling Patrol 3 over at 58 concept Silvergate. Next transport, transport LIS PD 90, that's everything.
I'm trying to Alfredville right now. He said that he was in front of Miller. Let me contact him. He didn't say anything.
220 traffic.
and 4. Oh, I see him. Okay, no, I got him. Just 4.
401B, 9 minutes down.
75 and 1007.
I guess you know, I didn't last. There's nobody in front of the mirror. Those there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel clear about being close to Peter LK. Mike's trying to find out why he's peeing. I mean, it's a pretty good thing. I don't know. Oh, for a boy right now, he says it's even in front of Miller earlier. Let me contact him. He didn't say it. He's going to be 20 graphics. Of course.
150. I believe it was actually 170, but I'm also clear.
I don't know why he's not moving the truck. That's it, I'm putting it back in there. 6. That's it, I'm putting it back in there. Be clear up on it. Charlie 260. Do you have 270 on my call? I copy. Is they located the doors?
Engine 13 negative, I can check it over. Engine 13 negative, I can check it over.
Oh, I'm to 4 down here. I mean, I'm not going to report already. Find the source. For Bravo 215, that's all over at the Starbucks on SPAD Staples. And Bravo 215, I'll check with.
I 22-1 Carlton, P8005, Contact warning, warning, and also, sorry, just got 1611.
What's the Charlie cover? Receive, make the block, come around. 190 around those CDs, 190 around those CDs, running spawn shoreline, 20 miles, 1.0.
Receive at 1.0 miles.
22, Henry.
45.
Saying that Haley is on the vehicle going eastbound on the cities from Flynn. I don't see there. I got an adult male in custody. Can I get a case number?
130, 1130, 1860, 80.
Actually, I haven't any more for this like for.
Give me 1 second.
I'm not going to do anything about that. She had it all. But it's on the image of the material title. On the areas in Roosevelt, Robert Lincoln David, 6516. Bravo 230. I'll be signal 4 in the parking lot of Island Market. 10-4. Charlie 270, I'm in the area of that as well. Bravo 230, I'll be signal 4 to Monterey Motel. 10-4. Adam 230, I'm clear, but Adam 230, I'm clear, but you leave the door open. 10-4. I said it's going to be a disturbance between the daughter and the spouse. So she called the RP, asked her to come over. She said the male was being aggressive with her. They have a 3-year-old at the location. Looks like the RP's not going to be in that either. Yeah, so don't worry, patrol. I've already got a call generated.
Item 2, I'm coming from McKenzie and Frontier.
Here's a little CCs that symptoms have resolved.
Item 2, clear.
Item 2, get direct. One way, so the end of the road from here. It's a one-way, so we'll wait from here.
What was that subject? What's the date range we gave y'all?
What is that with this one's permission?
21. I believe I'm 23. So you're reporting that name and date of birth. It says no records found.
And I'll show you checking that abandoned vehicle. 4601 Casper. I heard. Trying to put their tour on chicken. Yeah, gotta be in the phones in there somewhere. Charlie 350, I can take half of that call my beat. I was here for a pickup off of Montego, but the entire out and spare frozen up. I came in off of Holly, I took the left and asked some apartments. Built 280 on the right spot. Because Probably 10. It was on the previous truck this morning for work. Now I want to say Okay, so it's going to be a little bit task force situation. Okay, sir. Yeah, we'll be in. 60, the question, door. I only got the Tomboy Boy 2. Yeah, vehicle description. At 10-4, Tomboy Boy 9286. It's taken back to a 2019 Toyota CHR, silver in color. Is that going to be correct? Forward, also. I think he's saying that now because the family's still enough to say that. Row 130. Yeah, everyone's clear for that call. I'll take it to them. IDAP pickup area? In the IDAP pickup area?
Downtown with 903.
Oh, 230 kilos.
Somebody downtown with 903.
Pickup truck in the IDAP parking lot?
Yeah,
220, somebody 58.
10-4. I was thinking female guests was calling the service with the housekeeping.
Red shorts.
Nothing other 1010. But I was saying female was called this morning. Contact me if you have a front desk. We'll show you the call at 2214 Marble, 2214 Marble.
10-4. Yeah, we need someone to get on that one. As soon as you get somebody clear.
Just want to place you the unknown nature with injuries that just came in at CCPD westbound at Everhart. Looking at some male bike is down. He is just laying there. Looking at not sure what happened. You can just see his bike in his helmet. Charlie,
now, I think I have one rising, the female was punched in her face. By male, punched the units are out. Charlie 160 is going to be on an unknown with injuries. 48 on FCD, rising possibly excited delirium. 1 FCD, rising possibly excited delirium.
I'll be 10-6 PD for vehicle maintenance. I'll be switching you in 594.
65 will be dispatch.
Yeah, please get in anything about a file over here on.
10-4, give me just a minute. 10-4, give me just a minute.
You said 3224 for the 28.
Charlie, 280, give me a...
2 is 3, 2.
And then Charlie, 5200. Please call Ms. Rosales and ask her to come out. I've already came.
Are we North County? Medical control question. So, I don't know if it should be elevated.
You're like me out over here. Kind of the oil change area. At the other section of the parking lot. 11724. 10-4. Control from Scenery.
The next 26, no, I think there's one more. It is espresso. Somebody on Brockhampton, or right on Brockhampton, right on like.
I don't know. Same story. Received engine 11-2. Engine 2 available. Medicaid is connected.
I have one call.
No more semi.
because I think he was assaulted, but I'm like, activity! That's the only sound that he's sounding.
Bravo. 3. Vehicle 1100. I don't know if I can, airs and Carlton. Victor Boy, X-ray 07. Nuisance and 50. Signal that the speed trailer on the east end of the Fulton is in place of operational and filming patrolling.
31, Alley. I don't know for you, for 30 for this. 13 probably going to be tired. Awesome contact.
3 PC. Four 7 5 1 1 0. 9170s. Amazing. Somebody in there.
4 route 12.
Charlie 430.
I wouldn't say.
I don't know. No. One second. Yes, 173. You show me at the station. Ready for
133, go ahead. 130.
It's going to be 7 0 8 7 9 0. 4 4. 1 4.
I don't know, could you send me the...
Well, 7 for you to move my lunch back. It's way early for me. I'm working until 5. I want to hear that. I'm 3 Henry.
You can't explain this lunches.
Clear that out, some service out at the fire station 17 on your back. I don't know if anyone advised, but H&H towing arrived about 15 minutes ago. Fire station 17, here, Roger, Toby, we took,
Yes, the shooting of the mom, it was actually the guy's wife. The guy shot and killed his wife. Per family, friends, or neighbors, or whatever you want to call it. The husband has been verbally attacking the wife over infidelity issues. There was some kind of love triangle stuff going on, and the dad / husband has been going off. A couple days ago, he has a brand new Chevrolet Corpus.
For Battalion 2, Ladder 2, Medic 13, Rescue 3, Truck 1, Team 2, Medic 13, Rescue 3, Truck 1, Rescue IH-37 North in Ryan Morgan, IH-37 North in Ryan Morgan, ESV 1201, working off of Group 7 at 1142. Team 7 is going to be a running route.
Yes, CCPD can look it open for us.
What's your location? What's your 20?
I want to need to like 260 at first shop. Please mail one also. So, please see if mail one partner.
Yeah, is that the right vehicle?
I walked around the perimeter. I don't smell anything, but I did give a call and got fired in again. I'm going to go take a look at the morning.
I think like the next 6 additional information in that the oxygen is low and the tubing is not connecting to the vent.
Effing C.
Over here, Darren and Ricardo from Roxtown.
Try not to say bad words again, but this is ridiculous, dude. Hey, Siri. Call my soulmate.
Call my soulmate.
We're gonna.
I can try to do one because what I want for the meat. There's already something on it. It's paramedics ready. Telephone number 6.
I almost had you guys hear her phone number. Oh, dude, look at this.
Go ahead and get some up ahead and submit that for approval. Give me a call back at 512-598-1551.
That took off earlier.
Better Business Bureau, Heart of Texas Branch 512-598-1551.
If we can get rid of the audio real quick.
I was reaching out because we have a current
Mr.
hold
Wiggins
on
and Mr.
your.
Neff, we'll get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just want to make sure that
I was reaching out because
entered
we
into the
have a
record
current
as well as all the documents
hold on your.
found for everyone in the country to view.
I was reaching out because
if we
we
could,
have
Mr.
a
Neff, we'll
current
continue on the line of questioning.
hold on your.
Opening statement.
I was reaching out because we have a current.
My name is Dylan Portland, a
hold
former
on your.
geospatial intelligence specialist for the United
calling
States
from the
Air
Better
Force
Business
in an
Bureau.
active duty
I was
enlisted
reaching out
capacity
because
from
we have a
2010
current.
to 2013.
Hold on
I've
your.
also been employed with BAE Systems and Intrepid
This message
Solutions
is for
as a senior
affordable wind turbines.
analyst,
This is Richard Duran,
expert
calling
in
from the Better
analyzing
Business
video,
Bureau.
radar,
I was
and
reaching out because we have a
electro-optical
current.
imagery for official
Hold on
identification of
your.
aerial order of battle as well as naval and
Bureau.
ground
I
order
was
of
reaching
battle.
out because we have
I'm
a
federal
current.
whistleblower having
Hold
testified
on
to both
your.
the ICIG and Arrow with direct first-hand knowledge of and
I was reaching out
experience with
because.
crafts that are not ours
Hold
or
on
literally
your.
operating without congressional oversight.
I was trying to go ahead
Because of
and
my
reach out to
direct
go ahead and
knowledge
get some
of the
updates
reality
so I
of
can go
certain
ahead
legacy
and
UAP
submit that
programs,
for
my professional
approval.
career
Call
was
back at
completely
512-598-1551.
and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade.
598-1551.
From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air
Hello,
Force
this
Base,
message
Virginia,
is for
conducting
affordable wind
24-hour
turbines. This is Richard
operations
Duran,
via manned and
calling from the
unmanned
Better
aerial
Business Bureau.
vehicles for
I
special
was reaching out
operations
because we
forces
have a
in the
current.
global war on terror.
Hold on your.
During the summer of 2012, my team was on standby for weather, and I returned
I
to
was
my
trying to go
barracks
ahead
on
and
base,
reach out to
and
go
at
ahead and get some
approximately
updates so I can go ahead
I saw
and submit
an
that
approximately
for approval.
100-foot
Give me a
equilateral
call back at
triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base.
512-598-1551. This is Richard with the
The
Better
craft
Business Bureau,
interfered
Heart
with
of
my
Texas Branch
telephone,
512-598-1551.
did not have any sound, and the material it was made of appeared fluid or dynamic.
I was reaching out because we have a current.
I was under this triangular craft
hold
for a few
on
minutes, and then
your.
it rapidly ascended to commercial jet level in seconds,
I was reaching out
displaying
because
zero
we have a
kinetic
current.
disturbance sound or wind
hold on
displacement.
your.
Some years after that experience,
I was reaching out because we have a current hold on your
program through a sensitive position I held
Business
within a
Bureau.
special access
I was reaching
program.
out because we have a
During
current
this time, intelligence
hold
officers
on
approached me in
your
fear for their own careers, citing
I was
misconduct
reaching out
within these
because we have a
programs
current
and similar retaliation
hold
I was
on
already
your
incurring at this time.
hello, this message is for
These
Affordable
issues
Wind
include
Turbines.
medical
This is Richard
malpractice
Duran,
committed by
calling from the
Veterans
Better
Affairs
Business
staff,
Bureau.
denial
I was
of work
reaching
on
out because
uniformed
we
while
have a
enlisted in the
current
United States Air Force,
hold
forging
on
manipulated
your
employment documents, workplace harassment, including colleagues being directed to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying,
and license plate readers that it shows they go on 3200 blocks.
986, what is your location?
Well, so hold on.
2023 to become a whistleblower.
Alpha T Star record. Delta 120, Delta 120, Delta 50 was right there. Delta 120, Delta 150, anywhere after that, suspicious person call. 115 Waco, 115 Waco. There's a no operator. Yes,
A gas department truck at the location. The trailer went in and out. We heard comments from you.
Yes, we're going to check the house. Just make sure you're here.
Because of these concerns, I did not share sources of medical information in order to protect current and formal federal personnel who had first-hand exposure to technologies of origin. For anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured. And unfortunately, a staff member ended up in trouble because of that. David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure I was then asked to go to the 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was video recorded under ooth, that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still continues to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment for I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies. Multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during a CI polygraph for a position unrelated to as recently as November 2024. As I sit before you today, I and many other whistleblowers have no job prospects, no foreseeable professional future, and in addition, numerous individuals have come forward in various ways to reveal the truth of the UAP reality as compatriots of the nation. Yet many feel discarded, isolated, hopeless, separated from the country.
I just got back.
Whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling, and to my fellow whistleblowers and officials who know this information, I offer you my apology. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for a democratic republic to function. Each day, these truths remain hidden from our citizens. Humanity drifts further from the principles our nation is founded to uphold. Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining the secrecy or denied justice is another day our Constitution is shredded. In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one in which we either travel to the stars or rise to the sky with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers. Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you.
I'm a senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political party or even lead to a national scandal. The whistleblowers continue to play a vital role during both Democratic and Republican administrations. They help Congress and the public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and allow us to address wrongdoing and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a consensus in Congress to support whistleblowers. Doing so protects the country and ensures our government is more responsive and accountable to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition dating back to the founding of our country, and over time, national security whistleblowers have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people. From the role the U.S. plays around the world in holding powerful actors accountable, from ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, First Amendment freedoms of speech and dissent, freedom of the press, and the public's interest in right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm. All of that risk just being sure that agencies fulfill their core missions and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't just violate their legal rights, they inflict real harm to the government. Targeting whistleblowers instead of the corruption they expose wastes agency resources and further allows that corruption to continue unaddressed. It can instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, driving dissent and speech, incurring potential whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because of their willingness to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenient to being exposed. But to be clear, individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. Pogo advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual. We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people, because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make full disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation. And when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers truly receive the protections they need. Retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government that people deserve. I strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning. Pogo is committed to working with you and the oversight committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to any questions.
Perfect 400 shoreline.
Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large
just bring me a note.
Air Force Base
This is it. I was just trying to check 23's welfare. Out on an investigation at the info on areas that he's been on there for several hours.
I apologize.
Oh, we're gonna park those machineries over there. We have them.
And I see a white light pop up. It's about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon.
I do have a phone call.
Before weeknight, normal thing, unsurprising. I actually took a cigarette and I began walking up towards the
Alright, sir. Welcome. 45 minutes.
Because I was on 3 months of night work.
45 minutes.
And I would walk the track at night and we were weather down. And as I began reached the light, was a flight line in the track. Then it flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a prime
I urge, then first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all in authority, that we may live peacefully and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. We bow our heads as we pray. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, your Son, to ask your guidance in the city council meeting this morning, especially.
Item number 4 was pulled for public comment. I'm sorry, what councilman, was that yours? Okay, Councilman Vaughn. I'm sorry, all in favor say aye.
Yeah, we just have to say motion carried.
Any opposed?
Yeah, there was a motion and second.
Councilman
We just
Scott,
have not finally voted, yes.
Okay, item number 4 is an ordinance to amend the city code of ordinances.
I can tell you what the project's intended to do. It's an improved CIP project, and there's 2 plants at Owen Stevens, and this is in plant 2, and it has a design for the weirs that take the water out of the sedimentation basin and transfer it to the filters. The one on plant 2 is not working as well as plant 1. You're getting solids break through and short circuiting, and
it's up to flight level. I'm trying to get.
Should probably get a little bit more information on this because I haven't seen Rachel Caballero D1. I'd like to request more information on this because we haven't seen anything regarding the financial obligations of these alleged grants, and the Texas Water Development Board, who has treated our community very, very poorly.
I would encourage this council now to move forward with that as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
I know that people in other neighborhoods have been praying things away as well. They've been praying for years, and I hope that their prayers are answered. I hope that we are as concerned about the prayers of certain communities as we are about others. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Item number 18, and that is a motion authorizing a memorandum of understanding with Corpus Christi desal Partners, a joint venture of Acciona Agua Corporation, USA, and Mostech Industrial Corporation to allow CCDP to prepare proposals with price certainty for design and construction for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus for consideration at a future City Council meeting.
It's Christi desal Partners, and I do apologize. It's not CCPD. It gets a little confusing when you're writing this out multiple times.
Did they ever try to classify this information?
The group is Acciona and Mastech, and then they have a number of strong local, national team members involved. Some of them include the ones I've listed up here with, again, Raytech, Greg Reyes being here today, and then Ardura, we have Dan Leindecker and his team. I would say probably 3 to 4 months was a good timeline for them to collect all the data and run the models again.
The reality of this subject.
Okay.
How much do you think it'll cost? It was very concerning because in my Aero MFR,
I mean, we've seen proposals 50,000 to 100,000.
That's good. It's not $1 million, right?
No, it's not $1 million.
So I want to make sure. Okay, all right.
And real quick,
my other concern is going to be how we're going to pay for this.
It's at no cost to the city councilmen.
Their time, you know, I want to, make sure that the board says, hey, we're going to extend it, and we can move forward and get a price and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I'm saying.
Councilman, we're going to know that in 3 weeks. I think that board meeting is the second week in December. So with the Thanksgiving week, next week, not much will take place. So if any lost time is really.
I know he's been championing it to us as a PUA, Public Utility Agency. Can you tell us about that?
It's not.
My first thoughts.
It's not on there.
But the Public Utility Agency allows you to bring other government agencies together and also private entities under one umbrella to do a regional style project. some of the discussions, and I almost, I put a name out there, but.
Request for proposal for an operator that would be determined probably within a year. So we would know by the end of next year who the selected operator is for the facility, so that we can stay on track. We know time is of the essence, and if we throw out this whole bid process, then you're talking another whole year before we even come to this type of meeting. And I don't recommend that, given our water situation. So there's ways to.
So if somebody calls you tomorrow and says, hey, we want to.
Don't need to hear from me.
So no
I
one
just
was
want
like,
the world to know I support the
it
vote
was some
today.
anomaly with the technology.
I also support moving forward on the far field modeling.
How do you think you were
take
treated
the time
when you
needed to set it up right.
disinformation
I
or
listen
talked
to the
about?
conversation. There still needs to be
TikTok video
flesh out who's
is well
going to be
out there. It's well
involved and what
reported. How
parameters.
were you
But
treated?
I support the far field modeling. And last
had
thought
no
is that I'm going to
pushback at
continue
all.
to advocate the use of the San Patricio pilot payments to offset the increase.
Fatima Shidi District 1. I don't want to have to talk about desal right now and from this point on. As I've said before, there are quadrillions of tiny microorganisms in our oceans fighting alongside us and sustaining life on Earth. So if you kill me, if we have.
Someone's lying about something.
I've said this
Someone's hiding
before.
something.
Even if the desal plan is proved to be safe for the environment,
It's made locally. I like my diesel truck. I like the glasses that I use in my life. I like the steel that's made in Sin. It's just a part of it. They need water to run, and I feel like we need to do our best bet to give them that water so that we have water also. Because I like washing my truck. I like watering my grass, which we currently cannot do. And I feel like as we keep kicking the can, it's going to get more expensive. Things don't get cheaper as you wait. It gets more and more expensive. And if we say, let's postpone it, let's postpone it, it's going to go from 1.5.
And it's not from here. Those are it.
I live and die based on this community. My tenants are small business owners. They're doctors. They're the people who cut your hair. They're the people who sell you insurance. They're the people who make your auto loan. They're the people who serve you breakfast when you won't cook it at home. They're the people who sell you breakfast if you do cook it at home. So we've been working very hard over the last 3 years to cut water use because there's a bunch of people in this room that want to convince you.
I think that we would make more progress.
I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light.
Thank you.
It didn't look like a craft.
Hi, Maggie Peacock, District 2. This is just embarrassing. If I was sitting at either of these chairs right now, I don't know how I could show my face to the community. I know the people and not like corporate interest. I think it was the vote on the SWIFT loans. And I just think about all of the beautiful people that were there that day. And Sylvia, you were a huge part of that day for me, and you were like, we want you in this fight, we want you in this movement, and we're going to win. And we're going to win again. It is just a shame that we're here.
I think we all do, and you guys are doing a terrific job to bring information
Yeah, I
to the
have so
public.
much more to say, but I think I'm going to end it there.
Just
Just
by the U.S.
make the right choice.
I grew up in Hillcrest. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that tried to use UFOs to cover projects. They also did some reverse engineering of those projects. Years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with the story, oh yeah, that was in Corpus Christi. So I read in a major newspaper just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story, an Air Force colonel went out into the desert, went to a bar in Rachel, and gave them some fake UFO photos.
I have a presentation for later on, but since I had the opportunity to talk, my name is Leo Dahlbeck, and I live at 8100 South PID, lot number 363. I've been a resident of Corpus Christi over 42 years.
I now recognize
the Mary
Mr.
Roads
Burchett
pipeline, I could see her smiling right now that y'all have increased production on something that was.
We're past the choice. Can it be? Is it going to be in Hillcrest? You guys already shoved it down our throat. Just like you did the bridge and everything else.
This thing is an ongoing deal.
Discussion. The whole thing is being deceitful. The whole thing is being deceitful to the whole neighborhood.
maybe
never
longer.
once
I hope
considering the people that live there.
And I think the far field should have been done much, much sooner. But the longer we continue to do these very necessary portions of the project, the further out production goes. We don't know what we're building quite yet because now we're adding options, etc.
Disgust me about this whole thing.
That means that this project ultimately, it does not really meet any of those needs that we've really talked about, which is an immediate.
I appreciate David Lowe for coming out. I appreciate Michael Miller coming out. You know,
my first question is Mr. Knapp.
The loudest people
I recently introduced the UAP
came out, except for a couple, like your Mike Pusley. You know, he's the loudest one out there right now, and he didn't come.
The use of federal taxpayer
I wanted
funds
to ask him why, but he blocked me on Facebook, so I can't ask him why. Joe McComb, you know, he's the loudest one out there too. He's not here. None of them are.
I think you got to unleash the dog, the money, and where it goes.
Father was
A lot of
harassing
this stuff
him.
has been moved out of
People
government.
could be heard in the background advising I should not PD back out to the location.
Private
That's him.
contractors.
Start moving my hair, my beard, and hat.
For so long that
See those revised looking around? I just back to the 2040.
I think looks like part of that work.
Down there, that's on Flow.
It's on Rodfield Road, right by SPID.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to look into it. Very long time. We'll get someone to come see Mr.
Fatima Geta Rashidi?
And it's a very small
Miriam,
group that ever cracks
or
that.
Miriam Geta Rashidi, Alejandro Benavides.
Classifications
Bible.
to hide things.
I want to remind this council
sure
that
that
water
even this
is not just a commodity, and it is not a blank check for corporations. Water is a public resource that belongs first to the people that live here. And right now, we are watching decisions in the city drift further and further away from that basic truth. And as a coastal scientist and as someone committed to environmental justice, I need to be clear that desalination is not.
Sorry, how different my life would be without having the comfort of our bay only miles away from where I live. Whether or not this resonates with any of the council members before me, I say this to illustrate how decisions like these matter so much more than we realize. These are the lives of very real people who deserve to have to compromise their home to the greed of corrupt politicians who at the end of the day have not experienced the same love that we talk about today. The last memory I want to share takes place the day after our last vote against the plant. I remember waking up that morning and having the privilege.
I find it really concerning that earlier in the meeting, some of y'all were like praising the city manager for managing our resources like a business. Someone even said, like, it's reminding me of the CEO. I find that so weird and really dumb because our city is not a business. Our city is our home.
And I'm bitter about it.
And there's been a lot of talk about industry, and we can't survive without them. They give back to the community. We get scholarships from them. They sponsor.
Always talk about decorum and being polite and being nice. And I've seen people called out here for being loud, for being arrested, for maybe some foul language. I try to never use foul language. Carolyn will make me put money in a swear jar if I do that. My dad would make me wash my mouth out with soap. But I sit in the back, and because someone is a wife of someone important, and she's one of y'all's besties, and I don't care if y'all paint each other's nails, go have drinks, and I'm going to call her name out, and I may be.
Came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Tonight you all said that this desal vote is only for tomorrow, only for studying, only for the next step. But I want to speak clearly on record, tax to desal is part of building the desal. There is no neutral vote in a process of it moving in one direction. You already know the environmental impact, you already know what Brian would do to the bay with its salinity, that fisheries are aquatic
Go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nicholas Penn, a physicist friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on the trip in 1993 and 1996, and it was like I had the plague. I spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists who said there's nothing really significant with these files. They didn't really find anything big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that are they did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982
over at ICBM base where UFOs popped up or observed over this base. The missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from, and that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without sound, be explained by any known technology that we possess or other governments possess?
It cannot.
And has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has. No.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up, if you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up? Who was told and back to you?
As far as the actual incident happening,
yes,
the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer while we're standing watch. The tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of been their communication to me or requests from me when inside of the military. Speaking of the actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical I made the decision to ask the individual watchtower that was controlling
acknowledging that and that their experiences matter, and I would really love for you to kind of carry that with you forward when we address items 17 and 18 and 19. Thank you.
Thank you.
Outline. For the sake of time, Mr. Has RO FBI ever followed up about
I did have follow-up by 672 Everhart at the Garden Apartments, number Q101, Queen 101, work off fire dispatch at 1720.
They let me know that they were unable to...
380, you can certainly see the comments. Been over an hour and a half, so I'm seeing them really closely to responding.
3 years on schedule.
These documents were destroyed.
I have a feeling the Information Act from the Air Force states clearly that they destroy all police records on 3 years.
Okay, so they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything leading into this investigation?
Councilman, based on your input as well. So it would be from Dan.
Yes, sir. That's a big problem.
EMS asking with apartment B. For a 22-year-old male that took a muscle relaxer with another
jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are aliens coming from another planet. And I think that
I was listening earlier, and I think it was the deal going on with the bar at the church. You know, somebody mentioned that
that fit
you board, union board, anybody go out and talk to the fishermen. Are they aware of it? This is their water right there. This is the shrimp that we eat. When I go out of state,
this is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. A video that I've been given, and as before it starts, I'm going to describe.
Those people include judges, district attorneys,
This video is of an MQ-9 drone
city attorneys,
tracking an orb
and the attorney
off the coast of you'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone. And so, and I'm not going to explain it to you.
Go to
You'll
the
see
office
exactly what
and
it
kind
does.
of get some stuff ready for Rosie, her bag with 41 patients on shoreline.
328 patrolled EAB Northeast Center. EAB patrolled and secured.
321 patients, medical and copy. Show it's clear, all 3 dogs in custody.
About.
Your location. Eagle, Chamber, Crawford 1848, or else OD 14.
8279 clear.
814.
This is when it's zoomed out.
One word.
8 Medicaid forensic call is used for 10. 53. Repeating.
Mr.
Knapp, do you have any
PD out there, and PD requested code enforcement out there.
What information might you have?
I have
There was an ongoing issue call over animals.
heard about this event here in Corbell.
And boyfriend that refused to leave the location.
Video though.
There's
a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress is not to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you.
Go ahead, Medical.
And why you're not allowed to, I don't know, but that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just
Go ahead with the 28.
and it kept going.
It kept going. It looks like the debris was taken with it.
What the hell is that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate.
Infinity 10-4, you just healthy for a hazardous driver or press God in health for Avenue, press God in health for everything, 2 more.
And you had, you reported James Katsky with government possession of anti-craft and how they ultimately gained entry.
Disgruntled employee who was trying to save his job, bringing a project back that not only the community does not want, but neither do any of these organizations that know water. They know water and they know the impact that this is going to make. So I understand you guys are probably...
He dropped this on myself and our other co-author. And it took 14 months for us to get approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no it had no fuel tanks. We didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic. He would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that,
Hold on your...
much more, but it's not ours.
Hello, this
It wasn't
message is for
ours. We
Affordable
didn't make it. We
Turbine.
didn't know
This is
who
Richard
made it
Duran
and how
calling
it
from
was
the Better
built and
Business
how it
Bureau.
operated.
I was reaching
We've got
out
at least
because we
one,
have a current,
and I don't know. I think that's
hold on your...
we do have recovered.
So, you know, like normally the house has orders of synthetic marijuana, 50 picture of males, conscious and breathing, has medical medication, and
to be transparent about this issue.
I think there's probably multiple reasons.
Autumn Hensick, District 2. I don't have anything prepared. I am just getting back from out of town, a town where you can drink water from the tap without dry heaving from the smell of eggs, but I digress. I don't have a lot to add to everything that was discussed throughout public comment and comment on Agenda Item 18 today. A lot of folks...
I find it fascinating that Kevin says that he's disappointed in you, and here that's on the agenda.
Here, multiple times of residents coming forward with their concerns on an issue. And those concerns are just genuinely not being listened to. Not here at public comment, not during the public input sessions that you've held, either on the drought contingency plan or on desalination before, or during the budget meetings.
There's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians that Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real. It's from somewhere else without revealing all the details that will allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
That's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians who shared some of that information.
Can I get a charge number and a case number?
To the DIA.
Can you name names real quick?
I gave them to Robert Baker and to Jim McCaskey. And they
Tom X-ray William 266.
retranslated
Tom X-ray William 2686.
created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together.
I have Ryan
They said the other person who was real is David Grush.
When you engaged with Arrow in 2023, you noted that the statements did not match the reality you had witnessed in your assessment of the limitations of Arrow.
I don't smell anything, but I did
I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have.
So you're saying they won't let anything out because, or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, they found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials.
Miriam? Or Miriam Guerra Rashidi, Alejandro Benavides.
Bible. I want to remind this council that a commodity, and it is not a blank check for corporations. Water is a public resource that belongs first to the people that live here. And right now, we are watching decisions in the city drift further and further away from that basic truth.
Did they work where they said they did? Are there any other witnesses? Is there phone footage, things of that sort? People around them that know them. If you're credible people, that's one way. I think about Arrow, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who saw things and had experiences, and I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. And one of these particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam at what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled him. And he is called into the commander's office. Two guys in suits clipped that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's the one they never talk about. He comes forward to Arrow. He heeds the call, thinking he's doing his duty as an American to tell that story, and they dismissed him. They made up a story that they tracked down the original footage, and there was nothing like that. It had been taken away the day the footage was recorded. He's deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went to Arrow, too, and was completely disregarded. It almost looks like Arrow operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in stories and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine any whistleblower or witness gone.
And then to the sentence cemetery at 9:45.
I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need
I think we know what love looks like, but we do have love for our community. And even though, you know, I may come out, you know,
Another thing for this, because they have a local domestic disturbance of 0.46 Wolverine. I think what I'm seeing
review than not are religious in some ways. So again, I'd ask you to reflect on that and reflect on how the decisions that you make at the dais either contribute to or take away from.
What do you think is negative? Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? You know, videos that are leaked from within the military.
Why don't you stand here, you're here every day, right here in front of City Hall, and see why we've got people who can't pay their water bill. They can't pay their water bill and their light bill. And they're people, they're not people on welfare, they're people who both work 2 income jobs. And their water bills are so high, they're always on the verge, and you're laughing.
It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know, and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier.
Project were either paid employees or had some financial gain, you know, for it, which I don't blame. You know, people have.
1551, Richard Business Bureau, Hardwick, branch 512-598-1551. Thanks. This is Richard Naranjo calling from the Better Business Bureau. I was reaching out because we have a current hold on your, looks like,
Rico, trade 500. It's a 9-year-old bit to 2 right there. Rico, trade 500. It's a 9-year-old bit to 2 right there. Rico, trade 500. It's a 9-year-old bit to 2 right there.
Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Telly, real quick, yesterday,
One of the money out of the
aware of anything in the government,
right here, to your right,
missile like this?
and back that way, I think it's pretty good. I think we'll be all right back there.
All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my
right, so that was in the 80s. So what we found is that is not as effective. So we want to improve the weirs, and also part of the project is also looking at the
Saw her in a motorized scooter, so if she's not on a scooter, she must be walking around somewhere. So if not, she got let home.
Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
She said she was looking out the glass doors. That's why she didn't see you. When I told her to be coming out, to come outside and wait for you. Can you say 1-7-81? I was just doing 3-7. No discrimination.
correct. LCA ship, CIC is on the bridge. So
430 will be clear, party separated, and post on that trespass.
Did most of the other
by the nurse. They say security is with the mail now. He just said he's going to come back inside.
We all did.
So 430 on floor report, single 4 mother 3.
And two others that was
USB 1403, FOI 13 Ida Drive,
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nisitali, you saw this by yourself?
No, there were multiple witnesses in every
3837. 314 and 104 400 North View Court.
The encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends, was probably about 5
What speed was?
Oh, it's going to be the one on McCardle because it's only goes to 200.
When I first witnessed off the Port Bridge wing the object moving out of the water, what I thought was originally just a light on the water, something on the horizon, and
William King, William 176, Williams, and Melissa from Greyhall.
It was an air contact, but as an air controller,
25 Mesa, 1925 Mesa.
my checklist in my
dispatch at 604.
Also, I believe the white vehicle that bashed in last name
I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about about maybe 3,000-4,000 feet in the air.
Also, Medic 17, Engine 17, Medic 17, Engine 17 for check planes, EUV 1420, 3010 airline, 3 call for Medic 11, Engine 11, Medic 11, Engine 11, for check planes, EUV.
Visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the
Leeward and running light drag, Leeward and running light.
the other 3
Possibly Nancy. When you're in my John callback time to deterrent. And elderly female talking in the background. Like 21, people unconscious call ESE 2012 2822 Robbie Drive, the VOL of Corpus Christi.
So you shot her visually first and then went back to your radar. Did you guys
The 80-year-old grandmother called out OP, screaming and yelling, the male was making to us.
Is that correct?
Correct. Very
To see it visibly.
I would say
from Marina area, and I appreciate you going out and doing that. I was listening earlier, and I think it was
Wiggins, you said that
the deal going on with the bar at the church. You know,
Estoso High School, an A honor roll student, and she will graduate with an associate's degree in liberal arts from Del Mar.
because it was nighttime. 1915.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What I saw is that the impact comes from the water.
Honor the text.
at 100.
We do have home sales that are currently out there. A lot of that has slowed down.
Ensuring that members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussion, even if they're not physically seated at the dais. At this time, Mr. Ricci, if you could please recite the rules of decorum for us.
That was done in about 2018, and that was prior to COVID, and that did show a lot of growth in the Corpus Christi area, and that was driving a lot of our information before. But the situation has changed, and we are addressing schools.
I find it fascinating that Kevin says that he's disappointed in you, and here's that on the agenda.
Here, multiple times of residents coming forward with their concerns on an issue, and those concerns are just genuinely not being listened to. Not here at public comments, not during the public input sessions that you've held, either on the drought contingency plan or on desalination before, or during the budget meeting.
Objects over sensitive sites that they would report it to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Just feeling awful right now. He's got
yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, public rhetoric between President Reagan and George traded statements about wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know for sure that they had conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or group of UFOs would not be mistaken. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this
I think it's just right now is our trucks keep getting stuck.
I'm negative. We had a
the fact that
where are you going to go here? Where are we?
the public that there was a vulnerability to missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and and we had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here that all sort of swept under the rug. It's pretty scary when you take down 10 missile silos during tense times, and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was a special task security mechanisms or using EMPs.
Argentina, taking out 190 North Shoreline, 190 North Shoreline.
Clear from the hearing that advanced technologies that are taking place in our airspace. The question is, and that was in one of the previous hearings, is it out?
I don't think any of you.
281 southbound. There may not be a silver bullet at the
I looked
moment.
at the call
Look back
October 29
and the evidence
with
that's been
disturbance.
collected. If you're going to point the American people to one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
I have him here, 2541 Silverhead. He's okay right now.
I just want one piece of evidence.
Guys, I just got a call from Southwest Cargo. I don't have a case number.
I believe so.
Can
you change this to assault, not progress?
There is no evidence. But is there a specific,
I was given that one about
is
an
there
hour
specific
ago, so
evidence or footage or
it
document
goes
that
out.
you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today?
You're
I
screaming.
would say this video that we're seeing today is
upstairs.
Mr. Wiggins?
I don't know. I won't tell you clearly. He should be on the ceiling. I have a lot of burger in my life.
Here in America,
I just want to just on a regular being out there.
that has come across television.
North America is closed and is facing my heart of tan, or I don't want to buy 62 players.
Call for Medic 3. Medic 3. Should call at 500 South Conquest. 500 South
Well,
Conquest.
and you bring an interesting point, you know, the law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, looking at all the evidence.
Stop building right here, right there.
And so that would be
I think looks like part of that work.
Down there in the, that's in front.
It's on Rodfield Road, right by SPID.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we're gonna look into it. We'll get somebody to come see this.
Fatima Guerra Rashidi? Miriam? Or Miriam Guerra Rashidi? Alejandro Benavides?
Bible.
I want to remind this.
That there's a male and a female inside the house. Looks like the original RP download the owner. Reservation should be inside.
Bravo 230. We're going to be at 15725.
As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, what hooked me on the story was the paper trail. These documents shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades over and over. There's nothing to it. It's not a threat. You can go about your business. And then it becomes thousands of pages leak out.
Excited to see so many of you here today with us. Momentous occasion, the groundbreaking ceremony of the Harbor Bridge Parks project. So this project for our residents.
These things are
quality of life. So where we are standing will soon
they really exist and change their tune and not pretty clearly. I'll go back to Russia. One incident I did not mention that Representative Burleson is said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs, and they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order.
I, as a socialist, believe that there needs to be more democracy between our city government and between the residents and the workers that live here in the coastal band. There simply has just not been any way for us to appeal to on any level on any issue. So I think that you're no longer fit to continuing governing us. You now have to make
as a city employee.
So clearly,
Dylan, you testified to Arrow. Are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial technology? Are they lying to the American public?
as I said before, it's manipulation of the public perception. The statement it is not the truth. What is happening and what will happen.
On that further, Mr. Knapp,
It's splitting hairs. No proof of extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like? A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those vast distances that we can't imagine doing. But not necessarily, that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrals might not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. I don't know.
Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. We must be clear in naming the real problems happening here. Racial capitalism and fossil fuel imperialism drives the crisis we are in. This is clear as y'all in the dais are pushing for an environmentally racist, privately owned project in the predominantly and historically black neighborhood of Hillcrest. And the city...
Every time, we say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it, these craft. I always say like
I
it'd
don't
be
know
like
if those
if
folks are here.
I ride motorcycles.
Matthew
but you go to
Rotan,
Indian
Ashley
or
Griffith,
Harley, to the people that came over
Steve
here on the
Snyder,
Mayflower. You know,
Chris
they see
Goyette.
a bright shiny object. They might polish it.
Okay, I don't hear any,
You know, they might
see any of those folks.
They might get it
So
started. I doubt
that would
they
conclude
could.
the public
They
comment
couldn't-
period then, Mayor.
couldn't
Mario
work on it. They
Diaz,
couldn't put fuel. They
non-starter
wouldn't
for me.
be able to have the
It
capability to put
has to
fuel
be for
in.
you. This
I
is
just
a
think that
historically black
that's, you
neighborhood.
know, we're
It's
scratching at
disgusting
something that
behavior,
we
really.
don't have any knowledge
Please
of.
do not
And that's
perpetuate the
why
legacy
it's
of
just taken so that long. But they do know the first one that cracks that code. It's over. I mean, it's energy, it's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands, if they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here. Their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going after it. And I think that's why discredit folks is so rapid.
I told him he should be fine as long as he secures them with that 3.4.
There's a price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time. Might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been told it's nonsense. The stigma is very real for people like that.
When you heard the testimony of Mr. Knapp talking about the yawn in Russia, does that remind you, when you hear these stories, it's got to remind you of the event that happened on your base?
Absolutely, there are many
Can you move me to report 11200 Willowwood Creek?
place, I believe, in the 60s. We had a similar incursion in New England, and same thing happened. There were these objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base, security police, and they were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off and went on for weeks. So the historical record is laid out that there's a pattern. Our installations are visited by these craft. They come in and do whatever they do, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect.
I don't want to have to say this garbage, but you want me to sit here and get painted with one brush, the whole left. No, there are extremes on the left. And there are extremes on the right. And we collectively should tackle that. But to come here and just look at us and say we all support what's going on in the extremes is why we can't solve anything in this building.
I believe so. Isn't it also found in the report that in March of 2016, the memorandum also included references to the same Obama effort to shut down the Clinton investigation, but additionally outlined a plan to falsely connect Trump to Russia? Isn't that in the Durham Annex? I think it's in more than the Durham report, but yes.
They said it's the most important.
The memo also stated in part that, quote, the Democrat Party's opposition is focused on discrediting Trump, among other things.
I know we're all praying for Charlie's family. I would extend a moment to the ranking member if you wanted to say something.
I invite each and every one of you to walk around. I'll give you a tour myself, and you can see where the cement falls on the heads of our employees that is only to be saved by netting, just to give you an example. Thank you for support to our mission, and I do want to highlight one thing about DC.
About the FBI, I said the administration.
I speak for the FBI.
I would like to enter the record an article from today's New York Times titled, "Trump Invokes Kirk's Killing and Justifying Measures to Silence Opponents." In the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing, President Trump and his allies have laid out a broad plan to target liberal groups, monitor speech, revoke visas, and designate certain groups as domestic terrorists. Ask unanimous consent to insert this into the record. Thank you. Politicizing the murder of Trump. But I fear that at a time when the president is accepting planes from Qatar for his post-presidential personal use, pardons to major donors, personally profiting from the office of the presidency, the FBI may be abandoning its commitment to investigating public corruption. Since its creation in the wake of the Watergate scandal, the Public Integrity Section has been one of the crown jewels of the Department of Justice, investigating and prosecuting corruption among the nation's public officials and acting as a key safeguard in...
Yield back the rest.
Gentlemen yield.
My time.
Gentlemen yield.
Yes, and yes.
Director Patel, what's a 302?
Right. I would hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would also recognize that there is a systemic problem on their side of the aisle with tolerance for violence against people with whom they politically disagree, that there is a cultural rot on their side of the aisle that needs to be addressed desperately. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I would hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would also recognize that there is a systemic problem on their side of the aisle with tolerance for violence against people with whom they politically disagree, that there is a cultural rot on their side of the aisle that needs to be addressed desperately. Would you agree with that?
Incursions began on
Yes,
October
firing,
14,
I think, at the end of this month, which
2003.
I believe we need
Boeing
renewed,
contractors
that allows
were
private sector companies to report into the FBI without liability for criminal investigatory purposes. And that's the kind of
After
stuff
several
we need
minutes,
to keep
it
going.
drifted further east onto the base.
Thank you,
and
Director
vanished
Patel.
over
We
the
really
hills.
appreciate it.
This event,
Director,
now
I want
known
to
as
thank
the
you again for being here. While we're waiting for
was
members
referenced
to
by
get back to record their vote,
Representative Luna at the first
you don't
hearing
need to stay
on this
around for
topic.
these kind of motions.
Official Air
We
Force
appreciate the
records
service
of
you're
this
providing the
event
country,
are in
appreciate your
possession
testimony today,
by Aero
and appreciate
and
the
the
fact you did
FBI.
it 5 hours straight.
I've spoken to his family,
Later
and
that night,
you know, we are
while I
working to
was
bring
on
them
duty,
justice.
security
And
guards
Mr.
at a
Chairman,
critical launch
in my
site
16
reported
years,
a
now my
bright,
17 years of government
fast-moving
service, if
object
anyone
over
has
the
any
ocean.
questions about my
I
service,
responded to
bring
the
it on.
incident.
Thank you,
Chaos
Director. We will now
ensued
proceed
over
under the
radio
5-minute
as
rule. The chair
object
recognizes the
approached
gentleman from
rapidly.
California, Mr.
I
Isaac.
heard my friends screaming.
Director,
"It's coming right
delighted
at
to
us."
have you here.
Like 4
You
hours,
are a breath
and
of
now
fresh
it's right
air.
here.
Hope that be the
Moments later,
follow-up
I
to
heard
this,
them say that it had
obviously
shot off
along
and
with
was
the
gone.
Attorney General seconds.
I talked
Thank
to
you.
5
Gentleman yields
shaken
back.
witnesses
Gentleman from New York is
describing a
recognized.
massive
Thank you, Mr.
triangular
Chairman.
craft
Welcome, Director
larger than a
Patel.
football field that
In the wake of the
hovered
tragic
silently for
murder of
about
Charlie
45
Kirk, Donald
seconds
Trump said,
over their entry control
quote,
point
violence
before
and murder
shooting
are the
away
tragic
at impossible
consequences of
speed.
demonizing those with whom you disagree,
About a week later,
day after day,
another
year after
patrol
year,
reported a
in the
light
most
over the
hateful and
ocean,
despicable
waving
way
rags.
possible, close quote.
Believing it might
I would
be
note
an
for the record, I would like
aircraft, they
to submit
declared
for
an
the record
emergency.
a New York
An
Times
armed response
article
force
entitled
responded.
FBI Dismantles
Before
Elite Public
the forces
Corruption
could arrive,
Squad.
the object
Yes, unanimous
descended
consent?
and either landed or hovered
Thank you.
on our
These
flight
actions
line.
are an invitation
And they took off
to corrupt
again at
politicians to
impossible
break the
speed.
law, since they know that the government is asleep at the
The
switch.
witnesses
Last month,
to this
Senator Warren and I,
event were
along with dozens of
threatened
other members of Congress,
intimidated
wrote to you and Attorney General
They were told to
Bondi
keep
expressing
quiet
grave concern
and think about
over
what
your
they were
decision to
reporting.
effectively legalize corruption.
After that,
A
things
New York
did get
Times
quiet.
article entitled
Until about
FBI
2005,
Dismantles Elite Public
when another patrol
Corruption
reported
Squad.
a massive
Yes, unanimous consent?
triangular craft larger than a
Thank you.
C-130
These actions are an
silently
invitation to
floating
corrupt
over
politicians
the
to break the law,
installation. He
since
watched
they
it for
know
a
that
few
the government
minutes,
is asleep at the
traveled
switch.
west, and
Last
disappeared
month,
into
Senator
the
Warren
night.
and I, along with dozens of other members
Then
of
I had
Congress,
my own encounter.
wrote to you and
Again
Attorney
in
General
2005.
Bondi expressing grave
I was off
concern
duty,
over
sitting
your
in my
decision to
backyard with two
effectively
other police
legalize
officers
corruption
when we
and
noticed what
politicize
first appeared to be a
prosperity.
I would just suggest that perhaps that is the projections of the ranking member himself and not you, sir.
Dropped in elevation.
I want to refer to something that was said yesterday in yesterday's hearing by Senator Grassley. He said, it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. At your nomination hearing, he gave you records, made public records about whistleblowers regarding something called Arctic frost. And I think we all know who that was and how that was taken away and used for political purposes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director. So we'll leave that for a second and let's go over to
but whether we have the courage to face
the Charlie Kirk case for
True
just a
leadership
second.
requires
Let's emphasize this.
willingness to confront
How many
the unknown
hours
with
did
transparency
it take
and
from the
resolve.
assassination to
So
the
I ask
arrest
Congress
of the
to
assassin,
help we, the
Mr.
people,
Director?
enact this
33.
Haven't you released the names of Epstein's co-conspirators in the rape and sex trafficking of young women and girls?
Biden administration.
0.
And how many have you released?
2.
I don't have the number, but
Secrecy
it's got to be
and
thousands of pages of
overclassification.
stuff.
I was going to ask
Transparency
you
is the
to
foundation of truth.
begin whether
Without it,
Americans are safer
witnesses
today
like us
than
are
they were 9
dismissed.
months ago, but you cited
Protect
dramatic
the
increases
witnesses.
in criminal arrests
Many
since
stay
you've
silent
taken
out of
office.
fear
a dramatic decrease in crime that's resulted. Who would have thought that criminals off the streets would reduce the crime rate? But somehow we have stumbled upon that.
I just told you I'm not going to release downloaded porn.
I'm not asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me. Tell me.
That's what I'm asking. You're saying there are no videos that would be relevant to anyone else involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex
pursuant to Mr. Acosta's collection of information based on the search warrants. That's all we have in our possession.
And I'm asking you that stuff.
That's all we got.
I'm not asking all you got. I'm asking you in that stuff. There's
unanimous consent request from the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce an unsigned memorandum from July 7, 2025 that says we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties with the insignia of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
The official
positions
of the Department
of Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. It's a article entitled DOJ Deletes Study Showing Domestic Terrorists Are Most...
I ask unanimous consent to introduce in July 7, 2025 that says we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties with the insignia of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Objection.
And the bridge wing.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. It's a article entitled DOJ Deletes Study Showing Domestic Terrorists Are Most Often. I want to first talk about the significant role that the FBI plays in combating the national security threats posed by our nation's greatest threat. Our nation's greatest security threat, China and the Chinese Communist Party.
Near instantaneous acceleration.
It's a fact that China is America's most significant national security.
I think that's largely
no exhaust plume,
and they want to dominate the world
on the
both militarily and economically. Isn't that correct?
I know we don't usually read these. This one's not readable.
These observations were multi-sensor.
It's completely redacted. For the most part, the first 50 pages. This is actually the search warrant that was served on James O'Keefe for a diary that he had already given to the government 2 months before. And as it turns out, there were no indictments here, yet he still doesn't know why he was raided. And I think he deserves to know.
I have reviewed not the entirety of the files. So
that fact
you haven't reviewed
does not tell us what they
all
are.
of the Epstein files?
Personally, no.
But it does.
Through the FBI, this is the largest sex trafficking case the FBI has ever been a part of.
And for the
buck stops at the top, and your testimony today is you have not reviewed all the files.
What I've been doing is been busy providing the safest country this country has seen in modern U.S. history in historic speed, because the men and women of the FBI are given the resources to reduce the homicide rate, to reduce the drug trafficking rate. Why don't you try serving your constituency by focusing on reducing violent crime in this country and the number of pedophiles that are legally harbored in your sanctuary cities in California? I'll work with you on that.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
Question has been asked and answered.
You have not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt. Director, did Donald Trump ever say to you, just find an...
I know it's really sensitive, and you can make the call as to whether or not, obviously, it's something that you can respond to, but I think it's still fresh on many people's minds. I want to congratulate you and Utah law enforcement for the work you did in identifying the suspect and apprehending
by
him.
Reinforcing witness protection.
According to public reports, and I think this is what maybe
confidential.
I still have questions about maybe the public.
I don't know the totality of that number.
Okay. Can you provide us with that number?
I'll get back to you.
Okay. And have you initiated any new investigation of those bank transactions since, say, September 8th, when the new reporting came out?
I'll check with the Treasury Department because they're the lead on that.
Excerpts.
Okay, so Director Patel, how many individuals or entities as the FBI interviewed, subpoenaed, or compelled to testify.
My concern is folks on Main Street. We also were, I think we received over $300 million in the big beautiful bill, and we're also receiving pots of money from our interagency. So this sort of $500 million cut isn't entirely accurate.
You're still getting cut $200 million plus. You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases uncovered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel.
My concern is folks on Main Street. We also were, I think we received over $300 million in the big beautiful bill, and we're also receiving pots of money from our interagency. So this sort of $500 million cut isn't entirely accurate.
You're still getting cut $200 million plus. You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases uncovered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel. I am very concerned are short-sighted, especially when my local sheriff calls me and says, we need more support when we're looking at a budget. I'll work with you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To be here alongside these witnesses today.
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for unanimous consent.
I seek to introduce a December 2024 OIG report from the Department of Justice, which confirms the conclusion of the Bill Barr Justice Department that the...
Thank you for continuing that investigation. Among the declassified documents are the Durham Report Fire Binder and the Nellie Orr Criminal Referral. Could you summarize for those watching what we know about the Russia collusion hoax so far?
I think would be something that would be in the interest of the American people. So I just would hope you would consider that. Moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing stocks in individual companies, I would think would be something that would be worth pursuing.
I want to share a couple of things.
I'm happy to give the witness an opportunity to...
Thank you. I'll work with you.
That in written form.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Statement here
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. Newly declassified documents confirm that the intelligence community under President Barack Obama, knowing the record, when I first came in 2020, the number one concern as I was doing town halls was the weaponization of the government against the American citizens. Are there things that you're doing, structural reforms that implementing so that the FBI cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future presidents?
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. The structural reform is simple. If you're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political office, there has to be a grounded basis in law.
Yes, and yes. Director Patel, what's a 302 amendment? Something this committee cares deeply about. I said this over the weekend. I think Charlie lived that scripture verse, 2 Timothy 4:7, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. Charlie certainly lived that, and he did it with a smile on his face. And so, tragic.
Quote, depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, regardless of whether the agents chose to work on those cases or not. You added, quote, the FBI tried to put the president in jail, and he hasn't forgotten it. He forced out the leader of the Salt Lake City field office, Mehtab Saeed, just weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination, depriving the FBI of an experienced counterterrorism expert described by her colleagues as absolutely the best.
I don't have the number, but it's got to be thousands of pages.
I was going to ask you to begin whether Americans are safer today than they were 9 months ago, but you cited dramatic increases in criminal arrests since you've taken office, a dramatic decrease in crime that's resulted. Who would have thought that taking criminals off the streets would reduce the crime rate? But somehow we have stumbled upon that new truth. But it begs the question,
prohibit from being released.
Information that was collected pursuant to those search warrants that were limited in fashion.
Wrong. That's not what the court order says, and that's not under 6E.
And you're talking, and I said that's 6E, and I said there was others, and I'm answering that. There are sealed court order documents. There are protective orders.
They are of discovery given to Ghislaine Maxwell. They are no longer sealed.
That's just not true. We can argue about it all you want.
Okay, well, you agree that there are...
I don't believe so.
Is the FBI still censoring Americans?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans for shopping at Cabela's or purchasing Bibles?
Nobody is targeted for their faith.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans Americans who are pro-life?
Nobody's targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
The crime data is real.
Is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
No one at the FBI has asked their viewpoints on
Is the FBI still labeling FBI used to work?
Wait,
this whole thing kind of, so many of these things unfolded. Seems to me you had all these people in government leaking information that then gets reported in the press, there's a story written about it, and then that article is then used to further the investigation and move forward with what they want to do. Did that take place back in 16 and 17?
That's the exact scenario that took place for the FISA application, Carter Page,
back in the early
and
90s,
the rest of the Trump
I got into Russia.
And that is frightening. I think our country will be forever grateful for what you did to let the country know that was going on involving Americans, which is not supposed to happen, and not just, again, any American, but the President of the United States. I think our country will be forever grateful for what you did to let the country know that was going on involving Americans, which is not supposed to happen, and not just, again, any American, but the President of the United States.
The first phase of that
we are not in the practice at the Department of Justice and FBI of releasing victims' names.
Every unit
is not what we do. We are also not in the habit of releasing incredible information. That's not what we do. But multiple authorities have looked at the entirety of what we have.
Okay, I got to move on here. Were you present when the AG had the White House event when she released the binders to the social media influencers?
A lot of them were first routed to the
So if you're willing to meet with social media influencers,
that came
I'll have to get back to you. I think it's a law firm and it's a company out of Singapore.
Okay, well, no, the company out of Singapore, which is owned by Elite Depot, is the Shein company, which was founded in China, correct?
Try to figure out the technology.
That company operates out of Taiwan.
Well, they changed their headquarters from China back in 2022 to Singapore for tax purposes.
I want to bring attention to that by submitting that to the record. The second document that I want to submit to the record, for the record, I know we don't usually read these. This one's not readable. It's completely redacted. For the most part, the first 50 pages. This is actually the search warrant that was served on James O'Keefe for a diary that he had already given to the government 2 months before. And as it turns out, there were no...
I think it's still fresh on many people's minds. I want to congratulate you and Utah law enforcement for the work you did in identifying the suspect and apprehending him. According to public reports, and I think this is what maybe it's, I still have questions about, maybe the public does. According to public reports, the alleged shooter arrives on the Utah Valley University campus nearly 4 hours before the shooting.
I think there was 2 locations, sir.
It's 2019, and in that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
That took off earlier.
I don't have the catalog of evidence in front of me.
FBI had conducted 278,000 improper searches of the FISA database. Do you remain concerned about governmental abuse of FISA in Section 702?
I'm always concerned, but what we've done since I became FBI director is implement new audit systems. We are nearing 100% review of the 702 query system that you are specifically referring to, and we've also eliminated anyone that has ever touched that database that has in any way made a mistake. Whether intentional or not, and we have also identified a system in which those going forward. I can't speak.
You are refusing to answer the question, so let me tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that in May, Bondi told Trump that he was in the Epstein files, and at the same meeting said that the DOJ did not plan to release the files. Yesterday, you testified to Senator Kennedy that there was, quote, information that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone else, and that you have, quote, continuously and publicly asked the public to come forward with more information. Chairman, you have always been fair, but this is not fair. No, this is my time, and he said that the witnesses were not credible.
Seconds of time.
I'm going to get an additional minute of time because that's how much time he took.
You won't get a minute, you'll get some seconds. What we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how much time you get. That's not how it works.
Mr. Patel, on this committee,
I can yell too, Mr. Chairman.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I appreciate the gentlelady yielding back.
Are you going to allow them to testify, Mr. Patel? Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI, but I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've asked, hope to God we never, ever see that again, one of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you, Mr. Patel. I yield back.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Everyone yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous
consent. Everyone yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous consent.
The lady from Washington is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Justice Department told Trump in May that his...
Back, the gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous consent.
The lady from Washington is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many...
I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I would say if Charlie Kirk...
I want to focus a little bit on domestic terrorism. We have a graph here, data up to 2021, but as you can tell, domestic terrorism is on the rise. Nation, our citizens under threat. We saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk. 2 assassination attempts on the president. School shooting, Minnesota last month. And closer to home, just a couple of days ago, Huntington Beach, peaceful vigil for Charlie. I want to focus a little bit on domestic terrorism. We have a graph here, data up to 2021, but as you can tell, domestic terrorism is on the rise. Nation, our citizens under threat. We saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk. 2 assassination attempts on the president. School shooting this month. And closer to home, just a couple of days ago, Huntington Beach, peaceful vigil for Charlie Clark.
And I think given your role, given the nature of the position that you hold as the leader of the largest law enforcement agency in our country, that divesting entirely, not doing day trading now, I think would be something that would be in the interest of the American people. So I just would hope you would consider that, and that moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing stocks in individual companies, I would think would be something that would be worth pursuing.
Gentleman's time is...
I'm happy to give it...
Thank you. I'll work with you on it.
Gentleman from...
I think you actually alluded to that same statement yesterday in the Senate. So I too have some questions I'd like to ask you. These are not gotcha questions, and just deny, please, what you deem to be false. So Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Dylan Ruth?
Robert Bowers murdered 11 Jewish worshipers in Pittsburgh in 2018, and it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that that happened?
I'm not saying the other thing didn't happen. I'm just asking for a little information.
Patrick Cruces, who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion, walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 and began firing. He murdered 23 people that day, and the youngest was 50.
I want to focus on something that I think is very important that has not been addressed enough today, and that is related to the consequences of the Biden open border. One consequence of the Biden border crisis is the impact that it continues to have on our tribal communities. With the cartels taking advantage of our open borders, the Mexican drug cartels, by infiltrating
reiterating our reservations. Anything else I can do to help you? And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for coming in today, Mr. Patel. In the past few months, the country has experienced a string of horrific, high-profile attacks that have been motivated by racial hatred or political ideology. Shooter attacked the CDC headquarters, firing hundreds of rounds and killing a police officer. An arsonist set fire to the Pennsylvania.
Most of that is just not true. We have 1,700 current DT managed programs. We're up 300% in the amount of cases we brought against nihilistic, violent extremists, including 764, wishing to harm our children. The FBI and the men and women are getting after that problem set more than ever because I've unleashed them to do so. And in any situation that these tragic occurrences across the country are somehow singularly my fault or disgusting because that watershed goes down to the men and women at the FBI.
I want to follow up on what my colleague from California said. When you look at the data, you look at the Anti-Defamation League data, 96% of ideological motivated killings were committed by the right wing. When you look at the Institute of Justice report that she cited, it's 5
against a political campaign.
Tenure.
I'm sure there's ongoing litigation.
Yes. In fact, there is ongoing litigation. And in fact, people have been asked who they voted for. And in fact, you are running an FBI for the President of the United States rather than the people of the United States, because my questions were not hypotheticals. They are the things you have done during your tenure.
Ask you, should the FBI use its resources to spy on Catholics?
Never.
So what does it say about the culture of the Biden FBI that law enforcement resources were used to go after Catholics, and some FBI employees were comfortable with taking such actions?
Well, pursuant to my transparency initiative and working with Congress on oversight, those documents, that's it. Those documents are available for the American public to see and read and hold people accountable, and that's what I'm committed to.
I represent a district that's going to host some of the FIFA World Cup back up. We're obviously very interested in security, and there are limits on what our state and local authorities have the capacity to do or what our military has the capacity to do once the threat is domestic.
So it's critically important. Both the FBI and DHS have those capabilities. I'll speak to the FBI, of course, only. And you raised the World Cup, and that's exactly what we need it for. The Club World Cup, which just happened, was 32 games in at least...
The guy elected by we the people. I want to thank Attorney General Bondi. She set up a special strike force, a special team to look into this and see if there's any criminal liability that exists in what took place. Now, in addition to getting the truth to the people, Director Patel is getting the bad guys off the street. He's moved agents out of Washington, got the focus off of politics here in D.C., and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. I want to thank Attorney General Bondi. She set up a special strike force, a special team to look into this and see if there's any criminal liability that exists in what took place. Now, in addition to getting the truth to the people, Director Patel is getting the bad guys off the street. He's moved agents out of Washington, got the focus off of politics here in D.C., and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. 21,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets.
Finished that December 2023 interview with a challenge to the FBI and harsh words for Republicans in Congress for not getting the Epstein files out to the public. You see this clip.
Boy pants, and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and FBI director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list. You said Epstein's black book is under the, quote,
yeah, but I mean, all of us here have seen a dramatic change for the better here in Washington, D.C. Why are so many Democrats attacking you for that?
Sir, Democrats have been attacking me for a decade. As is the fake news media. They didn't like the fact that I exposed the Russiagate host and the largest weaponization of the FBI, DOJ, and U.S. history. We proved it to be true with congressional oversight, and will continue to do that work.
Great question, ma'am.
Christopher Wray repeatedly warned this committee that the Biden open borders policy.
In the work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they have requested to speak with you, because the victims have requested and you are not responding to them.
I want to read a few names here. Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex, Riding Hood, Foggy Falls, Echoes Fate, Sirens Lure, Janae, Christmas. What are these code names about, Director?
I mean, that's Hoover power times 10. And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on day one.
In contrast to that attitude of let it all out, we're getting reports of actions that run contrary to getting everything out and that also involve diversions of FBI.
I want to talk a little bit about China's influence here in America. And, we've seen spy balloons traverse the United States. We've seen police stations in communities around America. And sitting in the chair you're in just 2 years ago, there was a sheriff from Cochise County, Arizona, Mark Daniels, that was here, who said that the exponential increase in the amount of fentanyl that is coming into America is directly related to...
Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce an unsigned memorandum from July 7, 2025 that says we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties with the insignia of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. It's a article entitled DOJ Deletes Study Showing Domestic Terrorists. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. I want to first talk about the significant role that the FBI plays in combating the national security threats posed by our nation's greatest threat, our nation's greatest security threat, China and the Chinese Communist Party. It's a fact that China is America.
I think that's, I'll have to get back to you. I think it's a law firm and it's a company out of Singapore.
Okay, well, no, the company out of Singapore, which is owned by Elite Depot, is the Shein Company, which was founded in China. Correct?
Witnesses, I have some regular order, every single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm going to take another
When you
couple
accuse
of
the
minutes.
witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works. You say
Listen,
something,
he didn't even, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you have always been fair, but this is not fair.
And you will get
No, this is my time, and he said that the witnesses were not credible.
Seconds of time.
I'm going to get an additional minute of time, because that's how much time
You
he
won't get a
took.
minute, you'll get some seconds, what we think is... I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
On what matter?
On the question that I just asked, do you agree with his statement about the radical left?
That there's ideology that's driving violence on both sides? Yes, that's what he acknowledged.
No, he didn't. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you are acknowledging that there is violent extremism on both sides. What's interesting is that the research arm of the Department of Justice, the national...
I swore to protect her.
Do you want to comment on that? It appears one more time as perhaps the FBI was getting involved in what would normally be considered political
I think they were good people doing the job. Memo, I believe we turned over 750 documents. In Mr. Ray's tenure, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You give it a 700. Why would Chris Wray hide information from this committee? You want to hazard a guess?
I'm sorry?
Hazard a guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
I think maybe it was because they were, FBI was spying on a priest, trying to get him to break the priest penitent confidence that exists. You think maybe that was the reason?
Probably shouldn't have done that.
You'd have to.
I was thinking back to Ozzie and Harriet. I didn't think you could beat Ozzie and Harriet's Tom.
How important, given everything that you've seen in
secondly,
is the
you mentioned
Disclosure Act of 2025
the Epstein case. Did any of the women that were victims, and they came up here and had a press conference and all, did any of them contact your office and ask to give information?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
If they did, let me ask you first, is there a statute of limitations on sex crimes like that,
I want to talk
sex
to
with a
you.
minor, rape.
I find
The DOJ is the expert, but I do not believe they're.
Jill, thank you for being here
When you
today.
first
I want to first
what you were looking
talk
at,
about
what you were looking
the
at. What were your first
significant
thoughts?
role that the FBI plays in
My first
combating
thoughts
the national
were,
security threats posed by
everything
our
that I was
nation's
told and taught as a
greatest
kid,
threat,
that growing
our
adult
nation's
no
greatest
longer,
security threat, China
was
and the
applicable
Chinese
if I'm able to see
Communist
something
Party.
that I thought defies gravity in
It's
such
a
a way,
fact
then
that
what else could be possible?
China
That was my
is
first thought.
America's
So did you
most
think
follow
what
it,
you
but
were
you're
looking
still
at
making money
was
off of it.
a weapons
I don't have any money
program
off
that
of
you were
anything.
unaware of?
What I have done,
What you were looking at was
Trump's
obviously
trade
some
policies directly
extraterrestrial
impact the value
piece of
of that
technology.
Chinese stock. Won't you
I
agree with
didn't-
that?
I didn't
FBI
either one of those
director,
crossed
sir, and
my
you're
mind. It was
coming in here
just-
trying to take credit
How about
for
now? How about
something
now? What do you
that
think
a
it is
previous
now?
director
Gentlemen,
instituted
I'm
and
not the
largely
expert.
brought to conclusion.
I take
I
no
think it's
credit.
been clear that the
It's
director
offensive.
Be as skeptical as everyone else and just
numbers are so
incorrect.
much better than the
Government
previous
tell you what you were
director.
looking at?
It's
Dr. Patel, if you want to
I
answer
take-
the question.
I take
what you
no
thought it
credit.
was.
The men and women of the FBI
So no one
have
was
seen a
like,
33%
oh, you know,
increase in the
there was
number of
some anomaly with the
counterintelligence
technology.
arrests out of the
No,
PRC.
So all of a sudden, when you coming in 7 months
How do you think you were
ago,
treated when you
And-
Gentlemen,
Thought since the witness decided to interrupt him
and then
continuously.
the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he
Thank
has
you.
time to do that.
My question is,
Continue.
How were you
will
treated?
you, Director, recuse yourself,
I've-
yes or
I've had
no,
no
from investigating
back
or
at
making
all.
decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters? Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may respond if he would like.
And the answer was no, as I
fair,
heard.
and I appreciate the Navy itself with
Correct.
Okay.
assisting me.
The
with
gentleman
coming here
from
to-
Wisconsin, the gentleman yields back. The
That's
gentleman
good.
from Wisconsin is
So what do
recognized
you
for
think
5
the
minutes.
American
Exists.
people
I just want to
should
ask
take
you
away from
a
watching
simple
your
question.
video?
Is Prince
Because when we
Andrew on
watch it,
Epstein's client
obviously,
list?
right, we've never
The
seen
material
anything like
related
that.
to Prince
It defies
Andrew has been
what we
made
know
public.
Is Prince Andrew on the
technologically
client list?
possible.
We
What are
have
supposed to think?
released the index of
Someone's
names that were in
lying
Jeffrey
about something.
Epstein's.
Is Donald
hiding
Trump on
something.
Epstein's client list?
Right?
The
That's not
index
normal
has
what
been
you look
released,
at.
and the index will speak for
So I'm
itself.
just going to
I
say,
think what the American
America
people
is a huge
think
red
when
flag.
seeing that video,
FBI director could
along
not
with
answer
others
Gentlemen,
before
whether
me,
Donald
is
Trump
that
was on Epstein's
Gentleman's time has
client list.
expired.
something out
I
there
now recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
I ask
know as
unanimous
the people
consent
what
to
it
enter into the
Right, and
record
so let's
an
eliminate
article titled
possibilities.
Justice
So they didn't
Department
come to you
told
and
Trump
say, "This
in
is a
May that his
technological error,"
name is among
what
many
you were
in the
looking at. So
Epstein
we glad we
files.
put that aside,
Objection.
right? They didn't say it was broken.
I have another
So
one
we look at that,
that
we see
is
something.
a
So it's
July
either a weapons
2025
program
article by
being
the New York
reverse
Times
engineered
entitled
by
How a
our governments
Frantic
or other governments,
Scouring of the
it's
Epstein
nobody's
Files
government.
consumed
It's
the Justice
not from here.
Department,
Those-
stating that
those are
DOJ
it.
and FBI employees reviewing the
You agree with
Epstein
that
files were
assessment? I
instructed
agree.
to
One of
flag any mentions of Trump and other
What
celebrities.
do you and your
Objection.
friends
And I have
I
think
spent
about
30
it
years in law
today?
enforcement,
You
old
all
retired
have
sheriff
talked
from
about it.
a large county of the
So
great
what do
state
you
of
think
Texas.
about your
Predecessors.
experience
Generally speaking,
collectively?
confidential
Tell me
human
about it.
sources are always paid by the FBI. That's how it works. I can't speak to the specifics on each one and how much they make.
And we appreciate it. We've reviewed some of that material, and you give us a lot of material that we didn't get from Director Wray. That specific question, I think, is important to the American people. Were people who were confidential human sources of the FBI who broke the law, one was recommended for prosecution, my understanding is, by the information we've received from you.
I love to do on Friday nights, go to the local high school football game.
I will do it.
You know, when I first came in 2020, the number one concern as I was doing town halls was the weaponization of the government against the American citizen. And so, are there things that you're doing, structural reforms that implementing so that the FBI cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future elected presidents?
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone, and the structural reform is simple. If you're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political
I only have 1
office,
minute left, so Mr.
there has
Knapp,
to
we're
be a
definitely going to
grounded
watch every
basis in law.
documentary.
I happen to be one of these people that believes all of the above, and as someone that served this country in combat, I can assure you I am not an existential threat to this country because I swore to protect her.
The FBI certainly can't investigate incompetence.
Entirely possible.
But the FBI certainly can investigate and does investigate waste, fraud, and abuse. And so if we have any information that indicates that that happened in this situation or anything else, we'll look at it.
Reverse engineering.
Thank you very much. We've also, been talking some today about the issues that occurred at the border during the Biden administration. And you might not agree with your predecessor on everything, but you probably probably would agree with some of the statements he made in testimony before this and other committees.
I can remember I'd been here 3 months and I was on the Oversight Committee, on the subcommittee, and we had a bureaucrat come in, and the chairman of the committee said, I've asked you for 3 years to give us information. And the person just sat there, wouldn't say a word.
Thank you so much for your time
and wouldn't
today, which we have
respond in
time.
any
Thank you,
way.
Madam Chair.
Wouldn't you rather have a subpoena in hand above everything else, even a law passed by Congress?
Absolutely. We just want to know, what are they trying to hide? Why is this such a difficult thing for them to do? You know, before we left for recess, you guys all told us that you wanted to release the files, and that a non-binding resolution authored by Mr. Norman was an important step forward to getting the Epstein files released. 30 years. Why hasn't that been called up yet? Maybe longer. Mr. Scott had the authority to do so for weeks. You could do so this week. Hasn't done it. I don't know why not. Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to add, I mean, first, I appreciate the comments, but we should be clear. If it's true, as the chairman said, that every Republican supports disclosure around the Epstein files, then every Republican should sign the discharge petition from Congressman Khanna and Congressman Massey. There's no question. And the key difference in that petition as well is that petition ensures, one, that members of Congress are all on the record on releasing the files, and two, that petition, as you have in front of you.
First question is Mr. I know we've heard that you've received some materials. Are there redactions in those materials?
There are appropriate redactions. We will be able to review the full materials. There'll be some opportunity to review the materials without some redactions from the committee staff and committee members that don't put any of the victims in harm's way. But the reality about the materials, though, is there's nothing really with a small amount, a couple thousand pages of material.
I would have, as you know, Rep. Burchett. Yeah, I mean, if people had brought to my attention that there was something there, I would have demanded that they be released.
The victims, no.
Well, I mean, if the victims came to us,
that didn't hold water.
Yeah, but the victims want the files released. And Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And you even adjourned early to avoid having to vote on it.
That is not
so we
true.
want to.
I support the president.
You support the president, and this is why it would be important to have in writing the bipartisan nature, because we want there to be bipartisanship, so that it is not a.
I want it too, but you all are making a good case up here, but I'm hopeful that Mr. Garcia is going to see past the behavior of the Democrats in the Rules Committee.
Madam Chair, Chairman Komar was speaking, and I think that it is important that we have people looking at.
I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology.
Believe that we will recognize Mr. Scott.
Oh, yeah, that's ours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm always sympathetic to people who are sitting at home watching the Rules Committee, but I think if they were sitting there watching at least the first start of this, especially if they were victims, that they were probably pleased to see the two committee chairs working together.
I am just curious, obviously, Mr. Norman had some interesting thoughts and comments as it relates to, what happened over the 4 years of the Biden administration. If I could just ask Mr. Garcia, do you have any thoughts as to why the Biden administration never released any documents?
I don't, and I'm not aware as to why or what the DOJ was investigating at the time. What I do know is that the current president campaigned on releasing the files, which is why I think it's of such high interest to so many of us now.
But fair enough, but no thoughts. I think Chairwoman, Chairman Comer, is it not true that it was the Trump administration in July of 2019 that arrested and indicted and went after Epstein?
That's true.
Was it not true that it was the Trump administration in 2020 that arrested and went after Maxwell?
True.
And in fairness, that then proceeded into the budget.
And I'll add one more thing to that. We've written to the DOJ, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, demanding answers, yet no response from the Attorney General. We have no idea why she was moved and at whose direction was she moved to that facility.
But she was moved, and correct me if I'm wrong, by this current administration, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think
I would think that you know, I mean, this is so outrageous that a big part of the investigation.
I mean, this is something that we're committed to doing, and we want to do it. I want to be able to say the Oversight Committee, this was a big investigation, the American people are watching. I want everything out in the open. So, you know, we're trying to do it, and we're trying to be bipartisan, and hopefully, my friends across the aisle, I think the majority of the oversight Democrats are sincere and want to do this in a bipartisan way. Hopefully, the Democrat leadership will let this.
I want that investigation to move forward, but for the life of me, I do not understand why the administration, after promising to release all the files, has chosen not to. So that's what I'm confused about. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
A big deal, and I can
Thank
tell you,
you.
you'll see those files that I shared with you.
Mr. Comer, I think in your introduction, just for folks who are trying to play catch-up here, because there's a lot of details and a lot of names being ran, you said that one of the issues here is that the U.S. Attorney who pleased to have been able to sign the discharge petition before we came up for this hearing, so thank you.
They'd appear and disappear, and right at the end
Thank
of
you,
the
Ms.
4-hour
Gilligan.
period,
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Thank both of you for coming.
something entered the correct code.
You know, I think what's interesting about this here, Mr. Governor, you've been very critical of everything that's been going on here. And about you need answers, and some of it, we do need answers on. But the biggest.
I haven't seen it. And that's why we want to make it the law of the land. We want to make sure that all Republicans vote on the Massey-Connor resolution so that they can say, we want to make sure it becomes available to everybody without it going through
Chief Wiggins,
any process of redaction. I think that's the key.
Ms.
It's good to
Ledger.
have your investigation, but it's good to have other things too.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, do you want?
I don't know if it was a deposition, but they've been reporting these crimes dating back to 1996.
Well, listen, I wish you both success in making sure that the truth sees the light of day. And as they say, the truth will set you free. And with that, Madam Chair,
I yield back.
No one has.
Thank you. Mr. Jack,
What was that
you're
encounter like
recognized.
when you
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note, as it relates to this resolution, this is my resolution, but, you know, I find interesting, as it relates to the 24 election, 74 million Americans voted for House Republicans to lead the House of Representatives. And the body that is responsible for leading the Republican Party has a steering committee. And on that steering committee in which I serve, we unanimously
I
elect.
know this is political gamesmanship, because now, by amendment to unrelated bills in nearly each of our committees, the Democrats have put forward Epstein file amendments to unrelated things, including in the Rules Committee. That's not a serious effort in seeking transparency or justice. If they were serious about it, they would have already done it.
Absolutely.
Now it is House Republicans under your chairmanship and your leadership, Mr. Comer.
I can remember I'd been here 3 months and I was on the Oversight Committee, on the subcommittee, and we had a bureaucrat come in, and the chairman of the committee said, I've asked you for 3 years to give us information. And the person just sat there and wouldn't say a word and wouldn't respond in any way. Wouldn't you rather have a subpoena in hand above everything else, even a law passed by Congress?
I also want to be clear that the DOJ has not been forthcoming or presented everything that we've asked for in the subpoena. And I think it's important that even in our recent interaction with the DOJ, they're essentially now not giving us any new additional information as to when we're receiving the rest of the files. And so having Congress act and taking a vote on the full release of the files is an important additional step, which is why the discharge petition is important. And the resolution should not somehow take precedent or discourage.
I know we've heard that you've received some materials. Are there redactions in those materials?
There are appropriate redactions. We'll be able to review the full materials. There'll be some opportunity to review the materials without some redactions from the committee staff and committee members that don't put any of the victims in harm's way. But there are some, again, the reality about the materials, though, is there's nothing
really with a small amount, a couple thousand pages of new information.
7 million people.
I mean, sir, I mean, it's the president that actually campaigned on releasing the full files when he was running. I mean, he had made this the central issue of one of the central issues of his campaign.
Aside from that, you had 4 years under the Biden administration. He was chairman of a committee. He could have brought it up day one, didn't do it. So if all of a sudden the interest, to be honest, I'm glad it's coming out now. There's been a lot transpired with Ghislaine Maxwell, the death of, I don't know, when did Epstein die?
But I'm open to that. And I think that it's
Mr. Garcia would agree. I think our staffs, he's new to the job, and I think our staffs are working together really well, and hopefully we'll continue to. Like I said, I want this to be bipartisan. I don't want members of the committee, and members of the committee haven't been making the accusations that members of the Rules Committee have been making, that, this isn't bipartisan. We want this to be a bipartisan investigation. We want to get the truth, and hopefully we'll do that. And
I think the same should be said for the other side of the aisle in support of this resolution, which is bipartisan.
We can do both.
We can do both.
So if we can do both, I look forward to everybody on this committee doing both, voting for this and voting and signing on to either an amendment or the discharge petition. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. We were warned that they will close the vote after 20 minutes. I don't want anybody to lose the chance to vote. We do have members who have.
You're supportive of both, is that correct?
I don't know that the resolution per se is necessary, but we're happy to support it moving forward, but that should not preclude the Massey resolution with Connor to move forward.
Fair enough. And I'll tell you, I mean, I think the signatures will be there. I'm just talking about my opinion. I think the signatures probably are there on the discharge petition. And then, obviously, if the signature's there, it would, I expect, pass on the floor of the House. And then,
I think, Chairwoman, Chairman Comer.
I appreciate his, I know that during our discussion, Ms. Crockett and Raj Krishnamurti, I believe, asked questions about what we should ask Acosta. So everybody, both sides are going to get equal time to interview Acosta on all of that. And again, the administration has complied with our request, and I think we're getting those documents, and as we speak, they should be being uploaded to a website.
I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign, then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025, he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid Republicans. That's his quote, verbatim. So when you say all Republicans want this stuff released, I don't think that guy does. And what you're telling us is you're going to release some of the files tonight? If I heard Mr. Garcia correctly, mismanagement that led to Mr. Epstein's death. Who was the President of the United States when Mr. Epstein died in custody?
And it kept going. It kept going, and it looks like the debris
I would assume it would have been Trump.
And one last, I have one last question. You referred to Ghislaine Maxwell as a terrible individual.
Consistently.
And I guess the question is, maybe you can enlighten us, what have you done to investigate why Ms. Maxwell was moved?
Government possession of NHI craft.
Ms. Scanlon, you're
and how they ultimately
recognized.
gained entry.
And I would yield to Mr. McGovern for a minute.
I'm sorry there's so much confusion on
Dr. Lukatsky is
the Republican side of the aisle.
served most of his career with the
DIA,
a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence.
I don't understand why we're just not all demanding that the administration release all the files.
And in full disclosure,
And we could do that if we were able to vote on the Massey counter resolution. But apparently we can't do that. And if I'm just.
I know we've heard that you've received some materials. Are there redactions in those materials?
There are appropriate redactions. We'll be able to review the full materials. There'll be some opportunity to review the materials without some redactions from the committee staff and committee members that don't put any of the victims in harm's way. But there are some, again, the reality about the materials, though, is there's nothing really with a small amount, a couple thousand pages of new.
We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it.
I think we want to know what Attorney General Bondi told the president as it relates to his name being in the files, and has been widely reported. And I think the American public have a right to know.
And I think that Americans are worried about trusting Republicans on this because now Chairman Comer is saying we're doing all these things. Had they done anything at all
multiple reasons
before Democrats?
I support the president.
You support the president, and this is why it would be important to have in writing the bipartisan nature, because we want there to be bipartisanship so that it is not a.
I want it too, but you all are making a good case up here, but I'm hopeful that Mr. Garcia is going to see past the behavior of the Democrats on the Rules Committee.
Madam Chair,
temperature inversion.
Chairman Comer, I was speaking. And I think that it is important.
I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign, then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025, he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats, and that's his quote verbatim. So when you say all Republicans want this stuff released, I don't think that guy does. And what you're telling us is you're going to release some of the files tonight?
Basically misusing legitimate.
If I heard Mr. Garcia correctly,
I think our staffs, he's new to the job, and I think our staffs are working together really well, and hopefully we'll continue to work well. Like I said, I want this to be bipartisan. I don't want members of the committee, and members of the committee haven't been making the accusations that members of this isn't bipartisan. We want this to be a bipartisan investigation. We want to get the truth, and hopefully we'll do that. And you're trying to, I feel.
Details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for
Believe
this
that we
technology.
will recognize Mr. Scott.
Mr. Knapp, how do
Thank
you
you.
know that
Thank
the
you, Madam
files that
Chair.
you obtained
And,
from the former Soviet
I'm always
government are
sympathetic
not
to people who are sitting at home watching the Rules Committee, but I think if they were sitting there watching at least the first start of this, especially if they were victims, that they were probably pleased to see the two committee chairs working together. And
Gentlemen agree?
Yes.
And so I think, for me, there's a fundamental question. I applaud the purpose of the Massey bill. And Mr. Connell.
They hired a whole team to go through them.
But would the chairman elaborate to the extent he hasn't already? Aren't there concerns mechanically with the bill as it relates to the potential unmasking of individuals, as it relates to particular reference to statutes?
And I appreciate his.
Hey, I think what's going on here today is the Republicans are terrified. And I think we all know why.
Limitations.
And that is because the president doesn't want to release all the files. I mean, after promising that he would release them during the campaign, then he issued, that was in 2024, and then 2025, he says, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by Democrats and some stupid. That's his technology.
Bring it back and compare it to what we have here.
I almost didn't buy this NFL wallet, but when Black Friday hit and it was up to 42.
They hit up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota, he's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright, and if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know they don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in here for now. Raise your rates. I don't mind.
Combination of factors.
Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too.
Did they work where they said they
But
did? Are there any
raise your
other
rates.
witnesses? Is there
You don't have to
visual
keep them up
proof,
here.
film, footage,
If
things
it's
of that
going to
sort?
go up,
You ask the
I'm
people
okay
around
with
them
you
that know
raising,
them,
but
that
it's
used to
down.
work with them. If
And
they're
we're going
credible
out to
people, that's one
financing.
way. You know, I think about
And I may
Arrow,
have
the
to
organization that
force
this body,
something. Somebody said,
created to
who's the
deal with
genius that thought of
witnesses
it?
and investigators.
I shouldn't
hope
have
I'm not
asked.
taking too much of your time here, but they
I
invited
congratulate
people to
her. I
come
don't
forward,
care. I
service
think
members
it's
who
great.
saw things
It's
and
very
had
interesting.
experiences, and I can tell you that
Why did I ask
people
that question,
I have
Mr.
talked to
Smith?
who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs.
But in
who
a
was
few
lieutenant
moments, I'll sign
tax
3 pieces of
abandonment
legislation that
in
will
1964.
kill,
His unit
totally kill. They can't do anything about it.
They recorded all
They
of
can't
them.
take us to
On
court.
one
They
of this
can't do any of the
particular
things they can
test,
do with
a
the
UFO comes
executive
out of
orders.
nowhere, zaps
And
what
it's
looks like a
permanent.
laser beam.
Signed 3.
Standard.
What would have been a nuclear
With the
dummy
signing
and
of this
and
resolution,
disabled. And
Mr.
he
President,
is called into the commander's
you
office,
have
two
delivered the
guys in
leadership
suits, clip
that
film
trucking
footage out
industries
that shows the
need.
UFO, and he's ordered to never
Promises
talk about
made,
it. He comes forward
promises
to Arrow.
kept.
He heeds the call, thinking
On
he's
behalf
doing
of the
his duty
8
as an American to tell that story. And he completely dismissed it. They made up a story that jumped down the original footage, and there was nothing like that
On
in it.
behalf
There
of the
was no
8.5
original
million
footage. It was
Americans.
taken away the day the footage was recorded. He's deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base.
everything I just said.
Missile silos were taken down. He went to Arrow too and was completely
No auto
disregarded.
pencil out.
It almost looks like Arrow operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to Arrow again because of what happened under the first director, who's now
solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything.
I would say, Madam Chairman.
And I started the first question, how long has it been going on? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's a problem. Maybe I'll take it. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Will you punish
with respect
Peter?
to disclosure of this
He's the
information
hardest
to the
vote in the
public,
history of the U.S.
because
Senate
with the
to
advent
get.
of, essentially a
Probably
video
won't get
camera
him.
and a
But
high
he's a very
megapixel
tough vote.
phone
I
in
mean, he's a
everybody's
very
pocket
tough
at some
vote. He's
point,
always been a friend of mine. You know, I
information is
endorsed
going
him
to be
and got him elected. I got him elected
withhold
twice.
from the public.
But
What do you think is the long game here?
I don't
Well,
think
the secret's
he
out. I mean, how many videos
understands how
have there
great
been
this bill
already?
is.
You
This
know,
is a great
videos that
bill.
were
No
released
tax on
military
tips,
and
no tax
agencies
on,
and
you know,
contractors
the
and
social
citizen
security
platforms out
payments.
there.
It's unbelievable
But
what
they
happens.
have
No
the
tax
power
on,
to
I
people
can't
that don't want us
guarantee,
to
but
take it
when you have a
seriously,
majority of
dismiss it,
essentially
discredit the witnesses,
3, where you
come
can't
up with a
lose
cover
anything
story.
more than
I mean,
3 votes.
It's been out there a long time. The
And you get it
public
passed,
senses
it's
that
pretty
it's real,
amazing. And I
the
think it's
people
going
in
to haunt the
authority
Democrats
dismiss them.
because
It's,
most of the
it's a
bill
game
is
that's been
common
going on a
sense.
long time.
It's
I
tax
don't think
cuts,
they're ever gonna release
it's
it.
border wall
I think
funding,
that there's an added people
funding
that have been
properly
involved in this for a
spent.
long time that the
It's
public
all
doesn't
things that are
deserve
like
to
common
know, and
sense.
that the public
They're all
probably
good. There's
can't handle
nothing
it, but they
tricky
can.
about it. It's based, I
Real
just
quick,
want
I'd
him
like to
to,
ask
you know, we
the
call
committee
him
to
Too
replay
Late,
that
right?
video
Too
that
Late
Bill
is his
was
nick,
sent
like
by
Too
Clay
Tall
earlier. I
Jones. He
wanna
was
ask
Too Tall,
every witness
TOO.
here, specifically ones
And I
that
just say this
have,
because
sense of training or have been able to
we want to
recognize
get
some
rid of
this
inflation,
movement. Real quick. So if you guys can please roll that
and
one.
we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings, we've done none.
2763.
And
1330.
nobody understands. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. And I want to thank you all, and there's some additional people in the room, but we have to get back to this. Is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, the previous administration.
Okay, well, this is still rolling.
I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, with one
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it,
Does this video
your
scare
cars
you
are going to
guys?
cost you $3,000, $4,000
Yes or no?
less.
Yes.
And you're going to have what you want.
Yes.
And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people
different
love the
reaction.
electric.
I was
They
really happy
like
that got
Tesla.
out. Thanks.
So do I, in all fairness.
Curiosity kills the cat.
I
All
like
right, Mr.
Tesla.
Borland?
And I like others too, but I also like combustion engines.
All right,
And you know, there are reasons for. I was number one on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like you probably will say of TikTok actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. It was 4.5 years. It starts to rust. And it's very expensive to paint them. So they don't paint them, and they're horrible. What's happened is horrible, so we're not going to approve windmills unless something happens that's an emergency. I guess it could happen, but we're not doing any of them. I hope the Senate will soon pass a bill, the House can quickly approve and get to my desk by the 4th of July. We'll have this done. And to further defend our auto workers, I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes But
No, there were multiple witnesses.
they like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th, because they see the results now. They're all happening. And
The encounter itself.
yeah, and they have plants moving in,
the
Brian.
time
A lot of
I
plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah.
The auto industry speed was.
Oh, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it.
When I first witnessed.
I always got along with Gavin. I like Gavin. I've liked him, always. He said I never called him.
What I thought was
You know,
originally
they
just
asked him a
light in the
question
water or something on the
on
horizon,
Fox, I guess.
surfacing.
I
and
never
going
spoke to
into the
him.
air.
He doesn't remember the call.
then
He doesn't remember.
was
I
in
never spoke. And then I produced a phone call.
as a
I had it.
controller
It took me about
myself,
2 minutes. I
started
said, well,
thinking,
here's the call. It
going
lasted
through kind of
16
like my
minutes
checklist in
and
my mind.
4
Could be a
seconds.
kilo, but
And
it's
it was
not
at
blinking lights.
12:30 in the
So I
evening.
then
I actually
realized
made a
this is
call,
something
didn't
I've
pick
never
up.
seen
I called him
before.
and
So the
said,
speed itself
I
just
appreciate the
going from
question.
the horizon
Please.
to about maybe
Thank you.
4,000 feet in the air was very slow, slowly rising, and then it sped up. I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft.
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country, and they'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. Oil and gas industry, I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy. I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? And we probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. And again, and I looked at him, and they had windmills all over him, these horrible, horrible structures. He's a very smart guy, this guy. He said these ugly, horrible things. And he said, it was so bad, I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, how much do you like your mother? But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, I looked at this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind in the Pacific Northwest. I could show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. What they do and what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals. I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are because they're really. I think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing. So they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. If they hit you, they kill you. And I said, I can solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything. And I started the first question, how long has it been going on? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's a problem. They don't think it When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Will you punish yourself for striking our
There's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon.
Yeah, and I can imagine.
And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it.
They absolutely would not.
I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hope. I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat? Because otherwise, we're not letting him run for governor.
You don't have a better explanation for it than it was a
You have somebody good, right?
test
Okay,
of
as long as you like him, they'll win. Tracy Mann, Tracy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Michael Baumgartner.
Advanced
Michael.
technologies that are taking place.
Thank you, Michael. Good job. I shouldn't have
The
asked.
question is, and I posed it in the previous hearings,
I
is it
congratulate her.
ours?
I don't
Is it
care.
theirs?
I think it's great. It's
There may
very
not be a silver
interesting.
bullet at the moment.
Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith?
Through the hearing, and the evidence that's been
But in a few
presented.
moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. Signed 3 cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in
I
cold.
would start with this hearing.
I said, I didn't know that.
First hearing.
And they don't work in extreme heat
There is no
either.
evidence.
Other than that,
But is
they're
there a
wonderful. But
specific- Exactly.
no,
is
but
there
if you're in a
specific
cold
evidence or
climate, you
footage
know,
or
how do you do
document
that? But
you
they're
think
electric
lends
cars, and I
extreme
noticed that, and then
credibility to what
I
we're
didn't pay much
discussing
attention
today?
because we won
Let's
by
say
about
this new
65
video
points.
we're seeing today
So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I
The
said, what
kinetic-
the hell is going on over here?
Troy Wiggins?
This historic action, Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second
you
time,
bring an interesting
and he
point
picked
in
up.
the
And
law
I told him,
enforcement
I said,
community,
you have to get
anytime
your
you're
ass in
conducting an
gear,
investigation,
because you're going to
you're
have a
always looking at
problem
the
there.
totality of the
And he would have, if we
looking
didn't
at
bring the
all the
military,
evidence and how they
I
piece
believe they're
together.
paid, and we're going to
So that
find
would be
out
my,
through Pam Bondi and her great
advice to the
staff, her
American
great
people.
people, just as who they are.
That is
And
just
Mike, I think
beginning.
you're doing some investigations in that in
congressional
Congress, but we're going to find out
But you have
who they
decades of
are,
data,
because they're really,
some of it not
I'd
really.
like folks to take away from that day. What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr. President,
and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II. And I called France, and Macron, who's a good man, I said, what are you doing?
As I
He
mentioned
goes,
at the beginning of my
we're
remarks,
celebrating
what
World
hooked me
War
on the
II,
story
our
was the
victory.
paper
I said, you
trail.
have half
These
time. It's a
documents
simple
that
number,
shouldn't
2.5
exist. We've been
times.
told
And if
for
you,
decades, over and over,
if
there's
you want to
nothing
do
to it.
this, you
It's
have
not
to
a threat.
spend
You can go about your business.
trillions and
And then when
trillions of
FOIA
dollars on
becomes the law of the
rebuilding
land,
every
thousands of
bridge in the
pages
United
to the
States, and I guess
contrary
throughout the world,
leak
if they,
out.
because they do
There's
follow us.
a memo by General
And the
Nathan
big
Twining in
rig buses
1947
and
when the
even
country was
cement
being
trucks,
overflown by,
they want to abolish
dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs.
certain
in which he said,
categories of
"Look, this
truck.
is not,
I congratulate her. I don't
visionary or
care.
fictitious. It's real.
I think it's
These
great.
things are craft.
It's
They're
very
not ours. They
interesting.
outperform anything we've got.
Why did I ask
mean,
that
if we
question,
follow
Mr. Smith?
documents that they
But in a few moments, I'll
got
sign
wise
3
and
pieces of
realized that FOIA
legislation
really
that
exists
will
and
kill,
changed their tune
totally
and
kill.
things in
Can't do
writing.
anything
It
about it.
spells it out pretty
They
clearly.
can't take us to court. They can't do any of the
refer back
things they
to
can do with
Russia.
the
One
executive
incident I
orders.
did not mention to
And it's
Representative
permanent.
Burleson is
Sign 3 pieces
there
of
are
legislation that
Ministry
will
of
kill
Defense,
the
program
California. I
said
talked
there were
about
40
it, that
incidents where
incredible. You know,
Russian
you would have
warplanes
thought he
were
would have
sent
been,
to intercept
from day
UFOs,
one, you got to
and
make sure
they
you
were
don't do
ordered
the
to fire
EV
on them. And for the
mandate,
most part, the
the
UFOs would
abolishing.
zip
It never
away.
did.
3 of the
They're very
pilots, though,
honest
did
in that
fire
sense.
these things. Those
And
3
I never spoke to him.
stalled
He
out,
doesn't remember
crashed.
the call.
2 of
He
those
doesn't
pilots
remember.
died.
I
And
never
after
spoke.
that,
And then I
the Russians
produced a
changed
phone
the
call.
standing order. If you see
I
a
had it.
UFO,
It took
leave
me
them
about 2
alone.
minutes.
No country in the world
I said,
wants
well,
to
here's
say
the
and
call. It
admit
lasted
that
16
these
minutes, and
objects are airspace, and there's
it
nothing
was
we
at
can do about it.
12:30 in the
who wants to say
evening.
that? The US or
I actually
doesn't?
made a call,
The
didn't
Russians
pick up.
didn't
I called him
gotta
a
be almost
second
out of
time,
time,
and he
but,
picked up.
Mr.
And I
Berlin,
told him, I
yes,
said,
sir.
you have to get your ass in gear,
Yeah, to be
because you're
honest
going to
with
have
you,
a
I think
problem
bombs
there.
are, and not
And he
for
would have,
reasons
if we
that
didn't bring the
most
military in,
talk about.
he would have had
Maybe because
fire.
Wobbly's
Looked like
always
World
been
War
what he
II.
did. They said he never worked.
And
He
I
did.
appreciate
But
the
yet
question.
Balthazar
Please.
with a bunch of friends in a video camera and was filming these test
Thank
flights
you.
in the middle of the desert. So clearly he knew something.
Dylan, knowing you testified to Arrow, are they obfuscating
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country, and they'll handle it, I'm sure. But I had an idea.
As I said before,
I gave it. They
it's a
said, "This is
manipulation of the
really.
public perception.
We'll go
The
short term for a year.
statement,
Let this guy get out of
scientific
office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves $7, $8, maybe even $900 billion a year."
I'd like to comment on that.
What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? I shouldn't have asked.
No proof that
I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great.
What would it be? I mean,
It's very
we
interesting.
could be talking about different forms.
Why did I
of
ask that
non-human
question,
intelligence.
Mr. Smith?
I think the dominant paradigm is that
But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. Sign 3 pieces of India and Pakistan have a long time rivalry over Kashmir. And I said, I can solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything. And I started first question, how long is it to go there? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's a problem. They
I'm Biden, Mr. President.
When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to finances. And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of it? I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great.
It's over.
It's very interesting.
It's energy.
Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith?
And I worry too that in the wrong hands if they do that.
But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders.
Because they know
And it's
once it's out on
permanent.
the internet, it's
Sign 3
over.
pieces of legislation. I've done
So
some
I
job.
think
Thank you,
there's a
Mike.
lot of things
Thank you,
going after,
everybody.
and I think that's why they-
You guys want to
they
come up here?
discredit justice so rapidly, too. I think, they point to them and they put the dogs on them, and it disgusts me.
There's a price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time, might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been
I never
told
spoke, and
nonsense.
then I produced a
Stigma
phone
is very
call.
real for people.
I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds.
When you heard
And it was
the
at
testimony of
12:30 in the
Mr.
evening. I
talking
actually
about,
made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second
these
time,
missiles were
and he
shut
picked
down or
up. And I
turned
told
on
him, I
in
said, you have
Russia.
to get your ass in gear
does that-
because you're going to
does
have a
that
problem there.
remind you-
And he would have,
When
if
you
we
hear
didn't
these,
bury
it's
him,
got to remind you of the
he
event
would
that
have had, you would have right now something. And I went through
Absolutely, there
it
are
because I
many,
believe they're
many,
paid. And we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really can slap, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. To me, that's almost like, getting, just buying your way in a very legitimate way. And, you have stories where Apple wants to hire somebody and they can't hire because he can't stay. He went to a great school, he finished first in his class, they made him a big offer, and everything's done, but he has no idea what.
These incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals. Did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
These are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I work with every day of my life. Usually when the...
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran.
40, 60, 100
We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good
All seeing
agreement.
it at the same time.
He's got a talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed her son, who's running in West Virginia,
That particular
and he's
launch, we
great.
had
In
5
fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. If you want. You were his largest impediment. No, well, I don't know. Let's see what happens. I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem.
2 square objects were at least
17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, but and trucks and they have a lot of them for. It's called the California car. I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great. It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. Speaker? But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. And it's permanent. I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know,
Between 2003 and 2005,
I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a second-hand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President,
I've done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here?
Mr. Stevens was repeatedly visited by UAP. Each incident was witnessed by multiple personnel, documented, investigated, and reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, but we got no guidance down on how to handle these events. I personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others.
I know that. They have been behind me, right? They knew it was right. They've been asking for this for 25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But they like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th, because they see the results now. They're all happening. And they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Mr. President, will you punish yourself for striking Iran?
Security guards at a critical launch site reported a bright, fast-moving object over the ocean. I responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friends screaming, "It's coming at us, it's coming right for us."
I shouldn't have asked.
Right here.
I congratulate her.
I heard them say that
I think it's great. It's very
I arrived on
interesting.
scene.
Why did I ask that question, Mr. Speaker?
Massive triangular craft.
But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. They can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. Cars, I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold.
Believing it might be an unannounced
I said, I didn't know that. And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars, and I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will...
I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a second-hand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks, and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today,
I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call.
but it wasn't
I had it.
acting like
It
a
took me
satellite.
about 2 minutes.
The light was strange.
I
it
said,
was
well, here's the
pulsing,
call. It
and then
lasted
it started
16
to
minutes
maneuver.
and 4 seconds.
Dropped in elevation.
And it was at
At times it would
12:30
vanish
in the
from
evening.
view and reappear
I
in a
actually made a
different
call,
location
didn't
in
pick
the
up. I
sky,
called him a second
and
time,
eventually
and he picked up.
reappeared
And I told him,
200
I
feet
said, you have to
over my
get your
house.
ass in gear,
30
because you're
foot
going to have a
diameter
problem there.
sphere
And he
of
would have,
light.
if we didn't bring the military
Friends and
in,
I watched it for a
he would have
moment,
had fire.
gently
Looked like World
accelerated
War II.
and traveled up
And
disappeared into the sky.
I appreciate the question.
These events profoundly changed my life and the lives of
Thank
my
you.
friends. We stand at a pivotal moment in history. The question is no longer whether these events are real, but whether we have the courage to face them. True leadership requires vision.
The
a willingness
plane
to
crash
confront
was
the
terrible.
unknown,
I've already told them
transparency, and
anything we
resolve.
can do. It's a
So
big
I
country, a
asked
strong
Congress
country. They'll handle it,
help
I'm
we,
sure.
the
But
people,
I said I can solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything.
study with the same
And I
seriousness.
started first question, how long has it been going on? They said, 2,000 years. I said, oh, that's a problem. They know. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Mr. President, will you punish Israel for striking Iran?
Reputations and the safety of their families.
By law to do. You know, this way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what they suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats. But they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30%, would come in through the seas. Right now, we have, I would say, none coming. Have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm in theory the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else, but I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a law pen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a four-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, a great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. I took a mugshot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mugshot. It's right out there on the door. New York Post, front page of every paper in the world. I had a mugshot. They wanted to send me. Nobody says that. They say he's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you, if they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals. Because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking about today. What do you think the committee will find out? I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, you know, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But they did what's criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida, illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well, and when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know. I took a mugshot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mugshot. It's right out there on the door. New York Post, front page of every paper in the world. I had a mugshot. They wanted to send me. Nobody says that. They say he's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you,
That is,
If
first
they've
and
been
foremost,
nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking
capture the
about.
best possible
I think it's
sensor
hurting the
data in real
process. Yeah,
time.
yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you.
IR settings,
Curious,
slant
why did
range,
you authorize the CIA to
estimates,
go into
and bearing
Venezuela?
range altitude
And
snapshots.
is there more information you can share
Chain
about
of
these
custody
strikes
for
on the
any
alleged
Well, I can't
drug
do
busts in
that,
the
but
Caribbean?
I authorized
Reporting
for two
without
reasons,
stigma,
really.
protection
Number
without
one,
retribution.
they have emptied their prisons
Sailors
into the United
need to
States
know
of
that
America.
reporting
They came in
UAP
through the,
encounters will not harm their careers.
well, they came in through the border.
Congress
They
can
came
help
in because we had an open border
by
policy.
reinforcing witness
And as soon as I heard,
protection, by directing officers
I think it was the
to
worst
maintain
weaponization
confidential,
of a political
destigmatized
opponent in the
channels
history
for
of the
service
world,
members
let
who
alone
step
this
forward with
country.
data.
And I hope that everybody's, you know, they're
Classification and
involved in it. I'm
transparency
not.
where possible.
I'm the one that had to
Task
suffer
force
through it and ultimately win.
mission is
But
directly
what they
relevant.
did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman too. Weissman's, I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out, I'm allowed to, you know, I'm in theory the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else, but I hope they're looking at political crime because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well, and when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know what.
My request to you is capture, protect,
So when people talk about this department weaponizing,
provide a safe pathway
it's embarrassing.
for those in uniform.
Because there's no scenario where you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice,
I want to thank the committee
doing
of
the
the
right
task
thing
force
in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle. Because it cannot be true that people really can't be looking.
I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above it. I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him explain his true feelings. Maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you. And they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. I think you'll probably start with Memphis because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it was like, can you believe it? We're trying to save Chicago. But I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities.
The United States is below. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals.
These mysterious craft seen by millions of people in the skies, in the oceans, over the land,
hundreds of
are not real.
patients,
They're not a
and,
threat.
I saw.
Did you say you lost 100 then?
I lost many nursing home
got me hooked as the
folks.
paper trail.
Who
Documents that were squeezed
and,
out of the U.S. government
multiple a day
after the
sometimes.
FOIA,
So
Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land. And those documents paint a much different picture than Congress have been told over many years.
So I was going based on the best available evidence. My role was actually to focus on the best available evidence for therapeutics. So I helped develop the guidelines.
By the way, I had supportive Corey, IPR Corey, I think in May of 2020, he talked about cortical steroids.
As I said, has
he
been
was
told
vilified
something
and
much
savaged in the
different.
media.
Back in 1989,
a couple months later, they actually had a study come out of
who claimed that he
England
worked at
that
a facility
dexamethasone
dubbed
works.
S4 out in the Nevada desert.
Generally
very near
underdosed
to
when they
Area
gave it.
51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program.
Yeah, so I mean, we used a number of things. Did I ever use ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? I don't think so.
Were you aware of the Surgisphere study?
I've represented him during that period to get him off ballots across the country.
I've represented him in some other capacities. I've also co-counseled with him in many cases for almost a decade.
Have you been under consideration to be part of his team?
I have not put my name in to be part of the government. I respectfully prefer to be
there's a guy named Dr. James Lukatsky, who was a career scientist with the
Mr.
Defense
Rogers, I
Intelligence
understand
Agency,
your degree
who was
is
the
in
guy who
political
initiated a
economy,
program called OSAP,
Sir, respectfully.
Application Program, which is, as far as we know, the largest
I will ask that these
UFO program
be
ever
entered in the
funded by
record.
the U.S. government, which put
Okay,
together an
okay,
amazing
let's-
pile of
I wanna
information
move
for
on.
the members of this committee and the world.
May I respond?
Let me put up a
DIA
chart
still
to
has at
show
least
why there are
95%
people that are
of what
horribly
was,
frustrated.
I thought I had the
prepared by that
floor.
program.
No, you want to refer me this
cost
for
us
yourself.
millions
So
and millions
I
of
already
dollars.
gave you like 11, 12 minutes
The
here.
one
so-
name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow.
Sure, I want to ask you,
Looking
the
into the idea of
1986 law
fast
set up a
retrievals
task
and reverse
force.
engineering. While
It was disbanded in
OSAP, that
1998.
program was active,
You're supposed to
the DIA's contractor,
produce
Robert Bigelow
reports on
of
how
Las
to
Vegas, made a
improve
bold attempt
vaccine
to
safety.
acquire physical proof
How many of those
UFO
reports were ever
crashes. It's been
produced
widely
for Congress?
reported and suspected that Lockheed
So
Martin
the
is one
mandate
of
for
the
safer childhood
contractors,
vaccines,
defense
which you're
contractors,
referring to,
that
the
has held this
1986
stuff,
Act.
stored it away
The third
in
section,
secrecy,
in 3 parts,
and tried
required
to
a
figure out how
biannual
it
report
works.
to Congress.
I mean, a proper study should make the
I have
data
confirmed
available.
Bigelow
Norm,
and a
but
trusted
that
colleague
doesn't
from
happen.
OSAP
in
Yeah, I mean,
cases
part of
met
the
with
problem with that,
and
the Anderson et al.
with
study
senior
in
executives
Denmark,
at
it's being
Lockheed
touted that
Martin
aluminum
and
is not a
hammered out a
problem.
deal wherein Bigelow's company,
people
BASF,
questioning
would
cannot get the
receive
data,
a
even though it's already
quantity of
been
unusual
de-identified.
material that had been
Correct.
stashed away and protected at a facility
And that's
in
true.
California.
And by the way, the data safety link,
Yeah, the
Want to
VSD,
move
the
on now
vaccine
to
safety
the
data.
Russia
what happened to
was
that?
gonna be sort
How
of the
available is that
central,
right now?
impetus
It's not.
of what
I
was
try
gonna
to
talk
give
to
them
you
the
about
best
today.
care
Back
that
in
I
the
can
early
provide them.
90s,
I
I got
discuss
into
the risks
Russia.
and
I met
benefits.
with a number of
I
their
discuss
defense
the risks
officials,
and benefits of every
Ministry of Defense and
vaccine or
others
every
who
intervention.
confirmed for me
I have a
that-
nuanced conversation with them. I don't shame them, no matter what their views are.
Do you think doctors should have been fired for prescribing ivermectin?
publicly saying something?
You think they should have had their
The
certification
documents
taken
and
away from them? You
interviews that
think
I've
they should have been
obtained and have now shared
sued?
with this task force
You think that should
show
happen to
that the
doctors?
USSR
By the way,
launched what is almost
ivermectin
certainly
hydroxychloroquine
the
are all
largest
FDA
UFO
approved
investigation
and use a
in the
physician.
world.
I apologize.
The
I
first
will
phase
also
of
say
that
that
was an order
vaccines
was
and
sent out to the
autism
entire USSR
has been studied more intensely, perhaps,
Every unit,
than any other
you
question
see
in
anything
public
strange
health.
in the sky, a craft, an
There was a Danish study that followed 1.2 million children for 24 years.
collect
No
testimony from the
autism link.
witnesses,
There was a meta-analysis of
look for physical
1.25 million
evidence, and all
children.
of that information
No
went
link.
into one
Sibling
program at the
studies that
Ministry of
control for
Defense.
genetics.
Thousands
No
and
link.
thousands
Denmark
of these
removed
reports came
thimerosal in
in.
1991.
A lot of them
Thimerosal
were
was,
first routed to the
supposed to be the
KGB,
culprit, right?
but
And then
back to
autism rates
another
went up.
program
I
that
hold
came
over
after this
100
collection effort
papers,
called Thread
thousands
Free.
and
Thread Free was
thousands
an
of
analysis
citations.
program. We have provided
I'm
to
recognized
the committee
internationally
the
for my
documents
work.
of what they were trying to do.
And as I say,
essentially,
it goes
they were trying
far
to build their own
beyond
UFOs.
mRNA vaccines.
They were using the information
I've been asked
from
to
their
testify at the World
observations
Health
and studies
Organization
to try to
twice.
figure out the
I
technology.
played a key role in bringing forward the new health
told me that their goal was to basically develop
Public Health
technology
Agency
that was
Canada
superior
vaccine
to
for
anything we
Ebola,
had, based
and
on
got it
what they
sold.
learned from
I
UFOs.
think there has to be a certain
humility.
My dad was a doctor.
In the name of time, to my understanding,
beating our
did
heads
you
that
have
the key to being a doctor is
anything you
have
wanted
humility.
to submit for Congress to see in this committee?
I think
I
the
have
humility
submitted those
should be
documents.
Would you
There's
like to
able
play
for
any
us to look
videos?
back 4 or 5
Do you have
years
a video
later
that
and go,
you would
we
like
made
to
a
play?
lot of mistakes.
I lost many nursing home
Alexander's
folks
video.
who live nearby.
Play it. He could narrate
And,
it.
We can,
multiple
in
a
the
day
name of
sometimes.
showing that
What was
video
the
to everyone on
protocol
task
did
force,
you use?
we'd like
Did you
to
use
play that video at this
remdesivir?
time.
Were you using monoclonal antibodies? Did you ever try ivermectin or budesonide or some of the other generic drugs that were recommended?
So I was going based on the best available evidence. My role was actually to focus on the best available evidence for therapeutics. I helped develop the guideline.
I mean, was there were there confidence intervals around that 3.2 million?
Yeah, I believe that's credible to me. I mean, were you on the front lines? Because it was awful. I honestly cannot express how terrible it was.
It was terrible.
And there was a dramatic.
It was terrible.
decline.
It was terrible in 2020.
That
and the total
dramatic
death toll was
decline in
3.4
death
million.
rates after the vaccines were rolled out.
Let's-
Dramatic.
Let's
let's
So
move on. Let's move
I'm
on to
not
some
gonna
other.
get rid of the
parse
audio
over
real
these
quick.
modeling studies, but let's talk about
Mr.
hydroxychloroquine
Wiggins and Mr. Knapp, we'll
and
get back to
ivermectin.
what
I
that
mean, there
video
were
was
a
about, but we just
number.
wanna make sure
I
that
understand
it
this,
is
so I was aware of this like in October. So I'm watching theirs, and so I'm publishing these charts, and I'm being sensitive. I see the next chart, number 2. This is the full history of theirs, and the number of deaths being reported associated with the vaccine. You got a couple hundred a year until 2021, and yikes, 21,725 deaths worldwide. Why? And everybody saying
I have deep concerns about, and that's what happened in Samoa, killing 83 people. We had to jump in, and then that is what is happening in Texas and a bunch of other states. And I don't think it would be very interesting to ask all the senators privately and congresspeople and all of us if any of us could accept that kind of spread of infectious disease amongst the people that we love. Even if we don't believe in vaccinations, we certainly don't believe in...
I think I could present to you, and refer to a lot about safety data, particularly with regards to all the adverse events that I think there's more than ample evidence that the federal regulatory agencies ignored. A lot of these systems, VAERS, vSafe, I call deliberately deficient by design. So do I think I got informed consent? No. Do I think anyone here in the United States in the last 4 years?
I want to ask Dr. I understand that you are an executive of the wellness company.
I was under this triangular
COVID vaccine, and I've heard a lot about COVID vaccines. COVID vaccine is not prevention transmission, which makes a lot of what was discussed here today, when you put it in that light, doesn't make much sense. And if it does have symptoms, it actually makes you more likely to transmit, because if you don't have as much symptoms and you're still transmitting, you're less likely to stay away from other people. I've also heard people talk about what the FDA's new guidance is. They're no longer going to give COVID vaccines to those who are in low risk groups. It's not what the FDA said. Just read it. What they said was that they're going to require proper clinical trials for those in low risk groups.
3 quick more.
No,
I got it.
I got it. Okay.
Governor Green.
Okay, thank you for having me, Senator. A couple of things. I feel strongly about this. I feel strongly that vaccines save lives. And I also acknowledge people who have different beliefs. I will say that a lot was said about being civil and kind to people who have disputed positions. Just so you know, one of the gentlemen who's on the panel today had their organization send out a hit piece on me back in my own home state.
I apologize up front for not having a hearing earlier, but it takes time to get this information. And again, we only had a little bit, which allowed, Senator Blumenthal to pick apart the evidence. I didn't say we made the full case. I've got a full case over the next at least 2 years during this chairmanship. So that's what I'm dedicated to doing. Stay tuned. There's going to be more to come. God bless all of you. By the way, this hearing of the...
I remember...
I can tell you, my role in this was to fight disease, preserve life, and above all, do no harm. Do no harm.
I will, since I'm running out of time, I'll just wrap up by saying this.
Dr. David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure.
You might say, well, okay, pharmaceutical companies did that, but why would the FDA allow it? It's because, unfortunately, our federal health authorities are hopelessly conflicted. Congress gave them conflicting structural duties. They're responsible for promoting vaccines and for defending them in the Vaccine Compensation Program. And you also asked them to be responsible for safety. Those conflict. One has to overtake...
I mean, that's not the way I ran this.
I had been, well, this is a different, again, I'll be very generous, okay? I was actually instructed as a non-doctor what the COVID injections were. Encapsulated in lipid nanoparticle that was designed to permeate difficult to permeate barriers. So they lied to us when they said they'd stay in the arm. They knew it wouldn't. They had a study, the Japanese regulators uncovered that when they did do a biodistribution study in rats.
I think we need to be really clear and careful when we start discrediting scientists or public health officials. I'd like to ask Governor Green, can you tell us how, as a physician, publicly funded research?
Should have been vaccinated. I got vaccine injured because I got vaccinated. But still, regardless, we get called anti-vaxxers. We report these to VAERS, okay? Nothing happens. I had an adverse event, which was, delayed the AstraZeneca trial in the United Kingdom, 2 times for 3 cases of transverse myelitis the day after.
Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this justice is another day our Constitution is shredded.
Did you copy the traffic?
In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the reality. And I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which can either travel to the stars or address the Stone Age with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to the system. Your role as elected
Christi ride to adult male to Walmart Staples Clear.
Somebody else showing around Staples at SC80. Continue on your VIN number 144194. Repeating 4194. Supposed to be negative 29 for inconvenience for that day.
2924. I got it still valid. How long is in there? Double days. Yeah, I had to say about 3 times or see more and more of it coming at me. The guy was on a shoot on Saturday that they were going to get subject. White female, 1400. Cheetah print short. Carrying bags, not making any sense. Last walking for farm products. The advice she wasn't speaking to the needs was earlier. I don't know. I'm looking at Howard Johnson's are back to Jalisco. He said he last saw her heading towards the Jalisco. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to jump over and pick up Ronald.
Now we're looking at other ways to get into the schools. So actually Parks and Recreation has a life skills program where they're touching kids with thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into it through parks and Stacy over there. That's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So again, anytime.
There was about a half a tire in the right lane. We removed that. Negative 20. I was on a private. Who was calling in? Number 130. 41 Number 130.
Lady check. Do you have anybody on the Winchester area?
Oh, okay, thanks. I have okay, where at?
My man, just the lane. Kitchen duct detector. Fire dispatch at 557. We're 7, clear 7. Location.
Pogo advises members
I'll be on my resident.
focus on the evidence.
He's off the road, another traffic hazard. After coming.
To achieve the government that best serves
Hi, back to
because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character
Where you at?
speak up, manifesto behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. Government transparency.
Store that are intoxicated and a few other subjects in a gold Chevy Malibu in front of the store. Hispanic male, black jacket, black pants, sunglasses, Hispanic female, white shirt, black pants.
They need stronger protections against retaliation, and when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has
we need to do whatever we can, whatever outreaches that we can do to make sure that everyone knows that this is true. Now we're working at other ways to get into the schools through Agriculture and Recreation has a life skills program where we're touching hundreds if not thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into it through parks and so we get that message out. We just need a society to demonize this behavior. It's not acceptable. And we need to do whatever we can, whatever outreach we can do to make sure that everyone knows that this has to change.
Okay, I just had to finish that time, but I'll take a note. I just want to make sure you did. Thank you.
What time did you say mine was? For 9:15 last night. Give somebody else a drink. Well, congratulations on that.
Same thing. I'll invite you when you arrive.
Now we're working at other ways to get into this.
No, it's for your head. It's white, coming around the curve right now. Behind that, South shoreline crushing to be hard. Call it South shoreline crushing to be hard. Henry, Triple, 9660, the silver cube.
Round 6. Gonna be out and around town. I'm gonna give you the slaughter at 9:45. She's gonna be out there. I need to drop her off short trip. She's going
I think I could present to you, and refer to a lot about safety data, particularly with regards to all the adverse events that I think there's more than ample evidence that the federal regulatory agencies ignored. A lot of these systems, FAIRS, V-Safe, I call deliberately deficient by design. So do I think I got informed consent? No. Do I think anyone here in the United States in the last 4 years have...
I want to ask...
Three over-the-counter nutraceuticals, which are nattokinase, bromelain, and curcumin. You can buy them anywhere on the internet if you want them. So the company, I don't have the company's balance sheet with me, but I can tell you its overall valuation right now is about $50 million with an M. And that pales in comparison to the tens of billions of dollars that the government spent on vaccines that have caused great harm.
At the wellness thing I will tell you is I sat in, I believe it was this room, it was a similar room for sure, listening to the Secretary of Health and Human Services prior to his swearing in, talk about how he wouldn't even walk away from his professional life and his profits based on the work he's doing. And I'm not trying to demonize him because as I've shared with you, I believe in some of the things that he supports. But when I hear from colleagues, people who are testifying about immunity, they have interests, and those interests...
I hope to use the subcommittee to build on that legacy by bringing much-needed transparency to the public, revealing the truth and exposing wrongdoing. But it won't be easy. Wrongdoers are very good at covering their tracks, and we are already aware of allegations suggesting document destruction and purposeful evasion of FOIA.
However,
quick little side, I do want to tell members that, and members of the audience, this is not going to be a standard 1 or 2 following injection. Now, I have the first chart I ever did on this, which I presented in our event in Milwaukee with the COVID injection injured.
The one who told me to
that
go there,
chart, a couple months later, is showing, I think, 30-some%. I can't see it from that far away, but let me get out mine.
How important, given everything
that chart is showing at that time, a couple months later, 4,812 deaths, 1,007.
I think very important.
1,007.
I think we all agree that
7-year window could be
this
shrunk, my opinion.
hearing and our efforts in this subcommittee ought to be nonpartisan and non-political.
Mr. Wiggins,
and that we should depoliticize
your background testimony
science. I remember
when you first saw what you were looking at. What were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was adult, no longer was applicable if I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way that nothing else could be possible. That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial technology?
Neither one has crossed my mind.
But then the RP lost
how about now?
Visual. The suspect, the black male, black hoodie, black pants.
I'm not the expert.
Because they just gave that intersection of Northwestern Trinity.
As everyone else, and just hope to know that.
Did anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
No.
So no one was like, oh, some anomaly with the technology. No one from the government did that?
No one.
300 West Avenue. How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
30, and 95% I've had no pushback at all.
No complaints.
I haven't had
no other obvious
anyone
injury.
reach out to me or
Be about 5 minutes, sir.
dissuade me in either direction, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here to being able to testify.
That's good. So what do you think the American people should take away from watching the video? Right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal.
Forces out more leaders, including ex-director who fought Trump, demand for January 6th agents' names.
Objection.
Thank you.
From Vermont
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your time. Let me say at the top, political violence should have no place in this country, and I strongly, unequivocally condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk last week. And this is exactly the kind of case that warrants a swift...
I'd like to submit some items for the record.
You bet. Gentleman from California.
First one, Trump's deportation diverts FBI agents off child predator cases. Second one, FBI director backtracks on administration's proposed budget cuts. And number three, Trump administration says 70% of ICE detainees do not have criminal convictions.
Without objection.
Collective group.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Director, earlier this year, the committee was tied to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation.
Right? Doing a great job. Nobody like it. Energy prices would likewise soar as the radical left forced more electric vehicles onto the grid while blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars. All of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest.
Stand up and acknowledge to the American public that they did wrong. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to address these comments, and I'm glad to respond to any question you happen to want to ask Senator Blumenthal, recognizing that I am under oath.
I only have 1 minute left, so Mr. Knapp, we were definitely going to you. Watched every documentary. You guys have done you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do. You guys are doing a terrific job bringing information to the public. Do you think that any of this is a psyop by the U.S. government?
Entirely possible.
Identified 2 months before it rolled out, including myocarditis, pericarditis, all the issues we had, blood clotting we ended up seeing.
Identify the horrific murder of the DC intern Eric Tarpinian. And I've spoken to his family, and we are working to bring them justice. And Mr. Chairman, my 16 years, now my 17 years of government service, if anyone has any questions about my service, bring it on. Thank you, Director. We will now proceed into the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Rice.
Went to a bar.
Director, delighted to have you for a breath of fresh air.
Identify those individuals. And we've taken down numerous individuals in numerous rings across this country to neutralize that terrorist threat, including places like New York City, Los Angeles, and I believe Dallas, Texas.
How extensively did criminal cartels like Sinaloa, Jalisco, New Generation, MS-13 turn to Nicaragua and infiltrate our country during the Biden administration?
By the tens of thousands.
Well, and what progress have you been making in combating that presence?
I think the DHS is best to speak.
Identify a place where the firearm was left.
Pleasure being here. I
what we can tell you is the towel. There was a screwdriver found on the rooftop, which DNA was collected off of, and the towel was found wrapped around the firearm in question in a wooded area next to the campus. All have been processed for DNA.
What we're trying to get to is total.
And then, according to the suspect's roommate,
wrapped up in a lot
there
of
were
things,
allegedly messages on instant messaging platforms, specifically Discord, suggesting the towel.
You ought to get more out of us than you do. And that's what disgusts me about this whole thing. I think they're just trying to run the clock out on us. Really, they'll poke us a little and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target. I think we know where we're at. And that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is Mr. Knapp. I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel, closing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate. Further increase I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money and where it goes, because a lot of this stuff has been moved out of government. As you know, it's been given to private contractors, stashed it away. They've had it for so long that there's nobody left inside government, or very few who know where it is.
And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct?
Yeah, it's to keep it from FOIA. And I think that the contractors who've had this stuff for a very long time set their own standards about who is allowed to know
everybody else is already outside.
It's a very small group that ever cracks that. I think Representative Luna has been looking at using classifications to hide things. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearances that should allow you to see this stuff would allow you to follow where it really goes.
I worry about the people that are looking at it don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, it's gone through so many. I mean, since Roswell, for instance. I mean, you think there's nobody even allowed that was around any of that.
I don't think they've made much progress from the people that I've talked to. I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, the implication is tic-tac. Oh, yeah, that's ours. With Clover, Washington, D.C. and 52, is that ours too?
Black jacket robe. You ever in the PNC
billions of dollars
you hitting people
weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world. I don't think they've made much progress.
Anything clear for overdose for 950 copy? 91 is unconfirmed, but this might be a rental vehicle.
How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents, and how did you get them back in the United States?
Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States.
And I want to clarify that. I can't even take a thing of honey home.
I did something pretty dumb,
and I'm bitter about it.
900, none of your traffic's coming through. I'm not showing anything at the gymnastics center.
Glasnost, perestroika, the Russians were trying to open up to the world, and I saw it as a window of opportunity, and it was. And we were able to talk these folks into providing us information that otherwise we would never have seen. Some of that was classified. We found out that they only stamped the top pages of these documents that were classified.
They're saying that there's a male and a female inside the house. Looks like the original RP dog was the owner. Right now they should be inside.
Bravo 230, we're going to be at 1572.
What happened to the Russians that came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. It happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files. The Russian physicist who helped us wrote back and said there was a huge eruption, that there was the real right, far autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really go after these guys. Described them as traitors. The physicist friend of mine said, if this has happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it happened 10 years earlier, we would be shot. At that point, Putin was not in power. But none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was and eventually the story was spun where Ministry of Defense officials gave us this information. Were described as ufologists who said there was nothing really significant in these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see the files that I shared with you. They did. There was an incident in October of 1982 where ICBM base for UFOs observed over this place where the missiles are pointed at us, the United States. These UFOs perform maneuvers, they split apart, they fuse back together, they appear and disappear, and right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. Missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs, they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, have you witnessed a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, explained by any known technology that we possess? Or other government And has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no.
What was that encounter like? Brought that up, if you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention.
One man with a black shirt, black pants, going to be outside.
Back to you.
Suspect saying that he heard a step when he found him out there ground.
Yes, Chief.
And so I'm not sure if that's any minor. Where was the CCPD so at 1502? Came in initially as a male, then appeared to be lost, and I was asking for medics.
Charlie, you can show me clear. Speaking of that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the chief election officer,
it goes back to USA insurance. Intox females walking up and down the beach with a loaded weapon. This is going to be a red waving the firearm around. Black top, navy blue leggings. It's called in by DPS.
watch that slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. That's as far as the reporting.
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nueces has RO, the Air Force, the FBI, ever followed up with you?
Nothing with the Air Force.
Possible disturbance, 2310 Elizabeth, 2310 Elizabeth.
They were unable to locate any.
Location, so if you want to do a CCW, we just need him to sign paper and as well as sign paper on our outside of the porch.
We were informed that these documents were destroyed.
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force that states clearly that they destroy all police records on a 3-year stay.
So they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything pertaining into this investigation?
Yeah, basically they destroyed all the police records, so you couldn't even call the Air Force and ask them if there was a vehicle accident in that time frame. So that's a big problem. We're losing data, so we'll never be able to go back and try.
The federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you very much, Mr. Nueces.
Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility to have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have OAP disclosure. Conveniently, it was germane, mostly deemed by staff. Not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th, 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
Can you send me a picture of him equals to my email, please?
So we can contact the DOT. Okay, call William George 3782. That's 163. Taken.
Sorry, 134.
Show me
Got
on
two
the
more. First one's going to be for public intoxication. Next one's going to be failure to appear. There's straight warrants. Hold on, hold on.
Come up. If not, you'll let us know.
This is when it's zoomed out.
So when I'm showing you back 8, right out there.
So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about, events like this occurring? And what information do you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers, there is a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
So, again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? And you had reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately did. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lukatsky is an Army man who served most of his career with the DIA. I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped myself and our other co-author out of the we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel, no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. But clearly, it looked like it was aerodynamic. But he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built.
If these billion-dollar companies won't pay for water, they won't pay their fair share, why in the heck do they think that they're getting treated with respect?
Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your
I've spent 20-plus years in corporations already.
One of the big questions, I think, for many of us, is why the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue.
Invading our skies in large numbers.
Here, if a product becomes really hot, there's not a guarantee that it's going to get restocked in time.
For hot toys on a budget, Zahn has these recommendations: Slime Mart's baskets and bags.
This one has the hamburger in it.
Our Generation Limited Edition Christmas dolls. Tabletop game Cownado.
Oh, there it goes.
Counterball, and for just $6.97 at Walmart. Fart.
What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who sent after the story, came out to Nevada.
Page 4, he's also been suspended for 3 days, can't return until Thursday.
Consolidation of all 3 middle schools.
Reverse engineering, etc. Inside these corporations. And he said,
if you look at the facility usage here, Carroll actually uses a little bit less, and they go only 197 students down to 71% capacity. With King High School, there
was a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is an undeniable connection with national security involved in this technology. If we are racing to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real, it's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
If it's pumped out into the Gulf of Mexico, which we know that's the other cause. That's the reason why the companies that we have hired have not been able to do that because
the location and the volume that we're going to produce. That being said, over the last 4.5 years, I've watched the lakes and estuaries and rivers start to diminish and run into challenges. And this, I feel that this desal plant is the most technological.
Not were you dock up at Ferryland? Gave them to and to Jim Lukatsky.
It's not on fire. It's smoldering. It's a large wooden timber for support.
And analyze it, and they created a structure.
Yeah, like you were reporting on the NATO guard there.
They said they were real. The other person who said they were real was David.
It's going to be at Harbor Ferryland.
Then finally, Mr. Boyd,
basically,
when you engaged with Arrow in 2023, you noted that their plan statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations?
I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific extraterrestrial is an entity. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't let anything out because they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, Arrow found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically
FBI's workforce resided in the National Capital Region before I got there. 1/3 of the crimes do not happen in Washington, D.C.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. So 1,000 personnel of the FBI were deployed across this country on a permanent basis, and every single state in this union is getting a plus up not a reduction, a plus up of 1811s of intel analysts and support staff. And that is why the crime rates are going down in record numbers.
Did they really serve?
Thank you for doing that, and you know, it's perhaps the hardest thing for a bureaucrat to do is to lower the head count.
If the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage,
I think about Arrow,
by
the organization that
companies
created,
controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you are the director of the FBI, you've got a conflict of interest.
Sir, I would just show if there's any intimation that I'm guilty of.
Why are you holding on to this stock?
It wasn't a decision I made.
And the FBI is also the foremost counterintelligence apparatus here in the U.S. We know the U.S. faces a more complex threat of global, more complex array of global threats than any time perhaps World War II, even superseding that time. As America continues to be under attack from various intelligence agencies globally, what can you tell us about the counterintelligence operations of the FBI as a core function?
If there is such a file, and if it has not already been turned over to the FBI will look at any new investigative leads.
Have you made any progress on the bomb investigation January 6th, and have you made any progress on the motive of the Las Vegas shooter?
Regarding the penthouse, if the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage by companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you are the director of the FBI, you've got a conflict of interest.
Sir, I would just show if there's any intimation that
Why are you holding on to this stock?
If Charlie Kirk,
if I may,
and I would say, Madam
white
Chair,
supremacist group stands by racist ideology.
And I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send
Without
you the
objection.
subpoena.
Dylan Roof, the radicalization of the alt-right and ritualized racial
Another
violence.
question for you, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you.
What is, in
Another
your view,
article, how
having
Robert
investigated this
Bowers
issue
went
for so
from
many years,
conservative
what is
to
the
white
long game
nationalist.
with respect
Enter that
to
into the record.
disclosure of this
Objection.
information to the public?
Patrick
Because
Cruces believed he was.
You're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political office. There has to be a grounded basis in law and fact to open up a criminal investigation. And if there's not, the investigation isn't even opened. And I've also gone back and reviewed other cases that were opened in prior administrations related to public officials. And we've closed a number of them because we felt that some of these actions were weaponized on either side of the aisle. I felt it wholly inappropriate for the FBI to be.
If the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage by companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you are the director of the FBI, you've got a conflict of interest.
Sir, I would just show if there's any intimation that I'm
Why are you holding on to this stock?
It wasn't a decision I made.
If, as the victim stated today, there's some of the most powerful and some of the richest names in the world were involved in a cover-up, we're going to end up in court. And I think the resolution will demonstrate that Congress is working in a bipartisan manner, not trying to be partisan, to get the truth to the American people and hold people accountable.
Yeah, why don't we do both? I mean, Mr. Massey, last time I checked, is a Republican. Other Republicans will sign that. I mean, why can't we do both? If I'm reading your resolution correctly, there's no deadline. It's just an open-ended distraction with the same goal. Protect the powerful, hide the files, and buy some time for people to forget. So, you know, all that has to happen for the files to be released is one thing. The Trump administration needs to release them. That is all.
Nothing.
And if that's too complicated for some Republicans to get their arms around, that's okay, because they're in luck. Someone has already done the work for them.
If crimes have been committed, who did it?
Okay.
Right.
And then let them face a trial. Let them face a jury appears. Now, I think Ms. Scanlon said the redactions by Attorney General Bondi contained things with President Trump. Now, what did you say, Representative Garcia? That was not right.
Yes.
Right. I think, well, first, to be clear, I think the Attorney General herself has said that President Trump is in the Epstein files, to be clear. That's been.
If I heard Mr. Garcia correctly, 97% of which is already out in public. So we get 3% that's new. I don't know what it's going to say. But I just don't understand what the big deal is. Why can't
That's correct.
the administration just release the files? You could do the investigation, but just release all the files. You know, Trump and the people he put in charge of the FBI and the DOJ promised that they would. And it's just kind of...
The person's reasonable for that. He said, we explained it, they didn't care. They said, we're going all electric.
That were on watch. We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at
They can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person.
Witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself, is that
But they must hate our country. But I said to this big truck, they said, sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life. He's a rough guy, smart guy. He said, I got thousands
How
of
long
them.
did that encounter
I've been
take
buying it.
place,
They're not
Chief?
going to do the problem. I'm
So,
not going to wait 2 weeks.
The encounter itself,
If we didn't
from
go,
the time I
Los Angeles
recognized
right
on
now
my
would be
radar
on
to the
fire.
time
It would
after
be
the video ends,
a disaster.
probably about
And we stopped it.
5
And
to
last
7
night was very good.
What
Nobody
speed
showed
was,
up.
the
You know why they
object
didn't show up? Because we were there.
When I first
If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police, they're great, but they're told not to do anything.
moving out of
They're
the
not
water,
allowed
what
to
I
act.
thought
Thank you.
was originally just a radar or something rising and surfacing and going into the air.
If I'm in the convenience store and petroleum marketing business, and what this does is it gives us freedom. It gives the consumers freedom to pick what kind of car they want. But more importantly for us, it gives us the ability to plan going forward, because with mandates, we were forced to have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return.
If you buy the right ones, your cars are great. And you should be given the option, buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up, you're gonzo. It's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, you know. Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. So, you know, they said, we think we can solve the problem.
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. About the Georgia Senate race, I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
I would say.
Well, Governor
What else?
has endorsed.
No, I know, the governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made it.
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field. I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed.
No, I know, the governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places, our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it's
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing. And thanks to your brave leadership and the mandate you were given by the American people to not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime, you tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice.
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed.
No, I know, the governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't, if there's any city in the country, it's been great. Took out 1,700 people, got them out. These are career criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know.
Yes.
but not
I'm
under
also,
President Trump.
familiar
Today,
with the
we're
rhetoric
announcing the
rhetoric
results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. We were in many cities that people didn't know about.
statements about.
We kept it a little quiet, and it had to be.
If we're only recording 1 out of 100, if you want to come up here, I'll offer that opportunity. I'll dismiss the other panel.
A UFO or group of UFOs would not be mistaken for a bunch of Russian missiles. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me, the validity of this document is underscored by the fact that Russia would not want
close out this hearing.
No, they absolutely would not want to.
You want to do it?
Public to the United States to know that there was a vulnerability in their missile
Clarify, when I said flawed by design, I didn't mean that they deliberately.
We had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here.
Meant for it to be flawed. I just meant the study design itself had flaws in it.
10 missile silos.
Methodologically flawed, not deliberately
have a better explanation.
And thousands of studies have been done and
security
published,
mechanisms or
correct.
Using EMPs,
let me
which
ask
is
you,
a preposterous explanation.
By the time we had any kind of significant, we were way down in terms of the number of daily cases. I mean, this virus was burning itself out. Okay, now we had different variants. Again, I've read a lot of information about vaccination into the midst of a pandemic driving variants. Is that what happened? I don't know. But you would think if a vaccine were that effective, the tail would just continue and the pandemic would be over. But that's not what happened. We had a whole new
deep-seated, pervasive fear. During the worst week of the pandemic, more than 25,000 Americans died. That was during the last week of President Trump's term of office. Not only were hospitals overwhelmed, but non-urgent procedures were postponed, and doctors and nurses were working around the clock, in fact, putting themselves at risk.
Are shimmering like frosted ice and Johnny's front door back there. When you were mechanical sales like Brian Klein was down Johnny's garage. You were mechanical sales like Hicks and the zips to bring it from
understand that there's something else out there.
Well, I mean, and you bring
ignore the concerns about what did they use, that discredited information?
Conducting investigation.
Of course, it was the dossier.
Totality of the circumstances.
Now famous Steele dossier that was paid for by the Clinton campaign when they hired the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who Christopher Steele, who wrote all this garbage and lies down. That is what was used to change the intelligence community report.
Some of it not real. Much of it is, but thanks to Chairwoman Luna, we're now presenting this to the American people. And I think this latest video from Mr. Burleson is something that should give everyone pause. When you see the 3 orbs that drop, was that in a defensive posture, or was that in an offensive? What capabilities did those orbs have that we, quite frankly, may not have?
He's amazing. There's a male that's walking around with a rifle near the school, and he's wearing black military gear. The gun is in its case, walking towards the church.
For decades, over and over.
The RP works at the school, saying that they're going to place the school
and then when
on lockdown for now,
thousands of
saying
pages
the kids were outside.
leak out. There's a memo by General Nathan Twain in 1947 when the country was being overflown by dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs, in which he said, look, this is not visionary or fictitious, it's crap. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote,
we're walking on carrying Hispanic male with a backpack.
that FOIA really exists. And not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention. There are Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs. And they ordered to fire them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standard order. See a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around our airspace, and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, who wants to say that? The U.S. certainly doesn't.
Mr. Berlin, then you, sir.
230, same
Yeah,
route
to
for
be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar,
3321
and not for the
Green Hill.
reasons that most would talk about, mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked, they said he never did what he did. But yet Bob Lazar showed up with a bunch of friends and a video camera and was filming these test flights in the middle of the desert.
When he got
clearly
taken
knew
and who
something.
took him, and if a 59 was generated, report.
Dylan, knowing you testified to Arrow, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology on the mind of the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation. The statement, scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening.
Whatever, I'm sure, like Robert Frank Williams.
Would y'all like to comment on that further? Mr. Knapp, you're getting edgy.
It's splitting hairs. No proof that they're extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like? A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space, somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those
I'll get
that
back
we
with
can't
you,
even imagine doing. But not necessarily, that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials might not be the answer at all.
She's irate.
You know,
The 17-year-old female,
I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call them aliens just as a placekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who study this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that some of the deep sea areas, they think there might be something there that they're here. I don't know when they got here. Another point that needs to be made is every time, you know, they say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it, these craft. I would say, like, it'd be like if you took I ride motorcycles, but if you took like an Indian or a Harley to the people that came over here on the Mayflower, you know, they'd see a bright shiny object, they might polish it, you know, they might get it started. I doubt they could. They couldn't work on it. They couldn't put fuel. They wouldn't be able to have the capability of putting fuel in it. I just think that's, you know, we're scratching at something that we don't have any knowledge of. And that's why it's just taking so dadgum long. But they do know the first one that cracks that code.
Hispanic male with a mint green shirt, blue jeans, was 50 years old.
It's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands, if they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here, that their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going on, and I think that's why they moved to discredit folks is so rapid, too. I think, you know, they point the dogs on them, and it disgusts me.
There's a price to be paid for that, too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time. They've had a head start on it.
I'll show you reality.
Mr. Musatello,
Yes, sir. He's on the way, and
when you heard the testimony of Mr. Knapp talking about these missiles were shut down or turned on in Russia,
Can you build me a medication, 21-year-old male intensively close medication,
it's got
threatened to harm EMS.
on your base.
Absolutely. There are many
accounts of incursions of this type taking place. I believe in the 60s, we had a similar incursion in New England. Same thing, objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base, security police. They were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off for weeks. So the historical record is laid out. Our installations are visited by this craft. You know,
158.
They do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect
When you first heard, and we're having a report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
These are people I've worked with, employed with,
Mileage is 0.
I was in some of the weddings. These are people who every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together. There'd be 40, 60, 100 people on duty during these encounters.
Really? All seeing it at the same time?
Yes, these encounters were playing out while we were on duty, and we were responding and investigating in real time.
And as you said, the importance of your operation is highly important because they said it's the most important in 25 years, the research that you were conducting.
For that particular launch, we had 500 Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people. It was that critical. Wow. But had this thing showed up, we wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Real quickly, can you describe size and whether or not you heard anything?
Light blue, silver,
wise?
Nissan Altima.
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field.
Passenger.
The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a flying buildings.
I'm just listening to Ray.
And to confirm, you were not the only person that saw this. I think I was also told that there was also reports of this in a police blotter in the area.
Yes, that's the documentation that I maintained event and turned into Arrow and the FBI. My name is Jeffrey nueces. I'm a former military police officer with 16 years of active duty service in the U.S. Air Force. I'm here today because the American people have both the right and the responsibility to know the truth about unidentified aerial phenomenon. That truth remains hidden, classified and silenced by fear, retaliation, stigma, and confusion. Today, we are here to break that silence. Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base, to the National Missile Defense Project, a top national security priority.
I'll go over it. I'll go over it.
Deemed by the National Reconnaissance Office as the most important in 25 years. These were historic launches. These facilities were vital and immediately each incident was witnessed by multiple personnel, documented, investigated, and reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, we got no guidance down. Personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others as they occurred. 6 other service members have provided me with information that I will share with you today. The incursions began on October 14th, 2003. Square,
Eagle Good Strength, something up our vision on his, but I also wanted to focus on nose to nose touch. Facing Israel times 4, he's just not able to stand up on his own, very weak. Blood pressure right now is 173 on 119, pulse is 64. O2 stat on Lunar was 90.
68, on Bell. Responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friend screaming, "It's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here." Moments later, I heard them say that it had shot off and was gone. When I arrived on scene, I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft, larger than a football field, that hovered silently for about 45 seconds under entry control point before shooting away at impossible speed. About a minute later, another patrol reported a light over the ocean, behaving erratically. Believing it might be an unannounced aircraft, they declared an emergency. An armed response force responded. Before the forces could arrive, the object descended and either landed or hovered on our flight line, and then took off again at impossible speed. The witnesses
to this event were threatened and intimidated afterward. They were told to keep quiet and think about what they were reporting. After that, things did get about 2005, when another patrol reported a massive triangular craft larger than a C-130 silently floating over the installation. We watched it for a few minutes. It traveled west and disappeared into the night. And then I had my own encounter, again in 2005. I was off duty, sitting in my backyard with two other police officers when we noticed what first appeared to be a satellite in orbit, but it wasn't acting like a satellite. The light was strange, it was pulse maneuver. It dropped in elevation, at times it would vanish from view and reappear in a different location in the sky, and eventually it reappeared 200 feet over my house. A 30-foot diameter sphere of light. My friends and I watched it for a moment, and then it gently accelerated, and traveled up, and disappeared into the sky. These events profoundly changed my life and the lives of my friends. The question is whether these events are real and whether we have the courage to face them.
Looks like
True
the public
leadership
business
requires
profile.
vision,
I was trying
a
to go ahead
willingness to
and reach
confront
out
the
to go ahead and
unknown
get some
with
updates,
transparency
go
and
ahead
resolve.
and submit that
So I
for
asked the
approval.
Congress
Give me a call
to
back
help
at
we the people enact this vision.
512-598-1551.
There are
This is
three
Richard with
goals.
Better Business Bureau, Heart of
Fund
Texas branch,
independent
512
research and treat UAP study with the same
598-1551.
seriousness as we would any other scientific field. 2, end secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed. 3, protect the witnesses. Many stay silent out of fear for their careers, reputations, and the safety of their families. Protect them, and you will embolden others to join this cause. These phenomena challenge our deepest assumptions about reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Exploring them can unlock transformative awakenings in biology, and human understanding. Let this be the Moses: courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth. Thank you.
My name is Alexander Wiggins. I'm an active duty U.S. Navy Operations Specialist, Senior Chief Petty Officer. Father of 3 and dedicated American testifying today in my personal capacity. The views I share are my own, and I do not represent the official positions of the Department or any subordinate organization. On the evening of February 15th, 2023, at approximately 19:15 PST, in the Whiskey 291 warning area off the coast of Southern California, I was serving on board USS Jackson. During that period, I moved between the Interior Communications Center, ICC-1, and the bridge wing, correlating the sensor picture with visual observations, part of my routine responsibilities for surface and air picture management. What I observed and what our crew recorded was not consistent with conventional aircraft or drones as they appear on our system. A self-luminous, tic-tac-shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects.
Pretty fast.
The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with a high synchronized, near instantaneous acceleration. I observed no sonic boom, no exhaust plume, no control surface articulation on the Sapphire image system. Shortly after the synchronized deployment, radar tracks dropped. These observations were multi-sensor and recorded inside of ICC-1, with time location overlay visible in our source frames that have been made public by journalists. From my experience operating in this region over many years, with our public characterized encounters, unidentified objects reoccur in United States operation areas off Southern California. That fact alone does not tell us what they are, but it does argue the systematic
I'm Tom Davis.
stigma-free reporting, and for the preservation of sensor data so analysts can evaluate safe and intelligence implications with
I'm all right, being clear. I was trying to go ahead and reach out to go ahead and get some updates so I can go ahead and submit
for the
that
task
for
force and the
approval.
committee.
Give me a call back at
Aviation and maritime safety.
598-1551.
When
This is Richard
crews
with the Better Business
and
Bureau, Heart of
watchstanders
Texas branch
observe
512.
objects that maneuver or
598-1551.
accelerate in
Looks
ways
like your
that
public
does not
business
match
profile.
known
I was
profiles
trying to go ahead and
do
reach
not
out to go ahead and get some
do so
updates so I can go
near
ahead
our
and
ships and
submit that
aircraft.
for approval.
That is first
Give me a
and
call back at
foremost a safety issue.
512-598-1551.
Standardized
This is Richard
checklist
with the
and
Better
training
Business Bureau, Heart
should ensure we capture the best possible sensor data in real time, including IR settings, slant range, estimates, and bearing and range altitude snapshots, and immediate chain of custody for reporting without stigma, protection without retribution. Sailors need to know that reporting UAP encounters will not harm their careers. Congress can help by reinforcing witness protection and by directing the relevant office to maintain confidential, destigmatized channels for service members who step forward with data. Declassification and transparency where possible. The task force declassification mission is directly monitored, where operational security permits releasing metadata preserved sensor excerpts or at least technical summaries would improve public trust and accelerate outside scientific scrutiny. That includes, when feasible, the time
Chair now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Smith, to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To be clear,
Chair now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Smith, to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm here to provide a first-hand account of what I
Chair
saw.
now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr.
What
Smith,
our
to
systems recorded,
lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'll let the public
why it
reports
matters
reflect
for
themselves. I don't have the
safety,
exact
for
time.
intelligence,
Okay,
and public
so we don't have
confidence.
any idea kind of his prep or how he set up or how he utilized that time when he first showed up on campus.
All of those are being currently investigated through our cell phone analysis and through our witness interviews, and the state of Utah has now announced charges seeking the death penalty against these suspects, so we're a little limited in what we can continue to say.
Sure, I understand. And that suspect, like you referred to, is then captured on security footage, jumping off.
I'll check with the Treasury Department because they're the lead on that.
Attention and stand ready.
So, Director Patel, how many
I'm George Knapp,
individuals or
Chief Investigative Reporter at
entities
KLAS TV in Las Vegas.
has the
I began
FBI
my
interviewed,
pursuit of this weird
subpoenaed,
mystery
or
way back in
compelled to
1987,
testify?
and
Can you
for
give us those
38
numbers?
years, I've always
With
approached
respect to
this
these bank
as a news story.
transactions?
It's
Not off
a
the top of my
matter
head, I'll have to
faith
work
or
with
belief.
Treasury.
To me, it's a story, and it's an important one.
We're concerned, you
Well, I'm
see,
proud to
because
be
you say
here
you're going
alongside these
after
witnesses
child
today, men
predators,
who have
but
are.
obviously
seen
this
strange things.
is how you
I'll let the public
Step
decide.
forward.
Well,
to
former
tell the world
Director
about it.
Brennan actually
Whistleblowers
denied
and witnesses who
repeatedly
step
that
up
he
are
pushed for the Steele
routinely insulted,
dossier to be included in the
belittled,
ICA.
or
Is that true?
Appreciate your time.
Their
Let me say at the top,
reputation,
political
their
violence
careers, their
should have
clearances,
no
their
place in this
livelihoods,
country,
and
and
sometimes,
I
much more than
strongly,
that, even their
unequivocally condemn the
I know
killing
that
of
one
Charlie
the
Kirk
goals
last
of the
week.
task
And this
force
is
here to
exactly
figure
the
out
kind
ways
of case
to
that
protect
warrants a
whistleblowers
swift
and
and thorough
That's a tall
investigation
order
by the
because so many of the
FBI.
things that happen
What
to
shouldn't be
witnesses like
happening,
these
however,
are
is
actually
this administration's
they're carried out by
seeming
persons
attempt to
unknown,
exploit
as Mr.
Mr.
Dave
Kirk's
Brush,
death
sitting up at the top of the
within
room,
minutes of
knows
this
all too well,
horrible,
including
horrible
events in
assassination.
recent days
Divide.
that have happened
Let me
to
say at
him.
the top, political
I wanna share a couple of
violence
things that
should have
I've
no
learned along
place
the way
in
on
this
this long
country,
journey,
and
and
I
submitted most of
strongly,
that in written form
unequivocally
because I
condemn the
estimate that
killing of
our
Charlie Kirk
statement here
last
today
week.
would take
And
about
this is
4.5
exactly
hours,
the
so
kind of case
I'm
that
gonna try to
warrants
jump
a
into it
swift
and
and
touch on
thorough
a number of
investigation by the
important
FBI.
points. I submitted
What
the
shouldn't be
detailed written
happening,
statement,
however,
for
is
the
this
record. I won't go
administration's
into a lot of that here,
seeming
but, you know,
attempt
the
to
public
exploit
has been
Mr.
told
Kirk's death
over and
within
over
minutes
since the
of
late
this
40s, there was
horrible,
nothing to worry
horrible
about here.
assassination,
These
dividing
mysterious
us even
craft
further.
seen
Tenure.
by millions of skies in the oceans over the land,
In fact,
are
there
not real.
is
They're not a
ongoing
threat.
litigation.
The witnesses
And
are
in
wrong.
fact,
They're crackpots.
people have
Don't
been
believe it.
asked who they
That
voted
changed
for.
me. What got me
And
hooked is
in
the paper
fact,
trail.
you are running an
Documents that were seized
FBI
out of the US government
for the
after
President
FOIA,
of the
Freedom
United
of
States
Information
rather
Act
than the
became
people
the
of the
law of the
United
land.
States,
And
because
those
my
documents
questions
paint a
were
much
not
different picture than what the
hypotheticals.
public,
They are the
press, and
things
Congress have
you
been
have
told
done
over many
during your
years.
tenure. And according to a law.
I'll give you a little break and yield back the rest.
Gentleman yield.
My time.
Gentleman yield.
These things are real. They're not fictitious.
Yes.
Director Patel, what's a 302?
I'll give you a little break and yield back the rest.
Gentleman yield.
My time.
Gentleman yield.
Has been told something much different.
Yes.
Back in 1989,
Director Patel, what's a 302?
Bob Lazar, who claimed that he
Very good.
worked at a facility dubbed
And
S4 out in the Nevada desert.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I know it's been a long day, so I'll give you a little break and yield back the rest.
Gentleman yield.
And that was a pretty
yes.
Director Patel, what's a 302?
I'll just rely on what was turned over to date, sir.
Dozens of other people.
So I want to add here, the search warrants that were used included the seizing of a U.S. member of Congress' phone. I think we all know who that was and how that was taken away and used for political purposes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director. So we'll leave that for a second, and let's go over to
who was
the Charlie Kirk case for just a second. Let's emphasize.
I'll tell you, this whole episode has been outrageous and it's disgusting. It's been strange, especially the way this Congress has dealt with it up to this point. And so some of us believe we ought to also pass the Massey kind of bill, and I hope that we will do that. I hope my friends on the Rules Committee will allow us to offer it, because I'll bring it up as an amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Settle the lawsuit. I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit, and now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very material.
Speak to that. Colleague from OSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at
So look, in
Lockheed
PhD programs, you have to read original sources to define terms. Let's be crystal clear about the definitions of these terms, because the fate of the Republic depends on getting these definitions right.
I'll submit another tweet.
I'll put selection bias right here.
I'll put your tweet on the record in which you actually said that a man walked outside with a mask, walked into a restaurant, got in a seat, took off his mask and drank a beer and sat with everybody doing the same. As in, like, hey, that's normal. In fact, you said something that I thought was very interesting. You said COVID-19 may never go. So let's keep people isolated and masked. I will submit these for record. COVID-19 may never go away.
Show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that is an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft.
From May 17th to May 21,
you had to gather
2021, CDC officials discussed whether to issue a formal health warning called a Health Alert Network message on myocarditis, noting that, quote, providers aren't reporting these cases to VAERS. They knew they weren't. They knew they existed. They knew they weren't reporting them. A couple days later, during a May 24, 2021 vaccine safety meeting, notes show that FDA and CDC
documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out the technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to any we had based on what they learned from UFOs.
Mr. Knapp, just in the name of time, to my understanding, did you have anything you wanted to submit for Congress to see in this committee?
I have submitted those documents.
Would you like to play any videos? Do you have a video that you'd like to play?
You got moved to OR.
All right.
Alexander's video.
Okay.
You can play it. He can narrate it.
Okay. We can, in the name of showing that video to everyone on task force, we'd like to play that video at this time.
Victor Sam Young, 1181.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do the turnaround.
William George 978,
923 clear in traffic again.
4914 clear right there in traffic again.
It's going to be Cimarron and Peacock on a Paul Samboy 5850.
Sam Henry Sam 1270.
On the last four.
I'm at the far back end of the facility. You can swing back here. I'll show you what I've got real quick. Check the area.
Yeah, Parker 22 on New Jersey plate. It's going to be Nora 39, Union David Mary.
I'm at Edwards and Ayers and the Delmar parking lot.
That's
I was just checking the two-way radio.
If we can get rid of the audio real quick.
Charlie 130, Charlie
130. Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Knapp will get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just wanted to make sure that it was entered into the record as well as all the documents. Those will be able to be publicly found for everyone in the country to view.
Yes, cover for resident server 286 access north at Saratoga, 286 access north at Saratoga. This could be a fast pressure washing vehicle.
My name is Dylan.
Driving erratically and hit the curb. Last seen coming up to the light and whoever patrol 3 and 4 at 1057. On David X-ray 3454 100.
Systems and
Paramedic 14 arriving 2.0.
Expert in analyzing video, radar, and
Dispatch 56, regular private, please on 3042.
as well as naval
More on duty.
battle.
And
whistleblower having testified to both the ICIG with direct first-hand knowledge of and experience with craft technologies and reportedly operating without oversight.
135.
Because of my direct
you verify insurance 4912 traffic, 4914 traffic, 4921 traffic, 49 Brentwood,
sustained reprisals from government agencies.
4914 lost 4.
4910 lost 5. In 2011,
yeah, so they're just leaving you those things Thursday.
At Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and aerial vehicles,
11 shoreline,
and the global war on terror.
24.
During the summer of 2012,
7471.
And at approximately 0130, I saw an approximately 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base.
Yeah, coming from the base area.
Animal cruelty off of Sunfish Court. Did not have any sound, and the material made of appeared fluid or dynamic.
Cats got pregnant. I walked into urban advice and they said that there's no PDD out there.
Seconds displaying zero kinetic disturbance, sound, or wind
Jocelyn
displacement.
and Holly, they've got the
Some
rule
years after
blocked
that
off.
experience, I was further
I'm here
exposed
right
to
now.
classified information from the UAP legacy crash retrieval programs through a sensitive position I held within a special access program.
I'm on location right now.
During this time, intelligence officers citing misconduct within these programs and similar retaliation that I was already enduring at this time.
Under the canopy at the Greenwood Senior
These
Center.
issues include discriminated by Veterans Affairs staff, denial of work I performed while enlisted in the United States Air Force, forged and manipulated employment documents, workplace harassment, including calling to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying, and ultimately removing my ability to be employed within the IC. The retaliation I face and the retaliation against individuals I know who worked in these programs is what convinced me in March 2023 to I came forward out of concern for people's lives and to ensure I did everything I could to let our elected representatives know the truth about what is really happening in the executive branch.
Bravo 240, I'm going to be signal 4.
At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with Arrow following the suggestion of other federal officials believing it was what our nation required of me. I had reservations with Arrow due to assessments and reporting publicly at the time as a misrepresentation of the truth. Because of these concerns, I did not share sources and methods information in order to protect current and former federal personnel who had first-hand exposure to technologies of unknown origin. I did not want anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured.
It's going to be Highway 286 right before the Colorado exit. It was a patrol chief dispatcher.
Get in some trouble because of that. After David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure, I was then asked to go to the ICIG and did so in August 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was videos,
Country
that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still troubles me to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment and can confirm I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies within the intelligence community. In addition, multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during the CI polygraph for a position related to UAP as recently as November 2024.
I'm not seeing that vehicle.
As I sit before you today, I am one of the other whistleblowers having been job process, no foreseeable professional future, and a nation every single one of us came forward to defend.
867.
Numerous individuals have come forward in various ways to reveal the truth of the UAP reality as patriots and defenders of our nation. Yet many feel discarded, isolated, hopeless, separated from the country they serve. Efforts to rectify this situation for all whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling. And to my fellow whistleblowers information, I offer you my apology, something that I have never gotten, and I'm giving it to you. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States and note that demand truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function.
I'm sorry, who'd you say again?
Each day, these truths remain hidden
Guard
from our
security.
citizens.
He said he works at,
further from the principles our nation was
he works for
founded to
ADM.
uphold.
For the minor for now.
Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining the secrecy or denied justice is another day our Constitution is shredded. And your patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which we either travel to the stars or embrace the stone with technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers.
901 North Navigation.
Your role as elected
901 North Navigation advising to guys
is to
like Forrest. It's going to be the ex-boyfriend of Puppy's property, wallet, and so forth. Working out patrol 2 at 7:36.
Government oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog
Oh
organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have often taken a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political aid to a national scandal. Whistleblowers continue to play a vital role in Republican administrations. The public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a strong whistleblowers. It protects the country and ensures that government can be responsive to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition going back to found and over time, national security whistleblowers and their disclosures have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people. From the role the U.S. plays around the world, to holding powerful actors accountable, government ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, First Amendment freedoms of speech and dissent, freedom of the press, and the public's interest and right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations,
older male in the grassy area, out of the
investigations,
lawsuits,
and
righteous
even
dispatch
serious
to
criminal charges.
4111, your last
Deep
four at
mental,
9855,
emotional, and
9855.
all of that risk to speak the truth, to ensure that agencies fulfill their core missions, and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't violate their legal rights. They inflict harm on our government and betray the public's trust. Targeting whistleblowers instead
I'm a doctor, and my passion is to alleviate arthritis pain using nothing but natural methods.
That corruption to continue.
George
Instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, quieting dissent and free speech, and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because they're willing to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenienced by the misconduct being exposed. But to be clear, targeting whistleblowers individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. It advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual.
We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people. Because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up, out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make lawful disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation. And when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers
behind the restrooms.
Retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government that people deserve. We strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning. POGO is committed to working with you and the Oversight Committee to address these critical issues.
Continue copy on this driving area brother in Caravana, then Caravana 348 Gray Passenger Car, and south on another towards the equivalent vehicles closing patrolly at 2050.
You see anyone in the area?
Turning around to 203.
So on barracks,
Correction, 203 East 70J, 203 East 70J.
on the telephone, looking across
Charlie
to the
40, you're at 164. You can show George 482 Coastal. Noise from White, spot out on the curve. Northern Lake Pond.
For Medic 7 for assault with injuries. Easy 6006. 5213 Oakhurst Drive. 5213 Oakhurst. Have a holding.
I think it was about like 829 his diagnosis.
I would walk the track at night.
Dispatch medic, are we
and as I
call
began
back for the
walking
patient?
towards the light, towards the line in the track, the light would across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you exactly the camouflage, I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, I can tell you that it was a white light, and then it was a triangle.
Go ahead. We're on the other side.
Feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet.
They're going to be towards the apartment. They're going to be about the fourth call from the Karen. She's requesting our forward from.
I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner, and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But it was really odd.
Somebody report that lost its trailer from Duncan and Agnes to the state authority of
a telescope picture where you have the colors on the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic paint, but on top of the craft was this lava, plasma, some type of fluid over and around the craft. Under this for about 2 to 3 minutes. And then the center flashes 2 to 3 times.
We're about to study code 1 of an 88-year-old male patient.
That level minimum, in my opinion.
Coming from the Cimarron Place Health and Rehabilitation Center. Staff on scene said the patient started to VSAT while being asleep. Patient's baseline vitals are baseline normal. It's just non-verbal. He stays asleep most of the time. He is responsive to touch. And I'm going to put the one in the wheelchair and that's the best.
And then it hovers up there,
yes,
and it begins to slowly move.
143, at 143, will more, we can contact.
Reset, the entire thing was
the vehicle is illegally parked, top 28.
Until it took off out over the ocean.
Kicking in the backseat pretty hard, and now she's banging her head in the back of the unit. 142, the last is removed, and out 17. There's a little
phishing attempts and job blacklisting.
On the call, we're dealing with student Daniel Cervantes. He's being disorderly in the hallway. He has been.
I think prior to David Rush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and
6545.
witnessed, probably
20, that package has been delivered.
230.
1409, clear, sir.
Because people are able to come before you and people are speaking. Has been somewhat less. I would hope.
I'm not seeing the warrant on there, but I do need to call back and say. Okay, just
really ugly.
What type of behavior
RFP number 2, with truck 1.
as well as his staff in relation to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced personally, and I know other things. The staff at Arrow that I met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and
just a little outside of ICL.
it was very concerning because in my Arrow MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questions just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the Peer Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and...
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, in my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Mr. Wiggins, I want to talk to you. I find your background and testimony compelling. When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and as growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial piece of technology?
They're going to leave a vehicle in the
I didn't.
off the side of the road
Neither
in
one of
that
those
area.
crossed my mind. It was just.
How about now? What do you think it is now?
What was up there?
Truly, 353 night, Oakland disturbance, listed by the father-in-law.
Anyone here discovered what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
White
Everyone
Toyota,
was like, oh,
driving slowly,
it was
swerving on the roadway.
Technology.
No direction I travel. Control 1 and 2, 108.
How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
Just first name Ray,
I've had no pushback at all. I haven't had anyone reach out to me or try to dissuade me, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here to be able to testify.
So what do you think the American people should take away from watching your video? Right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal what you looked at.
Perfect vehicle.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Right, and so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government, and it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
I'm arriving in clear.
What do you and your friends think about it today?
You all talk about it.
So what do you think about your experience as an elected
location, white passenger car, the status mail, got a hoodie, walking towards
It was incredibly profound.
Delta 115.
I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was a noise. It didn't look like a craft. It did look solid. And that's what we talk about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern. Someone would see a light, pay attention to the light, and then the object forms for you. And then they come down and they investigate. So it's almost like they're curious.
I'm going to check out it.
So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come? We noticed it.
I'm going to check out it. I'm going to check out it.
I only have 1 minute left, so Mr. Knapp, we're definitely going to watch every documentary. You guys have done you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do. You guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think that
your case number 1750-1750.
Governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects. But I think they also do some reverse engineering claims. So years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with the story, oh yeah, that was, we planted a major news just a couple of weeks ago. They planted this story, and Air Force Colonel went out
I'm going to commit suicide. Unless there's people talking and they're cutting each other off.
And there's Area 51 started, which is preposterous.
I didn't get to the crash retrieval program stuff yet, Ms. Chairwoman.
I'm sure after that come up. It's going to be at 12:50 right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 707. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for comment.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Member Crockett. I see a lot of friends out there. I see a couple enemies, so I'll remember that. It's a pleasure being here. I want to remind people, too, this is a done deal. We're not going to get this overnight. We've been fighting this guy, some of y'all, for 30 years. And I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to do.
I'm on the Oxford Road of SPID, just passing Weber.
The government has something, and we need to turn it over to us. They ought to get more out of us than they do. I think they're just trying to run the out on us. They'll poke us a little, and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target, but I think we know that's why they're firing at us. I recently introduced the UAP whistleblower protection to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel for disclosing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate UFOs.
Negative, it came out on my screen, call,
open mic. Whistleblower protections.
0152.
I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money.
Negative, it came out on my screen, open mic, call, that's why.
It's been given to private contractors.
We
want to nobody left inside government over here who knows where it is.
And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct?
Groundbreaking ceremony
from FOIA,
of the Harbor Bridge Parks
and I think
project.
that the contractors
So
had
this
this stuff for
project
very long.
Was it on channel or was there altercation?
Allowed to know what.
Small
group. Representative Luna has been looking at the use of constitutions to hide. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearance will allow you to see this stuff, will allow you to follow where it really goes.
I worry about people that don't even know. I mean, since
requesting for an escort to the location.
There's nobody even allowed that would any of that.
7-year-old autistic child ran out of the house and I was chasing him.
I don't think they made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, the implication is tic-tac. Oh yeah, that's ours. What flew over Washington, D.C. in 52, when are you going to break that? Authorized billions of dollars in weapons systems that UFOs do. So when do
Someone from the young lady arrested about the today 240 for that tow vehicle,
to us and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents? How did you get them back in the U.S.?
I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States.
On my airline, I fly back to Tennessee.
I did something pretty dumb,
and I'm bitter about it, but go ahead.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials who, during that time period, Glasnost, Perestroika, the Russians were open up to I saw as a window of opportunity, and we were able to
the 11 more talking about 118. We also have a call for men down at Nueces and Leopard for some mailing in the bus stop on Nueces Station. I'm not sure as well.
So I just removed them. I removed those pages. And
that will be picked up on my back when they come in. It's over 48 hours.
What happened to the Russians that came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. The first thing that happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files and things, and sifting through it, the Russian physicist who had helped us be introduced all these people wrote back and said there was a huge corruption, that there was a real autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really a physicist friend of mine said, look, if this has happened 5 years earlier, we would be impressed. If it happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had the plague and spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists, who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you. They did find something. There was an incident in October of 1982 over an ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base, where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear, and right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. That's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
I'm not sure if the marshals have a supervisor. Let me check up
operational experience. Could the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object
Patrol 2 on 60th Street,
explained by any known technology that we possess?
It cannot.
Has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up? Please summarize that. When you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up, who was told and how do you feel?
As far as the actual incident happening on the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer while we're standing watch. The tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day. There's been no communication to me or requests from me within inside the military. But that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask the individual watchstander that was controlling the to be able to slew into the location. And that's what you see in the video itself, is when the watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that,
I'll probably talk to you on that.
Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nusatelli, has RO, the Air Force, or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I did have follow-up by Arrow. Nothing with the Air Force. The Arrow updated me at least 2 times. They let me know that they were unable to locate the records, that the records had been destroyed by the Air Force. The Air Force is destroying all their police records every 3 years on the schedule.
So you were informed that these documents were destroyed?
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force.
Breathing, and she's highly intoxicated.
So they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators.
Maybe to this investigation. 0482, 0482.
Basically, they destroyed all the police records, so you couldn't even, like...
25, we'll be heading back to 41
2925, you'll handle that. Copy.
We're losing data in real time, so we'll never be able to go back and
I think
track.
our federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you very much, Mr. Nusatelli.
Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Act in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe, this was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
Hold on, 31, show me that traffic.
25, okay.
Go ahead.
William Lincoln Frank 98.
I'm not sure.
This is when it's zoomed out. So you can still see it traveling.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about, events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
So again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? And you had information came to you. With government possession of energy craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lukatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and I'm sure he gets clear to say more about that. I don't think we're going to hear much more, but it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it at least won. And I don't know. I think that's enough confirmation that we do have covered discs and material.
Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on Joe Rogan and other places. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
There's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when these things first started invading our skies in large numbers, we were scared. It was right after World War II, and we didn't know what they were, and we didn't want to panic the public, and that was probably a good call. Over time, I think the lying sort of became institutionalized, Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952. They're seen, they're captured on radar, jets are chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid. He came out to Nevada, tried to get in Area 51, did get in there, looked around, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, etc., was inside, had been moved inside these corporations, and he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were basically misusing legitimate national security funds, tens of billions of dollars, in order to keep this cover-up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I believe to Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real, it's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
Thank you.
My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
That's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians. We shared some of that information with them. Secondly, I gave all of that material to the DIA through BASS, the OSAP program, sorry for the acronyms.
Can you name names real quick? Sorry.
Of BASS or OSAP?
Who did you give them to directly?
I gave them to Robert and to Jim Lukatsky. And they hired a whole team to go through and retranslate and analyze it, and they created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together. They said they were real. The other person who said they were real.
And then finally, Mr. Boyd, when you engaged with Bureau 2023, you noted that your public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of Bureau?
Well, I would put it to you this way. The statement Bureau has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. Scientific extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, to what we have here.
So we're just gonna match the road and all that.
Because, or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, Arrow found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically, I don't want to call it a psyop, but a misrepresentation, because we do have things, but making that statement is not technically a lie, it's a misrepresentation of the...
I'm here as a representative of Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, an ExxonMobil and Sabic joint venture manufacturing facility located in Gregory, Texas. Our site supports more than 600 full-time jobs and pays nearly $25 million in taxes each year to the community in which we operate. Our employees live, work, volunteer, play, and and engage in commerce in the coastal bend. We create the raw materials that preserve and package your food, stock hospitals with life-saving medical devices, and make up the fabric that we...
Arrow, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who knew, saw things and had experiences. And I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that
I need you to leave the
disappointed.
council chambers.
There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of these particular tests,
no, I'm sorry.
a UFO comes out of nowhere,
Janet
zaps
Newcomb.
what looks like a
2021 IFCS the use of propane in a mobile food trailer. I'm not discussing the use of the propane in a food trailer. I'm just discussing installation, which is the connectors and the hoses and things required to do during installation, whether you take it apart with gear, before installation, reinstall, uninstall, install.
A while ago, original footage.
And if you notice, he doesn't damage the railroad.
I'm not here to repeat every impact of what we've just shown. You've heard them from scientists, from residents, from fishing families, environmental professionals, and Hillcrest themselves. So let me say this instead. You cannot say you did not know. You cannot say Hillcrest was not mentioned. You cannot say the risks were not placed before you. When the salinity changes, when the aquatic life declines, when infrastructure strains become a part of this community, the entire city.
Hi, Dave. Mike H. Single reading. ESG 1805. 100 and Brentwood Drive. 100 and Brentwood Drive. I just had this right here.
Dig deep into Arrow.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to
Kilpatrick.
Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosing this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video camera and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold public. What do you think is the long game here?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? Videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors, censorship firms, etc. They have the high ground. The people that don't want us to take it seriously dismiss it, discredit the witnesses, come up with a cover story. I mean, it's been out there a long time. The public senses that it's real, and the people in authority dismiss them. It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know, and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones who have essentially trained, have been able to recognize some of this movement real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick. Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nucitelli, real quick yes or no answer. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split up a fire missile like this? And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing? All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland? Okay, does this video scare you guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
What kind of road is it?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out.
Unconscious at
Curiosity,
Sherman,
All right,
1821 Sherman, ESV 1008
Personnel for fire dispatch at 1302.
That is the
Chief, I was on a ship for a little bit. I was a gunner on the USS Gettysburg for a couple of years.
Then I don't know if they were told by the air control
Meters S, no damages, no pilot cars, water reading is 259926, and workers on site.
Did a bunch of the other folks in the CIC come and check out what you did?
Yes, we all did.
Code blue. Code blue.
Code blue.
Myself.
You could either take it.
We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at the sapphire screen all at the same time.
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself. Is that correct? Mr. Borland, you saw it by yourself.
Not a 120. She'll be out at Kelowna High School.
By yourself.
Ball at 5488 SPID. 5488 SPID.
Okay.
At Dillard,
long did
ESZ
that
1130 working off of EMS1 at 623.
The encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the
what is the age of the patient?
130 arrived. Any mileage 5.8. We got a little trash can that used they caught fire. Currently not on fire. We're investigating.
Out of the water, what I thought was actually just a light on the horizon and surfacing and going into the air. As an air controller myself, I started thinking,
ensuring that members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussion, even if they're not physically.
I'm going to put that in your box if you can go do that next.
I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about maybe 3,000-4,000 feet in the air.
9993 9993. Insurance is unconfirmed.
I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the formation. Didn't notice visually 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also realized cell phones.
Hi, Jennifer Espino, Corpus Christi, D4. Like many working class Corpus Christians, I didn't have the time to be here earlier, and I really don't have the time to be here now. So I'm going to read an excerpt from my public comment from September 2nd. I've watched for the better part of the past decade as residents across the political and ideological spectrum.
What range was he?
1050 maybe right here for Dollar General on tap. I'm headed that way.
7
I just got a call on it. I'm not getting any info. 401 base, I need a 10-7
Thank you. I yield back.
Female on the ground to be seen by medics. I don't know about east side traffic.
Yes, sir.
306, when you get one, I'll need one up here also up by the firemen. Kind of keep them off of there. I'm in
one.
That part I couldn't tell.
Just to let you know on Brookside.
Nighttime, 1915 approximately. And it also at a distance. So it's very hard to tell the difference between something on the horizon and something surfacing from the water. My personal thoughts after seeing
they want to build one, we should have the right grant.
Delta 240 in the area.
909 arrived at
building 8. In fact, come from the water. I had to go through my process of...
I think you've seen those episodes probably with the housekeeping.
Red short.
Nothing other ones. I was saying, looking off this morning. Contact me
if it's flying, and it's not a drone or anything like that.
Okay, so call at 2214 Marble. 2214 Marble.
In your testimony, in this document, you detail
just want to advise you that under nature with injuries that just came in at
their nuclear missiles were activated, and we were close to a World War III at that
point. This is a motorcycle fell over.
Here. It's also good to know that as we have investigated the JFK files as well, we're learning that there was a consent between Russia and the
take the original RP down, hold of the owner, right, nobody should be inside.
Bravo 230, we're going to be at
15-725. Reported to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, public rhetoric between President Reagan and Gorbachev at the time, too, that they floated statements about wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or a group of UFOs.
I'm not sure if the Marshals have it either. Let me check with someone.
There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me,
On Patrol 2 on 16th Street in the exhibit at 8503 North.
the fact that Russia would not want,
That's
absolutely would not want to let the public to know the United States that there is a vulnerability in the missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and and incidents at our facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug. It's pretty scary when you
On
take down
my next page.
during tense times, and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was
Independent of that, we're actually just talking about evaluating the entire base system, nueces and Corpus Christi and ship channel. So they are two different things because they have two different purposes.
Okay, I understand that, but you would want to have that information before moving forward, right? I'm assuming you'd like to have whether or not there's...
There might be a silver bullet at the moment, but when you look back through the hearing, that's being presented, if you're going to point the American people one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
And nothing against the gentleman, that kind of see your side and you're really not getting the public side. Hillcrest is the only African-American...
I'm sorry, Leo Dahlbeck. I live at 8100 South PID, lot number 36.
That you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today. I'd say this new video that we're seeing today with the kinetic.
Sure, I'd have to say that if the average person here in America looked at absolutely everything that has come across
suspicious person.
You have to at some point understand that there's something else out there.
Well, I mean, and you bring an interesting point, the law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, you're always looking at the totality of the circumstances.
Arrival
all the
1830.
evidence and how they piece
No
together.
back damage.
And so that would be my, advice to the American people. That this is an area that is just beginning.
View and a leak reduction plan. Our city loses millions of gallons of water annually. To robust ongoing program to identify and repair these leaks would yield immediate and lasting returns. Third, if we cannot determine a solution soon, we must consider contracting with consulting groups for advice. There's a concern that the city cannot afford the potential projects. This must not...
What hooked me on the story was the paper trail. These documents that shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades. There's nothing about your business.
Show me one of the churches, Texas Chicken, 15 AP with a missing person. I just found her here. This location.
A memo by Nathan Twining in 1947 when the country was being overrun.
I'm for industry, but industry has to realize they only contribute a small amount of the workforce here, and yet they take most of our water, and yet also what they produce.
Paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing. That spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention, Representative Burleson, is Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense program said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs, and they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, Russia changed seeing UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in airspace and there's nothing we can do about it. The U.S. and Russians didn't either.
I've got to be almost out of time, but Mr. Harlan, you, sir.
Negative 29.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar talk about mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked. They said he never did what he did. Yet Bob Lazar showed up with a video camera and was filming these tunnels in the desert. So clearly he knew something.
And I'm going to be signing out here in a minute. I got to down this unit, but I'm still on.
Knowing
you testified to Arrow,
I put you on that comment
claimed to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology. Are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception.
On Embassy 5205 Embassy,
scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening.
Bravo 240. Are you looking for very large dogs who demonstrated Doberman walking towards kilometer 79? They were off the leash and tried to attack the reporting party. White female blue dress with a straw hat.
Different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space somewhere else, and they have some way that they can trust their responses that we can't even but not necessarily, that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials would not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. They call them aliens. It's a peacekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who've studied this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that in the deep sea areas, I think there might be something there that they're here. And I don't know when they got here. Another point, it needs to be remembered.
If this plan is adopted, there would be plans by the district to develop a facility upgrades in order to support elementary and Sanders Elementary in order to upgrade their buildings. Okay. Together. Let's go to elementary.
I just think that the
last option
something that we don't have knowledge of.
I'm going to cover today is Martin Middle School. Martin Middle School sits right between Cunningham and Driscoll. It currently has 66 facilities. Driscoll is at 60% and Martin is at 60%. If we move to slide 18, you can see that
it's not an easy fix. All four of those schools are deteriorating. Each one of them has their unique situation that the district has to address. It's not a good fit, but are they in a better place? Yes, and they may temporarily need to be in portables until maybe we could get a new wing built, but still, in some of these other conditions, it is better condition than what they're already in.
Just do it whenever. I'm not sure how this all will shake out, but my question
going out and trying to find a solution to a problem that's going to be long-term. We're not looking at the short-term solutions. You've got that already in line. But I've had the privilege of being in a meeting with Mr. Linedecker, and he explained water the way no one has ever done. He lives here. He's part of this community. He's not going to...
It was from 4170. He got on a traffic stop and navigation in Agnes. Medical 91 procedure call. PSV 9010 397 Lee Drive 3910 Lee Drive.
Between the starting center at Tom Brown Middle School and the D-Team center at
laid out.
Here at 3012. As big as Bigfoot or right here on the side, on the other side of the
I don't know how to respond.
Work off of the side district.
They're across the street from the apartment trying to hide from the
traffic from your
line 335 3242.
Did you find...
You be on Betty Jean?
Did you yourself
You're 5'8" on this.
believe it would be true until you saw it?
But these are people I've worked with
How
for
to get the
years.
building,
deployed
1869 on the Naval Air
I was
Station.
at some of the weddings.
How to
These are
get the
people
building,
that I work with every day
1869
of
on the
my
Naval
life.
Air Station. We have an
Usually when
operator
the
asking.
events were
I see
occurring, we were all
Conference and
together.
breathing.
There'd be 40, 60, 100 people
Cannot walk
on
without
duty
getting
during
dizzy.
this.
Ocean, Louisiana,
Really?
10-4, no
All
custody,
seeing it at the same
pilot.
time.
The medic, looks like the medics are just arriving.
While we were on duty, and we were
At Walmart, fart.
How many units do you have?
And as you said, the importance of your operation is highly important because they said it's the most important in 25 years.
How long is it now?
The research that you were conducting.
that particular launch, Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people.
WA, how that works, either independently or in coordination with CCW. So I just want to state that they have been excellent partners.
Size and whether or not you heard anything. It was how big wise.
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field.
141
I-158, can we change the location of my call to the 14,600 block, Texas 361? Call me, 1506, call me. I do see that there is definitely 713 Kennedy Avenue. Number 10, coming this way. Service, show me to send them to your location.
Actually, we do have a call for the agency. I'm in 19.
And turned in. I'm a former military police officer with 16 years Air Force. I'm here today because the American people have the responsibility to know the truth about unidentified aerial phenomenon. That truth remains hidden, classified and silenced by fear, intimidation, stigma, and confusion. Today, we are here to help break that silence. Between 2003 and 2005, 588 incidents at Air Force Base, home to the National Missile Defense Project, a top national conducting launches viewed by the National Reconnaissance Office as the most important in 25 years. These were historic launches. These facilities were vital, and they were repeatedly visited by UAP. This incident was witnessed by multiple
William George, 978,
reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, and got no guidance down on how to handle these events.
Paul Samboy, 585.
I personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others as they occurred. 6 other service members have provided me with information that I will share with you today.
I'm here right now.
Incursions began on October 14, 2003, when Boeing contractors reported a massive silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. After several minutes, it drifted further east onto the base and vanished over the hills.
I'm just wondering, do we
This
fit
event,
under
now
the
known as the
canopy of the
Vandenberg Red
Greenwood
Square,
Community Center?
was
I'm
at the first hearing on this topic. Official Air Force records of this event are in possession by ARROW and the FBI. Later that night, while I was on duty, security guards at a critical launch site reported a very fast-moving object over the ocean. Responded my friend screaming, it's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here. Moments later, I heard them say they were shot When I arrived on scene, I saw the 5 shaken witnesses describe a massive triangular craft.
I'm a doctor, and my passion is to alleviate arthritis pain using nothing but natural methods.
About a week later, another patrol reported a light over the ocean, behaving erratically. Aircraft, they declared an emergency. An armed response responded. The forces could erupt and either landed or hovered on our flight line and then took off again at impossible speed. The witnesses were threatened and intimidated afterward. They were quiet and think about what they were reporting. After that, things...
I'm not seeing the warrant on there, but I need to look all I can find.
reported a massive triangular craft larger than a C-130 silently floating over the installation. He watched it for a few minutes, it traveled west, and disappeared into the night. And then I had my own encounter, began in 2005. I was off duty, sitting in my backyard with 2 other police officers, and we noticed what first appeared to be a satellite in orbit, but it wasn't acting like a satellite. The light was strange, it was pulsing, and then it started to maneuver. It dropped in elevation, at times it would vanish from view and reappear in a different location in the sky, and eventually it reappeared 200 feet over my house. It was a 30-foot diameter sphere of light.
Looks like your public business profile. I was
it for a
trying to go
moment,
ahead and
and then
reach
it
out to go
gently
ahead and get some
accelerated,
updates so I can go ahead
traveled up
and submit
and
that
disappeared
for
into the
approval.
stars.
Give me a call back at 512-598-1551.
These events profoundly changed my life
This is Richard
and the
with
lives of my
Business Bureau.
friends.
Charlie 130
We
for the
stand at a
Berliner
pivotal
beat.
moment in history.
628,
The
fitting
question
55.
is no longer whether these events are real, but whether we have the courage to face them. True leadership requires vision, a willingness to confront the unknown with transparency and resolve. So I asked Congress to enact this bill. There are 3 goals: fund independent research and treat UAP with the same seriousness as we would any other scientific field. 2, end secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed. 3, protect the witnesses.
I'm here as a representative of
If you notice, he does acknowledge that the relevant.
I'm not here to repeat every impact you've already just shown. You've heard them from scientists, from residents, from fishing families, environmental professionals, and hillcrest themselves. So let me say this instead. You cannot say you did not know. You cannot say Hillcrest was not mentioned. You cannot say the risks were not placed before you. When the salinity changes, when the aquatic...
Transparency over secrecy and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through fearless pursuit of the truth.
My name is Alexandra Wiggins. I'm an active duty USA specialist. Father of educated American intelligence capacity. The views I share are my own and not represent the official positions of the Department of the Navy or any subordinate organization. On the evening of February 15th, 2023, at approximately 19:15 PST, in the Whiskey 291 morning area of California, I was serving on board USS Jackson. During that period, I moved between the Interior Communications Center, ICC-1, and the bridge wing, coordinating a sensor picture with visual observations, part of my routine responsibilities for surface and air picture management. What I observed and what our crew recorded was not consistent with the condition or drone appeared on our system. A self-luminous, attack-shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects. The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with a high synchronized, near instantaneous acceleration. I observed no sonic boom and no conventional propulsion signatures, no exhaust plume, no control surface articulation on the Sapphire image system. Shortly after the synchronized departure, radar tracks dropped. These observations were multi-sensor and recorded inside of ICC-1 with time location overlay visible in our source frames that have been made public by journalists. From my experience operating in this region over many years and consistent with our public characterized encounters, unidentified objects reoccur in United States operation areas off Southern California. That fact alone does not tell us what they are, but it does argue the systematic stigma-free reporting and for the preservation of sensor data so analysts can evaluate safe and intelligent I want to underscore 3 points for the task force, aviation and maritime safety. When crews and watchstanders observe objects that maneuver or accelerate in ways that does not match known profiles, and do so near our ships and aircraft, that is, first and foremost, a safety issue. Standardized checklist and training should ensure we capture the best possible sensor data in real time, including IR settings, slant range estimates, and bearing and range altitude snapshots, and immediate chain of custody for any recordings. Reporting without stigma, protection without retribution. Sailors know that reporting UAP encounters will not harm their careers. Congress can help by reinforcing witness protection and by directing the relevant office to maintain confidential, destigmatized channels for service members who step forward with data. Declassification and transparency where possible. The task force declassification mission is directly relevant here. Where operational security permits releasing metadata preserved, or at least technical summaries, would improve public trust and accelerate outside scientific scrutiny. That includes, when feasible, the time geo-reference IR frames and radar parameters needed for independent analysis. To be clear, I am not here to make claims beyond my lane. I'm here to provide a first-hand account of what I saw,
and we flew multiple FBI assets in and out to process DNA simultaneously while bringing in evidence response technicians, hostage rescue teams, and other experts to assist state and local law enforcement with their investigation. At 8 p.m. local on September 11th, the FBI collected and populated and promulgated at a press conference a video of the suspect on the grounds. We also released enhanced images. Due to that release that I directed and ordered, the suspect involved was apprehended numerous individuals.
I'm going to play for you a video what Michael Wolf said Epstein told him was in the safe and what he showed the author in this safe. So let's please play that clip.
I began my pursuit of this
and I was sitting talking to Epstein, and he said, "Wait a minute, I got to show you something." And he went into his safe, and he came out with photographs. They were
whether intentional or not, and we have also identified a system going forward to misuse the 7 They don't get 2 strikes; they get 1 and you're done.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned you're continuing to audit because, as you know, in May, the New York Times reported closed the FBI's Office of Internal Auditing. Can you explain why you decided to close this office?
Yeah, because under the new restructuring of the FBI, to save resources.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for his 5 minutes. Powerful men, including those that might be on this committee.
I can yell too, Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to yell above this.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I appreciate the gentlelady yielding back. Mr. Patel.
I want to share a couple of things.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr.
Patel? Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been interesting and difficult 2 days.
I'm going to try to jump over.
And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot.
I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned. Friday Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, the local high school football game. I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned. Friday Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, the local high school football game.
Director Patel, do you agree that we have a problem in the United States with politically motivated violence?
Absolutely.
And I very much agree. I think we can all agree that political violence is wrong, it's evil, regardless of which side it comes from, and that we can all adamantly and vehemently reject it, or we certainly should. But one of the things that we've noticed recently is that affinity and tolerance for political violence is not equally distributed.
I'm asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me.
That's what I'm asking. Tell me. You're saying there are no videos that would be relevant to anyone else involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex.
Pursuant to Mr. Acosta's collection of information based on the search warrants. That's all we have in our possession.
And I'm asking you, that stuff.
That's all we got.
I'm not asking all you got. I'm asking you, in that stuff, there's nothing that's related to any other
ongoing FBI investigations during the Trump-Russia probe.
I can tell you, generally speaking, the leaks of classified information are detrimental to anyone.
Who was the first general
manager. Former Director James Comey testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee that he had never been an anonymous source, nor authorized anyone to be an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation. Was Comey's testimony true?
I'm commenting on the evidence we have. We have routinely asked for people to come forward with more evidence, and we will look at it. And the evidence that we have was the same evidence that the Biden and Obama Justice Departments had. And they determined, not me, they determined that that information was not credible.
He's not letting me even ask my questions.
You ask the questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says, but that doesn't mean you get to interrupt him.
He's not answering my question.
Mr. Chairman, could we restore the gentlelady 45 seconds so she can
We'll
complete
give her
her
an additional 30 seconds, which is what I said.
I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned. Friday Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, go to the local high school football game. Sit there at the stadium and you always say, what if? You're the thin blue line. There's a contradiction here. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, you can protect them with less money. Yet here in Washington, we're saying we need more money to protect members of Congress.
I have confirmed.
It's a little contradiction here, or maybe, sir, you ought to talk to leadership about coming in with your management style to protect the Supreme Court, Congress, and the administration. Otherwise, it's essentially a hypocritical situation. There's a contradiction here. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, you can protect them with less money, yet here we need more money to protect members of Congress. It's a little contradiction here, or maybe, sir, you ought to talk to leadership about coming in with your management style to protect the Supreme Court, Congress, and the administration. Otherwise, it's essentially a hypocritical situation. We need more
groundbreaking work that the American public should be seeing that their FBI is doing, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to report on it.
Thank you, Director Patel. I yield back.
Almost certainly the largest
Generally yields back the
UAP investigation in the world.
Your name is consent?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. In response to Mr. Patel's making the remarks that maybe our colleagues are disparaging the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to enter the record 3 unanimous consent requests. One is entitled FBI. From taking office back in January, designated a number of the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's not just a paper transaction. I believe the list has been expanded since those first actions. In terms of America's military engagement with the cartels abroad, in terms of our intelligence engagement with them abroad, that designation has had real meaning and has affected some of the thinking and approaches of our military and our intelligence community. Can you talk a bit about how that designation might...
Amendment to the record.
Objection.
And a document from the Economic Times also be admitted to the record.
Objection.
So, I'm going to give you the last 30 seconds. We could go on about the Epstein case. I've got a bunch about that, but I'm just going to let you, if you wish to respond to either of the too vitriolic questioning or statement from the Democrats.
I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned. Friday Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, go to the local high school football game.
Which will, and I think at the end of the month, which gives service providers the ability to report that information in from their end without liability. We need that to continue, because while the FBI has so many people and the police are great at doing it, there's just too many platforms to cover down on.
Dr. Patel, and I think we're certainly, I'm interested to continue in this conversation, because I think the reporting suggests that that there's a pattern, and that ultimately
incidents that have happened at our schools or on our streets and the communities that have just been happening all year long. Mr. Patel, just yes or no, is this type of political violence ever acceptable in your eyes?
Earlier.
No.
I'm glad that we agree that these heinous acts designed to instill fear and division in our nation are never, ever
Mr. Wiggins and
acceptable.
Mr. Knapp, we'll get
Yet
back
each of these
to what that
incidents has
video was in a
recently
moment, but
taken
we just
place
want to make
under
sure
your
that
watch.
it was entered into the record,
The
as well as all
FBI's
the documents.
website
Those will be
states
able
that
to be
protected.
publicly-
I'll be down before 20, I think I have less than 40 minutes. I'm going to call for a recess in about 3 minutes so that we can go vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything else that the ranking member wanted to add to this discussion.
I think the only thing that I think is important is
I've also been employed with BA.
all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massey resolution. I think it's clear. It sets.
Counter resolution. Well, why would Republicans of the Rules Committee block us from just bringing it to the floor? We could vote on both.
Because they've already started the discharge.
Well,
They've already started it.
Yeah, well, that's a nice, well, that's, whatever, that's, I don't even want to say what I'm thinking about that answer, but, let me just ask, this is a yes or no question. Does the administration,
I would yield to Mr. McGovern for a minute.
I'm sorry there's so much confusion on the Republican side of the aisle. I don't understand why we're just not all demanding that the administration release all the files. And we could do that if we were able to vote on the Massey counter resolution. But apparently we can't do that. And forgive me if I'm just a little bit suspicious.
40 minutes. I'm going to call for a recess in about 3 minutes so that we can go vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything else that the ranking member wanted to add to this discussion.
I think the only thing that I think is important is
some years after that experience,
all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massey resolution. I think it's clear. It puts everyone on record. One would actually.
Both of y'all get the opportunity to meet with them today. Both of the chair and the ranking member.
Yes, both.
Is that correct?
These issues include medical malpractice committed by.
You did get to meet with the victims today?
Yeah, we did.
What I was saying before is I think it was good that if the victims, especially, and they're the ones that matter the most, were watching the start of this, I think they would have been pleased to see the two of you working closely together. And if I understand correctly, Mr. Garcia, you want both to.
For 20, I think I have less than 40 minutes.
I'm going to call for a recess in about 3 minutes so that we can go vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything else that the ranking member wanted to add to this discussion.
I think the only thing that I think is important is all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massey resolution. I think it's clear. It puts everyone on record.
What is it supposed to do? So I don't.
Madam Chair, I yield back and thank you for being in that discussion today as well.
I think I have less than 40 minutes.
I'm going to call for a recess in about 3 minutes so that we can go vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything else that the ranking member wanted to add to this discussion.
I think the only thing that I think is important is
After David Grush testified,
all Republicans who support transparency and accountability should support the Thomas Massey resolution. I think it's clear. It puts everyone on record.
I'm going to expose a lot, but I'm happy the two of you are working together. I'm going to vote for this resolution. I'll make my decision on. I will not be signing a discharge petition. That is authority, as you know, and it's not something that I will do as a member of the Rules Committee. I will not sign the discharge petition. But I intend to support this resolution. I appreciate both of you working in a bipartisan manner. The victims deserve it. And if I understood you, Mr. Comer, how many years did you say some of those victims have been going?
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. It must be horrible to live like that. But on very heavy hammers, and I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk, and it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots, and it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up, and there was lines of people standing there, and they're handing him. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue, please. Light blue.
Maintaining this secrecy or denied justice is another day or between Ukraine and Russia. We see a very bad escalation.
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000, 6,000.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York. And our company,
I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%. And I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole yeah, go ahead, you in the blue, please, light blue.
Have high blood pressure and on his left side. Vitals are as follows: blood pressure 188 or 85, 96%.
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%. And I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole. When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess on that.
Mr. President, will you publish yourself for striking on your end?
Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm.
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. I'm actually serious. What happens if you're an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. I said, so if I have my choice of going down, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there. What do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said, I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said,
speech and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled.
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000, 6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, you know, they like to forget. It was a horrible thing. But, you know, none of of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich, the $300 billion they have right now. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, he said, did you explain these things to the government officials? Like, the truck weighs 2.5 times more, 2.5 times more than a regular truck, a gasoline-powered diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia. But I'm disappointed in Ukraine also, because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000, 6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. Must be horrible to live like that.
I'm saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it. Well, because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran.
Alan Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by some Jack Smith, Christi is a special counsel, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. But there are countless things all in writing based on my own documents that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that we turned on right now and direction itself. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing.
In the Georgia Senate.
What else?
No, he's speaking to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the...
I'm curious why, for the first time, learning about a study which was done, completed 5 years ago.
Like I said, my hope has always been that the scientists would publish it, and we've tried to persuade them many, many times so we can go through the normal peer review process. I don't want to run ahead and go put it out there, because you know what that would do? It's going to happen exactly what's happening right now, because you're going to say the things that you're saying, Senator.
One group gets the new vaccine, and another group gets a shot full of aluminum atoms. Or they compare a new shot to an older shot. But the one thing they never do is to compare a completely unvaccinated group with a vaccinated group, because everyone knows that such a trial would show harm. So if you go through all 1,704 trials in the database that Dr. Scott has put together, as Aaron Siri has done, you'll find that the inert ingredients are not inert. The placebo is...
I'm getting you that. So the first licensed, or the licensed vaccine was in 1926, but it was rarely used. And between 1926 and the 40s, the mortality declined at the same rate in areas that used it, mostly major cities.
So by the time the first vaccine was widely used,
1949 was the first licensed.
The death rate had already declined by 87.8%.
When routine vaccine use really began in 1949.
By 26, it already declined by about 80-something.
I'm just quoting your words.
I would like to have accountability for the COVID era, and I'd like to have accountability for the fact that the CDC has known since 1999 that vaccines cause autism, and they've covered it up for 26 years. How do we begin to have accountability? You want to call it something different? Truth commissions?
I'm the one that ratted him out. Okay, and so I force him along here, okay? And I hope, God, I truthfully hope, because I think the people who did those studies, Dr. Whatever, Dr. Zervos. I don't want to see him lose their job. I'd like to pin a medal on them in terms of, good, you conducted a great study. Shame on you for not publishing it, but we understand because we know.
Unlike some of these other studies that play games or have basically vaccinated versus vaccinated studies. That's what most vaccine science is. I'm going to compare this person that got X amount of X and this one got X amount of. That's not the way you should assess the safety of any product. You got to look at folks who got it versus those that don't. The other thing is that
the analogy I use on that is kind of like saying, well, we wanted to study the danger of arsenic. Let's compare it against hemlock.
Yeah.
Maybe not a perfect analogy.
I'm going to do.
He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day.
See the science. I'm very genuine here. Let me see, the science behind this actually reduced the symptoms, or this prevented deaths, or this prevented transmission.
It was very concerning.
I would like to see the science.
They had actually
Dr. Vaughn, you are really specializing in the blood clots. I've seen video after video, picture after picture of these long white blood clots in autopsy. We've also, throughout COVID, autopsy.
I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of the Wellness Company, which is a national company started in 2022. It delivers health care. So it's a company of doctors. Also provides nutraceuticals and supplements, fully prescribes drugs across the range, health education materials.
How much money has your company made from the sales?
The company has innovative products like...
Not filibuster me, please.
I'm not going to filibuster you. Schools, I did not want to close. And we did. Actually, I was not governor at the time.
But you were lieutenant governor and you were the point person. Do you think the governor made a mistake in closing schools?
We reopened the schools as soon as...
Did you think he made a mistake?
If I think he made a mistake... answer the question, or is this senator going to filibuster me, sir?
No, you're going to answer my direct question. Do you think it was a good idea? Yes or no, the two choices in this answer. Do you think it was a good idea to close schools? Simple answer. Just give me a...
extraterrestrial piece of technology.
I didn't, neither one of those crossed my mind. It was just...
How about now? What do you think it is now?
I'm not the expert. I think I want to be as skeptical as everyone else and just hope to know the information.
Anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at from what you thought it was? So no one was like, oh, there was some anomaly.
Now we're working it up to get into the schools through actually Parks and Recreation has a life skills program where they're touching hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into it through parks and the states. That's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So again, any kind of input or programs to reach out, through the clergy or businesses, all the stuff that you just heard is a good way to get that message out.
I'm over here out and about. That's what they have to drop my package for virtual Joe. Listen, he doesn't go here. And I'm not sure when the daybreak. I don't know that he
Look at that.
Still on the front of the watch tower, that's already done anything.
Now we're working it up to get into the schools through has a life skills program where they're touching hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into it through parks and the states. That's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So again, any kind of input or programs to reach out through the clergy or businesses, all the stuff that you just heard.
I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft. It didn't solve. That's what we talk about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern across all the encounters. Someone would see a light.
Imagination that I've ever seen, and I said it's littered with this garbage. It looked like a junkyard, he said. And some, so then you get different manufacturers, and they don't look alike. And they're not painted alike, different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a beigey white, one's a darker white, one's a lighter white. And then they start to rust after 4 or 5 years. They start to...
Imagine your experience, whether on addressing COVID or in Samoa, certainly that becomes more difficult to fully enact this monitor, identify, and the transparency report. When you're in the middle of a crisis, when you're in the middle of chaos, that's something I think we can try to do to improve. To the point that was raised earlier, I think a lot of this also says this is a reason why we need to invest in capacity, invest in personnel, people working in our government.
Immediately. I think the director has been very forthcoming. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. It is quite clear that certain members of this committee, they want their 15 seconds on TV stamping. Maybe it's for fundraising, maybe they're struggling in their district, they need a little bump.
Okay, thank you so much for your time today.
Takeover operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Leaving our children vulnerable to dangerous networks of online predators, both domestic and international.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
You pulled more than 120 FBI agents from their normal duties to operate sobriety checks and conduct traffic stops, exposing the FBI's fleet of unmarked cars and thereby making it harder for the FBI to combat violent criminal gangs, foreign intelligence services, and drug
years, and maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things. The government has something, they turn it over to us. Pay our dadgum salary.
Important this issue is. Look at this. We're filled, and it's 1:15. The problem has always been, it has never been up for a vote. And this is the only voice that we have. We get 3 minutes, or the people get 3 minutes to show their concerns, to, let the community know why, and most of the...
Important position at the FBI requires a leader who puts public safety and national security and the rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Patel, you've given us reason to believe you've used the powers of the FBI to serve Donald Trump and his agenda of partisan retribution. You've broken your promise not to do that. You've betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's victims and survivors. You've turned your back on the career law enforcement officers of the FBI, and as a result, you've left us.
Very important point that we have seen far fewer victims of human trafficking because we finally prioritized border security. And by the way, you have children who are getting rescued because of the immigration enforcement activities that, unfortunately, some politicians in my state are trying to stop, thereby stopping those kids from getting rescued. We've seen, of course, a substantial reduction in crime here in Washington, D.C. since the FBI and the National Guard got involved. I'm kind of asking you to state the obvious here, but what is the mechanism?
Important part as well, and pleased to have been able to sign the discharge petition before we came up for this hearing. Important part as well, and pleased to have been able to sign the discharge petition before we came up for this hearing, so thank you.
Important men in this room, he's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will be important, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much.
And the rest of the world.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy.
Managed to obtain the classified
and they had a problem in India today, and you're on that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, important man in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will be important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee. He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now. He's a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points. And that was another race that was not winnable, but you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger.
That there was a real right far autocratic forces that wanted the return of the USSR and really go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nikolai Kapranov, the physicist, a friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had to spoke to different people, and they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us information were described as ufologists, who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you, they did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over an ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base, where the missiles are pointed at us. United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart. They fuse back together. They'd appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs disappear. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a killing thing. I mean, that was a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, be explained by any known technology that we possess or other governments possess?
It cannot.
En AutoNation Chevrolet South Corpus Christi sabemos que la vida no se detiene.
Or maybe your shipmates regarding the EOIR and
for the phone harassment, 4641 Cobblestone, 4641.
What was that encounter like? Briefly summarize that when you brought that to their attention, and then you were not provided any follow-up. Who was told, and what?
Charlie 490, shooting about backup Charlie 440 for the loud 310 ground zone.
As far as the actual incident happening, as a reporting level, it was within my duties to report to the tactical action officer on watch while we're standing watch. So, tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day.
She was out there for a week. She fell over and she was dead.
Requests from me to within side of the military. But speaking of that actual incident itself. Once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask to be able to slew into the location. That's what you see in the video itself, is when the watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that, that's as far as the
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nucatelli, has the Air Force or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I was reaching out because
did
we have a
follow-up,
current
by
hold
Arrow,
on your
nothing with the Air Force. The Aero
from the Better
office
Business Bureau.
updated me.
I was reaching out because we have a current
at least 2
hold on
times.
your
They let me know that they were unable to locate any records. That the records had been
We're informed that these documents were destroyed.
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act.
So they were sitting on documents
haven't worked out, but when I was not playing on offer, EMS 181. I tried one time across, I was two separate ones for you. Anybody art museum? Something that ways off? Or you
Basically, they destroyed all the police records. So you couldn't even call the Air Force.
Lincoln Zebra Henry, 8912. Lincoln Zebra Henry, 8912.
Are you any calls for any prior theft from Home Depot within the last 24 hours?
Are we in a group? 350. I'll be at 7457.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nucatelli.
Look, I'm not jumping to the conclusion that I believe that there are aliens coming from other planets. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have very disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So, not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th, 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone or this object off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. You cannot see that drone.
And this little turnaround time, we can add it to the agenda later that week on the 3rd for the 9th.
Okay.
Okay, and then if not, we'll have the fallback for the 16th.
Oh, with that, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mares.
Thank you.
Please submit your vote.
Public comment, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Yes, public comment. I'm sorry. Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. You've got one?
With all the previous 2030 comes around, that's more or less the time frame that we're open. Are we going to have everything we need to be in regulations?
You can still see it.
Yeah, so Councilman, reverse osmosis or RO is the preferred and proven technology to remove PFAS from water.
Mr. Knapp,
and that would be the same treatment used in seawater desalination.
Events like this.
And I also want to be transparent in this whole process, even if.
And the fact that we're back here, the fact that we're back here again is a blatant disregard for residents and a very clear behavior of some of you pandering to industry. It is crystal clear who some of y'all actually work for, and it's not the people who voted y'all in. At this point, it's just clear that some of y'all are evil and just want this bay to die. By having this plant in that location is going to kill our bay. It is so obvious. So many people have come up here and talked to you.
Favor of the so-called Corpus Christi desal partners deal is not a vote for people of Corpus Christi. It's a vote for corporations and greedy executives. It's a vote for profit over people, period. We had a council member release a press statement about caring for our future generations, but this deal welcomes with open arms a tidal wave of pollution, debt, and broken promises. even with the sham of a shady deal or concepts of a plan.
In the water department, I mean, they're working overtime and find water for us.
Is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA.
We're going to be okay no matter what.
High-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst.
I talked to Jesus today. He says I'm dump some water this week, so we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. So
co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this
in the Inner Harbor.
Myself and our
and
other
that's why we need to make a pipeline from Hillcrest all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. And then if you all see, there's going to be a bunch of inlets, tie-ins, just like an oil field gathering system, which
it had no fuel.
That's my background has done. And this will reduce the cost of future desal plants. We can move forward, just like the...
about that. I don't think we're going to hear much more, but it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it, and how it was built, and how it operated. We've got at least one. I don't know. I think that's enough confirmation that we do have enough discs and material.
Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on DLACEs. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
I think there's probably multiple reasons to start when these
engine 696, engine 696, for unconscious calls 403707, 403707. It's going to be at the Papa John's at Saratoga and Weber. We're off the NS1 at 1846.
I think the alliance became institutionalized. Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952 on radar, jets were chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation. It was a temperature inversion. Those kind of lies have been told for a long time.
Negative. Still not on my screen. Open mic call. That's why.
Was inside, had been moved inside these corporations.
Location can do 40, but I am reminded that the other company could do, I heard just now, 90, but you know how you can do 90 MGD if it's pumped out into the Gulf of Mexico, which we know that's the other cost. That's the reason why the companies that we have hired have not been able to do that because
arriving 2.0.
Yes, it's real from somewhere else.
Meeting. Several of you were on the dais at roll call and walked out when the mayor called upon Rajan Zed of the Universal Society of Hinduism. Instead of listening prayerfully and opening your hearts and minds, you were in the back hall. And as soon as he was gone, you made your way back to the dais. People of all faiths, spirituality, and beliefs deserve to be treated with dignity and respect from their elected representatives.
Possible under the influence. Student ID is 32 5578 32 5578.
They said they were real.
The
other person said they were real is David Grush.
Give me the
and finally, Mr. Borland, in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of error?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrials and
they'll study all the way through, and there'll be periodic check-ins, they'll be having access to raw data, they'll have access to reports, so the answer is
got it.
Before they do the store, 4322 the store, the wash apartments.
Or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That there
is EMS on in with toothbrush. The top of the bus, you have the 300 West Valley High, apartment B.
basically.
Houston moved from 61 to 73%.
But making that
Rockwood moved from 77 to 76%. And there's a caveat here. In order for us to move students that are closer to Shaw out of here, we would be moving, we're recommending moving 100 students out of Shaw and sending them to Zavala. Where Zavala would move them up to a 53% capacity. Zavala's a very big school. It's those things shift and change at any time. Let's go to slide 21 first. What slide 21 includes is middle school parking. That is the one where only Brown would be consolidated and Martin. Haas would not be consolidated in this plan. In this plan, Carroll would be projected to go down 322 students, to be a 66% capacity. King
was a guy named Bob Tenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of this particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam, and what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled. And he is called into the mayor's office that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's ordered to never talk about it.
When the salinity changes, when the aquatic life declines, when infrastructure strains become a part of this community, the entire city.
Like 8, frequency reading, ESV 8005,
original footage.
100 and Burnside, 100 and Burnside, I decided to
like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went down there too and was completely disregarded.
In the inner harbor. That's why we need to make a pipeline from Hillcrest all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. And then if you all see, there's going to be a bunch of inlets, tie-ins, just like a oil field gathering system, which that's my background has done. And this will reduce the cost of future desal plants. We can move forward.
Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosure of this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold from the public. What do you think is the long game?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? Videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors and sensor platforms. It's out there. But they have the high
Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, and invited them into my office and headquarters to see them because I need engagement with tribal leadership, and I need our police and FBI agents to be engaging with tribal leadership. Otherwise, we're not going to break through. We have 1,900 Indian country cases open right now. We've got 600 indictments this year alone. We cannot forget tribal lands. Every single one of those people lives in the United States of America, and it is an absolute priority to protect them and their children just as it is anyone else.
So I think it's fair to say
when your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee, and I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit some for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, in the
in 2008.
Other than Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, your testimony in the Senate and here is that according to the evidence you have, the number of other names is 0.
Okay, well,
that were charged based on credible evidence.
Well, who are the other names? Give me the other names that weren't charged.
We are not releasing the names of anyone because the Department of Justice never does that of anyone that didn't have any credible information to attack them.
Let me move forward. The president has, you've seen the picture of the woman, isn't that true?
As written in the report, I'll let her speak for herself.
in January, you said under oath, and I quote, there will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by the FBI should I be confirmed? And in your written response to the Senate questionnaire, you said, I quote, personnel decisions shall be based on performance and adherence to the law. And every FBI in the 2016 presidential election and helped investigate Trump's ally, Peter Navarro. Director Patel, it is very clear that you have flunked your own test. You put saving your job, which I actually believe you were being honest about during your confirmation hearings, over doing what's right for the FBI and the American people. That is not adherence to the law. Thank you, and I yield back.
In the books, King Donald is besieged by the evil Hillary Queenstown, but saved in the end by Cash. Then Cash goes on to catch mules who are stealing the 2020 election for the great King Donald from Sleepy Joe. And then in the third book, Cash takes down the Dragon of the Jalapenos, nicknamed the DOJ. Your supporters had hoped that you would graduate from imagining yourself a romantic fairy tale knight to actually running America's premier federal bureau, and a decorated counterterrorism expert who worked at the FBI for nearly 20 years. According to Driscoll, you told him your own job, quote, depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, regardless of whether the agents chose to work on those or not. You added, quote, the FBI tried to put the president in jail, and he hasn't forgotten it. You forced out the leader of the Salt Lake City field office, Mehtab Saeed, just weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination in cold blood in the United States of America. People should also be able to go to elementary school, to middle school, to high school, to work, to the mall, and to church without being shot down in explosions of gun violence. The important position at the FBI requires a leader who puts public safety and national security and the rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Patel, you've given us reason to believe you've used the powers of the FBI to serve Donald Trump.
Was in custody, and his family, who has since been interrogated, specifically stated to FBI interrogators that because of the video that the FBI released at my direction, and because of the photographs that they released, they identified their son, they confronted their son when he swung by their home, and that's what led to his apprehension. We are still, the FBI has that investigation ongoing, and it continues to be ongoing, and I want to thank the state of Utah and the state and local authorities there, and I also want to thank the Attorney General, President Trump, for directing resources. 23,000 violent criminals, 23,000 in 7 months. That's twice as many year-to-date last year. We've taken over 6,000 firearms off the streets. 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase.
In the regions, from the vantage point of local law enforcement, there are structures that have historically handled those partnerships separately. HIDTA, for example, is an example on the drug trafficking side. The JTTFs are an example on the terrorism side. How is the thinking evolving in terms of on a regional basis, either merging or not merging those structures now that the targets in many ways emerge?
So the JTTFs are kind of our forward operating base across every single state in this country to take on that mission. And anytime you're labeled a foreign terrorist organization, you know,
in any way, including in the way that Congress wants. Mr. Patel, thank you again for being here. I'd like to, with the remainder of my time, just get your opinion. Does the FBI recognize the rising threat of political violence in America, and what can you guys do to address it?
Yes, we do, and what we can do to address it, Congressman, is we need to get online partnerships with these companies.
In any way, including in the way that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar did. Mr. Patel, thank you again for being here. I'd like to, with the remainder of my time, just get your opinion. Does the FBI recognize the rising threat of political violence in America, and what can you guys do to address it?
Yes, we do, and what we can do to address it, Congressman, is we need to get online partnerships with these companies.
crimes
Russia, there was
like
an agreement
human
between
trafficking
Russia
of
and the
women and
United
girls,
States
drug
that if
dealing,
they were to see
terrorism,
some
and fraud,
unidentified
you
objects
ordered the 25
over
largest field
sensitive
offices
sites that
to
they would report it
divert
to
thousands
each
of
other.
agents
Are you
away
familiar with
from
that
chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters,
Yes,
and scammers
I'm also,
to carry
familiar
out
with
this
the
immigration
rhetoric,
crackdown.
rhetoric between
Director Patel, you
President
treated the
Reagan
men and women at
and
FBI
Gorbachev
with
that they
disrespect and
traded,
paranoia.
statements
You've
about
assembled a
wouldn't it be
roving
something if we
band
were
of
threatened by
freelancing
something from way
henchmen
outside, how
within
we
your
might
office and in the right. The brutal assassination of Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in the attempted murder of Democratic State Senator John Hoffman, wife who miraculously survived a combined 17 gunshots. We saw an arsonist set Pennsylvania governor on fire. And of course, last week, we saw the horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, in cold blood in the United States of America. People should also be able to go to elementary school, to middle school, to high school, to work, to the mall, and to church without being shot down in explosions of gun violence. The important position at the FBI requires a leader who puts public safety and national security and the rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Patel, you've given us reason to believe you've used the powers of the FBI to serve Donald Trump.
In 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the CIA, we collected and captured one of the individuals responsible for the horrific Abbey Gate bombing that led to the murder of 13 service members. We did that in 2 weeks. They didn't do it in the 4 years of the entire prior administration. Nationwide, we've been executing our Operation Summer Heat, the FBI's national focus on targeting violent crime based on intelligence-driven operations. Ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, New Orleans. 2008. The original case had a very limited search warrant, had a very limited search window, had a very limited investigative window. I was not there when those search warrants and that investigation was launched. I would not have done it that way. They were limited to only 3 to 4 years of investigations from 97 to approximately 2001 and 2002 to 2005. Mr. Acosta allowed Mr. Epstein to enter into a plea agreement where he served weekend jails for trafficking minor women. He also was allowed to leave jail.
What role did the FBI play in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story during the 2024 election?
Off the top of my memory, sir, I believe the FBI was in possession of verified information from that laptop, and it was improperly publicized that they did not have information and masked it as Russian disinformation. We now know that was categorically false. I don't know why the FBI did that when they did that, but we've released all the material comparisons, sir. Yeah, the Catholic memo, I believe we turned over 750 documents. In Mr. Ray's tenure, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You give it a 700. Why would Chris Ray hide information from this committee? You have a hazard to guess?
Sorry.
Hazard to guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
I think maybe it was because they were, FBI was spying on a priest, trying to get him to break the priest penitent confidence that exists. I think maybe
in the files, Bloomberg reported this, that you directed FBI special agents from the New York and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's FOIA employees in Winchester and another building a few miles away, and that while reviewing the Epstein files, FBI personnel identified numerous references to Trump in the documents, and people familiar with the matter said that Trump's name, along with other high-profile in the Epstein files, more than 100, more than 1,000?
No, and what we've been able to release is what we've been legally able to release. And that is
no, that's not the question. I asked you, how many times did the president...
I don't know.
Dozens of UFOs.
It's your testimony. You do not know that.
A number of times, no.
Could you tell us how many agents were diverted for this task and what they were working on?
Anything we've got.
When you say diverted, you make it seem as if agents were pulled off what they do. In a decade, I actually reached out to my counterpart at the Ministry of Public Security. No one at the FBI had done so. To engage.
Ministry of Security, where is that?
In mainland China.
In mainland China, thank you.
To engage in a conversation to say, hey, can we have a certain number of these precursor chemicals listed in China so that they become illegal and illegal to trade? We're also working with our counterparts in places like India and Guatemala because the transshipment routes of the precursors, the Mexican drug cartels.
In addition, the extent to which we've seen now
with the Southern Poverty Law Center and their hate map, targeting, for example, the Family Research Council, where we had a shooting right here in D.C. over a decade ago, putting Charlie Kirk, putting a target on TPUSA, Antifa, other radical organizations that are very specifically organized in targeting conservatives and ordinary Americans. In addition, the extent to which we've seen now with the Southern Poverty Law Center and their hate map, targeting, for example, the Family Research Council, where we had a shooting right here in D.C. over a decade ago, putting Charlie Kirk, putting a target on TPUSA, Antifa, other radical organizations that are very specifically organizing conservatives and ordinary Americans.
1,000 times, is that right?
As I said before,
the number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
You can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Reclaiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the Black Book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. In December 2023, you said, let us know who the pedophiles are. Even for a short time after becoming FBI director, in February of 2025, you tweeted, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. In June, you told Joe Rogan, quote, we've reviewed all the information, we're going to give you every single thing we have.
Thin blue line. The FBI, your job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us. Station the FBI.
In an effort, I think, to try to turn the Americans
Every
against the
time,
First Amendment.
you
But
know,
in any
people say
event,
we're gonna
what scares
back
me
engineer
is,
or whatever
and
you
all
wanna
these
call
horrible
it,
things that were done in the past,
craft. I always say, like,
there were
it'd be like if you
individual
took
FBI
a ride
agents who
motorcycle,
participated,
if you took like an
in which,
Indian
which
or a
apparently their
Harley,
supervisors
the
told them
people
this is
that came over
okay,
here on the
or even
Mayflower,
admirable.
you know,
And what I'm going
they'd
to
see a
ask
bright,
you,
shiny
are you
object,
able to
they
do
might
anything to
polish
make
it.
sure that in the
You know, they
future,
might-
these corrupted
they might get
FBI
it started.
agents
I doubt they could. They
understand
couldn't- they
the
couldn't
importance of
work on
an
it. They
effort,
couldn't
I
put fuel.
think,
They wouldn't
to try
be
to
able
turn
to have
the
the capability of
Americans
putting fuel
against
in
the
it.
First Amendment. But in
I
any
just
event,
think that
what
that's,
scares
you know,
me
we're
is,
just- we're
and all
scratching
these
at
horrible
something
things that were done in the
we don't have any
past,
knowledge of, and that's
there were
why
individual
it's just taking
FBI
so dang
agents who
long, but they
participated,
do know
in which
first one
apparently
that
their
cracks that
supervisors
code,
told them this is okay or even
it's
admirable.
over.
And what I'm
I mean,
going to
it's-
ask you,
it's-
are you
it's
able
energy,
to do
it's
anything to
power,
make
it's
sure that in the
everything. And I
future,
worry, too,
these
that in the
corrupted
wrong hands,
FBI
if they do
agents
that,
understand
they keep it from the rest of
the
us
importance
because
of
they're so
religion?
invested in
transgender ideology.
whatever energy sources
As you
we have
confirmed
here,
yesterday
if
to
their buddies are
my
gonna
Senate
profit,
colleagues, he may not have
they
acted
can't-
alone,
they
and
can't
you
retool
testified that in
because
his
they know
online
once it's
chat
out on the
room
internet, it's
of
over.
more than 20 trans
So I think
ideologues
there's
that
a
you
lot
were
of things
aware, I
going
believe you
after, and I
said
think
many
that's
more.
why the
Many were
credit
aware of
for it
and
is so
possibly
rapid.
complicit in the
I think, you know, they're
assassination.
just- they
Director
point
Patel,
to
in
them
light
and
of the
they put
increased
the dogs
violence
on 'em,
emanating
and it
from the far
disgusts them.
left,
There's a price to be paid for that, too. The
is your
Russians and
FBI
Chinese are trying to
investigating
figure
this
this
violent
out as
trend of
well, but they're-
anti-
in the
they don't have the same
region
kind of stigma.
to
They
stop
tell their best
those
scientists and
navigable
engineers,
waterways
get
from
in there
being
and work on it.
traversed with
And
drugs
they've been
bound
doing
for
it for a very
America.
long time.
And finally, Mr. Director, what is the one thing that Congress could most do in terms of passing a law to best support the FBI in making America safer and more secure?
In cold blood. And there is never any warrant for political violence in America. And just as we all recoiled together at the shocking assassination of Melissa Hortman and others who died in that Minnesota attack, we all stand together categorically against political violence in America and determined to end these.
In the closing days of the Obama administration, the intelligence community assessment was changed. On December 5th, 2016, they had one assessment. That assessment said Russia did not impact the election vote count. There was a meeting at the White House on December 9, 2016, where it was decided, no, we're not going to have that. We're going to come up with a new one. And the new one said Russia was trying to influence election and did influence election, which just wasn't accurate. And that new one is
in support of Trump's campaign. Your Senate confirmation vote was 51 to 49, the closest in history. With your opponents warning you were not qualified and had no interest in actually developing the qualifications for the job, I hoped that they were wrong. Alas, they were not. While most other new FBI directors drew on their experience as FBI agents, you didn't have that. But you did write a picture book trilogy for children ages 5 and up based on
criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured, at the FBI, 4 of the most top 10 wanted fugitives in the world in 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the CIA. We collected and captured one of the individuals responsible for the horrific Abbey Gate bombing that led to the murder of 13 service members. We did that in 2 weeks. They didn't do it in the 4 years of the entire prior administration. Nationwide, we've been executing our Operation Summer Heat, the FBI's national focus on targeting violent crime based on intelligence-driven operations. Ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, New Orleans in modern U.S. history by double digits. Those are results not of mine. Those are results of the men and women of the FBI. If you want to criticize me, bring it on, but do not attack the brave leaders in the field. We are also working 24/7, 365 on the opioid epidemic that is killing more than hundreds of thousands of people a year. We have seized 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets so far in 7 months. Year-to-date, 25% increase. To put that in perspective, that's enough to kill a third.
In the rape and sex trafficking of young women and girls.
I'm here today because the American
the Rolodex, which is what everybody colloquially refers to as the Black Book, has been released.
Oh, no, you're talking about what the journalist got 5 years ago? No, that's not what we're talking about. What you were talking about there, the Black Book under the direct control of the FBI director.
We have released more material than anyone else before. The Biden administration, Obama administration had the exact opportunities to release this material, and they never did. And if you are selling the men...
There you were saying it's under the direct control of the FBI director and all of it should be released. Why have you changed your position?
Everything that has been lawfully permitted to be released has been released. And as I told you, the investigation was limited. And let me make something crystal clear. I never said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic other people, other women, and they're not other victims. This is the investigation we were given from 2006, 7, and 8, and the search warrants from 2006, 7, and 8. That's what we're working with.
Wait, have you...
in this recent year, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You give it a 700. Why would Chris Wray hide information from this committee? You want to hazard a guess? Sorry. Hazard a guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
6 other
maybe it was because they were
provided me with the
FBI was spying on a priest, trying to get him to break the
incursions
priest
began on
penitent
October 14th,
confidence that exists. You think maybe that was the reason?
When Boeing contractors reported
you'd have to ask him, sir.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I want to read a few names here. Artie K.
The Epstein files, was it more than 100, more than 1,000? Were the agents who were pulled from their duties to redact the president's name from the Epstein files working on criminal cases or national security cases or child sex trafficking cases? And are the number of agents that have been reported diverted for these purposes, is that accurate?
Later that night,
no, in mainland China.
In mainland China, thank you.
To engage in a conversation to say, hey, can we have a certain number of these precursor chemicals listed in China so that they become illegal and illegal to trade? We've also working with our counterparts in places like India and Guatemala because the transshipment routes of the precursors, the Mexican drug cartels have gotten creative and instead of coming directly to America are going into these countries. And we've had massive success in India and Guatemala and in those governments' great partnerships and shutting down
in the Epstein files. Did you close the files or keep reading?
That hovered silently.
My time, and he said that the witness. I'm going to get an additional minute of time because that's how much time he
took.
You'll
get a minute, you'll get some seconds, what we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how much time you get. That's not how it works.
Mr. Patel.
Fact meddled in the 2016 election. Is there more to be done to uncover the depths and origins of the Russian collusion hoax?
There is, and we're doing it.
Russian collusion hoax.
and then took
There
off
is, and we're
again
doing
at
it. Basis
impossible
in
speed.
law and fact to open up a criminal investigation.
witnesses
And if there's not, the
to this
investigation isn't
event
even
were
opened.
threatened,
And I've also gone back
and
cases
they
that
were
were
told to
opened
keep
in
quiet
prior
and think
administrations
about
related
what
to
they were
public
reporting.
officials. And we've closed a
After
number
that,
of them because
things
we
did get
felt
quiet.
that some of these
Until
actions
about
were
2005,
weaponized on either side of the
when
aisle.
another
I
patrol
felt it wholly
reported a
inappropriate for the
massive
FBI
triangular
to be
craft
playing umpire and
larger than a
referee amongst these
C-130
decision makers
silently
when there was no factual or
floating
legal
over
basis
the
to continue those
installation.
investigations. So I
Watched
shut
it
them
for
down
a few
in
minutes,
fact to open up a
traveled
criminal
west, and
investigation.
disappeared
And if
into the
there's
night.
not, the investigation isn't even opened.
then I
And
had
I've
my
also
own
gone
investigation.
back and
Again in
reviewed
2005.
other cases that were
I was
opened
off
in
duty,
prior
sitting in my
administrations
backyard
related
with
to
200
public
police
officials.
officers.
And we've
We
closed a
noticed
number
what
of them
first appeared
because
to be
we
a
felt
satellite in
that
orbit.
some of these
It
actions
wasn't
were
acting like a
weaponized on
satellite.
either side of the
The light
aisle.
was
I
strange,
felt
it
it
was
wholly
pulsing,
inappropriate for the
and then it
FBI
started to
to be
maneuver.
playing umpire and
Dropped an
referee amongst
elevation,
these decision
times it
makers
would vanish,
when there was no
reappear,
factual or legal
reappear in a
basis to
different
continue those
location in the
investigations.
sky,
So I shut them down.
and eventually
Announcing 23,000
reappeared
violent
200
felons,
feet
twice as
over
many
my
as this time
house.
last year.
It was a
Are we
30-foot
failing?
diameter
Because if we're failing, how are we
sphere
seizing
of
1,500
light.
kilograms of meth, 25%
I
increase
watched
from
it
last
for a
year?
moment,
Are we
and then
failing?
gently
Because we captured
accelerated,
4 top 10
traveled up,
FBI most
disappeared
wanted
into
from
the
around the
sky.
world in 7 months. That's more.
profoundly
Are we
changed my
failing?
life
Because we put
and the lives of
1,500
my
child
friends.
predators in prison. Are we failing? Because
stand
we
at a pivotal
dismantled
moment
300
in
human
history.
trafficking networks.
Question
Which
is
is
no
it?
longer
You
whether
don't
these
like me,
events were
that's
real,
fine. But
but
don't
whether
you
we
dare
had the
disparage the
courage
men
to
and women of the
face them.
FBI that are producing.
In your
True
testimony, you
leadership
noted that the
requires
FBI
vision,
has ongoing
a willingness to
counterintelligence
confront the unknown
investigations
with
into China,
transparency
Iran,
and
and Russia
resolve.
across all
So I
55
asked
field
the
offices.
Congress
Why is
to
it
help
essential
we
to
the
maintain
people
that scope of
enact
coverage,
this
and what
vision.
success can
There are
you
3
point to in
goals.
disrupting nation-state
Fund
actors?
Our
independent
biggest
research
threats
and
involving
treat UAP
nation-state
studies
actors
with the
are the
same
PRC,
seriousness
Russia, and
as
China.
we would
And
any
they are
other
up
scientific
33%,
field.
83%, and
2,
60%
end
respectively
secrecy
in
and
arrest alone this
overclassification.
year. Those
Transparency is the
nation-state
foundation
actors
of
wish to
truth.
do harm in our
Without
infrastructure.
it,
In
witnesses
response to
like
Mr.
us
Patel's
are
making the
dismissed.
remarks that, that
3,
maybe our colleagues
protect
are
the
disparaging the men and
witnesses.
women of the
Many
FBI.
stay silent
I'd like
out
to
of fear
enter the
for their
record 3
careers,
unanimous
reputations,
consent
and the
requests.
safety of
One
their
is
families. Protect
entitled
them,
FBI is
and you
using
will
polygraphs to
embolden others
test
to join this
officials'
cause.
loyalty.
These
The
phenomena
second
challenge
is
our
Cash
deepest
Patel
assumptions
knowingly
about
broke law when
reality,
firing top
consciousness, and our
officials,
place in the
lawsuit
universe.
alleges, published by
Exploring them
NBC.
can
And the
unlock
third is
transformative
FBI
breakthroughs
forces
in
out more
technology,
leaders. In
biology,
response to
and
Mr.
human
Patel's
understanding.
making the remarks that,
Let this be the
that maybe
moment
our
when
colleagues are
America
disparaging the
chooses
men and women of the
courage
FBI.
over fear,
I'd like to enter the
transparency
record
over
3
secrecy,
unanimous
and
consent
progress over
requests. One
stagnation.
is
Let's show the world that
entitled
our nation
FBI is
leads not
using
only through
polygraphs to
strength,
test
but through fearless pursuit
officials'
of the truth.
loyalty.
Thank you.
The second is Cash Patel knowingly
name is
broke law
Alexander
when
Wiggins.
firing
I'm an
top
active
officials,
duty
lawsuit
US Navy
alleges,
operations
published by
specialist, Senior
NBC.
Chief Petty Officer.
And the third is
Father of
FBI
3,
forces
and
out more
dedicated
leaders.
American, tested for
And
personal
he never
capacity.
once spoke about
The views
dismantling
I share
conservative
are my own,
institutions.
and I do not represent
This
the official
week,
positions
when the
of the
president
Department
was
of
asked by a
Navy
reporter
or
about
any
Speaker Hortman,
subordinate
he claimed he
organization.
didn't even know who she was.
On the evening
One of the most
February 15th,
high-profile
2023,
assassinations of an elected
approximately
official
19:15
in recent memory, and the
PST,
president claims to know nothing
Whiskey
about it,
2
hasn't even heard of it,
911
was
warning area,
absolutely
off the coast
devastating
of
for her
Southern
colleagues
California.
and for her family.
I was serving on
And
board
I think
USS
we all
Jackson.
can agree in this room that we have
In your experience in the FBI, have you noticed a precipitous rise in political violence and other associated crimes that you have been investigating so far this year? And if so, is this trend in motive left-wing or right-wing violence?
I can always speak generally, sir.
What I
There is
observed
too much political
and what our
violence, and it
crew
has been a
reported was
precipitate
not
rise
consistent
on
with conventional
too many
aircraft
fronts.
And the National Guard
or
got involved.
drones, as they
I'm kind of
appear
asking you to
on our
state the
system.
obvious here, but what is the mechanism
Self-luminous,
there?
tic-tac-shaped
Why have we
object
seen a
emerged
reduction of
from the
crime when
ocean
DC has had
before
such a
linking
huge
up
crime problem for
with
years,
three
and then almost
other
overnight we see
similar
such a big
objects?
difference?
Because of the dedication and resources from
then
President
disappeared
Trump's administration to
simultaneously
utilize
with a high
all federal, state, and
synchronized
local assets
near
in a heavily
instantaneous
crime-ridden
acceleration.
area. I mean, if we did not have a
no
crime-ridden
sonic boom,
area, then homicides,
conventional
carjackings,
propulsion
and
signatures.
gun violence
No
would not be
exhaust
dropping by
boom,
40, 50 stations in
control
motion
surface
4 months
articulation
ago quietly
on
at the
the
direction of
Sapphire
President
system.
Trump. So we are scattered
Shortly
across
after the
cities across this
synchronized
country doing
departure,
just that,
radar tracks
but we're going to
dropped.
need more help to complete the job.
These
Yeah,
observations
in too
were
many places in this
multi-sensor
country,
and
crime has
recorded
just been
by
treated as sort of a
CCPD.
norm, that this is the way things have to be.
With
What's happened in
time-location
DC shows
overlay
that is not the case if we have the right
visible
policies and
in
the right
our
priorities.
source frames
Finally,
that
you know,
have
this
been
is is tragically the second time in as many years that we've had an FBI director here following either an assassination or an assassination attempt.
In January of 2016,
encounters.
the memorandum noted in part that President Barack Obama intended to scuttle the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server and mishandling of highly classified information during her time as Secretary of State. Isn't that found in the report?
I believe so.
Isn't it also found in the report that in March of 2016, the memorandum also included an Obama effort to shut down the Clinton investigation, but additionally in the Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
The Durham Annex describes that in July of 2016, emails allegedly between Leonard Bernardo, Senior Vice President of George Soros' Open Society Foundation, included data providing specificity on the Clinton plan in an attempt to smear Donald Trump by falsely linking him to Russia. Isn't that
should ensure
I believe so.
we capture
So,
the best possible
briefly,
sensor data in real time
in the law enforcement
including
community
IR
around the
settings,
country.
It's pretty simple. You don't even have to be in law enforcement to know that. If you put cops with other cops, they're going to do cop work. And what was needed in the communities out there was more cops. What was not needed in the bloated bureaucracy of Washington, D.C. was a third of the FBI's workforce because a third of the crime does not happen in the Washington, D.C. NCR area. And so the results speak for themselves. Our state and local partners, I've always said this, our biggest ally, our greatest.
In terms of passing a law to best support the FBI making America safer and more secure.
In which the FBI and the country need. They've been expelled from the ranks of the Bureau simply because they did their duty investigating crimes, including those committed by the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and beat the hell out of more than 140 police officers, or simply because you suspected them of being insufficiently loyal to Donald Trump. You illegally sacked Brian Driscoll, the former acting director of the Bureau, and a decorated counterterrorism expert in neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded two other students at Evergreen High School. We've seen lethal anti-Semitic violence, including the murder of two young Israeli embassy staffers just blocks from the Capitol, and then in the attack on a gathering of Jewish people in support of hostages held in Gaza in Boulder in June. We've seen continued mass shootings at schools, like the domestic tin retribution. You've broken your promise not to do that. You've betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's survivors. You've turned your back on the career law enforcement officers of the FBI, and as a result, you've left all of us less safe than before. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That opening statement may have been longer than any book the director's ever written or anyone else has written. Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Patel has been the director of the
In and out to process DNA simultaneously while bringing in evidence response technicians, hostage rescue teams, and other experts to assist state and local law enforcement with their investigation. PM local on September 11th, the FBI collected and populated and promulgated at a press conference a video of the suspect on the grounds. We also released enhanced images. Due to that release that I directed an order, the suspect involved was apprehended and in custody at 10 p.m. local time. That's less than 2
corruption among the nation's public officials and acting as a key safeguard against politicized prosecutions. This section's work has been supported by an elite squad in the FBI devoted specifically to rooting out corruption. But according to the public integrity section has now been decimated, and the FBI's public corruption squad has been disbanded. I would like to submit for the record a New York Times article entitled FBI Dismantles Elite Public Corruption Squad.
In our infrastructure systems, cybersecurity systems, and counterintelligence systems. But generally speaking, if I may, I want to use this to highlight the fact that I'm continuing my promise to work with Congress to produce documents simultaneously and also conduct ongoing investigations. I'm giving you as much as I can, give you more when I can.
Thank you. Another question regarding that is, were there any directives from the Biden White House concerning the Arctic Frost investigation?
Are there any
directives or communication?
In terms of leak investigations
in the United States.
So just that, sir, in this calendar year alone, as I was mentioning, our counterintelligence
intelligence operations in cases brought against the Chinese are up by, I think, something like 40%. And specifically, the cases in Michigan show two threat streams, not just against our agricultural industry, which is a threat to national security, but they were also bringing in chemical agents and mushrooms. I'm not the exact expert that would have ultimately hurt our population. We arrested and charged all of those individuals, and we are aggressively going against federal wrongfully executed federal law enforcement priority that was interfered with.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is
much different.
Thank you,
Back
Mr.
in
Chair.
1989,
Director
I reported
Patel,
about
I
a guy
believe
named
you had
Bob Lazar, who claimed
primary
that he
importance
worked
in
at a facility
starting
S4 out in
Operation
Nevada
Viper
Desert,
in Memphis.
very
Is that
near
correct?
to Area 51.
Yes, sir.
He said he was
And
part of a
Operation
reverse
Viper brought
engineering
in
program.
the FBI,
He said there are
DEA,
alien craft that were being taken apart
ATF,
to figure out how
to
they
help
operated out there.
Memphis
And
police
that was a pretty
policing
tall
the city.
order. I clearly take
That'll be
that
fake.
into
In a
the deep
country
end of the
that
pool there.
is the
But in the years
nation's
since then,
premier
I've interviewed
national
dozens
security
of other
threat.
people,
It's like
and I've detailed
you are
what their
putting your
testimony
own
has been in the written
financial
statement. They
security
include
over the
Senator
security
Harry
of the
Reid,
nation.
Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada.
I disagree
a guy
with that
named Al
characterization.
O'Donnell, who's
I think the American people look at it like it's a classic situation of the fox guarding the hen. If the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage.
In the past, hope to God we never, ever see that again. One of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you, Mr. I yield back.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
The one name I do
Mr.
want to
Chairman.
bring in this session
In
though,
America.
is
In the New
Bigelow.
Republic,
Looking into
entitled
the idea
DOJ
of
quietly
crash
deletes
retrievals
study
and
on
reverse
politics of
engineering.
domestic
While
terrorists.
OSAP,
The
that
Justice
program was
Department has
active,
taken down a
the
study that
DIA's
proves
contractor,
Republicans'
Robert
entire
Bigelow of
narrative
Las
wrong
Vegas,
about
made a bold
left-wing
attempt
violence.
to acquire
Objection.
physical proof
Thank you.
of UFO crashes.
Uh,
It's been widely
gentleman from
reported and
Washington is
suspected that Lockheed Martin is
Thank
one
you,
of the
Mr. Chair,
contractors, the defense
and thank you,
contractor,
Director,
that has held this
for
stuff,
being here.
stored it away
I think
in
without
secrecy,
question, we can say
and tried to
that
figure out how it
Donald
works.
Trump has been tougher on crime and tougher on international terrorism
confirm
than
on the record that Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from OSAP
Brennan
met with
and continue to try to
negotiated
undermine
with senior
President Trump.
executives at Lockheed
That I yield to
Martin
the ranking
and
member
hammered
for
out a
open
deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass,
Thank you very much,
would receive
Mr.
a
Chairman, and
copy
welcome,
of a
Director
material that
Patel.
had been
You and I have
stashed
not had
away
the
and
opportunity to
protected at a
meet,
facility in
and
Colorado.
alas, you failed to
That
respond to the
material was
8
not made
oversight letters I've sent you over the
We'll
last
move on
7
now to the
months.
Russia files, because
So
that
we
was
do have a
gonna
lot
be
of
sort of a
questions
central,
piling up for you, but I want to
focus of
start
what
with
I
a
was
word
gonna
of
talk to you
praise.
about today.
The
Back
first
in the early
FBI director
90s,
was J. Edgar
I got into
Hoover, who
Russia, met with a number of their defense officials,
steadfastly refused to hire
Ministry of
women.
Defense and others
23,000
who confirmed for
violent
me
criminals,
that
23,000
Russia had been
in
doing the
7
same
months to
thing,
date
that
last
is,
year.
secretly
We've taken over
studying
6,000
UFOs
firearms
while
off the
publicly
streets.
saying something
6,000
completely
guns are no
different.
longer in the
documents
hands
and
of
interviews
criminals
that I've
in 7
obtained and
months.
now shared
We've
with this task
identified and
force
found and
show
located
that the USSR
4,700
launched
child
certainly the
victims.
largest UFO
That is a
UAP
35%
investigation in the world.
increase year to
The
date
first
last
phase
year.
of that was
We have
an order
arrested
was sent out to the
1,500
entire
child predators.
USSR
That is a
military
10%
empire.
increase.
Every
You're
unit,
and sexual crimes
you see anything
is
strange in the
patently
sky,
and
a
categorically
craft, an orb,
false
something
in the work of my
unusual.
So I hope you will talk to them when they
Gentlemen,
have
time has
requested
expired.
to speak with you. Because the
Time has
victims have
expired. Gentlemen,
requested
yields
and you are
back.
not
And all of that
res-
information
responding
went
to
into
them.
one program at the Ministry of
In that
Defense.
same report,
Thousands
there's a
and
disclosure
thousands of
regarding
these reports
purchases
came in.
of two different,
A lot of them were
well,
first
rather,
routed
two different
to the
transactions.
KGB,
So
but then back
between
to another
$15,000 to
program
$50,000
that came
in
after this
a
collection
national
effort
coffee
called
house chain,
Thread 3.
and between
Thread 3
$50,000 to
was an analysis
$100,000 in a
program.
semiconductor
We
company
provided
on
to
May
the
9th and May
committee the
12th.
documents
Are those
of what they were
transactions that
trying
you're
to
doing
do, and
personally, or are
essentially
these
they
through
were
a
trying to build
stockbroker,
their own
or
UFOs. They
are
were
these
using the
transactions that
information
you're
from their observations
handling
and
yourself?
studies
So
to
how
try to
they
figure out
happen
the
is
technology.
I
The guy who
submit
was in charge of that program
proposals, say,
in the nature
told me
of
that
the
their
position that you
goal
hold
was
as the
to
leader of the largest law
basically
enforcement agency in
develop
our country,
technology that would be
that
superior to
divesting
anything we had,
entirely,
based
not
on
you know,
what they learned from
doing day
UFOs.
trading now,
Mr. Knapp,
I think would be something that would be in the interest of the American people. So I just would hope you would consider that, and that moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing
I have submitted those
stocks in
documents.
individual
There is-
companies, I would think would be something that would be worth pursuing.
video that you
Gentleman's time is.
I'm happy to give the witness an opportunity to.
Thank you. I'll work with you on it.
Gentleman from Alabama's recognized.
Okay.
In order to influence public opinion against President Trump.
When I could publicly make a final decision on that, either through a recommendation of charging that the DOJ makes or findings that I have, I'm able to do so, but there's still.
An article in 2024 voted to domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. I have it. It's interesting that it's no longer on the website. It has been scrubbed, but I ask these questions because what makes a strong, qualified director of any business, of any household, of the FBI, what makes a reputable lapdog loyalty, but a commitment to the creed that evidence is agnostic.
Theory that sometimes documents don't survive from one administration to the other. We're going to do everything we can to get that information, and I think this resolution's a step in the right direction. I think I don't think the other thing's needed.
I thank the lady for yielding. In this committee is because the House can bind, the Rules Committee can bind a committee of the House. And that's what we're doing. We're binding the committee to do its job. And if Mr. Comer, as the chair, doesn't do his job, I believe he could suffer consequences as a result of this resolution. And I think that's important. It's showing that we mean something.
In the spring, released the flight logs, 117 pages, whatever it is, I don't have it in front of me. And other information, and that now there's been continued efforts such that even now, just today, we have, 33,000 or 30 pages of records, correct?
Correct.
And that through your efforts, as the Republican chairman, but I would like to say in working with the Democrat ranking member, that you all are pursuing truth and having people come forward, issuing subpoenas with the full force.
In the public record, what we need right now is full compliance with the subpoena, and the Attorney General, who once said that the files were on her desk, should release all the files immediately. There cannot be additional failures or additional cover-ups by this government that has already failed these victims now for decades. That cannot continue. We've got to follow the facts. We've got to get
in support of the Massey County bill, but let me ask you formally, have you do support the Massey County bill to release the Epstein files?
We're doing that as we speak. And you said some of the documents were going to be released. All 34,000 documents will be online, hopefully in the next 5 minutes, if they're not now.
Yeah, but 97% of which we've already seen, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, appreciate the comments, but we should be clear. If it's true, as the chairman,
in making sure that the truth sees the light of day, and as they say, the truth will set you free. And with that, Madam Chair,
in the minority, a Democrat chairman subpoenaed any Democrat officials in the administration. So we've demonstrated we don't care about political party. We don't care about what your last name is. We don't care how powerful you are. We want to know the truth, and we're doing everything we can. And I hope that the Democrats will work with us in this endeavor and not politicize it.
Petition ensures, one, that members of Congress are all on the record on releasing the files, and two, that petition, as you have in front of you, also ensures that the files actually go to the American public, that they're actually released to the public. I appreciate that the subpoena that we forced a vote on is going to our committee, and it's important work. Most of the documents that were sent to our committee, those initial documents were given to right-wing influencers back in February. The Epstein files.
Well, I thank the ranking member. I certainly agree with him. I just left the floor, just signed the discharge petition. I hope my colleagues will do the same. I'm happy to yield to the ranking member.
And one other thing we could do other than signing the discharge petition, which I urge everybody to do, is that we will offer the Massey County resolution as an amendment to the, to make it in order under the rule, and we could then all vote on it tomorrow as well. I thank the gentleman.
Agreed. I yield back to
in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for an approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. An oil coke in his room, he's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Those in the ground, we're all going to die if this is, okay? They can't buy. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, take a look. You go into this beautiful community. Before you go, it's like you're riding through a junkyard. Windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones. Dead ones are all dead. Some are hanging over by a thread. They never take them down. They just leave them there and they start to rust. It's one of the greatest.
In a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den, there were over 1,000 calls to 911 over four and a half year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there. It's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what.
Day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person, Russell Vogt, but is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. In order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers, this second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. Think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you. Totally criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know, but not under President Trump. Today, we're announcing the results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. We were in many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and it had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all
1994 and 2023, the vaccine saved 1.1 million lives in America.
Schools and communities. National security whistleblowers and their disclosures. I know it sounds like a simple, common sense question, but I'm not a scientist, and I'm asking questions because I'm curious.
So these are contagious diseases, and they can spread to people who weren't able to get vaccinated, or who didn't get vaccinated, or who are severely immunocompromised.
And that's substantiated by studies and by realizing
in medical education, standards of care are authored by conflicted physicians. So from the first day of medical school to the final years of practice, doctors live inside an epistemic bubble engineered by the pharmaceutical industry to increase its profits. Senator Blumenthal and Dr. Scott only pay attention to captured science. Science that's controlled by the pharmaceutical industry. The correct answers, the best science, is happening
in federal agencies. Integrity must return to science.
In 2021, well, when you look at all-cause mortality in the United States, deaths in 2021 went up compared to 2020. And presumably, most of the most frail, weak among us died in 2020 from COVID. We should have had a reduction in all-cause mortality in the United States. We did not. And those numbers are, you can't argue it. They're binary. You're either dead or you're alive. You can argue whether the vaccine killed you or didn't kill you, whether COVID killed you or didn't kill you. But you can't argue argue with all-cause mortality. And we did not have a reduction in all-cause mortality vaccine cases, because again, I don't have a MD or a PhD or an MPH. We also need to understand the economic and regulatory framework around vaccines. And COVID-19 vaccines did not just fall into a vacuum. They fell into a very well-developed regulatory and economic framework for vaccines that has developed over the last 40 years. For every product on the market, you can sue the manufacturer for harm, for design defect claims, meaning the claim that the product could have made safer. I mean, literally, look around this room, planes, cars,
In Hawaii, we had the lowest mortality rate in the country. We had the highest vaccination rate in the country.
In this so-called cover-up, the CDC's National Center of Immunization and Respiratory Disease sent an email to state and local health departments around the country entitled, quote, "Monitoring Reports of Myocarditis," end quote. The email noted risks and contained a reminder that providers were obligated to report cases.
In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy.
Did in corruption, and that is possible, okay? But I didn't have that. I'm just sharing with you as a doctor and a governor and a public health officer and who had a great response for our state. We didn't have that experience. We did have a great.
By the way, I have checked other island nations and stuff.
Go ahead, check them. We were advising them. They were calling me for advice, and that's why we did safe travels, like the senator bristled at. We did actually find ways to help people know whether or not they had COVID, whether or not they'd spread it, whether or not people
in the hospital. The morgues overflow. In fact, the primary piece of evidence for this claim is that the CDC did not issue a notice on its Health Alert Network, HON, in May 2021, while it was still analyzing the evidence about myocarditis.
16 and 17 who die a few days after taking Pfizer. These are teenagers. They're found dead at home.
In 2021, well, when you look at all-cause mortality in the United States, deaths in 2021 went up compared to 2020, and presumably most of the most frail, weak among us died in 2020 from COVID. We should have had a reduction in all-cause mortality in the United States. We did not. And those numbers are, you can't argue it. They're binary. You're either dead or you're alive. You can argue whether the vaccine killed you or didn't kill you, whether COVID killed you or didn't kill you, but you can't argue with all-cause mortality. And we did not have a reduction in all-cause
in Samoa was prior to the outbreak. Two children had been given vaccinations, and tragically, there was human error, and two nurses who were later prosecuted made a mistake, a tragic mistake, and they used the wrong reagent, the fluid with the vaccine, and they vaccinated incorrectly these two children, and the two children perished, which is, of course, tragic in every way, and we all...
During this chairmanship, so that's what I'm dedicated to doing. Stay tuned. There's going to be more to come. God bless all of you. By the way, this hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigations will come to order. I want to welcome everybody here. I appreciate your attendance in the audience. I certainly appreciate the time and effort that witnesses put into their testimony and their time coming here, traveling, and spending the afternoon with us.
In the hospital, the morgues overflow.
In the settlement door. The length, field, and the center is January 26th, negative 29. Can show me a service of the injuries on the 2016 Great Liner truck, white in color, to National Sales Services LLC out of Dallas, Texas. The expires January 26th, negative. I'm sorry to thank you for this. The officer
in my opinion.
Making contact with Hector.
I'm trying to get my and I can only see the center light.
Engine 14, Medic 11, call for Engine 14, Medic 11, Medic Engine 3, Medic Engine 3 for OB call, CSC 3313, 810 Hancock, 810 Hancock, go ahead and work off EMS 1 at 423.
The entire thing was
about,
from the time I saw the light pop up near the hangar until it took off out over the ocean was about 15 minutes.
Incident at a Catholic school in Minneapolis last month, which killed 2 children and wounded 18 others. And in August, a man fired more than 500 bullets on prevention, killing a police officer who was a Marine veteran and a father. People like Melissa Hortman and Charlie Kirk should be able to participate in politics as elected officials or active citizens without being shot down in cold blood in the United States of America. People should also be able to go.
Included email from the Railroad Commission in regards to the petition that they've had to do to make these changes, to regard to in making these changes. He is the manager in field operations, Mr. Adam Rodriguez, emailed me back saying the city of Corpus Christi, nor the fire department went in there and petitioned for any of these changes being done to the city ordinance, to the state ordinance. On my next page.
Been included, so describe that. I mean, talk about this study.
Right. Well, there's bias. There's bias in the title, okay? Just look at the title. There's bias in the 21 authors, all of whom were federal employees, and Tom Shimatakuro say it's so. Then you go to the numbers. We look at, we're looking at about numbers of over 4,000 in a 10-week period.
Includes social media or elsewhere. Director Patel, you're it. You're the thin blue line. The FBI, your job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to
Including in the way that Congress, Mr. Patel, thank you again for being here. I'd like to, with the remainder of my time, just get your opinion. Does the FBI recognize the rising threat of political violence in America, and what can you guys do to address it?
Yes, we do, and what we can do to address it, Congressman, is we need to get online partnerships with these companies in the public space, on these gaming sites.
Including ones to flag any references to Mr. Trump and other prominent figures. Details of the review were based on accounts by 3 former FBI and Justice Department officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because of fears of retaliation, and further that the FBI finished, after they finished its review of the files and materials, was sent to a team of Justice Department lawyers who double-checked the FBI's redactions and, quote, were instructed to flag any mentions,
including in the way that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar did. Mr. Patel, thank you again for being here. I'd like to, with the remainder of my time, just get your opinion. Does the FBI recognize the rising threat of political violence in America, and what can you guys do to address it?
Yes, we do, and what we can do to address it, Congressman, is we need to get online partnerships with these companies in the public space, on these gaming sites.
Including Republican groups, Republican-linked individuals were placed under the investigative scope of Arctic Frost. On that political list for investigation was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and DOJ prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. I'd ask that, Mr. Chairman, that document
include Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation. Was Comey's testimony true?
In reference to Director Comey, I'm very limited in what I can say because of what the current status of those matters are with the FBI and the Department of Justice. When I am able to make those public,
Ongoing investigation.
again, without identifying any individuals, related to the information you're generally speaking about, there is an ongoing matter that has been under review by the department.
Including the subcommittee chairman.
Including the subcommittee chairman. So leaders in the committee voted against the subpoenas. Now, they're taking, and so this is why Americans might be worried about whether they're going to be forthcoming. Now, Chairman Comer, this resolution would give you, and only you, the power to decide what information in these documents is redacted or withheld. Is that correct?
It's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our government,
well,
other governments, or
including
it's
motorcycle accidents of dying
those,
from COVID.
Those are it.
I think what you meant to say, I'm going to give you a chance to
that
clear it up.
assessment?
Did you mean 1.2 million people died
with COVID as opposed to from COVID? See the difference?
Talked about it. I mean,
Oh,
so
I do
what do you
see
think
the
about
difference. And I also commented quite a bit about the difficulty making that distinction after vaccines have become available. But I think early on, yes, there were a lot of deaths. I lost.
including Maggie Thorpe, J.D., have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few $1 million, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, nobody, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy,
including you guys and us and these good people, we're all responsible as a society to communicate. And when I hear words, just forgive me, when I hear words,
Priests of divulged information, break the priest-penitent relationship and confidence that exists.
Increase in indictments and arrests in 7 months alone this year.
I only
We're
have
going
one
after
minute left,
those
so
that
Mr. Knapp,
harm
we
our
definitely want you
malware,
to watch
infrastructure
every
systems,
documentary
telecom
you
systems,
guys
energy
know that
structure.
you and Jeremy
Combating
do a
salt
perfect
and Vault
job.
typhoons are
I
just a
usually
little
have
bit of the
questions and I
examples
have
we're doing.
answers. I think
Maybe
we all
most
do. You guys
importantly,
are
under
very
the
perfect job
counterterrorism and
bringing
domestic
information to
terrorism
the
umbrella,
public. Do you think that
are
any of
nihilists,
this is a
violent
psyop
extremists,
by the U.S.
and
government?
those that label themselves 764, who wish to go online and convince children to maim and mutilate themselves and commit suicide. And we are
Increases. And I'll point out one last thing about this. Remdesivir, and this is a great example of corruption.
You know what nurses call that?
Increases in the incidence of disease could be genetic. Genetic change takes generations, centuries to play out.
What just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story. An Air Force colonel went out into the desert.
Chronic disease has gone from 12.8% in our children in the 1980s to over 54% of our kids now. That's the greatest decline in human health that's ever been recorded. And people will say, how do you know it's not the pesticides sprayed all over our crops or the hormones in our beef or plastic?
Increasing concern about the Maduro regime of Venezuela, both their potential support of terrorist activity, criminal drug networks, and potential espionage entities here within the U.S. What can you tell us about your activities regarding the Maduro regime of Venezuela?
Generally speaking, one of the largest transshipment points, shipment points for narcotics out of South America, Colombia, obviously, and also Venezuela, is being utilized heavily by the narco traffickers.
Increasing concern about the Maduro regime of Venezuela, both their potential support of terrorist activity, criminal drug networks, and potential espionage entities here within the U.S. What can you tell us about your activities regarding the Maduro regime of Venezuela?
Generally speaking, one of the largest transshipment points, shipment points for narcotics out of South America, Colombia, obviously, is being utilized heavily by the narco traffickers. She's incredible. Is not only fully run down, but we also take our duties to notify and give defensive briefings to those who are mentioned in those intelligence reports to make sure that we do both our notification obligation and our investigatory obligation.
Whistleblower Protection Act.
Thank you. The FBI is also the foremost counterintelligence apparatus here in the U.S. We know the U.S. faces a more complex threat of global, more complex array of global threats.
Incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers. Today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you. But
incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example.
Roswell, for instance.
Independent of that, we're actually just talking about evaluating the entire base system, noise spectrum, cross-band ship channel. So it would be, they are two different things because they have two different purposes.
The implication is to
understand that, but you would want to have that information before moving forward, right? I'm assuming you'd like to have whether or not there's any kind of accumulation issues that you would have before that.
What we're proposing to do for the modeling is not something.
India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. Nobody, I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it's pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit, and eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly, know them.
And how did you get them?
And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war. If you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both.
When I fly back from Tennessee,
we're looking at the entire spider web for any of these attacks.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials during that time period.
That's why our investigations are ongoing. We don't have a final product
yet. I saw it as a window of opportunity.
One of my Democrat colleagues, as an aside, mentioned, quote, the federal takeover of our cities. And I don't know whether my Democrat colleagues, for some reason, liked Washington, D.C. better when it was more dangerous.
Working, then we are utilizing our operational authorities to go in and investigate them either through our human source networks and collecting information through lawful process, online search warrants and data so that we can bring proper arrest charges and publicize to the world what they're doing here. And just because we've caught a few doesn't mean we've caught everybody. We've got a lot more to go.
I get one more quick question in. The FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin, Hannah Dugan, for interfering with the federal law enforcement.
Industries, I thought they would be a good investment.
So the reason why I ask, right, because you had divested in other companies, and I presume that wasn't because there were actual conflicts. It's just that you wanted to avoid an appearance of impropriety. It was both. Not all of the companies were conflicts.
Whatever they make
divested from.
I don't make the call, they make the call.
Sure. Yeah. I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask is why I said it's not a gotcha question. I have for years led an effort here in Congress to try to ban.
I went back in 1996 and
Eel Street, right, barbecue. And people should come. It's not a troubled city. We've got some crime, but it's not a troubled city. We're not troubled. We love our city. We hope that the National Guard doesn't come in and cause people to have questions about Memphis.
Who said there was nothing really significant to these files.
Let me ask you this about, you said that the homicide rates are coming down to an all-time low.
In modern recorded U.S. history, yes.
When does modern recorded history start?
I think the FBI, and I'll get back to you on this, has stats on that.
Industry, and I gave you a little bit of a rundown on that. But a diesel-powered semi-truck can drive from Reno, Nevada. I'll give you some other locations. Nevada to Los Angeles, California, and back on a single tank of diesel oil, diesel fuel, but the same exact journey would require an electric truck driver to stop also 6 times at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9.
The inevitable conclusion there is calling for the execution of people.
I think that's overstated. I think you're putting words in my mouth, respectfully.
I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So look.
They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were flying. That's a chilling thing. We were a couple seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, could the behavior you witnessed
information except that people in positions of power are scrambling. What are we scrambling for? Residents use less than a third of the water. That's in reports that the city government's water organization put out. What are we scrambling for? I'm not scrambling. I mean, yeah, my water bill's going up, but that's what expected with the high water usage, except we're not the ones using all of it either.
When you brought that up, if you want to summarize that, when you brought that up,
5802LR, apartment 10A, 10AF, East 14 West, Crossroads, Shannon, and North Shea Parkway. Those are the initials, 1555.
It was 34 Barlow Ventures Street.
The event happened. Duties are to report to
Everyone is there. Log in, you're trolling, they'll be out there.
my tactical officer was there.
made my report. I've not had any
information that he trafficked them to anyone else. You also said somewhere in the hearing and here today that the problem is that the case files are constrained by limited search warrants from 2006 to 2007, and that the non-prosecution agreement hamstrung future investigations. Those constraints only apply to Southern District of Florida. They do not apply to Southern District of New York, the location of the 2019 sex trafficking indictment, which produced many things, including a series of FD 302 documents.
The information you're generally speaking about, there is an ongoing matter that has been under review by the Department and the FBI for some time. Information you're generally speaking about, there is an ongoing matter that has been under review by the Department and the FBI for some time. Information from a foreign intelligence asset, only to have that information, which was demonstrably false, turned over to the FBI, who walked into a federal FISA secret court and asked for a secret surveillance court order and lied to the federal court, and we know that because someone was convicted of it, and only to surveil the political opponent. So that is a massive scandal. We helped expose it. And in terms of the pages of productions, I provided 1,400 pages of production related to Crossfire Hurricane, and my predecessors have provided zero. Deviation from our high standards, whether you're an agent, an intel analyst, or whatnot. And just to show the American public, information that was collected pursuant to those search warrants that were limited in fashion.
Wrong. That's not what the court order says, and that's not under 6E.
And you're talking, and I said that's 6E, and I said there was others, and I'm answering that. There are sealed court order documents. There are protective orders.
They are unsealed as part of discovery given to Ghislaine Maxwell. They are no longer sealed.
That's just not true. We can argue about it all you want.
Okay, well, you agree that there are, so your testimony here is that the reason why you are
information concerning the Russian collusion hoax.
Well, anyone. Doesn't matter what you did before or what seat you were in. If you leak classified information, that's illegal. We will investigate it fully, and if we can bring enough evidence to recommend charges to the Department of Justice, we will. But as you know, in these leak investigations, it's very difficult to produce the information necessary. We know leaks happen. They literally happen every week. It's one of the most destructive things in this country. Media receives classified information, beneficiaries. That entire matter is currently under investigation by the people at the FBI that handle leaks of classified information.
Act that fit
it's good to know that there is an ongoing
bill
investigation.
to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named.
Can you tell me whether these leaks to the media compromised any ongoing FBI investigations during the Trump-Russia probe?
Repeatedly see.
I can tell you, generally speaking, the leaks of classified information are detrimental to any work the FBI. And information from a foreign intelligence asset, only to have that information, which was demonstrably false, turned over to the FBI, who walked into a federal FISA secret court and asked for a secret surveillance court order and lied to the federal court, and we know that because someone was convicted of it, and only to surveil the political opponent. So that is a massive scandal. We helped expose it. And in terms of the pages of productions, I provided 1,400 pages of production related to Crossfire Hurricane, and my predecessors have provided zero.
Information, break the priest-penitent relationship and confidence that exists.
Information is given to you. To the extent that your colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting the unredacted material.
They get exactly what we get.
So to the extent that you make a determination about releasing something, to the extent there was something politically sensitive or untoward, your colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have all the same information. They could raise it.
They could call us out on it at that very second.
I just think for the average person watching this, to be very clear, the Trump administration indicted Epstein.
Information of how this entire Republican conference feels about your ability to lead complex investigations as such. And I think that's one of the reasons why this investigation must be housed in oversight, and one of the reasons why I support it being there. I am just curious. Obviously, Mr. Norman had some interesting thoughts and comments as it relates to, what happened over the 4 years of the Biden administration. If I could just ask Mr. Garcia, do you have any thoughts as to why the Biden administration never released any documents?
Events like this occurring. Information that I've been aware of.
But it saves 3.2 million lives.
I have heard about events like this. I have heard
in the
about this
world.
event. Jeremy Corbell
There's
and I
still
talked
much
about
more
it in
work
one
to
of
be
our
done,
episodes
which
a
is
while
why
back.
the
We did not
FBI
have the
continues to
video,
work
though.
alongside the
There are,
Department of Justice, the
servers
Department of Homeland
where
Security,
there's a whole
and
bank
the
of these
Department of
kind of
War
videos
to defend, and Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too, on other things, but on this too. To defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but
injection injuries.
And he kept going.
They're still being denied because nobody wants to have to deal with it.
What the hell is
nobody
that?
wants to admit they're wrong if you're a doctor.
And I'm not going to speculate what it is.
Suggest vaccines.
Why are we being blocked from
to admit that maybe that wasn't right for that person?
And you had,
I just think that's indisputable. I'll start with you, Dr. McCullough. You want to weigh in on that?
With government possession of NHI craft,
presented at the FDA
gained entry.
advisory
Can you testify
meetings. I've
to the
advised
veracity
companies
of that
for
claim?
decades on this,
Dr.
so I know the
Lukatsky is an honorable
regulatory
man who
science
served most of his
very
career
well.
with the DIA,
When
a very
a product
trusted, high-level rocket
definitely
scientist and intelligence
results
analyst who
in death.
inspired
in
the
this
OSAP
country
program, as I
is
said earlier.
unfortunately
And
a
in full
huge
disclosure,
polarizing
I've co-written 2
event,
books with him.
which it
He
should
dropped
never
this on
be.
myself and our other co-author.
If I could describe one word that I think all, if not most, a vaccine injured will say is, what's one word that describes your experience after your injury? And it's abandonment.
No wings, no rotor,
okay?
no tail.
We get attacked. We walk a tightrope. We get attacked from the right. The right say
it looked like it was aerodynamic. He would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that,
input.
I don't
Proof of
think we're
this
going to hear
before
much
you
more.
now.
But
County residents are only given 1 minute to
it
speak to
wasn't ours.
council.
We didn't make it.
1 minute to
We didn't
voice
know who
concerns
made
about
it and
projects
how it
that
was
could
built
reshape
and how it
communities for
operated.
generations.
We've got at least one.
That's not
and I
listening.
don't know.
That's
I think
checking a
that's enough
box.
confirmation
People
that
deserve a city that
we do
respects
have
them, that engages honestly, and that treats surrounding communities like partners, not obstacles. It's time for leadership that hears its neighbors and stops pushing decisions onto them without a genuine seat at the table.
For many of us is why do you believe that the federal government
Thank you, sir.
refuses to be transparent?
Okay, we are going to close.
I think there's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when raiding our skies, we were scared after World War II. We didn't know where they were, and they didn't come public, and they're probably a good job. Over time, the underlying sort of institutional. They're seen captured on radar just after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid. He came out to Nevada, tried to get into Area 51, did get in there, looked around, talked to people, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, et cetera, was inside, had been moved inside these corporations. And he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were
Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were assassinated earlier this year. Clark and Charlie Kirk was murdered last week. Bomb threats have been made against HBCUs and the DNC, and just the list goes on and on. I only have just a few minutes today, so I don't want to take a lot of time to go into all the countless and devastating violent crimes and incidents that have happened at our schools or on our streets and in the communities that have just been happening all year long. Mr. Patel,
Understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months, and this was year after year after year.
To Mr. Knapp. Mr.
And
Knapp, how do we know
my
that the
friend
files
has
that
been
you
there now
obtained
for a long
from
time,
the,
and he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from
government
Russia.
are not
I don't know, maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that?
That's
Would
a
you
good
say?
question. So I
There will
shared
be
some of
no
them with the
oil. He's
Senate
not buying his oil
Intelligence
from
Committee when I
Russia.
first got
It
back
started.
because that
You know, he
was
can't do it
requested by the
immediately.
Russians who
It's a little
shared
bit
some
of a
that
process.
information
But the process is
Secondly,
going to be
I
over
gave
with soon.
all of that material
Institution
to
of
the
faith,
DIA,
and any member of
who
faith will
asked
not be
the OSAP
investigated by
program,
this
sorry for the
FBI
acronyms.
because they are
Can you
men
name
and
names
women
real
of
quick?
faith
Sorry.
ever, period. full
Nor
stop.
should they.
Nor
Nor should they. I don't mean to interrupt you, but my God, of all the amendments to the freedom of speech, freedom to believe in what you want to believe in. I know you're standing up for that. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Richmond member was driven by a reliance on sources. The Southern Poverty Law Center. You know, the words sound nice, but the organization's not so nice.
Insults. Because we are in the midst right now of a pandemic. There's been a lot of talk. We've got to be ready for the next pandemic. We have a pandemic right now. It's a pandemic of chronic disease amongst our children. Over 50%